Welcome you guys back into my nice and beautiful podcast over here, and it's one of my kinds. It's one of my kinds of nice and beautiful ways to be able to record myself on the go. So I just had to talk to you. I realize either way, guys, I understand that what's important for myself right now is to teach you guys something about life. And now when I teach you something about life, I'm looking to understand you. I'm looking to understand every single day, to realize every single day that what I'm doing with my life is that I'm trying to always improve myself and my content along the way. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can go and give ideas every single day, because I understand that when you give ideas, that's when you can actually become free. That's when you can actually do something every single day. Like, for example, be able to do a audio podcast while you're actually posting photos up online in terms of on Instagram. And what you do is you upload Instagram photos, and I realize that what I do is I post 60 photos of myself on my Danny Milivojevic profile, and I have 5 Instagrams, and because I have 5 Instagrams, I also do all the posts and all of the nice and beautiful ways of doing Instagram in every single one while I'm doing audio podcasting. So what I do is I make sure that you can hear me and what I do every single day in all I do. I'm making sure all the time that I'm talking on a podcast while I'm uploading 6 posts per Instagram. And I have 5 Instagrams, and I also add 100 photos each on every single Instagram, because I understand every single day that I'm just doing an audio podcast anyway. So what's important for me is to understand, to give you ideas. I can say that once I give you ideas, I promise you now I'm just richer in the process, because I understand that you are going to prosper and you're going to succeed from all the ideas I'm giving you. So the whole point is understanding that you have to practice doing everything in an audio today. And you have to understand every single day that it's also very important for yourself to be able to go and really pronounce yourself better. So right now I'm recording myself on the Samsung A20 Galaxy, and it's a beautiful phone where you can start with a Samsung A20 Galaxy and you start business with just that phone, and understand it's around $200 to get the phone. But guess what? I promise you, either way, you have a business, because you understand something about life, and then you understand how to really be free upon what you're doing every single day. And then you're understanding that no matter what, that nobody's going to stop you. But understand that Jesus Christ is always watching everybody. And understand that what you need to realize is go and be the best version of yourself anyway. So every single day you must understand that if you want to go and pronounce anything in the world and you want to make it happen really quickly, then what you have to do is you have to understand how to really talk to everybody. And now the whole point of talking to everybody is to understand yourself. So if you understand yourself and other people, then you can understand how to talk. So for example, now I understand that since I am recording myself with a Samsung A20 Galaxy, I understand that my Samsung A20 Galaxy right now has only a certain amount of memory in the phone. So what I have to do is I have to constantly be watching the phone to just realize something. I have to realize, is there memory in the phone? And I have to understand that sometimes if you're talking in a podcast, just make sure that your podcast is recording everything so that you understand how to really go about life. Because I realize when you understand how to go about life, then you understand that no matter what, that you're never going to be talking in a video recording or a audio recording without the actual recording taking place. So you must understand. So sometimes when you want to go and really do something that's going to succeed, in terms of when you're going to succeed, make sure you understand that if you have 30 gigabytes only in your phone, you may be speaking for 1 hour, but maybe only 30 minutes of that nice and beautiful equation is going to be in a recording. Because why? Because sometimes your phone, in terms of your actual phone, may also just disrupt you, and it may just show you another way to do life. So you must understand that if your phone does, let's say, end up never recording your nice and beautiful seminar, I can say it's because of your memory or data in your phone or the storage in your phone. So just never ever waste time, and be able to really quickly dwell upon a better way, and just be able to understand to speak anyway. Because if you speak anyway and you do something anyway, then you're going to realize every single day that what's important is understanding to do your content on the go while you're actually giving ideas. But when you're giving ideas in a podcast like this, then just go and upload it online and realize I'm using no microphone for this video in terms of this podcast, but my phone's microphone is what I'm using. So I'm using just my phone's microphone right here, but there's no microphone that I have done the attaching with inside of this phone, except for the phone of the microphone of the phone in terms of the Samsung phone. So that's the only way you understand of how you hear. I mean, you're actually understanding me in terms of how I'm actually speaking through the microphone here, which is the Samsung A20 Galaxy. And now you must understand every single day that when I try to go and do even more every single day about anything, I try to really give you the best value for your dollar. And now your dollar is really your time. I make sure every single day that your time is going to be the best investment in me today. And understand that when I give you the time to understand everything, when I give you the time to understand everything that you understand today, I can say that you must understand even more. I can say that the whole reason of life and why you are here, I understand that you are here to be much more for yourself every single day. So I'm focusing on understanding that I have to give you as many ideas as possible daily so I never waste your time, because I understand that's what's important. Now, anything that's more in life and anything that wants to be actually even more than they are. The whole point is understanding to never ever waste time about life. So what we need to do every single day is we need to focus on the greater way of life. So if you want to focus on the greater way of life, then you have to do much greater aspects of life to be ahead of the game. And now when you're ahead of the game, then you're going to understand something. I mean, you're going to understand that you're at least free, and you're free to be yourself, and you're free to actually go and study, and you're free to do life better. So when I record my nice and beautiful podcast over here, which is my audio podcast, I can say the amazing thing about it is that I record videos of this podcast first, and then I also just flip the phone and I flip it the other way so it never records me while I'm actually talking on the phone right here. There's a talking with the phone right here. And then guess what, Roshi? I just extract the audio from the phone. I extract the audio from the video. And then that's how I make my podcast. But I do a video first, and then I just extract the audio from the video. And that's how my podcast becomes something greater. And now I understand either way. I understand that phones today have these voice memos going on or something like that. But I just use the actual video camera of all the phones. So when I'm doing this, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I want to be ahead of the game. I want to be making sure I'm studying something that's going to help me to succeed. I'm studying something that's going to help me succeed all the time. So what I do all the time is I focus on understanding that I want to be the best version of myself in all I do. So I'm always never wasting time about anything. So I just want to make sure every single day that what I'm doing daily is understanding to speak as many words as I can while I'm actually posting my Instagram photos, and also while I'm doing anything about life. So as I'm doing life itself, I'm making sure that I go and pick out all the photos necessary that I need in my life, and I make sure every single day I do 60 photos of fashion photos of day of myself, because I understand that entrepreneurs today have to be doing branding. And now branding is all about you. And it's all about making sure you understand my nice and beautiful Instagram and why I do what I do. So my Instagram is all about branding, and look at my photos. I mean, that's why I do what I do, because I understand that without photos of yourself, I mean, how do you expect to be somebody? When you have to be somebody, so go and do as many photos as you can every single day, and be all that you can be in terms of videos and audios and images. And that's what Jim Rohn says as well. And understand that no matter what, that Jesus Christ needs you every single day to go and focus upon something that's going to help you to go and boost your documentation of yourself. So when you're doing photos of yourself, then you're actually documenting your life in some kind of regard. So I look great right now, because I understand that what's important for my life right now is understanding that I want to look good, I want to feel good, I want to be able to find the nutrition I need every single day to focus upon something that I love to do. So when I focus on something that I love to do every single day, I'm focusing on always planning my life ahead of the game so that I can go and realize something. I can realize the best area of life, and I can see every single day how to achieve my aspects of life that really help me. So when I help myself succeed every single day, I'm focusing on understanding that I'm always doing something around audio content today. I'm making sure that no matter what, they understand that I can do audio in terms of podcasting in audio like this while I'm actually going and doing Instagram photos. So the whole point of life is understanding that you have to go and be doing something that's going to help you succeed. So go and do something that's really, really helpful for yourself. So I see the way of life is the best way. So when you realize the only deal of life is now. I could say either way, that when you're understanding that no matter what, I just have to write something down. But guess what? Approaching now, all that you have to really do in life while you're actually doing your content on the audio fashion of Instagram. So when you're doing Instagram, sometimes you have to understand that you have to also write captions. But guess what? I promise you now, just post the photos into your Instagram first, and then go back into your nice and beautiful posts, and then go and write all the quotes for those posts after your podcast. Do you understand? So that's the whole point of life right here. So when you're doing that, then realize that no matter what, that you must be constantly checking your phone as well, so that you're never wasting time, because that's the whole point of success. And then all you do is extract the audio and then go and delete the video. And that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that you're always going to have much more prosperity, and you're going to have a much more abundant feel. So when you understand that, for example, now, I go on Instagram, and once I go on Instagram, I do a post. But I do no captions at first. I do no captions in the actual post because I'm doing audio podcasting. And since I'm understanding that, I realize something. I realize that I only ever do captions of my videos in terms of my posts after I finish my audio session with you. And then I understand that all of my posts go up online. And once all of my posts go up online, I understand the best life is now. So no matter what, that if you realize every single day, you must realize something. I realize the whole point is succeed. And now when you're succeeding, just go and do all your Instagram posts and write no captions while you're actually doing your audio podcast, is what I'm saying. And then after that, once you finish the audio podcast, then go into your phone and go and edit all your actual posts and go and post some captions into those actual posts, is what I'm saying. Because I understand if I start to write over here about captions in terms of my nice and beautiful audio, what happens is I can say it distracts my audio content over here in terms of what I'm doing. And then I have to go and also teach you what I'm writing on the actual caption. So in order for me to bypass that, I have to go and upload the content first into Instagram. I upload the content first. And then once I do that, I make sure to keep checking my phone all the time so that my phones never run out of battery. And also, so my phones have storage capacity also in my phones, which is very important, because you may find that your phones may have, let's say, some content in it or some video and storage data inside the phone right now, which may be enabling yourself to understand more, which is the best, but understand that sometimes that content that is in your phone can also disrupt your audio, because there's only a certain amount of time that you have also to record audio. So for example, if you get yourself a 120 gigabyte phone and you have 119 gigabytes of data already inside the phone, then you have to upload content in order for yourself to do audio podcasts, because otherwise that nice and beautiful podcast or video that you record next time, I realize that only a short amount of time is able to record, because otherwise the phone goes full storage in terms of memory. So what you need to realize is understand that no matter what you want to do daily, is focus on understanding that if you want to do quick work today, then do quick work in terms of do quick work on the go with your phones, and understand that no matter what, that you have to be understanding something about life. So when you understand that no matter what, that you have to be the best version of yourself, and you have to focus upon understanding every single day that no matter what you're doing every single day is you're trying to succeed all the time in different ways, and you're trying to also plan your life in a different way that you never have before. Because when you focus upon understanding that there's something in life that you have to succeed with daily, I mean, it's you. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that once you're operating technology and that when you're doing something around technology today, I mean, go and just understand to study upon what you're doing, because when you study upon what you're doing today, that means you're successful in some endeavor that you're doing. So understand that no matter what you're doing every single day, is you're focusing on doing audio content while you are posting on Instagram. I mean, understand? I mean, I'm doing audio content right now while I'm actually posting on Instagram something. I'm posting photos on Instagram. I'm making all these posts on Instagram right now while I'm doing my audio podcast. So that's what I've been saying to you. So make sure you understand that either way. You must understand that I have to pause this audio as well in 4 minutes time, because my phone right now, in terms of my Samsung phone, has only a certain amount of capacity and phones in terms of the memory data in the phone to be able to record more audio for you. So I'm understanding that what I have to do is pause the audio, then I have to go into my phone, and then I have to go and extract the audio. And then once I extract the audio, I delete the video, and then I start my audio podcast in the next section. So either way, I connect up the videos together, and I connect up the audios together because I have an application that's Audio Cutter. And now since I have Audio Cutter or Audio Merger application, I merge all my audio together, and I also name it part 1 and part 2 and part 3. And then I make it into 1 hour series or more. And I make sure either way that you understand that no matter what, that I just have to be speaking along the way as I'm actually doing my Instagram photos. So I'm never ever wasting time over here. But I was also reading before. So before, actually, when I was doing my Instagram photos and when I was doing my Instagram posts, I was always reading from my mentors while I was doing it. But now I have no time to read from them while I'm actually posting on Instagram, because I only have time to do my audio content like this while I'm posting on Instagram now. Because before, I was reading while I was doing this, but now I'm actually doing audio content while I'm actually doing Instagram photos. So instead of me listening to my mentors now in terms of reading from them, I'm just going off and I'm doing a nice and beautiful audio range material right here for you, so that you understand either way that once you be successful more, I mean, be able to go and really, really dwell upon a greater way for yourself. And then once you understand that either way that you can go and really, really succeed for yourself daily, then make sure you understand that no matter what, that you are successful, because successful people understand something. I mean, they understand to be the greatest. So when you understand the greatest way of life in terms of what you want out of life is understanding to replace reading with your mentors to go and really succeed for yourself. So understand that's the whole point of life. And the whole point is making sure that no matter what you're going to do is understand a greater you. I mean, a greater you is the best way. So if you understand something about life, then understand that no matter what, that you have to focus upon understanding that it's all about content. And now when you understand content, then I mean, make sure that you're recording your audio programs and video programs, and make sure that you have storage in your phones to be able to do so. I mean, so that's why I have to pause this nice and beautiful audio content and then go and connect it up with another phone, or nice and beautiful way of saying that I have an audio merger and I have applications to extract my audio now. And then I just go and delete that video, because that video is something that takes up all the nice and beautiful storage space in my phone. So then I just delete that video, and then I just have the audio content from that. And then that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that either way, that if you go and really, really be successful today, then understand that no matter what you're going to do is understand yourself and other people, because that's the point, and that's the whole understanding of life. I'm aware that you guys can hear me now. So what's important for myself right now is I'm using my nice and beautiful voice memos to be able to actually record my videos over here. So it's actually my audio podcast. So what I'm doing right now is I have nice and beautiful earphones into my phone, and I'm speaking through the earphones. So while I'm actually speaking through the earphones, I'm never moving much, because I understand that my microphone may make noise. So either way, that if it does make noise, I'm just speaking over the actual audio anyway. So make sure you understand that what's important for myself is always do your content in the actual nice and beautiful voice memos of your phone, because it actually is an audio program. So use audio programs for audio. I mean, you understand? And that's how you actually get all the quality, nice and beautiful videos and whatever you want out of life. So you must understand that with nice and beautiful, let's say the nice and beautiful audios, that when you use voice memos, I promise you either way, that 1 hour recording of a voice memo may be just maybe 200 gigabytes in terms of the 200 megabytes of data. But if you record a 1 hour video, then it's 7 gigabytes. But a 1 hour audio version is only 300 megabytes. So either way, that if you just use voice memos, then you have never problems with the actual internet, and you never have problems with uploading content, and you never have problems with, let's say, the memory of the audio. So we're always understanding that we can always record ourselves along the way, and then we can always make sure that we're thriving to go and do our content along the way. But either way, I'm actually aware now. I understand that for the first time in my life, I'm aware of actually now being able to do my content much better. And I'm able to understand that now I can also do my audio programs, and I can also do my Instagram while I'm actually doing my audio programs. And also I can just watch my voice memo to see is it recording while never having to record myself in the process. And now I never even have to extract my audios anymore, because I understand that my audios are already done for me in terms of the voice memo. So it's already all done, and it all is recording itself into voice memos. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I understand that before I was extracting my videos audio, and because you have a video, for example, I mean, then you never even see the audio fashion anymore, and you never even see the actual, let's say, the nice and beautiful way of saying the actual audio system of how you're talking through the voice memos, because the voice memos actually shows you the nice and beautiful way of the range of your voice and how the audio is going and extracting from that nice and beautiful piece of bliss that you have in your voice. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, if you want to go and understand much greater about life, then you have to understand how to do life in a way that's going to help you. So we're focusing on understanding that there's no waste of time while we're actually recording videos and while we're actually doing something on the go, because what's important is understanding that we have to have a better way today to understand how to really, really have the courage necessary daily to focus on something that's going to help us move forward. So be able to watch yourself and your audio programs and your voice memo while you're actually doing your content. But if you're laying down like I am right now, I'm laying down and I'm doing this nice and beautiful podcast while I'm actually doing my Instagram. So it's very important for you to understand that I do 60 photos a day into my Instagram every single day, because I understand that what's important for myself is understanding that there's no waste of time. I mean, there's no waste of time if you are recording an audio program while you're actually doing your Instagram. So I'm understanding either way that you must understand that sometimes you may say something in terms of an audio program or words, but it never actually comes out through the way you actually want it. So what you need to do is repeat yourself so much that people understand you. And then that way you're going to understand communicational skills. It's all about repetition, and it's all about understanding to communicate something that you've never done before. So we're actually always learning and learning and learning on the go about it all. And we're learning everything about life. So never hate words and never hate to speak, but be someone who actually loves to do everything. And then that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that you become everything, because everything is Jesus Christ. And that way we understand that no matter what, that if you just learn how to really, really pronounce your nice and beautiful videos in a nice and beautiful audio system, we understand that either way, that once you give the ideas, we move on. Because guess what? Realize that what's important is understanding that we have to set ourselves apart from the crowd, and we have to be able to go and really be inspirational. So be inspirational in a way that you understand that no matter what you're going to do is every single day you're going to do 60 photos of yourself, and you're going to fashion brand yourself literally. So go and see how I'm doing it. I mean, go see how I'm actually doing all these photos of myself, for example. So go see what my nice and beautiful way and method is about Instagram branding and how I do Instagram. So it's just a business and it's for free, but I understand it's my legacy, and it's something that I love to do because I understand it gives me a positive image. And now because I have a positive image, I promise you most people are more likely to come and work with me, because I understand that 1% of the world is jealous of me. So I understand that most people are jealous of me actually, because I understand I have more than them. So I understand that either way, that 100% of the people will and do get jealous of you except yourself. So make sure you understand that you must understand it's because of the word I. I mean, the word I is something that really, really abbreviates every single day in different formats and different ways of let's say, saying something. So if you want to say something every single day that's going to help you move forward, then understand every single day that what we need to do daily is focus upon a greater life system that's going to help us move forward. So if you understand that either way, if you want to go and become if you want to become the greatest individual in the planet, then you have to do what people who are great do. And anything, I realize now, anything that's great for yourself today is focusing on doing your nice and beautiful audio content while you're actually doing fashion photos online. So I'm posting nice and beautiful Instagram photos right now of myself online while I'm actually recording my nice and beautiful audio podcast. And also, I watch Netflix, for example. I can be watching Netflix right now while I'm actually speaking to you. And you must understand that's the whole point of an audio podcast. So I never have to miss out on Netflix because I can also record my nice and beautiful function of my audio program while I'm watching Netflix. And Netflix is something that helps me to really, really, let's say, chillax while I'm actually talking to you. So I'm understanding either way that I never have to delete Netflix in my life ever again, because I understand that I can use it. I can actually leverage watching images of other people while I'm actually speaking, and then I can speak those ideas into people. And now everything that you want in life, you can have as long as you help people. Just make sure you understand that no matter what you need today is a greater you. I promise you, every single day you must understand the greatest you in terms of the version that's the greatest that you've ever been is the most delightful way to say that you become happier that way. I promise you, you become happier when you're understanding that no matter what you do in your life, I promise you, if you become successful, then you understand how life is. I promise you, now that's your whole goal. I promise you, the whole goal of life is understanding to become the most successful individual in the planet, because what you need to realize every single day is understanding that no matter what you're doing is a greater life for yourself. So focus on understanding every single day that you must understand that if you want something to achieve every single day, then focus on your bliss. Focus on something that actually helps you to grow. So focus on something that's really, really, let's say, profound in your life, to understand that no matter what, you always have something that's really, really going to help you move forward. So if you have something that's going to make you help you, to make you and help you move forward, I can say it's you. Approach. There's nothing else in your life that you have to do other than making sure that you're going to go and be the greatest version of yourself all the time, because that's what people who have strength do. Now, anybody who understands life every single day understands to just keep talking as much as they can every single day, because that's how you actually go and become the best version all the time. So it's very important that you understand that no matter what you're doing all the time is focusing on a greater way of life every single time, and then always and always and always understanding that no matter what you're doing, that you understand to help people. Actually help people with words. Help them to encourage themselves, because I understand that we need more encouragers in this life. I realize we need people who are actually like you. We need to understand that no matter what, that we need people who actually are lifting people all the time. So focus on understanding that is what you want to do all the time. You want to be able to go and pronounce your voice into the planet and be able to do content and be able to give people ideas really quickly in any shape or form. So I realized that audios are so important for me to do today, and also videos are so important for me as well. And also writing materials. I have to do all three in order to be an entrepreneur, I promise you. And I understand that no matter what I do today, is I'm always learning successful methods of persuasion. I'm learning to do some busking performances on the street anywhere now. I make sure every single day I just go somewhere where there's even little people, in terms of just even a small amount of people who can watch me. And then either way, I try to go where there is more people though, because the more people that you have around you, the better the scenery and the better it is in terms of giving out your business cards. So make sure you understand that you have to be able to go and really, really deliver content every single day in audio and video, and also writing materials. And then go and become the best version of yourself in that every single day, and understand that's what it's all about. I can say it's always about making sure that you understand that sometimes your phone may lock itself, so just make sure to unlock it so you can see how much your content is recording itself. So that's very important, to be constantly watching your phone as it's recording. Because otherwise, if you're speaking for 10 hours and you never did record it, actually that's why. You should always watch your voice memos as you're actually doing everything in your life to succeed, because the whole point of public speaking and anything that you want to do in life is being a success. So anything that's a success today understands that we have to go and really, really broaden up. I mean, you have to broaden up your way of life. I realize now every single day we have to focus on something that we have to do to become successful. So if you want to become successful today, then understand the way of life. Approach the way of life is understanding words. Approach, if you understand the word life, then understand that no matter what, that you have to go and become much greater than that. I mean, become greater than every kind of word on the planet. I mean, go and do something that's really, really going to help you move forward today. So if you understand, no matter what, that I'm always looking for ways to improve. I'm always understanding that in my Instagram, I always just post my nice and beautiful photos because I understand that's how I do life. But what's amazing now is I understand I can post videos. I can post videos into my Instagram now. So why is that? Because I understand that I'm doing audio programs. And now, do I actually go on Instagram today and do I actually post videos now? Brush now, I understand either way that my Instagram is a fashion type of way of saying that it's a fashion way of statement. So what I do is I have more enough videos to post already. So I'm understanding that I just post myself images anyway, because I understand images actually always uploads quicker into Instagram than the actual videos. So the videos I post specifically into YouTube, and now YouTube is something that you have to understand, where I connect all these videos together and I put it into a series, and then it goes online into YouTube. And now I keep doing that, and it goes into my, I realize it also goes into my nice and beautiful Mega Drive, because that's somewhere also where my content is. So anyway, I've realized that reason I connect 100 videos together, and it's more that you understand that once I connect 100 videos together and put into 10 hours, I promise you it's much more easier to upload online than having to upload 100 videos into YouTube. So that's why I'm understanding either way that I connect all these videos together. That's all mini series videos of 1 minute each, and I connect it together quickly because I never want to be wasting time. But I understand I never waste time because regardless of what I'm doing now, I understand I can upload all this content, but it's much quicker for myself to be able to just connect it together anyway. So I just make a series out of it, and I make sure every single day that I'm just more successful upon what I do all the time. But I'm making sure you understand that the way I look today is something of an achievement, and you must understand that it's an achievement for myself to be able to look the way I do today, because I am somebody who was looking way uglier than what I do today. And it's because of the food I was eating. I mean, it's because of the nutrition I was eating, and it's because of my choices in life. And now, because my choices are getting better and better and better, I understand that I'm learning. I'm learning how to really, really quickly understand the nutritional game of life. So I'm learning how to eat. I'm learning how to drink. I'm learning how to sleep. I'm learning how to do everything about life. And now that's the whole point of an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur wants to learn and wants to grow, and they want to be a student of everybody, and they want to understand ideas quickly, and then they want to be able to go and do basking performances and do something for free, because it's about legacy today, and those who have legacy today are the ones who are the greatest. So I understand that no matter what, that if you have a great legacy, that's what it's all about. You just understand that no matter what, that there's nothing else to do other than have a great legacy today. I mean, just look at Jesus Christ. I mean, Jesus Christ is somebody that understands a great legacy and what that is. I mean, and what everything in terms of great legacy is. So if you understand to follow his footsteps and understand that we have to go and really, really involve ourselves with the actual words of life. So be able to really, really document your life really quickly so that you can go and understand how to study and how to really, really dwell upon a greater way and fashion for yourself. So be able to upload all these photos of yourself daily, and quickly upload 60 photos of yourself online daily. It's very, very important. And now, why is it very important? Because I understand that when you upload all this nice and beautiful imagery of yourself online, right, I promise you, then go and see my nice and beautiful Instagram and how it looks. I mean, go and see the ideas of why I do what I do, because I understand it's all about my photos. And guess what? I realize when you have your photos like that, I love mine. When you have your photos shining up on Instagram like mine, but in your kind of fashion, that's why it's so important I mean, it's so important to just showcase your photos in life like this, so you never have to hide yourself. I mean, go and expose yourself just like I do on Instagram. I mean, in a sense, but just do it in your own fashion. I mean, never copy me. I mean, go and fucking copy yourself in a way that you go and be original. So if you want to use my backgrounds and what I do in terms of my Instagram photos, I mean, go and use my backgrounds, but just put yourself in the photo, is what I'm saying. I mean, just make it original. That's you. I mean, because my photos on Instagram are all original. I mean, it's all original. I mean, my photos and my audio programs are all original. I mean, it's coming directly from me. I mean, it's nobody else is doing it except I. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand, that's why I'm original. I am somebody in something. So I'm understanding to record myself along the way. I'm understanding that I'm very important daily. I'm understanding that I have to go and always download much more nice and beautiful content while also uploading content online. It's very important for you to understand that if you want to be successful today, then understand to fill up your products and fill up the nice and beautiful time that you have with everything that you want out of life. So focus on understanding to just always show people more photos of yourself daily, and then just keep recording yourself much more photos, so that way you understand that no matter what, that you shall be free if you understand how to state yourself and your intent and your questioning and whatever you have in life. I mean, just understand that we are here to help you if you understand how to help yourself with us. So make sure that no matter what, that the world is here for you right now. So make sure you understand that we are here. I mean, we're never trying to kill you, but make sure you understand that, yes, I understand why everything's happening the way it is, but it's also because of you. I understand, and it's happening for you right now. I realize that all the nice and beautiful adversity that you're facing right now is happening for you. I mean, understand, because you deserve to live. You deserve to live life. So if we are living life in this life, then we're focusing on a greater way, and we're focusing on never wasting time. Well, we're focusing on understanding that we want to be able to never talk to other people in life. And now, never ever talk to other people, but just go and talk to yourself. Because if you go around messaging people while you're actually doing a video program or audio program, then guess what? I mean, it never works out. But if you have to upload and do business for yourself and have a great legacy, then you have no time to talk to other people. I mean, there's no time to talk to other people in life. I mean, but there's only time to talk to other people when you're giving them money for a service. So when you're giving them money for a service, Persh, that's the only time I talk to people. I only ever talk to you when I'm giving you money for a service. I understand that I do care about you, but what's important is understand this, that every single day I'm focusing on a greater way. I'm focusing on something that's going to help me move forward. Rushing out, since I actually do that all the time, I make sure I go into my photos, and when I go into my photos, I make sure to go and make all these nice and beautiful contents of what I'm doing in daily life, because what's important is understanding that you need to go and separate your nice and beautiful photos into albums, and then once you move it into separate albums, then go and connect it together. And then what happens is you never have to be lost about actually imprinting your nice and beautiful photos into Instagram stories. So make sure you understand that I select 10 photos and then I place it into an album. And then because I place it into an album, I'm able to also state what I need to do. And then understand that once I do that, I understand that is how I actually go around and I upload these albums of 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 albums, because they're in my phone, and I understand I did separate the photos so I can find which photos to upload into my Instagram stories really quickly, because they're in 10 lots of 10 inside of my albums, and then I just go and really upload it. I realize now what's amazing is once you separate your photos inside of your phones, then you're able to go and really elaborate about that in an audio fashion. And it's very quick that you understand that you have to get your message across really quickly, because that's how you actually communicate. I mean, you have to communicate really quickly in order for yourself to do something. So if you understand that you're maybe an individual has low battery in your phones while you're actually doing a audio program, I promise you it may happen for you. So guess what? I promise you pause your nice and beautiful audios in terms of your video program and go and charge your phone in terms of have a portable charger with you, and then be able to record on the go while nothing is going to stop your audio program from happening, is the whole point. So make sure either way that you're never wasting time ever again, that you're understanding that no matter what, that you do have an opportunity here to be able to use earphones as your nice and beautiful audio podcast microphone. I mean, I'm using earphones right now in terms of the cable earphones. I mean, you understand? And the cable is plugging in. I realize the cable, in terms of the earphones, is plugging into my phone right now, and the phone has a jack where my earphones go, and that's how I listen to music with my earphones. And now with my earphones has a microphone, and I'm using the nice and beautiful earphones piece, and I have two actual earphones in my ears right now, and the microphone is recording this audio. I mean, in a sense, so I'm recording this audio through the microphone of my earphones. So that's my actual microphone right now. So my earphones is my microphone. So what's important is I'm better than anything that I've said. I promise you everything is the word I. I'm better than I. I'm better than E. I promise you, although, make sure you understand that when you're speaking and when you're doing something online and when you're making your name for yourself, I mean, just make sure you understand that it's about something that's going to be greater than you. I mean, always focus on the better picture. I mean, focus on understanding that life goes really quickly when you're doing audio programs and when you're teaching people content on the go. I mean, there's no time to just post Instagram photos today. There's time to do Instagram photos with an audio program such as this while you're doing it. So I'm doing an audio program while I'm posting Instagram photos. I mean, that's multitasking, but it's also the best way to understand how to proceed forward and how to make sure that your content and that you are actually going to succeed very quickly. So I'm understanding that when you are succeeding very quickly, that what I'm doing every single day is I'm looking and searching for ways to succeed, to do anything I ever want to do while talking words all day long is the whole point. And now if you talk just more words, I promise you people are going to be much more inspirational about you. But that's the whole point, isn't it? But the whole point is understanding how to speak. And now understand that Larry King, for example, back in those days, he had no phones to start the audio programs. Although he went on a radio show and then he done his first show, and guess what? Now in these days, I mean, you must understand that we are able to just go on the phone, just like Larry King done, and we are able to just start a program straight away without other people and people having to be on a TV show to do it. Although we are very fortunate to be able to have phones today where we can go and enable ourselves to go and really, really do all these audio programs right now. So make sure you understand that what's important is understanding that you have to be free, and you have to be understanding that no matter what, that we have to go and search up the best ways of life to go and do something that's going to help us. So if you understand that Jesus Christ wants to help you with ideas, but if you understand how to read the Bible as well, and then you also understand every single day to keep reading. So when I read the Bible, I read it from Joel Osteen. I mean, Joel Osteen is somebody who speaks Jesus Christ into everybody. So he goes to Lakewood Church in Texas, America, and he always, every single week, is in front of large audiences speaking about Jesus Christ. And now, since I understand the Bible of Jesus Christ much more, I understand that Joel Osteen is somebody who really, really helps me to dwell upon reading the Bible. So he speaks about stories and little segments of the Bible every single day in terms of his podcast, in terms of every single week. And since I tune in to watch him, I understand that he speaks about all these segments from the Bible, and then he speaks about what God wants for us. And then I understand every single day, I understand a little bit of story I understand a little bit of story from the Bible much more because I tuned into Joel Osteen for him to speak it out to me. Because me sitting alone to read the Bible, I understand I can do it, but I understand that what's important for myself to read the Bible with, I understand, is also to record it and to be able to do a video program while I'm actually doing a program for myself in terms of what I'm doing, in terms of teaching people something about life that's going to help me move forward. So the whole point is understanding that if you teach the Bible to people, then people are going to understand you. I promise you, people are going to understand that you are with Jesus Christ. And I promise you, anybody who's against you today is against Jesus Christ. I mean, you understand? So make sure you understand that God's on your side. If you understand that you must be successful, and you must be able to understand that you can also dwell upon a greater way for yourself. So always be watching your nice and beautiful audio memos. So you're making sure that it's all recording. So you may have a notification in terms of, let's say, an icon that says on your phone, once your phone locks, for example. And what happens is the voice memo icon does actually show up on the actual dashboard, but go into the phone anyway and unlock your phone and see the actual voice memos playing and recording while you're actually talking, because that's actually live time, and then you can actually see the audio content and you can actually see the audio stem file while you're actually talking as well. So it's very important that you understand that. Now, since I've been talking for 25 minutes, I realized I've been talking for, let's say, 30 minutes, but I've just done 6 posts on Instagram in that 30 minutes. I mean, that's how long it took me to be able to do 60 photos online, to just be able to post 60 photos online. But did I waste that time? Gosh, I never did waste that time, did I? Because I was talking for 30 minutes. I was helping you. And either way, Prosha, that's how I'm understanding. I just did post 60 photos into my actual Instagram in the 30 minutes that you're hearing me right now. I mean, I post 60 photos a day like this. And I just record my audio programs. And then guess what? I mean, I go actually into the stories of Instagram and I post another 100 photos there as well. So I just do this I realize I do this in 30 minutes. I can even record myself doing it. So then I actually go into my other Instagram today. So I have Danny Milivojevic Instagram. I have Danny Milivojevic Mentors Instagram. And now why do I have Danny Milivojevic? Why do I have Danny Milivojevic Mentors Instagram? Because it's where all my millionaires and billionaires are. And now I do photos specifically of them, and I post one photo of a billionaire or somebody who's a millionaire or multi-millionaire into that actual Instagram. So when I give you my business card on the street, I mean, guess what happens? I mean, you already have 300 billionaires that you can watch today. I mean, do you understand? I mean, there's 300 multi-millionaires right now in my Instagram that if I just give you a business card, I mean, you can go watch them all day long. And that's how you actually understand life itself, because I surround myself around multi-millionaires. I surround myself around mentors and people going to help me. So when I give you my business card and you have 1,000 multi-millionaires in your business card that I give you, I mean, guess what? I mean, you come into my Instagram and then you see multi-millionaires, and now you're going to follow them because I gave you my business card. So since I do have multi-millionaires, I mean, just imagine for yourself that just imagine you have multi-millionaires on your side, and you have multi-millionaire people who have millions of dollars in their bank account right now. I mean, you have to be following them. So what you do is you make an Instagram about all the multi-millionaires in life and just post one photo of them on Instagram with their name. And now, since you have a profile with 1,000 multi-millionaires in your Instagram, I mean, once you give your business card to somebody else and they come and see your Instagram, and then you link them, I mean, you put in your bio link in terms of the Instagram, you send them to the actual Instagram that has all your millionaires and everybody you follow who's an inspiration to you and who is actually famous and who has multi-millions of dollars in their pocket. Roshi, you then are somebody much more popular because you are leading people directly to people you follow. And now, since you understand that, I mean, people you follow must be people who have more money than you and more success than you. So I go and understand that I just have a profile of all these list of millionaires in my actual Instagram. Because when I give my nice and beautiful photo in terms of my business card to somebody, actually now they have all the mentors I have. And they can see, they can see exactly who I follow for all my information. And they can see exactly who I follow in terms of who has all the millions of dollars. And now, since you understand that, I link them to these people so that they can go and watch them, so that they can become inspirations. So isn't it much greater when I can show you a list of millionaires? I mean, isn't it nice and beautiful when I can show you multi-millionaires and 500 multi-millionaires or more in my Instagram just by giving you my business card? I mean, of course, isn't it? It's so beautiful when I can give you my business card, and then you can see multi-millionaires inside of my Instagram, and you can see over thousands of multi-millionaires that you can follow just from my Instagram. So that's the whole point. That's why I'm adding value, and that's why I understand either way that I just pause my nice and beautiful voice memo just so I can go to the toilet. So that's what you can do also, is pause your audio content right now, and then you can also go to the toilet, or you can go and charge your phone, or you can go get some technology, or you can go eat food and drink if you want. But just pause your audio content and then just continue in a better time. Welcome you guys back into my episode. I understand although what's important is continuing your nice and beautiful journey into life and making sure that no matter what, that you're always going to really, really state the obvious. So if you want to state the obvious about life and then you understand every single day to do so, just make sure every single day you're going to go and really, really pronounce all the inspirational people every single day into your vocabulary, and then make sure you always understand Jay Shetty, for example, who is somebody who you have to understand every single day that he does a lot of spiritual work and a lot of nice and beautiful entrepreneurship around the planet. I mean, go and check him out and understand that no matter what, that every single day, that when I really, really understand anything about life, I understand how to really, really go and really, really pronounce myself in the best ways, because the best ways of life is understanding that if you want to really, really succeed in your life, then go and do something today that's going to help other people. But sure, every single day I'm focusing on understanding that I have to go and really, really grow my communicational skills every single day, to focus upon understanding that I never ever waste time about anything I do, because there's always a better way that you have to understand about life. So when we're understanding about life, something that's going to help us, now that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that we inspire people through making an account on Instagram today with a list of millionaires and billionaires that people can find right now. So that's the whole point of my Instagram, which is Danny Milivojevic Mentors. And just go and check out my Instagram at Danny Milivojevic, and then you can find my other Instagrams. So the whole point is understanding that once I post all these nice and beautiful millionaires and billionaires in your house, now you can follow them for life. That's the whole point of my Instagram, Danny Milivojevic Mentors, which just talks about all these people, for example. So I understand Jay Shetty, for example, and there's also many other people that you have to understand that no matter what, that if you just go and realize every single day, it's just going to be much more of a star in your daily life. And just focus on understanding that you have to post all this content every single day of people who are just really, really inspirational in the world. And then understand that is how you actually go and really, really be much more about your life. So understand that no matter what's going on in your life right now, that there's always something much more happening. So if you want to understand Paris Hilton, for example, I see Paris Hilton is also doing a lot of content and inspirational modeling and fashion shoots every single day. So focus on her and focus on understanding that she's somebody who's very much more like a, let's say, a nice and beautiful person in terms of regards, to understand that either way that she teaches you also a lot about life. So I can see that she's really, really gone throughout life in a positive way. So she writes books and she does a lot of entrepreneurship, and she's actually bettering her attitude today. So she makes the Hall of List of Fame for me in terms of the nice and beautiful woman out there who is actually at the top of the game of life. You understand? So, I mean, you must understand that. I mean, you must understand that every single day, Paris Hilton is another one that you have to really, really put in your list when you understand somebody of human nature who actually deserves to be at the top of the list with women out there. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to go and really, really focus upon something about life, then focus upon understanding to help people all the time to become the best versions of themselves, because that way you're going to understand that you have to go and really, really list out everything about life that's going to help you. So when you do that every single day, focus on understanding that no matter what, that we're always looking for new aspects of life to actually deliver. So when you understand that guy in terms of the nice and beautiful Dwayne The Rock Johnson, I see Dwayne The Rock Johnson approaching now. He's somebody inspirational because he can at least teach you something about life. I understand every single day that when you really, really focus upon understanding that guy there, actually he's somebody also that you have to follow, because he can also teach you something about life. So we're always focusing on people who can teach us about life, because that way we can understand how to really grow ourselves in the process. So the whole point of life is understanding that when we do something to help us, when we do something to help people succeed every single day, we're going to focus upon understanding that there's always a greater us that we can always achieve throughout life with a nice and beautiful fashion of whatever we want out of life. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what you want out of life, you can achieve it if you understand how to really, really absorb the nice and beautiful scenarios of your life every single day in a way that's going to help you. So focus on delivering content. So when you focus on delivering content that's actually best for you every single day, make sure that the quality of photos that you do get is the best quality photos in the planet, because that way we're going to understand that no matter what we're doing, that we're always going to actually always understand a better way of life. So understand that either way, that if you just really level yourself every single day and you do something that's really going to help you move forward, then understand either way that what we need to do is always understand how to understand Dwayne The Rock Johnson. So every single day, just focus upon understanding that no matter what, that every single day we're learning different areas of conclusion and success, and making sure that no matter what, that we're doing our nice and beautiful content along the way, but we're also naming all the words out there, and we're doing all the nice and beautiful theory of our life, because we want to be able to teach people something about life. So if you're teaching people about life something, that you love, then guess what? Probably that's the whole point, isn't it? Probably the whole point is understanding that we have to understand Elon Musk as well. So Elon Musk is somebody who understands how to innovate and how to plan upon something. So Elon Musk is also somebody who is going around town right now and is actually somebody who is making all these spaceships and all that. All these spaceships and all this is happening online for you. So make sure you understand that you have to understand SpaceX and Nikola Tesla in terms of the vehicle, cars, in terms of all that. So he's somebody that's a billionaire right now, and he's a billionaire because he innovates and he tries to also improve the world and its products. So make sure you understand that if you go doing something around solar systems and around construction in terms of life, in terms of rockets, ships, and doing rocket science and all that, Roger, that's Elon Musk. So make sure you understand that he deserves a place in my nice and beautiful way of life. So I understand either way. So Elon Musk is somebody that you can find online right now to make sure that you can go and be successful right now. So make sure you understand that every single day that we're going to focus upon a list of people every single day that are successful in my life achieving aspects, so that I can go and really send out nice and beautiful content every single day. But Earl Nightingale, I see Earl Nightingale is another individual that you have to go and really check out. And this individual has a beautiful attitude, and he's able to always teach you something about life, because I understand that he is a podcast individual and one of the pioneers of podcasting and entrepreneurship back in the days. And now you must understand that before the internet came out, he's like the Larry King of life, but he is doing it before Larry King. But you must understand. So make sure you understand that this individual is like Oprah Winfrey, for example, but he is starting it before Oprah Winfrey, for example. I realized that what's important about Earl Nightingale is he writes books, and he writes something of material to help you out every single day so that you can go and succeed. So when you hear his voice, for example, he has a soothing voice, so that when you listen to him, it's like when you understand something around life, and it's much more when you listen to the words and all the vocal tones and everything. He really smooths out the process of your listening skills and your way of life, because every single day it's that kind of leadership tone. You have to understand that when you go read one of his books where he starts speaking or something like that, make sure you understand when he starts speaking, I promise you, then you understand how to really just have that kind of attitude going for yourself, because it's really that tone that you need in life. So it's Earl Nightingale. I see now he owns a nice and beautiful Earl Nightingale. I see Nightingale. I see Earl Nightingale. So I understand that he owns the Earl Nightingale Conant audiobook program. So I understand that either way, that most of the best of the people of the world are actually in his program right now. So he's always looking for more people, even today with his nice and beautiful, let's say, orchestration and company of audiobooks, where the best audiobooks in the planet are going into this 1% range of audiobooks that is the best in the world. And he is always the founder of that one. So it's Nightingale Conant. So make sure you understand to go and read out that nice and beautiful idea, and go into that program in the websites and start reading from those nice and beautiful equations right now. So that's a beautiful idea for me, because audible.com never works for me anymore. So I understand that what works for me now is Earl Nightingale Conant. So I understand that is something I have to do right now. I understand that either way, that if you just go and really pronounce yourself every single day into the dictionary of life, and then understand that no matter what, that we have to go and be much more inspiring in daily life. I understand Napoleon Hill is also somebody that you have to understand. So Napoleon Hill. So Napoleon Hill is a author back in the days who actually inspires people with the Think and Grow Rich book. And now I understand that his book over here is very smart, because he teaches you about life even today. And you must understand this individual also writes about a lot of inspirational content that you have to go and really check out. So every single day you must understand that no matter what, that since we're always looking for people and new people and founders of life, make sure you understand that no matter what, that we're always inspiring people, and we're always looking for people to make sure that we go and head off in a better way and direction for life, to make sure that we can go and succeed more. To understand that we have to go and really find the best photos all the time of everybody, because that one there is always understanding that no matter what, if you go and understand every single day how to succeed and how to lead and how to really be an inspiration, then understand every single day to go and really find the best individuals in the planet to go and succeed with daily, because we need to always understand that every single day we have to focus upon something greater. So focus on something that helps you. What is helping you today is you. So make sure you understand if you focus on yourself all day long, then we're focusing on something that helps us to grow in different ways, and understands every single day that you must understand how to communicate in front of people is the greatest thing of all time. So making sure all the time they understand that when I go and list all these nice and beautiful billionaires and millionaires in my nice and beautiful photos every single day, I'm making sure that no matter what, they understand Napoleon Hill. So Napoleon Hill. So every single day, I'm understanding that no matter what, that when I talk it out every single day, I'm understanding that I have to go and really, really pronounce E, for example. So Napoleon Hill. So I'm just writing it down, but I have to understand that since I'm writing it down, I have to actually speak it out as well. So I'm just saying the word I know the word I only. I know nothing else except the word I only. So I'm understanding that way. I understand that either way, that what's important is understand, grow yourself, and actually be the one who's actually writing it out in a way that you understand that if you promote people, then you shall promote people in a way that's going to help people to succeed. So that's the whole point of my Instagrams, and it's the whole point of listening to somebody who's actually going to help you. So focus on something that's really helping you today to achieve greatness for yourself, because that's what you need. You need to be able to understand courage and success every single day, to understand your fortune is in what you make of it. So if you understand every single day, I also have a nice and beautiful fashion photo trend of beautiful woman inside of my nice and beautiful Instagram as well, of just for you ladies out there and for you men out there as well, to understand what you are trending every single day in terms of what's trending. So I'm understanding either way that I just go into my Instagram all the time and I'm focusing on all these ideas, and I'm just talking about everything. I'm talking about life itself. I'm talking about making sure that no matter what, that everybody's going to have the best time with themselves. Because if you have the best time with yourself, then you're going to understand either way that we have to find something in life to succeed with. So always find a nice and beautiful way of saying whatever you want, but make sure every single day you understand that if you find anybody gorgeous, just make sure you understand how to really become even more gorgeous, because it's in the words that you speak. So we're always looking for the nice and beautiful words of life. So if you understand every single day to focus on having the best photos in the planet and doing the best you can every single day to succeed every single day, that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding how good you can be with yourself. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to go and really, really boost your life quality every single day, then we're focusing on understanding that you have to go and really, really dwell upon life. So focus on understanding that if somebody else has what you want, then focus on understanding that you already have that. You already have what you want right now, and it's in you right now. So if you understand that no matter what, that if you're thinking about other people who are going to get them first before you, then understand that you are the one that's going to get yourself before anybody else. You deserve yourself much more than anybody else. So if you understand that it's more about you today and how successful you are rather than how successful they are. So focus on understanding that what we need to do daily is understand a greater way of life, and then also pick out the photos of everybody that you need first in your nice and beautiful Instagram, and then go and understand from that point on to go and promote everybody that you can in terms of what you believe is successful, so that you can go all the time to succeed in different ways and strategies every single time, to focus upon understanding that what you need out of life is to be a success. So we're always focusing on understanding every single day that the most successful aspect of life is focusing on something that is you. So if you understand yourself in the nature of life, then focus on something that is really, really going to help you move forward. Because every single time, you must understand to promote one Instagram at a time that is new and different all the time, because the whole point is promote different aspects of life. And now, if you want to understand anything about life, then understand every single time that there's always a new aspect of life that you have to deliver somewhere along the way. So make sure every single time that you're going to go and focus upon understanding that no matter what, that we have to go and really, really be more. And I realize now, I understand that every single day, that if you want to be a sugar daddy or anybody in life, then guess what? I promise you it's much more about the nice and beautiful words that you speak every single day than anything else. So we're focusing on understanding every single day that we have to focus upon loving our life. So loving life is different, but if you go and focus on checking out people in a way that you have to understand that it's more about you than them. Focus on understanding that you're never missing out on anything, But what you have to understand about life is understanding every single day to focus upon something greater. I mean, what is greater for you is something that's understanding that no matter what you do every single day, is focus on delivering content that's going to help you move forward. I promise you, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding every single day that we have to focus upon life. I mean, focus upon something that you love to do. I promise you now, that's the whole point. I promise you now, if you understand every single day to focus on loving yourself, I promise you that's the only aspect of life that you need. I promise you now, focus on saying that no matter what you do out of life, that you can succeed all the time in your lifetime. I mean, make sure you understand that you can always succeed in your lifetime by focusing on the greatest intent in the world, by showing people that you are promoting them. So if you promote them, I mean, go and show them. I mean, go and show every single day what you are in life. But if you say and you state that it's your fantasy about them, and you actually tell them that you're promoting them as well, then actually what happens is, I mean, you win actual bonus rewards, and you actually become more of a man or a woman when you understand to really, really put it out there. So make sure you understand that every single day that we are going to focus upon understanding that it just raises your popularity every single day in the process. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we're always understanding that if you have somebody in your fantasy, then guess what? I promise you, if you tell them that, I promise you, they also stay true in their fantasy as well. So make sure you understand that what's amazing about life is understanding that we always have to go and pick out the best photos of people, but also to understand that no matter what, that we have to lead with grace. I promise you, if you lead with grace all the time, I mean, focus on understanding that there's always much greater that we can do in life to succeed in different ways. Because what's important for myself every single day is understanding new photos of new people every single day in new regards every single day to focus on something we love to do. But if you look at somebody, I realize it's much more about the nice and beautiful way of life than it is about what they're doing. I mean, in a sense, so focus on understanding that every single day that what we need to focus upon is life itself. So focus on really, really dwelling upon information giving. So if you really want to be inspirational every single day, then focus on understanding that we have to go and lead people all the time, and understand that she's hot, for example. So if she's hot for you, then understand that, guess what? If she's really, really into you, really, then guess what? I mean, you have to understand that she's somebody who you have to go and really, really dwell upon in a different way. And you have to understand to inspire people through information, through different ways, and then understanding every single day that you have to understand that if something in terms of words is actually happening in your life, then focus on understanding that we have to go and dwell upon life itself. So we're focusing on understanding that we have to promote ourselves all the time in different ways. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding that no matter what we're doing every single day, is we're focusing on understanding every single day to level up. So if you're leveling up and you're actually always dwelling upon something that you love to do daily, I mean, that's the whole point of actually becoming something more. So becoming something more is what we need every single day. So love our life so much that we understand how to succeed. I mean, that's the whole point. So if you actually want to find something better for yourself all the time, then guess what? I mean, every single time you can always understand how to level up yourself and go elsewhere if you understand something. So I understand. So every single day, the whole point of life is finding something much more attractive for yourself. So what is much more attractive for yourself is understanding that if somebody has to level up your nice and beautiful way of life, then understand this. I promise you, it's much more that you have to level yourself up all the time to state the obvious. I mean, what's the obvious for you is something that you have to understand every single day. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that I'm just going through a lot of photos of people so I can see much more about them and what's going on about life. So that way I understand I'm always much more curious about life, because when I'm curious about life, I'm understanding something about life. I'm understanding every single day that it's more about the words that you speak than it is anything else. So if you want to understand every single day how to live life, understand every single day how to really, really dwell upon something that I love to do. So every single day there's always something newer to do. I promise there's always something newer to do in life. So focus on doing something that's really, really going to be pleasurable for yourself every single day to succeed in different notices of the world, because that's what you need to do. I promise you, what you need to do is state the obvious. I mean, state the obvious so much that you love people. I mean, loving people is all you ever want. So understanding every single day to focus upon something that is brand new for you is something that you need to deliver. I promise you, delivering that nice and beautiful strategy of content every single day is something very treasurable. So if you can treasure your life and you can understand how to speak those words together, and then you can understand every single day how you feel about it in the process. Roshi, that's the whole point, isn't it? Roshi, the whole point is understanding to just go and promote your being and who you are, and then focus on understanding that there is nothing to be afraid of if you're understanding how to live life. So living life to the fullest is the best kind of way in the planet to go and achieve the success that you deserve. So if you understand that every single day you must go and understand to go and organize your content along the way, because guess what, Roshi, nobody else is going to organize your life for you. I mean, in a sense, so realize every single day I'm trying to always help you. I'm trying to understand that there is a lot of content out there that you can do with yourself right now, but just be able to talk with yourself all day long while you're actually doing your content, because it's very inspirational when you can go and become whatever you want to be. But I understand I'm a millionaire and I'm a billionaire and I'm a multi-billionaire, because I understand I'm a multi-millionaire as well, because I understand that's why I'm talking so much, aren't I? Approach now, that's the whole point. Approach, I'm a music producer as well, so I'm focusing on doing something all the time. I'm doing it with Jesus Christ's name, because I understand that I have to follow the 10 commandments of God, because that's how Jesus Christ lives, but that's how I choose to live too. So I understand that it's because I understand that either way, that if you want to go and inspire people to greatness, then really be somebody great for yourself. I mean, be the greatest version for yourself right now, and focus on understanding that I'm always first in my life. I'm always understanding that I want to promote people in different ways, and I'm understanding every single day to do so, because when you promote people and how they are, and you're promoting all the time their nice and beautiful fashion modeling of how they are, I want you every single time focus on understanding that it's the whole point of what you want to do. So make sure every single day you're understanding that no matter what, that we're going to lead people in different ways and strategies, and we're going to focus upon understanding that if you promote people, then you shall also promote yourself. Russian, if you promote yourself in the life, Russia, you must understand how to really succeed in life in different ways. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that if you understand every single day to focus upon loving your life in different ways, I mean, love your life in ways that's going to help you grow. Approaching now, that's the whole point of life. So we're focusing on really delivering content every single day, because what you need to realize about anything, I mean, you must understand that there's always much more nice and beautiful content in life, because I understand the word I all the time. So the word I is something that I understand. So I know my word I only. But now I understand that's how you can actually always understand that no matter what, if you just come back to the I, then you can also be silent about other words that you speak. But now that's what I'm understanding every single day to do so, every single day in a different way, because it's so beautiful to understand that if you have a beautiful body and you want to really inspire somebody to succeed every single day, then focus on really delivering that content that you need, because it's very beautiful every single day to understand that no matter what, that we have to lift, and we have to lift different ways, and we have to lift different people all the time, and we have to understand every single time that we're going to understand everything. I mean, we're going to understand everything about life. I'm brushing now about life in terms of how you state everything in the obvious. I mean, make sure you understand that every single day we have to go and focus upon something necessary to succeed. So what is necessary for yourself today is to understand that there's always a greater life for you, but you're never missing out, because guess what? I promise you, the words are speaking for itself. Because guess what? I promise you must understand that the words that you speak is much more satisfying than anything else in your planet. So if you understand how to go back to the word I always, and then understand that no matter what, that it's always the word I that really counts, then understand that's how you actually overcome everything, regardless of what you're saying. So always go back to the word I, so you can understand that no matter what, that the word I is I love you, and understand every single day I'm understanding how to really do so. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I realize there's so many women out there that you can be with. I mean, there's so many men out there that you can be with, but they're never going to really amount to what you're capable of. I promise you, there's much more than that. I promise you, there's so much more that you can do than those people. So if you understand every single day, then if you're posting photos of other people online, then post photos of themselves in terms of post photos of them where it actually fits the equation of life, where you can also promote them in a way that you can really live life to the much, I realize, to a much greater degree for yourself, to post a photo of everybody where there's nothing else in the photo except them, and make sure that nothing of words is in the background while you're actually posting these people, because we want to be able to understand that we want to see much more of them than to read the words. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that you have to read words, and I realize words are very important, but in an image, or else we want to see the image only when we're actually looking at people in photos. So when you look at my Instagram, for example, I mean, there's no freaking words on it. I mean, there's no freaking logos on it. It's just me in the background in a nice, beautiful, colorful fashion is the whole point of what you're trying to do. So every single day, look for yourself to understand that you have to go and really, really be much more persuading about life, but understand that what's much more pleasurable about life is understanding yourself. Otherwise, if you understand yourself every single day and you understand how to succeed with your life and who you are, then understand that you're never ever losing forth anything because you have your word I. And then we're focusing on understanding that what you need to understand about life is you. If you understand yourself all day long and you understand that no matter what, that you're always looking for new ways of dealing with life in different ways, and you're understanding every single time that you deserve to live life to the best of your ability, then understand every single day to always be constantly checking your nice and beautiful audio programs to see is it all working for yourself, because that way you're going to understand to really, really promote yourself in ways that's going to help you. So understand that no matter what, then when I look at my nice and beautiful content every single day, I'm always understanding that I want to go and really, really dwell upon something that's going to help me succeed. Because when I understand to succeed in different ways, I'm understanding how to live life to the fullest, because that's how you have to live life to the fullest. When you have to live life to the fullest, to the extent that you make your life worth it. I mean, that's the whole point. So focus on understanding that no matter what you're doing every single day is a better, nice and beautiful regard for everybody. I mean, make sure everybody around you is going to succeed in different ways. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding that no matter what, that I realize that every single time that what I want out of life is realizing every single day how to succeed every single day in different ways, because the strategy of life is understanding that what you want out of life is success. I mean, success for you is so much more than life, I promise you. So sometimes you may see or when you see a woman, for example, I mean, the woman's nice and beautiful body and her range of body is much better when there's no six-pack on it than when there's a six-pack on it, I promise you. And why is that? I promise you, it's just, I can really, really tell it's much more feminine for a female to have just belly fat on the front of her nice and beautiful belly than to have freaking six-packs on it. I mean, do you understand? Because it's much more of a woman-like nature, and I can see it. I can see so much more about life, that if you really, really realize something about life, then understand that you must have a toning up of a body in a way that's going to help you to grow. So focus on understanding that the woman's boobs, for example, and when you see women's boobs, you must understand that if they're more natural and they're bigger, it's much better. When it's more natural and bigger, but if they're fake, when they're fake boobs and you have natural boobs, now the ones that are, let's say, fake, you must understand it's much better to have natural ones always. Natural ones always are much better than the ones that are actually fake. So I realize now, you must understand that no matter what, you can see that. So focus on understanding that you have to be natural upon life and you have to be natural upon success. So focus on understanding that I understand you ladies out there, and you must understand you guys out there as well. I mean, we have to have natural kind of tendencies over here. In a sense of, make sure you're understanding that no matter what, that when we're leading people in different ways, I mean, we're looking for ways to improve. I can say we're always looking for ways to do with life. I mean, we're making sure that no matter what we're doing every single day is a new life, because we have to focus upon loving our life in a different way, but making sure every single time that we're going to focus on really, really dwelling upon something that we love to do. So when we're promoting somebody in life, then look to promote them people. Now, I could say look to promote people who are actually online right now, and look to understand that if you just promote somebody online all the time, you actually win popularity here. So understand every single day that if you really, really go and do something about life itself, and you understand how to come back to the world in terms of your word I understand that the word I is always everything in terms of life. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I know my word I only. And that's how I really, really understand that no matter what, that I can promote people silently, even though I go and actually do my video content and also my audio content along the way. So that's the whole point. So I've been speaking for 1 hour while I'm actually doing my content over here. So either way, understand that that when you are really, really dwelling upon life and you're really, really fascinating yourself in a high degree nature, I mean, go and focus upon promoting people all the time in ways that's really going to help you, but promoting them once is more enough. So focusing all the time in understanding that if you want to go and understand something about life, then promote yourself and other people along the way, and then you realize, and then you're going to understand that no matter what, that there's always much more to deliver every single day in everybody's heart, because what's important is understanding a greater way to do stuff. So if you just go and do stuff much more with if you just go and do stuff much more with yourself, then you understand every single day that more people will follow you the more you actually do. So if you understand, if you're doing much more content than everybody else, then you deserve it. You deserve to be free. You deserve every single day to focus upon life strategies and something that's going to help you succeed. So we're focusing on understanding that every single day you have to really, really focus upon life. Focus upon really, really dwelling upon yourself in ways that's going to help you. And that way we're going to understand every single day what we need to do. But if you want to man up and you want to do something that's really going to be really quick and straightforward with yourself every single day, then you have to understand how to really live life to the fullest. Go and really, really understand that there's always much more to deliver every single day. But we're focusing on understanding that if you have some kind of nice and beautiful fantasy going about people, then guess what? I promise you, if you want to promote them even more, guess what? I promise you, there's always a nice and beautiful way to do so. But make sure you understand every single day that you keep promoting them. And now you have to understand that you can do that if you want to. So every single day, focus on always delivering content and promoting people all the time in a way that you understand that if you want to see somebody again, then go for it. Go and understand that if they win bonus rewards in your life, then go and promote them even more. In a sense, so that's the whole point. The whole point is really, really dwelling upon really, really satisfying yourself in a way that you're going to understand something about life. And it's really, really that you're understanding yourself in a way that you record yourself while you're actually doing content along the way is something so beautiful. So focus on delivering content for yourself that's really going to help you and other people grow. That's the whole point. So make sure you understand that no matter what, if you go and really, really dwell upon being somebody that you want to succeed with, then understand that it's really about your communicational skills that's really going to help you. So that's the whole point of life. So if you understand every single day that what we need in life is a greater you right now. So focus on understanding that what you need to really do right now is understand right now how to succeed much more. And then we're focusing on delivering content all the way. And now, I understand either way that you must understand every single day that there's always much more people that I'm promoting all the time in my life. I'm focusing on delivering content in different ways and strategies. But I'm focusing on understanding that if you want to go and really, really deliver something of quality all the time in different ways, focus on really, really delivering something that you want. That's so beautiful, isn't it? What's beautiful is understanding that you can promote people much more than you intend to. And that's actually even more because God always promotes you regardless of what you're doing. So focus on understanding that's the whole point of making sure that you want to go and really, really justify yourself in a way that you're growing yourself and other people. Because if you want to do anything about life, then understand how it is to really, really be ahead of the content. Because if you just really, really speak out your content and you speak out the words to what you're doing, then you really, really find it all fascinating, just like Jim Rohn. You must understand. So what you really do about life is understand that no matter what, that life is just fascinating. Jim Rohn says that all the time. You must understand. So just focus on doing something that's really going to help you move forward. But make sure every single time that if you want to go and do something much more about life, then we're going to understand how it is about life in different ways. Because understand that no matter what, that we're just fascinating all the time, aren't we? Actually, we must understand every single day that no matter what, that we have to learn how to grow each other. If you learn how to grow each other in different ways, then we're going to understand that we're looking for nice and beautiful ways of persuasion over here in different ways, and we're looking to inspire the world with greatness. And when we are great and we understand how to be great, then show the world your fantasies too, and show the world what you really mean about life. Because it's really, really, it's really interesting when somebody loves you and when somebody understands you and how you actually live in life. But if you actually go and write your name on actually in terms of you're tagging other people on Instagram, be sure to understand that if you copy and paste the words of that Instagram into actual the caption of the Instagram, and you post the Instagram to caption the Instagram to tag the Instagram, just make sure you just go back a letter and then type the letter again so that the Instagram can pop up. Because otherwise, if you just copy and paste the actual Instagram name, then it never really pops up with the Instagram on the tag function. So if you're trying to tag them, then try to understand that you have to write it out for the actual Instagram to pop up. So what I do is I copy and paste their full name of their Instagram, and I write it out in my actual notes journal first, and then I go and I crop the photos, and then I go and post it up online into Instagram really quickly. But what I do is I get the nice and beautiful, let's say, Instagram name, and I post it into my nice and beautiful journal first, and I write it out, and then I copy it, and then I paste it into my caption. And then the Instagram name, in terms of the actual Instagram, never actually shows up for me at first. But then what I do is I go back a letter and I type the letter again. And then what happens is the actual Instagram pops up this time, and I just click it, and it tags on my actual caption, and it tags the Instagram on my actual caption of my Instagram. And that way I understand either way that I have to go back a letter and then type it again to actually see the profile. And that's the whole point. I mean, just be able to express yourself in different ways. But life is fascinating all the time, and we're just making sure that we have to go and deliver content that's going to help us move forward. I mean, that's the whole point of life, is to understand that if you want to go and succeed every single day, and you want to understand that no matter what, you have to be free, and you have to be free to deliver in different ways, and you have to make sure every single day that we're focusing on making sure every single day that we're going to go and deliver something for nothing. Because what's important every single day is loving life. I mean, if you can love life and you can understand your life right now, then you can understand every single day to promote the people in terms of the women or men that actually have the Instagram. So if you understand, instead of the nice and beautiful profile of all of that, I mean, make sure you understand, I mean, go and promote all of it all together. So all together, you must understand to promote everybody all together in your Instagrams if you're promoting other profiles and people in that profile, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point of life is understanding that we have to promote even more people. So understand to expand your context. I mean, expand who you are. I mean, expand the actual dictionary of your life. And now, if you understand every single day that I make audio podcasts as well, while I actually go and do synonyms. And now, when I do synonyms, I can do audio podcasts while I'm actually learning and growing along the way. And that's the whole point. Whereas the whole point is understanding that you have to grow quickly, and you have to be talking and talking and talking and talking to be able to go and do what you want to do, because life is really quick and life happens really quickly. And then understand, if you have a quick life, then understand that you must understand every single day that you have to be talking much more. And that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that we're going to really, really realize something about life in different ways of persuasion and different ways of really, really understanding that no matter what we're doing in daily life, is we're learning how to really, really get ahead of the crowd. I mean, understand? So if you're getting ahead of the crowd, then you're understanding that I'm doing my Instagrams up right now while I'm actually speaking this whole hour of podcast and more. And guess what? Approaching, that's the whole point. Approaching, that's how you get ahead. I mean, so no matter what, I realize, has this nice and beautiful podcast been something for you today? Approaching, you must understand either way, of course. But understand either way that it's interesting for myself to listen to myself this way, because I'm learning something along the way. I'm learning new skills. I'm learning new fashion degrees. I'm learning how to really understand something about life. But if you understand that if you're just promoting one photo of something, then promote that individual only in your Instagram, and that's it. I mean, in a sense, so for example, I may go into an Instagram where there's actually full of women on that Instagram, but then I look at the tagline and it's actually that woman that they're promoting. So I do a screenshot of that woman and I just promote her. I never even promote that Instagram, because what's important is understand that if you want to promote their Instagram, then put it underneath and just say where you found the photo. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that you have to promote much more, and there's no excuses for why you can never promote. I mean, you can always promote anybody that you set out to really, really promote, but make sure you understand that what's important is understanding how to promote people and understanding the nice and beautiful Instagram. I realize now you must understand to always reference it and just say referencing. Just say referencing from that kind of Instagram. So understand either way that if you just go really reference the people's Instagram of where they are from, then understand that we are going to promote both Instagrams in our nice and beautiful hustle over here. And you must understand every single day that what we need to do is also set a caption or something like that where you can put an emoji that's pointing straight to the woman that you're promoting on Instagram, while also promoting the reference of where you found that beautiful woman of that Instagram as well, which is, for example, I say Alexa is this nice beautiful woman over here, which is my caption, and then also I just say below referencing from this kind of Instagram. I mean, in a sense, so I'm promoting both Instagrams on my actual Instagram post. I mean, so that's the whole point. I mean, promote both people, and we actually found the photo and the photo of the girl or woman or man that you actually are promoting, or the company or whatever. So that's the whole point. So then what you do is you do a screenshot. Do a screenshot of all of these nice and beautiful ways of life, and then go and show people screenshots of who you're actually promoting in your nice and beautiful Instagram. So then I realize when you understand how you're actually promoting people, then what you do is you message them completely and then just say, this is my promotion of you. And now, since you're understanding to promote yourself this way, Roshi, it's much better for you to understand that if you make them aware about it, Roshi, it's much better of a leadership nature to understand that if you want to understand that since you're actually talking on that nice and beautiful, let's say, audio podcast, that you can go now and speak to other people right now on Instagram and Facebook and anybody that you want to talk about and talk to all day long, while you're actually recording yourself and your legacy along the way, because there's no waste of time. And now that's a beautiful idea that I've just learned right now, that you can go and talk to anybody you ever want right now while also recording yourself doing an audio program along the way is a beautiful idea for you to have more friends along the way, and to also orchestrate a way to talk to people online while you're actually doing audio programs is amazing. So I'm just learning much more about life. So I understand every single day that if you just go and really, really promote people, if you promote people all day long in different ways, just understand that you have to go and really, really understand how you're speaking over here. So if I just do that, understand it's much more that you have to understand how to pronounce it all in the word I again, and then understand it's the way to go. So I understand every single day that when I go and realize how to really speak every day in different ways in life, I understand that there's always much more to do in life. So I'm understanding that if I do this, I understand that I have to go and really speak it out as well. So I understand that no matter what, that I understand that, for example, in Serbian, you have to say, ja promoc iram. So yeah, or else now, if you want to say in English, for example, say in English and then go and really, really go and understand that you can use a Google Translator. If you want to, let's say to somebody in Serbian or any kind of language to anybody else, you want to, let's say, let's say you want to state something to them. What you do is write the message and then go and do a Google Translator, copy and effect in terms of copy and paste the nice and beautiful English to the actual language that you want to speak to them with. And then understand that you can just copy and paste it like that while you're actually speaking your audio program in the same time. So you never have to go and really, really speak out those words that you're trying to actually explain to people. But what you do is go to Google Translator and type it in that nice and beautiful fashion. And then you're able to actually promote yourself even better while actually staying silent in the actual nice and beautiful audio program, while actually talking something different, while actually promoting something else. So, for example, I'm making sure that I'm promoting myself, I'm promoting you here. So, since I understand I'm promoting you here, I actually go and I select all, in terms of I select that nice and beautiful message, but then I just go and copy that message to the actual, let's say, Spanish or Japanese or whatever kind of language, and I go and I copy and paste that message in any kind of language right now to somebody else. Yeah, guess what, Branch? The whole point of life is understand this, that if you want to really, really understand life, then understand that you have to go and really, really promote yourself in a way that you are doing better. Yeah, promo vision. I see now. You must understand that if you go really, really understand that you realize something about life. I realize if you want to go and really, really do something, and if you have to go to a toilet, then speak it all out really quickly, and then understand it's more about the overall nature of what you're doing. So if you understand that you can copy a message, you can write a message down while you're actually speaking an audio program. Do you get that? You can write some other kind of message into a phone while you're actually speaking this program right here, for example. So I'm speaking a program right here while I'm writing a message to somebody else. You understand? But then that message, I want to write them in a Serbian fashion. I want to write to them while I'm speaking English. I want to write to them Serbian information. In a sense, so what I do is I go on Google information. I go on Google Trend and I go on the Google Translator and I type in English what I want to say to them while I'm actually speaking to you at the same time. And then what happens is I send them the Serbian version of that English sentence via Google Translator, which is via my phones. And then I do something to make sure that I have my podcast and audio program going while I'm doing all that. Welcome guys back into my nice and beautiful series over here. So this is just my life coaching session. So what I'm actually looking to do over here is I'm looking to organize my nice and beautiful files over here in a way that I understand that what I do about life is I talk about life in different ways so that I can understand that I want to be able to go and life coach and be able to do what I need to do to succeed daily. Because what's important is understanding that if you want to go and really become anything that's much more worthy of your life, then understand every single time to be able to go and pronunciate yourself in a way that you're always recording yourself along the way doing what you love to do, because it's the most important aspect of your day. And it's being making I realize it's making sure and being able to understand how to really dwell upon yourself. So make sure all the time that you're going through your phone and going through all your content so you can go and understand how to label it all. And then also playing back your content is a very nice and beautiful way of saying that if you shall do that, then you shall also inherit the kingdom of God. And then you shall understand every single day that you're going to understand how to really talk in front of a crowd. Because what you need to do daily is you have to understand how to really pronounce all that you have while also promoting yourself, while also promoting yourself along the way. So you understand that no matter what, you have to organize your files. I realize now, every single day, if you just organize your files and you be able to daily just upload content that's important to you right now into the nice and beautiful mega drive that you have, just make sure you understand that you must go and download the nice and beautiful mega drive application that I have inside of my Instagram, and understand that what's amazing is just go and click the buy link so that you can go and find yourself doing much better in all of that. So make sure you understand that you need an online storage for yourself to be able to recommend a greater way of life, because I do everything in my mega storage online. Because what's important for myself today is understanding that I need to go and really dwell upon uploading all my content into the online storage, which is mega drive, so that I can go and really be something greater for myself, because I understand that it's my training ground and it's something that I need to do all the time to be able to organize all my files. And now I can say that when I organize my files online, I can say the most important aspect of life is being able to just do something along the way where you're actually going and uploading content online while you're watching Netflix. So when you're watching Netflix, for example, as you're uploading content online, I realize that you are also pronouncing yourself much better, and then also downloading your content while you're understanding that you are doing that eventually to be able to go and connect it all together into audio cutter, so you can go and do some nice and beautiful editing for yourself. And you can understand that no matter what, that the more words you speak in the life that you have, the better your life is. So that's the whole point, guys. And the whole point is making sure that you can go and really dwell upon everything that you have every single day, and then always understand that you need the time to yourself to be able to go and really study upon life, how to be the best version of yourself. So what I do on a daily basis is I understand that no matter what, that I want to go and really dwell upon the best kind of way possible for myself. So what I do is I entertain myself while I can also read, and while I can also do my audio programs in the night, and I can also go and read from my nice and beautiful mentors today. And I can also understand either way that it's just my breakdown of my life in a way that I'm understanding that I have to go and do something to really help myself here. So I'm understanding that when I help myself, I'm making sure I talk more words in front of you, and I make sure to make more audio content like this so that everybody can hear me. And now when everybody can hear me much more, or actually the whole point is making sure that everybody can understand what my words are and why I'm here, and understanding my story as well, which is very important for myself to go and really study upon everything about my life. So when I'm choosing about life to do something that I love to do, I'm making sure all the time that I'm doing something I've never done before, because that's the whole point of my life. And now the whole point of my life is to be able to go and understand that I need to go and dwell upon better words and to lift myself regardless. So just recently I was having some nice and beautiful trouble to really get my audio programs into fruition. So here I am, because I understand I'm always pounding through that communicational skills to be able to go and justify a better way for myself to live a greater life for myself. So I understand Jesus Christ does send me a lot of information about how to really move forward all the time in every single day. So I'm understanding that I have to be strong, and I have to just understand that always I have to be making sure I'm always abrupt in a way that I'm growing in different ways, while also making sure I'm entertaining myself while I'm doing audio programs is the best way for myself to grow. So I'm understanding that either way, I understand either way that it's 12:10 a.m. right now. So the important thing of life is that when I watch Netflix, for example, I make sure I turn the nice and beautiful sound all the way down, because I only ever watch the images inside of Netflix. And the reason for that is so that I can go and pronounce myself much better. So I'm understanding that if you see reactions of people and how they're actually reacting toward other people all the time, then just make sure that there is no violence going on in the actual scenery of what you're watching. So you must understand that what's important is understanding that if you really want to go and dwell upon a better life for yourself, then go and increase the nice and beautiful capacity for yourself to go and really love yourself. I can say, however, when you're about to sneeze or something and you're about to do something that's really going to help you, then just go and really watch as many images as you can, and go and read or as I can say, go and realize. And I realized that you must realize something, that you must go into the nice and beautiful Netflix and also into life itself, and also be able to do programs while you're watching Netflix and while you're actually talking to people, because that way you're going to understand how to really be ahead of the crowd all the time. So now the crowd is never really, let's say, curious about you today, but I understand that what you need to realize about life is to be curious about yourself even more than other people, because other people never have you in mind today. But what they have in mind is anybody who is, let's say, themselves only. And that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that you just have to focus on yourself today, because that's the only passion and that's the only dream that you have. I mean, there's no other kind of dwelling that you need to do other than yourself today. So understand to go and read more about everything, and be making sure that no matter what, that you understand Jesus Christ every single day, and that you're following Jesus Christ all the time, because that way you're going to understand that it's much more about you today, because that way you're going to realize how to love yourself. So those people who do love themselves are the ones that are really getting into the content of their life, and they're looking to study and they're looking to understand life itself. So be able to understand how to really dwell upon something that you love to do all the time in ways that is going to help you grow. But if you really want to go and study in something, in terms of you want to do something that's going to help you, then make sure every single day that you're increasing the nice and beautiful likelihood of your chances of success through different ways of persuasion, and making sure that no matter what, the people around you is going to be nice and, let's say, proactive to make sure that you're planning a nice and beautiful life ahead of you, because that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm always focusing on understanding the people around me and how I'm actually doing in my life. So if somebody actually walks in on you, then just make sure that you're always talking and you're being much more in preparation, in terms of you're preparing yourself, and you have much more preparation about what's going on in your life all the time, so you never ever lose your word eye or anything like that. So make sure you understand that you never ever scare yourself, so that you understand every single day that you must understand that it's much more about understanding yourself more than anxiety and more than anything about life. So every single day, that if you just lift your words upon what you're doing daily, and you just relax and you just understand how to go into the imagination of life, and then you understand that no matter what, that you have to go really dwell upon a better wording in your life. And then you understand that no matter what, that during the night time is the best time also to be able to do your content alone. And it's so amazing to be able to understand how you're going to really live life in different ways. So make sure that if you want to go and do something today that's going to help you move forward, then realize that you must go and really give yourself all the attention of the world right now to be able to go and really live your life to the best idea possible. So if you understand every single day that you need to go and love your life, first, that's the whole point. First, the whole point is understanding that no matter what other people are doing, that you just go and do something that's much greater for you. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're living life to the fullest, and that you're also making sure that everybody around you is a much more inspiration than you are. Because guess what, that's how you become a great inspiration. Now, every single day, I'm focusing on different areas of doing something that I've never done before. I'm making sure that my audio programs are going to be much more, and I understand either way that I need to be doing a lot more content today than ever before. So I'm understanding that when I do a lot of content today and I do 6 hours of content every single day, that's a nice and beautiful way to understand that it's 6 times 15, which is, for example, let's say for every single year of my life. I understand that no matter what, you must understand that when I make 1 hour of content, that's 3 years of content. So when I say that when I'm doing 4 hours of content, I realize that's 12 years of audio work or video work in my life that I can and also may be able to achieve. And I understand either way that when I really allow myself to go and really, really pleasurize in a better way, where I understand that no matter what, that nothing can get in my way when I speak over the words. So if you understand every single day that you're going to focus upon a dilemma that is really, really better for yourself, or you're going to focus upon something in terms of you're going to use people's words and you're going to understand what people are doing, or you're going to read what's going on around the world, and you're going to understand every single day how you're going to really, really succeed. You're going to understand that most people are just wasting time and they're not doing much in terms of life. And now why is that possible? First, now, because they're never doing much in terms of life, you must understand it's more because they are people who are blocking themselves from communicational skills, and they're blocking themselves from actually teaching people right now. So what you need to understand is why I'm teaching this video right now in terms of my audio program right here, because this is something that's going to really, really help you in different areas of life to understand something about inspirational people and something about successful people, because I study them every single day. And because I study these people so much, I understand how they feel about life, and I understand that no matter what, that when I look at them, I can see exactly how much struggle they have, and understand that no matter what, that people are just unaware about what to do daily. So I'm focusing on actually always lifting myself every single day as much as I can, because today is a beautiful day for me and I learned so much today, and here I am still learning much more today than ever before, because I want to be able to go and pronounce myself in a way that I need to go and love myself every single day, to focus upon different areas of life, because I want to be able to do my audio program everywhere in terms of nighttime and daytime, and I want to be flexible about it, because I understand that expressing your mindset every single day in different ways is the best way to understand a great legacy and how to actually pronounce your work and what you're doing every single day. So if you're focusing on something that you love to do daily, just understand I did go for a difficult time in my life where I was doing a lot of drugs, and I was actually never communicating intentionally, and I was never trying to really, really help other people with my communication, and that is the worst way to live. So now, if you understand that no matter what, that Jesus Christ is all about communication today, and I understand that when you're really, really growing in a profound way every single day, that you remain positive about what's going on around in your life, because that way you're going to understand that if you realize about anything that's going on, then guess what, you have to be able to understand how to lift people in the process of what's happening. So understand communicational words is the best way to become a human, and understand that no matter what, that if you understand every single day that you are the word I, then understand that no matter what, that you understand every single day how to speak I love you to everybody, because that's how you actually grow as a spiritual human being. But understand that no matter what, that what we need to do all the time is focus on understanding every single day that we need to go and lift people, because that's the best way of life. And now, if you understand life itself and you understand every single day how to lift people in different mannerisms, then what we need to do all the time is focus upon understanding that we must focus upon understanding that our nice and beautiful phones must be charging all the time before anything happens, because we never want to be doing anything to, let's say, run out of battery while we're doing a video or audio recording. Because what's important is understanding that we need to be ahead of the crowd upon communicational skills. So when you can be ahead of the crowd in communicational skills, then you can actually understand why you can be an even better individual in the process of helping people in what you're, in kinds of things of, let's say, of what you're doing in life. So the whole point of life is understanding that if you be successful upon life and you succeed in different ways, and you make sure every single day that you're going to help people in different ways to love your life all the time. And then you're going to understand that no matter what, that you're learning about different aspects of life in different ways, and you're understanding to speak over anything that's negative about you. Then focus upon understanding that the more words you speak, the more positive you can be. Now, the more silent you are without speaking words, the more negative you get. That's what it is. You must understand. So learn to speak more words for yourself. Learn to understand that if you do anything to really, really boost your life quality daily, and you look to make sure that you're never wasting time, but that you're looking at people and looking at situations where you understand that no matter what, that you're looking in a way that you focus upon understanding that every single day that we focus upon something that we love to do. Actually, the whole point is understanding that no matter what, that you always have to repeat something in a way that you believe that you, let's say, never did watch in your life. So that way you can see exactly to remember it. So if you remember it, then understand either way that it's working for you in a way that you understand that no matter what, that I see every single day that what's amazing about my life is focusing on different areas of conclusion and different areas, and different ways of understanding that no matter what, I have so much more to do every single day to make sure that my life is prospering. So the whole point is understanding that every single day we have to focus upon loving myself, and we have to focus upon understanding that if you go and really, really dwell upon a nice and beautiful way of fashion and what you want to do out of life, then understand that you're never wasting time if you want to watch much more of life. So make sure you understand that you must be doing some audio programs along the way, and that way you understand that before sleep I make sure to do an audio program with some Netflix going on, because that way I understand that my life is prospering, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can see exactly what's going on in my life and how successful I'm becoming. So it's the whole point of living life to the fullest. So make sure that if you understand that most actors, for example, and people who are on TV are losing right now, and why is that? I understand it's because they're never doing audio content right now. I understand they're never doing video content to help you. And that's why I understand that either way, that what you need to realize about life right now is making sure that you have to be ahead of the game, and you need to be understanding that no matter what, that the game of life is just speak more words, and anybody who can speak more words can also be a greater success than everybody else. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that I'm always learning how to really, really dwell upon life, because just recently, before I even did start this nice and beautiful audio program, I understand I do start my audio programs always because I'm very positive. So I understand that either way, I was speaking very much positivity before, and that's why I understand that before I did start this video before, I understand that I was really, really into my nice and beautiful positive communication with myself. And then I went to find some inspiration to be able to start this video in terms of my audio here. So that's why I'm understanding that either way, that if it's getting late for you, then start speaking audio content right away and start doing some words and start speaking more words in the nighttime. Because that way, if you go and really, really, let's say, speak more words all night long, what's going to happen is you're never going to fall asleep. I promise you, those people who speak more words never have to fall asleep. And I promise you, it's more like that today. I promise you, those people who have no words to say are always the ones that are sleeping more in this lifetime. Now, it's honestly every single day to understand that no matter what, that if you go and really, really dwell upon something that's really, really much more communicational skills daily, then you have to focus upon understanding that nobody else can fulfill you except you. I promise you that having a wife or a husband may be nice to have around, but make sure you understand that they are dragging you down. Anybody who's around you right now except you is dragging you down. And now you may be one who is actually dragging you down right now. And understand many people are actually dragging themselves down right now. And why is that? Because they never understand the word I. I understand every single day you must understand that if you go and really, really dwell upon better communicational skills, then you're focusing on loving yourself in ways that you're going to really, really help people with their communicational skills in a way that you're just going to help yourself. And now I realize now, help yourself in a way that you understand that no matter what happens upon life, that if you really, really understand how to live life in different ways, that you're going to focus upon something that you really love to do while you're actually getting ahead of the game. But if you get ahead of the game every single day and you focus upon understanding on how to really lift yourself in the process of what you're doing, then focus upon understanding that it's more about making sure that we're kinder to the people around us, and that we're making sure that no matter what, that we're going to live to the best of potential that we have. So make sure every single day that no matter what, you're never getting stuck on words because you're looking at your word I, and realize that the word I can never be stuck. I understand now. If you understand that way, then you understand that no matter what, that the word I is something that keeps you straight into the moral compass of your life. And it's the best way of living life right now, by making sure that no matter what, that those around you are going to really, really be nice and beautiful around you, and that you're also experiencing something that most people never ever will experience. So make sure you understand that every single day you must go and do as much as you can in terms of life to experience much more words. So if you understand anything about life, then it's much more that you speak more words than anything else. So it's much more about that, because that way more people are going to respect you over time, and in eternity they're going to remember you much more than other people. I mean, understand that? Because you're going to have a great status in eternity as well, because you have a great status here, and people are going to understand you in eternity. Because if Jesus was somebody, let's say, who never had a great status, and we all went to eternity, then nobody ever remembers Jesus Christ much. Because, do you understand? I mean, Jesus Christ has a great legacy, and that's why when we enter eternity with Jesus Christ, then everybody understands Jesus Christ, because all our lives, Jesus Christ has been in our life in a way that he has this great status. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that's why we can always decipher who's Jesus Christ in the crowd, because you can see he has a great legacy. Because you have to understand that billions of people on the planet right now have no great legacies. And even though they come into eternity with us, although we never remember them, I mean, in a sense, I mean, guess what? I mean, even though we're together in eternity, although the ones that are greatness, they're the ones that we remember even more. I mean, in a sense, so that's why we have always greater status if we do more work with God in eternity. So make sure you, no matter, make sure that no matter what you do every single day, that you understand that everybody has something great to say. So have something great to say all the time, and make sure you understand that any kind of words that you have to say is great. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that every single word in your dictionary right now must be said right now in front of people. I mean, be someone who understands that, and be someone who understands how to lift people with what you're doing right now, because that way you're going to understand that no matter what you're doing, that you're going to go and really lift people, and you're going to always download and upload content in terms of what you need to do every single day while you're actually doing your audio content, and also doing your content along the way. So making sure the way that no matter what you're doing, that you can also change up the subject if you want, or you can go and find inspiration about what to talk about, but making sure all the time that you are somebody who says I love I all the time, because that way you're going to understand that the freedom of life happens within you. And now when it happens within you, then it happens in the word I. And now you must understand that you are the word I. And now understand that no matter what, that everybody is the word I. And now I understand that no matter what, that many people are losing life right now. I understand that many people are going through a turmoil in a way that they never realize who they are. And it's because they have to understand the word I. And you must understand every single day that the word I is something that helps you. And you must understand to direct people to the word I, because that way people actually find out how to really, really live life. So if you understand anything about life, then understand every single day to go and focus upon loving your life in ways that's going to help you. So if you really want to understand how to watch other people and what they are doing every single day, then focus upon understanding that you're cherishing yourself much more than anything else, and focus upon understanding that you need to go and really, really understand that if you're going backwards to watch images, that it's because of anything that, let's say, that may be a pleasure activity, for example. So make sure you understand that if you're getting stuck on images or something in terms of, or something where other people are showing themselves in a video camera or something like that, then make sure you understand that what you need to do is get away from those images that you've seen before, and start moving into newer images, and start talking to newer people. Because if you're always talking to the same people, then you also have some kind of pleasures with those people. In a sense, so what you need to realize is, if you go to a new way, or if you go a new way that you never went before, or what suddenly happens is new people arrive into your life, but guess what? Suddenly life is moving in your life. I mean, life is actually happening for you. But if you're always talking to the same people in your life, and you're always talking to the same people and same people and same people, then life will always be, and life then is always same old, same old, same old. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that what you need in your life is new people. And new people means new activities, and it means making sure that your life is a greater life, and making sure that no matter what, that you're prospering in different ways. But make sure you understand the crowd never cares about you as much as you believe. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that those people who are around you never really care about you as much as you believe. You must understand that. Now, every single day, and no matter what, that when I really lift the crowd every single day, I promise you, I go places, I go travel the world. I go and make sure that all my audio podcasts are now on YouTube and inside of my Mega Drive, and I'm making sure that no matter what, do you understand? I never upload any kind of life coaching videos or audio programs into my IGTV inside of my Instagrams, but inside of my reels, in terms of my Instagram, I only upload 15-second life coaching videos, and that's it. I mean, it's all 15 seconds inside of my Instagram in terms of life coaching, but make sure you understand that everything else in terms of life coaching goes into my Mega Drive and YouTube, and that's it. Now, why so specifically? Because it's just much better of a time management in terms of my life to be able to go and really do something that I've never done before. So I'm understanding that today I'm actually doing audio programs while I'm doing Netflix, and also organizing my content, because I understand every single day that if you speak over words and you speak over people and you speak over everything that you're doing, then you're going to find a better way for yourself. But most people are stuck in the game of life in a way that they have nothing to do. I mean, understand, and what you need to realize is that it's because they have no words to say, and they're very slow about words. I mean, understand, so make sure you have to be fast about the words you speak, because look how fast I am in this nice and beautiful content that you're listening to. But I'm making sure that I'm just relaxing over here, and I'm just enjoying the ride. I'm just enjoying making sure that I can express myself in different ways. But the more I do this, and the more I do this in terms of the more I do this before bed, and I give you this audio program before bed like this, I make sure every single day you must understand that what's important is understand to never scare yourself about anything that is causing you, let's say, horror. So make sure you understand that if you see blood or, let's say, terror on images, that you be positive about everything, and make sure every single day that you understand that no matter what, that somebody out there is trying to scare you away from yourself. So what you need to realize is just realize that it's just blood, in a way that it's never blood, but it's really like a paint or something like that. I mean, just make sure you understand that nobody's trying to kill you. And now, if somebody's trying to kill you, then realize they never can kill you, because Jesus Christ saves you. You understand? So make sure you understand that you never be afraid of other people in any manner, and never be afraid of what you see on images. I mean, in a sense, so if you see something violent in the imagery or something like that, then speak over it and talk words over it, and just say it's just fake. I mean, it's just a film. Make sure you're never scaring yourself. Make sure you understand every single day that if you go and focus upon really, really speaking those words much more, and focusing on understanding about what I'm doing here in this actual audio program, then focus upon understanding that it's the best kind of way to make billions of dollars. And now, every single day, that's what Jesus Christ does, and he makes more money than that doing this. In a sense of making sure all the time that I'm leading you in a way to understand that leadership is the best kind of communication in the world. So anybody who understands that no matter what, that they read my passages over here, or should they understand that no matter what, that they can imply those nice and beautiful techniques right here in what I'm saying, to make sure that everybody else is prospering, because that way we understand leadership. Now, leadership is understanding that no matter what, that if you go really understand every single day that you're doing something that is the word I, then understand that I'm only the word I. I'm only ever the word I here. I'm understanding, although, that I said the word I only in my nice and beautiful audio here. So I'm focusing upon understanding that if you really, really dwell upon the word I here, then understand that nothing is going actually south. But make sure you understand that south and north and east and west is all I. And then understand that no matter what, that what we need to do all the time is focus upon something that is helping us move forward. And so I realize now, if you understand that no matter what, that if you're moving forward in life, understand that if you are moving forward in life, then you're going to focus upon understanding. See, so we need to lift the word I completely, because every single day we're looking for new ways and new tactics of doing something that we love to do. So focus on lifting yourself and other people if you want to understand something about life, because something about life is saying right now that you must understand that if you're lifting your people and you're lifting other people in the process of what you're doing, then understand that it's much more worthy of you to really pick up the attention of what's going on around you every single day, because I feel a nice and beautiful, blissful vibe right now, because I understand that I am really, really lifting myself in the process, and I understand that Jesus Christ and God is always watching under us in a way that they're around us and everywhere in terms of the words. So you must understand that what we need to do is understand God itself, and understand God himself all the time wants you to love you, and he wants everything about you to understand that you're growing. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we have to have that passion for Christ, and we have to understand that no matter what, that I'm talking about Christ Jesus, and understand that either way, that when you really, really love yourself and you love everything that you are, then you understand Jesus Christ and how much he loves you also. So I can say either way, you must understand that no matter what, if you're feeling much more blissful vibes every single day in front of the crowd and what you're doing, and you're focusing upon understanding that every single day that you're always thanking Jesus Christ and you're thanking God for everything, and you're making sure that you're thanking people around you for giving you ideas, and for making sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to really prosper every single time, and then you're doing something that is very blissful about what you're doing, and then making sure that you have to lift that communicational skill all the time. Because what you need to realize about nice and beautiful communicational skills is how to speak words. And now if you understand how to speak words, then go and do some synonyms while you're actually recording yourself doing it. And now just be able to teach people really, really fast about what you're doing every single day, and be able to be fascinating, as Jim Rohn says. I promise. Now you have to understand that what Jim Rohn means about fascinating is be curious about life. And if you understand that if you be curious, then you have to make people curious about what you say too. So make sure you understand every single day that fascinating means curiousness. And now understand that when you understand curiousness, that means curious. I realize you have to be curious about life, which is fascinating about life. And now I understand that no matter what, we're always learning the different meanings of words, because that way we enable ourselves to get the ideas we need every single day to focus upon something that we've never done, so we can always lift ourselves in the process of what we're doing. So if you understand that you can be on your nice and beautiful telephone all day long in the nighttime, and you can do an audio program whenever you want, and nobody's going to stop you, because you're going to find a place where you can sit silently and you can lay down. I'm laying down right now, and I'm laying on my front side while I'm actually watching Netflix, and my nice and beautiful phone is just recording on the actual voice memo. But I'm understanding that if you feel, let's say, fatigue coming along, I mean, guess what? I mean, then you can go sleep if you want. But I understand every single day that what's amazing about life is sometimes that the fatigue does actually come around. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you just understand how to speak over everything. And then if you understand every single day that you focus upon something that's going to help you to move forward, that's the whole point. The whole point is to understand that no matter what, you can overcome anything with words. And that's the only way that you understand every single time that you're going to do something that you're going to succeed with. So succeeding is the game here, and it's making sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to succeed with yourself. So if you're growing and you're growing into an inspiration much more, it's because, I promise you, it's because of the words that you're saying. The words that you're saying is something that's really, really helping you move forward really quickly. So make sure you understand that if you want to make a life for yourself, then you can make a life for yourself really, really understanding, in terms of you can make a life for yourself by really understanding and really, really understanding what your life is. So that's the whole point of life. Whereas the point of life is understanding yourself and other people, and then making sure that we're all corresponding in a better way. Because if you understand either thing, if you understand anything about life, then it's understanding how to speak in front of people better and better and better. Because we have to focus upon learning, and we have to focus upon understanding that people are going to understand us. And that way we're understanding that either way we have more leadership, because we understand how to talk to people. So when we talk to people in different ways, then make sure you're always learning how to really, really talk to yourself, and all day long, because that's the only difference about life. The difference about life is understanding that if you want to go do something that you've never done before, then focus upon understanding that it's the only way to do so, and you're making sure that no matter what, that people around you are just prospering. And when you're prospering in daily life, and you're understanding every single day to focus upon something that you love to do every single day, that's the whole point. The whole point is just making sure that you can go and really, really dwell upon something that you've never done. I mean, just go and realize to be an inspiration. I mean, be something that you want to be in a way that it's going to help you move forward. That's the whole point. So if you want to watch whatever you want to watch, I mean, you can watch so much TV today if you want, but make sure you understand that you have to be doing the audio programs as well. Now I do audio programs while I watch TV. And now while I watch TV, I understand that there's so much more to do every single day, but never just watch TV to just watch TV. Watch TV to do audio programs. Make sure you understand that's the only way today, in a way that you can do a video program if you want,
but make sure you understand that audio programs are the best for this. And it's much more that you understand that you can do audio programs in the night, and you can actually switch off your nice and beautiful, let's say, lights. And then what you can do is broaden up your nice and beautiful mindset to go into yourself in the night, and then you go and talk and talk and talk and talk over the night, because that way you overcome everything and you overcome the situation and the barrier of your life. And then you understand every single day that you're just focusing on something greater, because you understand that no matter what's going to happen, is your life is going to succeed. You're succeeding in life because you understand how to talk. You understand how to be in front of people, and then that way you understand that you're practicing different scenarios of life, and because you're understanding that, then you can actually talk it up, and you can actually be in your communication all day long if you want to. It's very simple, but make sure that no matter what, that you're learning to give ideas really quickly. But if you're getting, let's say, fatigue, then understand that your communication can get slower and slower and slower. Your communication can get actually slower and slower and slower and sloppier and sloppy while you're actually getting more fatigue. So make sure you understand that it's never because of communicational skills, but it's also because that it can be because of communicational skills. So make sure you understand that when you're really, really understanding about life, then anything that's really, really falling asleep very sooner is somebody who never communicates. So if you want to live longer, then sleep less. And to sleep less, you have to communicate more words. So that's the whole point of life. Approach the whole point of life is understanding yourself and other people, and then understanding that no matter what, they have to try something new all the time, and you have to be focusing on something that's really going to help you. So if you focus on making sure that your life is abundant and your life is something much more than yesterday, then focus upon understanding that we are focusing on our life in a different way every single time, and we're focusing on doing something that we love to do. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that we have more in ourselves right now, to be much more fulfilling in ourselves, to have more of life and more images and more everything in terms of life, because that way we are going to fulfill ourselves in different ways, and we're going to make sure that no matter what, that we have all the courage in the world to succeed, because we are somebody famous and we are somebody who's going to make sure of that. So make sure that no matter what, that it's just about positive vibes today. It's making sure that no matter what, that everything in terms of life is growing. So if you grow every single day and you understand that you're growing in different ways, then understand that you're safe. You're safe. There's no amount of people who are going to cause you trouble in life, because you're positive and you understand how to get through life. You understand you understand every single day how to go and do something great, because you're somebody who understands how to communicate. And now when you understand how to communicate, then you communicate in different ways, and you make sure every single day that people around you are people who just love to inspire you. And because you're around these people, then they are always with you in a way that you are kind to them, and then you are making sure that no matter what, that everybody's going to find a blissful way about you, because you are kind and you are somebody who does help people. And that way you're going to understand why you can be free, and you can be encouraging people to go and do something that you've never done before. So if you understand how to convince people to do anything, then understand that's the best public speaking range approach. The public speaking range that you need is a nice and beautiful way of speaking. So when you're speaking in a way that you're understanding, then you're understanding every single day how to understand what you're really, really talking about. And that's your passion. Your passion is something that needs to be really, really a blessing. You have to understand what your blessings are about life. You have to really, really, let's say, dwell upon something that you've never done, so that you can understand what you have. So when you understand how to self-reflect about that, and then you understand how to write it down, and then you understand how to give a story about it, and then you understand every single day that you stand up in front of a crowd and do it, and then understand that either way, you understand that no matter what, that you're going to realize that you need to go and really, really inspire people regardless of what you're doing. Realize the only way to live life is to be an inspiration. If you understand, many people are inspirations today in different ways, so make sure you understand that you have to be the one who's more inspirational than the crowd if you want to be more successful. So understand that no matter what, that once I understand anything about life, I understand I just want to teach more. So that's the whole point of a great attitude, isn't it? It's being able to go and really, really dwell upon life, and being able to really, really delay gratification as much as you can, so that you can go and do much more content for yourself, and so that you can go and really, really dwell upon a better way for yourself, and so that you can understand something much greater for yourself, and then you can understand every single day that you're going to do Jesus Christ for yourself, because every single day we're going to understand that no matter what, that you just have to do yourself a favor and make sure that sometimes we have to be funny in our nice beautiful audio, because we're going to focus upon understanding that it's about the nice and beautiful range of ideas. Because when you're funny about something, then you have comedy, and comedy is something that Jesus Christ loves. And it's more that you understand that everybody loves comedy, and you must understand God agrees with everything you're doing in life. So if you understand that no matter what, that you have to go and really, really dwell upon understanding on how to speak with people and how to speak with the tone that you want, and understanding that no matter what, that there's always much more about life. And then you have to be testing life in different ways to understand that no matter what, do you go and record yourself singing? I mean, go and record yourself doing something that is your talent right now, and understand that no matter what, that you never waste a second of your life, because you have to be documenting, and you have to be documenting your life quickly, because life does go quickly, and I mean, life goes really quickly, and you must understand that you have to be living life right now. I mean, be living life now, and never ever live. I mean, never ever miss out on life, please. I mean, make sure you understand that most people are missing out on life, and they're never ever really living. I promise you, you must understand that if you want to go and really, really do something much more pronouncing in a way that you're learning how to, let's say, dwell upon a better way, then learn how to understand that no matter what's going on in your life, that you're talking better and that you're feeling better, and then you understand much better. Brush, that's the whole point. Brush, the whole point is making sure that whatever you want out of life is more success. And once you understand more success about life, then understand that most people never believe in you and what you have to give. And why is that? Because they never believe in themselves. I mean, they never believe in themselves either. So make sure you understand that every single day, that what you need to do is lead the crowd in a way that you never need other people to believe in you. Because that way, you are going to be somebody who believes in yourself. I mean, just saying, because that's more of an inspiration than other people having to believe in you. I mean, just saying, but when you believe in yourself so much, then other people will, then other people believe in you. Then other people believe in you because you believe in yourself so much. I mean, in a sense, so make sure every single day that you're believing in yourself in a way that's going to help you move forward. I understand that's the whole point of life. So we're focusing on delivering content in a way that we're speaking and we're public speaking in front of crowds, because we understand something about life. I mean, we understand how to talk in front of a crowd. And that way we understand how to electrify people in different ways. And we understand how to talk very quickly. And we understand every single day how to practice about what we're doing. But you have to become your own persona, and you have to understand that no matter what, that life is right now. And because life is right now, then you have to understand every single day how to live life. And because we understand to live life in different ways, then you understand that no matter what, that we have to treasure ourselves in a way that we're learning how to grow. So I'm always teaching myself how to grow in different ways. I'm making sure that no matter what, I have more than enough in terms of life in whatever I have. I understand that every single day I'm always learning that the word I is much more than enough for me in terms of life, but I'm learning all the time how to push myself to have more and more and more, because I understand that way you focus upon loving your life in a way that we or else in a way that we go and really understand something about life, that I can always change it and I can go and read something else as well. So I'm understanding that either way, that if you go and really dwell upon life and what life gives you every single day and what you're doing, I realize you must understand that if you watch so many images about life, then it's so satisfying to be able to just see people accepting you in the actual images of what you're doing. So make sure you understand that if you have images playing around in the background of whatever you're doing, then go and change it up and go and mix it up and make sure you go and do something that you've never done, for example. So then understand either way that you can go, for example, on Instagram, and you can check out different ways of ideas if you want. I mean, go and really inspire yourself in some kind of way. So we focus on understanding that you can go on Instagram and do some nice and beautiful browsing of images if you want, and then understand then you can go and really, really give people ideas as well. And you can also watch entertaining videos of people, and you can see different photos of people as well if you want. So we're just focusing on different ways of ideas over here, and we're looking for different ideas all the time. So if you want to do something much greater for yourself, and you want to do something that's really going to help you, then it's never the muscles that is going to help you, but it's really, really understanding that what helps you much more than that is understanding that you have to go and really, really speak it out in a way that you have to focus upon your life to succeed in different ways. But most people never ever have anything, let's say, of value to give you. So what you need to realize is to love yourself in different ways, and that way you're going to understand that no matter what, that you're learning. You're just learning to really, really dwell upon something that you love, because that way you focus upon understanding that there's always more in your life that you need to go and really encourage yourself to do. So when you're focusing on understanding that there's so much more in terms of life, in terms of being able to dwell upon something that you love to do, then you're understanding that either way, that you must be inspirational and you must be learning how to inspire all the time, because that way you're going to understand every single day that no matter what you're doing is understanding to love yourself all the time, because that's how you have to understand your life. Pressure your life is making sure every single day that no matter what, you're going to learn something about life. But now, learning about life is something that is always, always, always inspirational, because there's always different people and different understanding of life in different ways in terms of what's happening around the world. So we're focusing on understanding that you can play videos if you want, because that way you understand that no matter what, that we're learning how to really, really dwell upon better life in terms of better life entertainment and whatever's happening around the world. So focus upon understanding that we always have to understand every single day our life in different ways, because when you're doing something that you love to do in different ways, then focus upon understanding that we have to go and look at different people and different scenarios of life. So understand that no matter what, we can realize something about life. I realize there's always something more to do in life if you understand every single day to focus upon something that is going to help you. So what helps you grow is something that's communicational skills. So go and focus on different areas of persuasion and different areas of being every single day, because that way we understand that either way we have to focus upon loving ourselves, and we have to understand that no matter what, that if you're really, really understanding life itself today, then understanding that no matter what, you have to go and really, really dwell upon something that is going to help you grow. Whereas now, what helps you grow the most is understanding that we have to really, really see these nice and beautiful ideas about people in different settings and different ways of communication every single day. And then if you focus upon understanding that there is so much more to do in life and so much more to say in life, understand that it's never about pleasure with other people, but it's more about communication with those people. It's more about speaking words to those people that you want. It's never actually anything else other than the words. So you must understand that if you want to go and really, really focus upon understanding how to go and do something that's really going to help you move forward, then understand the communicational skills of somebody who may be dancing or doing some kind of talent is very powerful if you understand how they communicate about it. So we're focusing on understanding that there's so much more about the positive attitude of people every single day, that we're focusing upon talking about other people in a way that we're focusing on doing the nice and beautiful skills of what they have in terms of communication, because it does work. And it does work that if you see people who are, let's say, doing something around their life, then focus upon understanding that what you need to do is understand that you're always loving your life in different ways, but focus on understanding that people also make they make fan pages of people. So if you understand that, then you can focus upon understanding that no matter what, that we're learning about different people and how they really do something about, which is what their communicational skills is. So if you understand how to talk over their communicational skills, then you understand how to pick up their tricks as well. And you're actually learning about the nice and beautiful attitudes of people and how they actually talk about what they do. So we're always understanding that no matter what, that it's about the beautiful attitude of people. So focus on understanding that you have to talk over people really quickly to pick up their nice and beautiful skills really quickly, because that's the whole point. So if you have people who are with you who are actually helping you do something, then it's the whole point about life to understand that you have to have a great attitude about yourself all the time. So that's the whole point of making sure that no matter what, that if you want to go and entertain yourself around people, then understand that what you need to do is really, really quickly be able to focus upon understanding about how you understand about life. So there is some guy whose name is Jackson, and you can focus on understanding that he has a fan page, which is Jackson FRVR. So just go and focus upon understanding to see this guy over here, because he can actually go and dance for you, and he can go and really, really do the nice and beautiful love vibes, man. He can actually make sure that you're successful every single day in different ways. So we're focusing on different aspects of life, and we're focusing on making sure that we are learning how to just be with ourselves in different ways, to make sure that no matter what, that if you want to be funny, if you want to be funny in life, I mean, you can actually go and really focus upon something that is the funniest thing in terms of the reactions of people, in terms of how everything happens. So I'm understanding that there is just this guy who's actually dancing kind of weird ways that is actually working. So I'm understanding that either way, that it's all I understand everything's the word I, but focusing on understanding that if you're just always learning how to really, really dwell upon life in different ways, and then we're focusing on making sure that no matter what we do, that we're always learning about how to really, really process every. I mean, we're processing everything in terms of life, in terms of being able to process life itself, and then being focusing on the nice and beautiful communicational skills of people and how they're actually doing something. I understand if you do that and you focus on really understanding how people dance and how people are giving you ideas along the way, I mean, and then you understand how to pick them up in the communicational skills of what you're doing, then guess what happens? Approach you're actually improving your attitude upon somebody else who's actually showing you something about themselves. So then you speak over them in ways that they only wish and dream that they were you. And that way you understand that no matter what, that you're learning about how passionate you can actually be about yourself as well. So you're learning about no matter what, that you're always much more passionate if you have the better communicational skills. So make sure every single day you learn how to understand that no matter what, that if you learn about something about your life and you learn about really, really understanding why people have all these followers, I realize it's because it's so silent when you dance, and when you dance around music and when people are watching you dance, that they totally forget about communicational skills, and then they just follow you. And now it's much more that it's really the other way around. And what happens with people who are dancing is they are attracting a crowd because they're so good at what they do. And I understand either way that when I attract the crowd, I understand I have to do it in front of people too. But then I understand either way that because I am doing it so silently over here, I understand that it's because I understand that either way that most people just never ever dig what I have to give them because it's my communicational skills and it's who I am. I understand either way. You must understand that because I'm so successful, I promise you, people never want to follow me. So I understand that's the whole case. Roshni, you must understand that people are following people who are less successful. So you must understand every single day that what's amazing about life is going to focus upon really, really being with people who are much more successful regardless. Because that way you're going to understand Jesus Christ and you're going to understand that you have to focus upon understanding to read people's content and go on Instagram and just go and dwell upon different areas of what they're doing because it does increase your vibe and it does increase something that you are. So we're focusing on different areas of making sure that no matter what that we're going to, we're making sure that we're going to succeed and that we're successful a lot in terms of what we're doing. So we're understanding that's how we actually learn about life every single day. So we're focusing on making sure that no matter what, that our life is ahead of the game in terms of other people. And you must understand that it's much more about you than other people, but we're making sure that no matter what, that our life is just really successful all the time. So when you understand how to really, really dwell upon life every single time, then we understand that no matter what, we have to try something new all the time. And we have to be making sure every single time that we're going to go and do the best job in the planet every single day to focus upon something that we've never done before. So if you understand how to do that, then you understand that no matter what, you can just be much more sexier than other people because you have the communicational skills to be able to talk over them and understand Jesus Christ is watching me. I understand every single day that I'm just looking to understand that it's much more how I'm speaking more than other people, and regardless of these attempts that what they're doing in terms of what they're doing about life, I understand I'm just much more in terms of communication over here. But I understand every single day it's much more about how I'm communicating today than ever before. And then I'm understanding that I'm really, really quick about what I'm doing. So because I'm doing that, I understand that I really, really do care about I only. And I understand that regardless of how many people following you right now, I'm pretty sure what's important is the long term and how you're actually dwelling upon a better life for yourself, regardless of how many people follow you. I'm pretty sure you just have to understand every single day how to just go and really, really dwell upon yourself in a way that you're learning about life in different ways. So you're focusing on making sure that you're going to go and really, really be the best version of yourself all the time. So you can always have the nice and beautiful attitude of your life every single day, because the funniest thing is understanding that no matter what, that you're learning how to be successful all the time, because that's the funniest thing. Whereas now you must understand every single day that we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that if you have a team of people who are actually doing something that you are doing and they're following you all the time and you're with them, I'm pretty sure you're only ever as I'm pretty sure you're only ever as success I'm pretty sure you're only ever as successful as those people who you hang around with. So I understand that no matter what, I understand this Jackson guy, for example, I understand he's only ever going to be successful as the 5 people he hangs around with. I mean, so make sure you understand that. So no matter what, if you go and hang around with Jesus Christ only, Roshi, what does that mean? Roshi means that you become the most successful. Roshi, now you must understand that no matter what, that if you just surround yourself around Jesus Christ and yourself, Roshi, it's more enough and it's the best kind of way to live life. Roshi, there's nothing better, Roshi, and you can ask Jesus Christ about that. Roshi, now you must understand that what you need about life is confidence to go and understand that your life is prospering, and since you prosper so much that other people just wish to be you. I mean, they wish to be in your shoes. So make sure you understand that it's because you can speak it up and you can talk it up and you can understand that you can go for hours and hours and hours watching people online while you're actually going and enjoying your life in different ways. So you're actually able to watch people differently and you're able to see how their talents are and you're able to see how good they are doing life in different ways. So I understand that I do admire this Jackson guy because he understands how to dance. And I understand that either way, that when I dance something and I dance in different ways, I'm focusing on understanding that there's always much more to do every single day, because that way we understand every single day that what's happening about life is focusing upon the words that you're saying. So focus upon those words all the time, because that way we learn about different aspects of life and we're making sure that we're never ever doing anything other than connecting with much more people in the planet. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that you eventually have to connect with people to succeed. So make sure you understand that what's much more important than that is connecting with yourself along the way and making sure that you're connecting with yourself even more than other people. But I understand that no matter what, if you're learning about something that is helping you move forward, then making sure that you're always much more successful in different ways and you're making sure every single day you're learning how to really succeed. And since you're doing that all the time, you're just focusing on making sure that your nice and beautiful empathy and what you have about life is successful about life. So making sure all the time you're actually quick about your conditioning and what you're doing about life, and you're understanding that no matter what, that you have always this kind of lifestyle where you're understanding that you can always enjoy yourself being able to do audio programs at nighttime before bed. And you're also watching, and I mean, you're watching Netflix, you're watching Netflix and you're watching Instagram and you're doing audio programs and you're actually reading on YouTube as well, something. And you're actually just doing something that's really going to help you move forward, because that's the way, isn't it? Approach the way is making sure that you can go and edit your videos that help you to move forward in different ways. So you're just always doing something that's new. I mean, you want to make sure all the time that something's going to happen in your life in different ways. And you're going to make sure every single day that we're focusing on making sure that either way, that if you want to really, really dwell upon life in different ways, and you're making sure that every single day you're going to focus upon different understanding of life. And that's really, really understanding that no matter what, if you learn how to really understand how people are connecting together and how people have each other, then you understand that no matter what, that it's really, really how you can actually go and do much greater than them, because you have greater communicational words than them and you're actually able to see through what they're saying. So understand that either way, that if you see through what people are saying, then understand that you are really connecting with them in the words of eternal life if you're speaking those words with them. And now, if you understand that, then you're actually agreeing with them. And that way, you have to understand that you have more friends in the process when you agree with people. And then either way, you must understand that's the way of life. Approach the way of life is connecting with people through words. So if you're looking at something online today, then understand to connect with those people in words and with what you're saying. And then understand that either way, what we're going to do is succeed in different ways, and understand that no matter what, that you're learning about life. So, I mean, you're making sure that no matter what, that you're understanding that nobody can make you afraid. But if somebody's always banging something on the side somewhere, then just make sure that you're learning about life itself, and you're making sure that either way, that if you want to really succeed about life and you want to understand that no matter what, that you're talking about life in the ways that you're going and succeed in different ways for yourself, and then you're making sure that either way that you're going to forget about everything else and you're just going to focus upon life. Approach, that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach, the point is understanding that no matter what you want to do, is understand that it's much more about communicational skills than the financing you have. Approach, you must understand that. Approach, it's much more that you understand that women who go for financing much more than your words are the ones who have a low life. In a sense, to make sure you understand that what's amazing about life is understanding that if you go and focus upon yourself and how to level people in terms of words and how to get what you want in terms of life, in terms of every single day focusing on the strength you have in words. I mean, focus on those words every single day and focus on connecting with someone that you're looking at in terms of imagery, and then looking at them so much that you can talk over them in a way that you're talking so much about them that you can actually sense how you can actually get something that you want. So that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. The whole point is understanding that the word I gets you everything. Approach. Now, every single day, I understand that since I understand that, I can actually go and do my life in a different way. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that the word I is actually the attracting factor about everything that you want. So make sure you understand that every single day, if you want to understand something about life, then the word I is that. I mean, the word I does attract anything that you want. So focus on understanding that the word I is much more important than everything else. And never ever confuse yourself about anything about life, but making sure all the time that you're learning about different ways of whatever you're doing, but making sure every single day that you understand that you must go and really do life in a different way. So focus on understanding that no matter what, that if you have ideas and you have new ideas all the time in different ways, then we're learning how to go and really, really focus upon different ways and different life talents, because you have to understand that no matter what, that if you talk about ideas and you talk about different areas of what you want to do about life, then focus upon something that is new and something that is really working about your life. So understand that no matter what, I can see every single day about how people are and how people are treating about their life and what they do. So make sure every single day that it's never about the 9 to 5 job, but it's more about doing your passion, and it's about making sure that you're becoming famous. And that's the whole point. And the whole point is understanding that most people are working 9 to 5 jobs and jealous of those people who never, I mean, they're jealous of those people who never work the 9 to 5. So make sure you go and actually check out people every single day and how they're actually getting popular. So if you understand that no matter what, that if you want to become much more popular than other people, then speak more words than those people, and that's it. Because I understand that many dancers today, gosh, they love to dance so much, but they're never actually communicating much in terms of words. And you must understand why. First, you must understand because they love to dance silently into music, and that's why I understand that no matter what, I'm learning much more greater in terms of what I'm doing all the time. And I'm understanding that no matter what, if you want to really, really dwell upon something about life, then understand how to do some original content for yourself. So I'm understanding that no matter what, every single day I'm looking for different areas of life that actually help me. So I'm looking to see every single day how to really, really vibe with people. And when I vibe with people in different ways all the time, I'm making sure all the time I'm looking for new ways of dealing with life all the time. So I'm understanding that's why I always have much more happening for myself. I'm understanding that's why I understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to grow, and I'm learning how to understand that no matter what, that some people do have what you never had before. So you understand that? I mean, make sure you understand that you have the word I, and then understand that no matter what, that they just wish to have that. I mean, understand? So that way you go, I mean, that's why you're growing, and that's why you're understanding that no matter what, that you're learning every single day, that you can never fall jealous of anybody when you have the word I. But you're understanding every single day that you have to go and focus upon something that is really, really helping you. So focus on understanding that what you need to do daily is focus upon understanding that you need to go and focus upon life itself to make sure you see different areas of life and different ways of how people are actually doing their content and what they're doing. So we're always understanding that no matter what we want to do is loving, I mean, you have to be loving life in a different way inside our nice and beautiful fashion show and what you're doing about life, and then making sure that you go and understand your nice and beautiful content every single day, and understand that you must be uploading content all the time, and you must be understanding that if you upload content online, then understand that it's just the best way to succeed. So make sure every single day you're looking for a nice and beautiful fashion way of speaking, and it's a nice and beautiful way of saying that you're always ready to be able to go and upload new content online if you really, really want to succeed for yourself. So just make sure you're learning about different understandings about life, but you're understanding that no matter what, the passages people give you are truthful in terms of what they're saying in terms of words, but make sure that no matter what, that you're actually learning about life. And now, since you understand about life and how to actually live life to the best of your ability, then understand that no matter what, that you can understand that you can always make your nice and beautiful videos cleaner, and you can also make sure that you can understand how to really, really talk in silence, and you can understand every single day If you just go back to the I all the time, then understand that's the whole point of overcoming whatever you said. So make sure every single day you have to understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to understand your life, and you understand every single day that you're going to go and be the nice and beautiful aspect of life that you want to be. So it's always about understanding that you can go and see your life in understanding yourself, which is the word I, and then understanding that no matter what, that you just go and really, really dwell upon communication by overcoming it, and then understanding that no matter what, you have to go and understand, for example, when you dwell upon doing something that is really you, now understand that excellence is the way that you want to go and abbreviate something. So just make sure that it's a nice and beautiful saying of how to be excellent with yourself. I mean, do you understand? Because when you're understanding, for example, when you're understanding yourself, then understand that you must be realizing something with yourself to understand that no matter what, that you're learning about learning yourself. I mean, in a sense, so we're learning about different aspects of life over here, because the actual amazing aspect of your life has to be different, and you have to be different in a way that you're expressing your mindset. So I understand Larry King is watching me, and I understand that when you have Larry King watching you and he's saying that he just wishes to be able to do this with you, man. I mean, just make sure you understand that no matter what, you have always a fan in Larry King and other people in Jesus Christ. And I mean, they just wish that they were you in some kind of ways, but you have to understand that you're just always learning. I mean, you're learning something different. I mean, just make sure every single day you understand that no matter what, that we're learning how to succeed in different ways, and then we're understanding that no matter what, that you're going to learn how to be something much more. Because guess what, Roshu, what's amazing about life is understanding yourself. And if you understand yourself and other people, then I mean, then you understand how to really, really dwell upon life. But understand that I have eternity, and then guess what, Roshu, that's the whole point, isn't it? First, the whole point is learning what you want to learn in a way that's going to help you. Roshu, if you can do that, and if you can understand how to do that, then you understand how to really live life. So living life to the fullest is the whole point, guys. I'm making sure every single day I'm learning how to do that. I'm learning how to understand that I have to go and upload all this content. So once I do that, I understand I talk over it in a way that I can do it, because most people never have time to do what I do, because they are somebody who want to be making sure that they are doing something, but they have to communicate more words if they want to get to my level. I mean, they understand, because my level of communication in terms of words, in terms of what I say in words, is something amazing, and you have to understand that. I mean, you have to be able to capture that kind of moments into your life. So we're focusing on understanding that if you upload your content everywhere in terms of life, then understand every single day that we have to focus upon delivering content. So if we're delivering content, then just go and really, really dwell upon something that you have to understand every single day. That if you just go and deliver content yourself and understand personally, then you're just going to do that work tonight, and you're going to make sure every single day that you're focusing upon something that is excellent, and then you're going to understand the persuasion of life within you, and then understand that no matter what, that you're going to go and say something that is really, really helping your life in different ways, and then you're understanding that you're learning about life by making sure that no matter what, that you're going to go and understand yourself. So I understand when you say that I mean, when you understand something in terms of life that is actually helping you in terms of different ways, I mean, you have to understand that the nice, beautiful way of life in terms of what you say is how you have to understand that no matter what, you can always talk over it, and you can always say that how to be persuasion in yourself kind of way. I say now, when you say that in terms of life, and then you have to understand that no matter what, you just say how to be persuasion in yourself through excellence. And now when you understand that nice and beautiful saying, then understand that no matter what, I'm just writing some kind of passage right here. So it's much more important to understand that you have to understand to be able to write these titles, for example, which goes how to be persuasion in yourself through excellence with success. I mean, now why do I write that kind of title right here? Because that title shows me that I can actually do something much greater with how my nice and beautiful titles look on Instagram and YouTube. So I'm understanding that I'm always promoting myself, and everything that I say is the word I. So that's how I really, really enable myself. But then if you really understand to add the descriptions in your life once you do something, let's say in terms of after the audio section, then it's much more better for yourself to understand that you can work faster this way, and you can work faster by making sure that you're successful in ways that you deliver content. But if you understand that other people who speak communicational skills in different ways, and they understand that they want to succeed, but they are helping you in ways, but they're unaware about exactly what to communicate to you, then understand that they're just trying to find themselves, and they're trying to find a better way to be able to deliver that content for you. So make sure you understand that if you want to go and do something great for yourself, then understand that you must go and focus upon your life. And now when you understand how to focus upon your life, then understand that no matter what, that your life must be important. I mean, you must make yourself important, guys. I mean, you must understand that no matter what, that you're going to learn how to communicate. And Baruch, that's the whole point. Baruch, the whole point is making sure that you're going to level up your communicational skills daily, and you're going to make sure that your life is just moving forward. I mean, when you're moving forward in different ways, you're making sure that no matter what, that you're learning really quickly about life. Because when you're learning quickly about life, then you understand that no matter what, that you deserve it to. So make sure every single day you understand how to talk over all that nice and beautiful imagination that you have. So make sure you understand that every single day, that if you're really understanding about life, then you have to understand to communicate more greatness, because otherwise it's never ever worth it. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand every single day that if you go and really dwell upon communicational skills daily, then you're going to really learn about something. I mean, you're going to learn about yourself really quickly, and you're going to learn about success really quickly. So focus upon understanding that you guys deserve success if you understand how to really dwell upon it. So making sure all the time that if you're uploading to YouTube, that you also understand to just let it be like that, because you want to understand that, for example, with Mega Drive and YouTube, that if you have, if you have stuff uploading into Mega Drive and then YouTube also at the same time, then what happens is, I understand that Mega Drive and YouTube cuts off, and one of them repeats itself, and then you have to download and upload all over again. So make sure you never ever upload to YouTube and Mega Drive at the same time, but making sure all the time that you're learning about the different arts and different nature of what you're saying. So then you just go and read something if you want, or just go and do something about your life while it's all uploading online for yourself, and then making sure every single day that you learn something new that you've never done before, because that way you're going to learn about success. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Which the whole point about success is learning about something that you've never done, so you can learn about something that you understand about life. And now understand, it's the whole point of life to understand what you need to realize about understanding about communication in terms of life, and then understanding once you talk, or realize once you talk about something that's really, let's say, in communication directly with you. I mean, guess what? I mean, then you have to understand that it's really in real time that you can communicate to people in terms of life. So I can see exactly how people are communicating to me in terms of those people of the past, and in terms of those people who I've seen in the past and been with. Especially now, I understand exactly how they communicate to myself every single day now, because I understand that they have no communicational skills to talk to me. I understand. So what I do is I get away from those people, because I understand that I have something better to do in life than those people. So then I understand every single day to go and focus upon loving myself in ways that I understand that once I go around better people, such as Jesus Christ, I understand that no matter what, that I just need and I need nobody else except I to be able to talk to myself all day long. And now, since I do that all the time, I make sure I do audio programs like this, and I make sure I'm always successful. I'm making sure I'm organizing my content as much as I can. I'm making sure that I'm getting ahead of the crowd in terms of what I'm doing. But I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning how to succeed in different ways right now. But make sure you understand that time's ticking, and you must understand that you have to have a great legacy. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're going to learn everything that you can every single day to succeed. So make sure that you understand that most people are trying to make you stupid, but you're never stupid. I mean, just make sure that most people are making other people stupid about life, and they're lying to other people about life, and they're going around other people and saying that they're nothing, and they're saying that they're nothing and that they never will amount to anything, because that's how they believe on themselves. And what they believe on themselves is how they believe of you. So make sure you understand that if you want to go really succeed much more about life in terms of what you're doing, then you're focusing upon understanding that your life must be so successful about what you're doing, to understand every single day that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon a better life. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding that no matter what, that you're learning about life in different ways, and understanding that no matter what, that you're going to succeed in different ways, and you're understanding every single day. You have to focus upon understanding how to communicate what people are doing. So if you focus upon communicating everything, then you understand every single day that you're learning about different aspects of life. So you must understand that other people make it to the nice and beautiful way of life, and then understand that either way they deserve it because they are really, really great at what they're doing. So I understand that no matter what, if you go and focus upon life itself every single day, then we're focusing upon different areas of life every single day to focus upon understanding that no matter what, that if you go and really, really dwell upon your life in different ways, that you're going to really, really dwell upon your nice and beautiful way. So that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. The whole point is understanding that you always deserve a greater life. I mean, the greater life that you have is something that you have to understand that if you can communicate greatness in your life, then you deserve it. I promise you deserve greatness if you focus upon understanding on how to talk to yourself. When you talk to yourself so great, then you understand that no matter what, that you're always going to jump over other people and how they're actually doing life because you're never jealous of them, you understand? And that means you deserve their success. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. The whole point is understanding that if you see somebody who's really, really good at what they're doing, you understand that no matter what, that you admire them. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. It's all about the communicational skills. So we're learning about how to do that all the time. So if you do that all the time, I mean, you're just making sure that no matter what, you're learning about life. And then once you learn about life, that you have to be much more about life, and you have to learn about something that you are doing some kind of success. So making sure every single day that you're lifting people and their communicational skills, and then you're actually learning about life itself. So we're focusing on making sure that no matter what, that we're learning about different aspects of life to make sure every single day that you understand how people are actually singing and how can they do that because I understand because I understand something. I understand that it's really about how they're really, really very fast about what they're doing. But guess what? I realize it's much more about understanding that if you want to go and really understand about how people are singing and what they're doing, then understand every single day that it's much more about your nice and beautiful technology. So if you understand your technology is something that helps you move forward. And now make sure you understand that you have to be using it to be able to sing into it and to be able to understand, to write into it and to be able to do videos into it. So make sure you understand that no matter what, you're learning how to really, really dwell upon better communicational skills right now, to focus upon understanding that you have to learn really quickly about those nice and beautiful skills all the time. So I'm understanding that when I do communicate over people and I find out exactly how they are in different scenarios, because I can express myself over the nice and beautiful ways of tonalities and ways of their movements and every single time, and in terms of how successful they are. And I understand that no matter what, I can realize it's much more about how I feel about life and I can see exactly how I understand something about life. So I understand that when you really, really understand how confident you can be about life, I can focus upon understanding that it's much more about how you feel about doing something that you can see about your life. So making sure that no matter what, that if you go and focus upon something that you do, you're just making sure that you're never losing your word eye about anything, but you're making sure that if you succeed in different ways, that you're really, really understanding that you have to admire all the time something that is really, really successful. So we're always focusing upon understanding that everybody deserves success all the time. So make sure every single day that no matter what you're doing is you're learning about successful intent every single day, and you're focusing on making sure that no matter what, that you have to go and focus upon communication in different ways to understand that no matter what, that you have to learn how it is to succeed. I mean, you must understand if you learn how it is, if you learn how it is to succeed daily, then understand that most other people, just everybody else is jealous of you right away because they are unable to talk like you can. So that's why you must understand that if you talk better than everybody else, then everybody else is jealous of you, regardless of how successful you are. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that success is so good that if you just communicate more, then you make the world jealous. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that's the whole point, isn't it? Whereas you must understand that every single day you're learning about different aspects of life and you're focusing upon understanding that no matter what, you're learning about something that is happening for you. So make sure every single day you're learning about making sure you're lifting yourself in different ways. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that no matter what, you're going to learn about how people are trying to be passionate about what they're doing and they're showing up every single day to do it. And that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you can succeed so much you can understand that no matter what, you're going to learn how to be successful. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure every single day that you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to really do something. I mean, make sure you're learning how to really, really understand every single day that you're focusing upon life in a way that you're really, really focusing upon something that you love to do. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're always understanding successful intent and what you're doing every single day is very important. So we're understanding every single day. I see Jim Rohn as well. I understand every single day that when you see somebody in your imagination that they're actually with you. So making sure every single day that no matter what you're doing all the time, I can just see it's fascinating all the time to be able to understand something about life. I mean, I understand all the time how I'm really, really focusing on understanding that I'm always the word I only. I'm making sure every single day that no matter what, I'm sticking to my guns in a way that I'm learning how to grow. I'm making sure every single day I'm learning from different people. I'm learning how people really, really understand life in different ways. So I'm focusing on saying that it's how I grow. But if you understand that no matter what, that really you must understand that what you want to do about life is focusing on a greater life for yourself. Because you want to understand how it is to really, really do something that is really, really successful upon yourself. So if you focus upon something about your life and you speak upon other ways of really, really communicating in different ways. So it's really, really understand your life in different ways and communicate over what you see. So if you understand that, then understand that it's much more about your actual words in terms of what you're saying about what other people are doing than anything else. So if you understand, that's the whole point of communicating in a way that you understand that no matter what, you're going to learn about life. And now, if you learn about life in different ways and you're actually practicing, I mean, you're practicing different ways to succeed in different ways. So the whole point is making sure that you're learning about how people are actually doing their success in front of people. And that is why they're actually becoming very successful. So I'm understanding that no matter what, it's learning about what you need to do every single day to succeed in different ways. Because if you understand about something about life, then we're focusing upon understanding that you have always the talent that you need if you communicate what they're doing with yourself. And then you can do it too if you want. But make sure every single day that what's important is understanding that you must have great quality videos, and you must be able to understand that if you're making videos, then make them in a way that you're doing landscape mode much more than portrait mode. I agree with that, because I understand that what you need to realize is make sure that you do much more of landscape work. I mean, make sure you do much more of landscape videos, because I do agree with everything, but I believe that landscape mode is much better than portrait mode. But I understand every single day, you must understand that's how I feel about life. I understand all that every single day, focus on understanding that portrait modes are something that you can do also. I mean, you can also do portrait and landscape if you want. But make sure every single day you understand that I just choose to do landscape mode, for example. I mean, in a sense, so I'm just that kind of guy. I'm just understanding that I want to go and understand that no matter what, that other people are doing portrait modes. But you must understand you can do whatever you want. I mean, just focus on understanding I choose to just do landscape mode. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I realize every single day that everybody's different, but we're focusing on understanding that if you look at the television today, I promise you it's more in landscape mode than the actual portrait mode. I mean, if you go to cinema today, I promise you it's more that you understand that the cinema is a landscape mode as well. So we're understanding that no matter what, that you're learning about different aspects of life, and you're learning about understanding that no matter what, the people do get their muscles and they get the actual great body look while they're actually dancing. And you must understand that is there also in terms of the success. So making sure all the time that life is always dealing you people who, let's say, in terms of life where you've never been. So when you see these people in your life, it's because you've never been there. So I grew up watching wrestling because I've never been in the wrestling ring in a way that they were. I mean, understand? So make sure I understand that either way, that when I look at people who are dancing, I'm always looking at people who I understand they're fucking doing something that I've never done before. I mean, sense, so that's why they have fucking all the success in that. But then I understand that, so realize this now. I realize that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is watch people who are more successful than you in other areas of life that you've never done. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that if you do that and you understand how they're doing it, and you challenge yourself to do it like they are doing it in a better way, then focus on understanding that you have to go and do something that you realize that you must understand how to really, really dwell upon your life in a way that you can always understand how you succeed is practice. I mean, practice something that you love to do. I mean, practice and understand that no matter what you're learning, that you can also create a fashion modeling photos of yourself on Instagram, and also you can do some nice and beautiful dancing photos and dancing videos of yourself on actual nice and beautiful Instagram every single day. But you can focus on understanding that we can focus upon different areas of life, and we can focus upon understanding that no matter what, that it's really cool when people are doing some kind of nice and beautiful ways of dancing, and every single day you can understand that no matter what, that you can learn about what's going on about life, and you can focus upon doing something that's really cool. So making sure that no matter what, that you're learning about life itself, and you're making sure every single day you're learning about how to grow yourself in the process. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that if you want to be popular, then it's much more about you than other people. And it's making sure that no matter what, that if you learn how to really, really dwell upon your life and how to unlock yourself to make sure that you're much more successful, then it's understanding that it's much more about your attitude and how you go about it all. So making sure that you have to increase your legacy, and you have to understand that it's much more about understanding how much people you're helping rather than how much you're dancing, man. I mean, you understand? So making sure all the time, if you're so much of a dancer, then you're going to teach people how you dance. I mean, understand? I mean, it's never about the fame. I mean, it's more about teaching people how to get the fame than it is getting the fame. I mean, you understand? I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you're learning about life and you're learning about making sure every single day that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon life, I mean, make sure every single day that no matter what, that you're learning about different areas of life, and you're understanding that no matter what, that you're going to realize that every single day we're focusing on different areas of life, then we're focusing on something that helps us. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? But the whole point is making sure that you're learning how to, you're learning how to succeed, because, I mean, when you learn how to succeed, I mean, just go through people's content and make sure you understand what they're doing. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're learning about different areas of making sure that you're learning about something that you do that is going to help other people. So what is that for you? I mean, what's actually helping people in your life? I mean, make sure you understand to be reflective upon it all, and understand that no matter what, that you can always learn about something that people are doing. So make sure every single day that if you go and really, really understand Instagram, for example, so you can understand to go backwards in the way that you go back to the previous page, and also you can swipe down to go to the next video too. So if you want to do that, so make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're always looking for new ideas to give to people, because that's how you actually learn about life. I mean, learn about different areas of life and take yourself on a journey in a way that you love yourself. I mean, bring yourself and invest yourself in a way that you're bringing yourself a better way. So you're learning about different areas of life, and you're learning that no matter what, that you're learning about something else that's going to happen. So that way you're going to focus upon understanding that every single day you're learning about something that helps you. I mean, you're learning about something that's really, really dwelling upon your life. So I understand that no matter what, that if you really, really look at the nice and beautiful people, or what's going on about, let's say, people who can dance, I realize if the people are dancing the same stage, I realize they're all equal, aren't they? I mean, you must understand, although, that if you realize who is much better than the other one, is just realize they're all equal if they're dancing together. And if they're actually with each other, I'm pretty sure they're just as good as each other. So we're making sure that either way that we're learning about different ways. But if you do it alone, if you go alone, then it's really, really how much better are you than other people. You know what I'm saying? So realize if you have a crowd with you and you have a group of people with you, then you are as slow as they. I understand, but if you go alone, then you're much faster in what you're doing, and you actually succeed even more if you just go and do much greater of what you're doing in terms of life. So focusing on understanding that no matter what, if you practice and practice and practice and practice, then we're focusing on understanding every single day that we're going to learn about life. So focus upon talking about life in different ways, so you can focus upon life itself, and you can focus on doing something that's going to help you. That's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding that no matter what, that every single day we're going to learn about moving on, and we're going to go somewhere else, because you have to always have new ideas, and you have to be understanding every single day that if you understand your word I, and understand that no matter what, that you come back to the word I when you see people. I mean, we see woman or man, I mean, just come back to the word I, because the word I is much more important than those people. I mean, in a sense, so never give people too much attention. If you're giving them so much attention, then it leads to pleasure. I mean, in a sense, so that's the whole point. I mean, make sure you understand that what you need to realize about people is many people are giving people too much attention. So what you need to realize is go back to the word I, so you can be much more attractive. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it, bro? Now, that is why people fantasize, and people fantasize about other people because they have no word I. Bro, that's it. Bro, you must understand, and that's why Jesus Christ never ever fantasized about anybody in terms of sexually, because Jesus Christ sticks to the word I. Right now, that's why I'm understanding that. I'm understanding that what's important about my life over here is understanding that we have to go and really, really dwell upon something about success. So make sure you understand. I'm always watching these videos where other people are doing something that I need to be doing. So make sure every single day that you must understand to challenge yourself. And it's much more how I'm always watching more successful people in some area of life that are doing something that I've never done. I realize that now. I realize either way, you must understand that in my fucking feed of Instagram, I always get these images of people I've never had in my life, for example. I understand? So I'm always looking at something that I've never done in my life. I understand? So that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, if you're always looking at what you do, then understand that it's much more about you look at in terms of you making sure that you look at something that you've never done, because that's the whole point as well. So making sure all the time that life is challenging you on all sides of the story. So making sure all the time that if you want to go and be successful, then understand that no matter what, that you only give your eye attention. I mean, give your word eye attention, and that way you understand that no matter what, that every single time that if you just go and really, really communicate that into the story of what you want out of life, then you focus upon understanding that you have everything you ever need right now to succeed. So we're focusing on understanding that what you need to realize is focusing on a better life for yourself. So we're understanding that no matter what, that if you want to focus upon really, really dwelling upon life, then we're understanding every single day to focus upon life. So every single day, focus upon understanding that it's much more about living your life to the fullest and making sure that you're really, really much more sexy about what you're doing, because you can understand that you're looking at the crowd in a way that you're really, really much better. But it's much better that you understand that it's really, really your persona that's coming out. So it's really, really that, and you have to understand that every single day you never ever drag yourself down, and you keep communicating in a way that is really going to help you move forward, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're sexy in a way that you're understanding that no matter what, that you're learning how to really grow yourself. And if you grow yourself in different ways, then you're understanding that you're helping people in different ways, and that's the whole point, isn't it? Because you have to inspire people somehow. And once you inspire people, I realize once you understand people every single day and how they really, really dwell upon life, and then you understand every single day to go and focus upon something that helps you. So every single day focus on that and focus upon understanding that it's more about loving life. So if you love life, then focus upon the new trends of life and focus on watching them and what they're doing. So if you understand every single day that most people are just really, really doing something that they need to be doing, so we're focusing on understanding that we need to go really, really dwell upon life. So if you dwell upon life, then understand that people are together because they are supporting each other to succeed. And since they are supporting each other to succeed, I mean, they're really, really learning about something that they are doing. So make sure every single day that you go and really, really dwell upon life in a way that we're successful, in a way that we're making sure that no matter what, that we're learning about different aspects of life. I mean, we're making sure that no matter what, that our life is making sure every single day that you're going to really, really lift people. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Probably that's the whole point of making sure that you're understanding successful intent right here. And then we're understanding that no matter what, that we're learning about becoming much more. And then you're understanding that no matter what, that we're going to understand my communicational skills in this nice, beautiful video. So we're understanding that when you're leading people in different ways, that you're learning about being away from the crowd, really. I mean, be away from other people, because other people are very slow to actually do anything about life. So if you're really, really focusing on making sure that you're learning about different aspects of life, then if you want to dance in front of people and you want to go and do something in front of people that is very successful upon your life every single day, then you're focusing upon life in different ways. Then you're making sure every single day you're learning about different aspects of life. I mean, then you're understanding that no matter what, you're learning about making sure every single day that people around you are going to be really, really doing all they can to make sure that people are successful, and then make sure every single day. That's the whole point of leadership. So if you understand that if you join other people's crowds and what they're doing, I promise you, you must understand how it is to be successful upon what you're doing. So make sure you understand that every single day that we're going to be the center of attention, because the whole point is understanding how to do that. So make sure you understand that what you need to realize every single day is the center of attention of anybody who's the center of attention is always gaining more success. So every single day, that's the whole point, isn't it? And the whole point is making sure that people are actually learning how to really, really dwell upon life. So make sure you're picking up new ideas all the time. I make sure every single time that I'm learning something about different people and how they dance, and I'm making sure that either way that I'm learning about different ways of life. So if you go and really, really dwell upon something that is really, really nice for you, then understand that no matter what, that you're learning about different areas of really what you're doing. So we're learning about making sure that you have to go and focus upon life itself. So making sure all the time that you're making your life in a way that is leadership for you. So making sure all the time that you have to focus upon understanding that skills is something that you can see right now. So we're always making sure that if you can really, really see really skills from other people and how fast they can actually dance, then you can understand that no matter what, you have to go and focus upon loving life. Love your life so much that you understand that no matter what, you see what's trending all the time in different ways, and we're making sure that every single day we're going focusing something in different ways. So making sure all the time you're lifting people in different communicational skills is something that you need to do, and then we're focusing on understanding that you have to practice upon making sure that you're just nice and beautiful every single day in different ways, but making sure that you have to understand that I was really hurt before, and I was really understanding that I never did have the lifestyle before, I promise you. Now, because I do have the lifestyle now, I understand that I feel much better. But I feel that nobody has more than I. I promise you, either way, that what's important for myself is individuality, and it's being able to be original about what I do. I promise now, since I do so much more content today than ever before, I'm making sure that I'm getting ahead of the crowd really quickly. And because I do that, I'm understanding my entrepreneurship tendencies to be able to speak in front of a crowd really quickly. It's something that really, really helps me to enable myself to lead in terms of different ways. And leadership is something of that in terms of my nature, where I can go and be wherever I want to be. That's really going to be Jesus Christ, because I understand that way I'm learning how to grow. I'm learning how to really do my life much better, because anything that's really positive in life is learning about different areas of life. So if you're focusing on understanding that you want to go and succeed different ways, and you're focusing on understanding that you want to go and do much better for yourself all the time, then you're focusing on understanding that we have to focus on a greater life all the time. So that's the whole point, isn't it, Rush? The whole point is making sure you have to go and focus upon a greater life. So make sure every single day we're going to focus upon making sure that we're always much more successful, isn't it? Make sure every single day that what you focus upon is what you are. Alright, now, if you understand that no matter what, that we have to learn about something that we talk about daily, and then you're focusing on talking about everything that you're seeing. So what are you watching today that's going to help you succeed? What are you actually dwelling upon that's really going to help you move forward? Do you understand? Make sure you're learning about all that. Make sure you're learning about how to succeed forward and how to really, really enable yourself to succeed in different ways, because you have to understand that if you want to go and be successful, then understand that either way you must go and really, really dwell upon your attitude and how you actually look at aspects of life in different ways. So be able to catch yourself out in terms of how lazy you may get, or in terms of life, in terms of anything that you want. So if you want to improve your communicational skills, then you can only improve your words. So make sure you understand that no matter what, if you want to improve your habits, then you can only improve your words as well. And you can only understand that if you want to increase your habits in a way that you have better habits, then you have to talk more. You have to be able to talk more, and you have to talk over the addictions, and you have to understand that no matter what, that we're always looking for ways to understand that I love everything. So make sure every single day that we're learning about different ideas, and understand that's the whole point, isn't it? We're making sure that we're learning about different aspects of life. Just focus upon something that you love every single day, that we're learning about different aspects of how people are watching other people and how people are treating other people while they're actually doing their talents as well. So you must understand that since people are supporting you when you have friends around and they're supporting you, but guess what? Yes, I promise you are the center of attention, but guess what? I promise you that once you're becoming more successful than them, I promise you that they do get jealous of you. I promise you. Now, they're only never jealous of you because you are part of the crew, I promise you. But if you get away from them, I promise you, then all of them are jealous of you, I promise you. I promise they're only good with you when you're with them. So make sure you understand that nobody's bad, but we're making sure you understand that nobody's going to speak for you, and nobody's going to dance for you, and nobody's going to do anything for you. I mean, so no matter who's with you, I mean, they're just with you to drag you down. I mean, you understand? And even though they may be cheering you on while you're actually doing your talents, but they're there to really drag you down, man. I mean, those people are your limits. You must understand that. So never find yourself with other people when you're doing content. I see many dancing people on Instagram today, and they're always around other people doing it. I mean, understand? But guess what? I mean, you must understand that it's much more that you realize that because they are around other people doing it, I mean, they are the center of attention. I mean, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, although what's important is understand that these people who they find themselves with, where they're dancing in front of other people, is usually in front of their friends, man. They're dancing in front of their friends all the time. So make sure you never be that. I mean, never be doing that, because what you want to be doing is dance around crowds where there's nobody else except you. And when you understand that, then you go to the crowd. There's, let's say, your friends, but it's never people that you grew up with, man. So people are dancing around people they grew up with. So make sure you understand that what you need to realize is the successful thing is make sure you dance around people you never recognize, is what I'm saying. Because people who dance around people people who dance around people or do anything around people who they recognize with, or who they recognize from the past, are people who are in the comfort zone. So if you're talking to people of the past, it's because you have a comfort zone with them, and it's because you feel comfortable talking to them. So make sure you understand that what's important every single day is understanding that if you want to go and really, really dwell upon something that's really going to help you, then focus on understanding that you have to focus upon dwelling upon life in a way that you're going to focus upon loving your life in different ways. So make sure that's the whole point, isn't it, Brush? The whole point is making sure that you're doing something different. So if you're doing something different all the time, then make sure you understand that if you have something going for you on Instagram, then people can see it. People can see everything that's happening in your life. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that the whole point in life is focusing upon something that you love to do. So focus upon understanding that you have to go and really, really do your life in a way that you understand that no matter what, that you realize every single day that you have massive power over somebody who loses control. So when you have massive control every single day, and then you understand that no matter what, that you're learning about different aspects of life. So if you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm actually always learning about I'm learning about different people and what they're actually saying and why they're saying it. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we're learning about different aspects of life always. So you have to build your courage in front of a crowd somehow. So I understand how people start off with their friends. I understand that, but then eventually they have to break apart and they have to go their separate ways. And when you go separate ways from your friends and you never see them again, make sure you understand to see yourself only. Make sure you understand that no matter what, it's because I only hang around with myself now, because I understand that people of the past, in terms of who I recognize, I never want to be around them because I recognize them, and I have to go away from them to go meet new people. And that way I understand, that way I'm learning. I have nothing against them, but making sure I'm learning about something different I've never done. But making sure every single time, that's the whole point, isn't it? Rush, the whole point is making sure that we're learning about different crowds and different areas of life, and something that people love to actually learn about different aspects of what everybody's doing. So if you understand that no matter what, that if you're learning about how to lift people in the crowd and you're lifting people in different ways about communication, the communication of words is much more than, let's say, the dancing of life. So you must understand that Jesus Christ teaches you so much about everything about life. Just make sure you understand every single day to always relate to Jesus Christ in a way that you're going to speak positive about Jesus Christ, and make sure that no matter what, that we learn about life. So when we're learning about life, we're learning about something that we can do right now to succeed. So if you're learning about something that you're succeeding with every single day, and you're learning about making different areas of life right now where you can go and really, really dwell upon something that is really, really successful right now with you. Make sure you understand it's really, really just focus upon understanding on how to really dwell upon yourself, because understanding what's important is understanding every single day to focus upon your life. So focus upon understanding that no matter what, that you're learning about different aspects of life, and that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is realize that you have to focus upon understanding how to lift yourself. So when you're lifting yourself every single day in what you're doing, I mean, you're just learning to see what's going on with other people and what's actually trending in different ways. And you're understanding that no matter what, you're always going to catch up with yourself and other people, because that way you're going to understand something about life. I mean, you're going to understand every single day that if you're entertaining yourself, I mean, go ahead, but make sure you understand that no matter what, you must realize every single day that no matter what, you're learning something along the way. So that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. The whole point is making sure that you're going to eat something and you're going to really, really understand that no matter what, yeah, if you realize how much I've done in this content right now, and I understand that either way, I'm just uploading just a couple files online. I mean, it's really, really understand this way. I understand this kind of production over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning about life. I'm learning about something about interest. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding about life, I'm understanding that I'm doing something new along the way. But I'm understanding that no matter what, that my life is just about to just lift off in different ways, because I'm understanding how to really talk to you, for example. And because I can talk to you, I can talk to everybody around you, and I can understand how to really lift all of you people out there, because I understand that's the whole point of this audio podcast right here. Because I'm understanding that's how I really talk. I talk in a different way all the time. So I'm making sure all the time that I'm realize I understand how I really, really understand, and no matter what, that I realize something really, really different in making sure I'm lifting people. So I'm making sure every single day that I learn to see something about life. So I'm focusing upon understanding that no matter what I do, is I'm understanding that if I really, really understand that every single day I'm learning about lifting myself, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can learn about other people and what's going on. But if you understand every single day about how you need to realize how people's communication can get slow, for example. So when they have slow communication around you, then get away from them as soon as possible, because they are people who want to drag you down. So never be around other people is what I'm saying. I mean, never ever be around them. I mean, make sure you understand that you have the fastest communication on the planet. So why do you want to be around other people? So make sure every single day that we have to go, and every single day you have to talk around other people, and you have to talk over them as well. And you have to make sure that no matter what, that people are going to focus upon something that you're learning about different ways, and you're focusing upon making sure every single day that you're learning about life in different ways, to make sure that no matter what, that you're learning about how people are communicating. So if you understand how to communicate in front of people, then you understand that no matter what, you're going to learn about, understand about how people are understanding each other. So learn about understanding that what you need to realize all the time is focus upon understanding that you have to go and realize how stupid people can be with their communication as well. So learn how to speak with people in different ways, because that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding that if you really, really dwell upon life in different aspects, then understand it's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding how to really, really dwell upon life, and you have to understand that some other people really, really, really drop their pants all the way halfway to dance, for example. So either way, I mean, everybody has their own fashion show, but make sure you understand that what you need to realize about life is focusing upon something different. But making sure every single day that no matter what, if you go and realize to make your own persona about life, then it's the whole point, isn't it? I wish the whole point is making sure every single day that you're learning about something different all the time, and you're making sure that you're going to learn about something different all the time. So making sure every single day that no matter what, that I can also make sure every single day that I realize something about life. I realize every single day, if you decipher somebody so much and how they are, I mean, eventually you understand them, and you understand exactly how they're doing in life. So focus on understanding that either way, if you just keep going and keep reading and keep reading and keep reading, then you do understand some people, and you do understand how they actually do in life, for example. So just focus on understanding that now, since I'm understanding this, I just want to go and understand YouTube, for example. And I want to go on YouTube today. I want to understand that either way that I'm uploading something, and I have a 9-minute video coming up, which is how to be persuasion in yourself through excellence with success, and that's coming up online very soon. But then I want to go and understand something about people and how they're doing business as well. So I'm understanding that when people are going online, I make sure I'm tending to just go and really, really dwell upon something that I'm doing right now in a way that I'm talking to people. And sometimes you have to understand to approach people on the street, because when you approach people on the street, you can learn about people and how they are reacting to other people. So that way you understand that either way we're learning something along the way. So the whole point is understanding how to really talk to yourself and other people in different ways. And we're learning about understanding about how people are actually talking in different ways. So if you want to understand how people get angry and how they actually dwelling upon communicational skills in front of people, then you can understand how to talk over them, and you can understand either way. You can turn it down for as long as you want, but making sure all the time that words are never affecting you, and that you can understand how to really, really understand something about life. That if you read over other people's words as well, then you can understand that you really mean what you say, and you really, really understand that you deserve all the success in the world if you understand that you want to go and really, really help people. So it's really with the words that you can help people in different ways, and you can understand that no matter what, you can watch whatever you want. I mean, you can go and watch music if you want. I realize you can watch whatever you want out there, but every single time, understand that whatever you want out of life, you can achieve it. I mean, you must understand how to really, really complete it in a better way, and then understand that no matter what, that we're learning all the time to have photos with other people if they want photos with us, and understand it's only if they want photos with us that we do photos with them. But make sure that you're never going around people at McDonald's and KFC asking for photos with them. Make sure that they are coming after you to make yourself famous like this. Make sure that they are the ones who want photos with you. So focus on understanding that what we want out of life is understanding that we have to communicate everything in terms of life, and we have to be able to see exactly who is very interesting and who is somebody that we can also watch something in terms of what they're saying. So we're always focusing on understanding right now that what you need to realize about different aspects of life is talking good about people all the time and making sure that you look funny all the time. So if you place farts in your videos, then it's the funniest thing ever, because you have to understand that people get very angry upon farting, and people who, let's say, fart in your face or something, actually get so angry because they're lacking communicational skills. So make sure you understand that every single day you never get angry for anything, but you're talking about something in life and what's going on around the world and why they're making anything happen. So make sure you must understand that now the nice and beautiful European Super League, for example, in the Premier League, is happening around town. So they're making a new UEFA Super League or something like that. So you must understand either way that what's important is understanding that if you want to go and create something of a league that's different from other people in competition, then guess what? Realize it's something new, but understand that what you need to realize, it's more about yourself than other people. And you must understand that it's just a decoy, and it's something that's happening behind the scenes to make sure that other people are losing. And I promise you, it's more that it's the bank and the government that's actually making these events, and they're making sure that they can go and make other events to make sure that they're pinning people down. And that's all it is. I mean, you must understand that. So they're targeting certain areas through soccer teams to make sure that those people are going downhill, and that's it. First, that's all it is. Now, I understand that no matter what I do, I understand I can go on Twitter, I can be reading, for example. I could be reading and I can go on Twitter, and while my nice and beautiful dashboard in terms of my YouTube is actually showing on my dashboard while I go on Twitter to see what's trending, for example. So I can do that every single day, and I can see that no matter what, if you want to go and really, really dwell upon something that you love to do, then you understand that no matter what, you're always going to look at nice and beautiful ways of life. And we have to focus upon understanding that you have to go and do your life in a greater way. So making sure all the time that you're looking at what's going on in terms of life. So if you look at the nice and beautiful video of what you're doing, then you learn something along the way as well upon their body reactions and what they're doing. But making sure all the time that if you're really, really dwelling upon life and you're dwelling upon something that you love to do, I can see exactly what I'm doing. So I can see that if you're watching videos, then watch videos. I understand, but make sure you understand if you listen to audios, then listen to audios and read something else if you want. But make sure you understand that it's the same thing and it's equal value. And you must understand it's much more than you realize that. I mean, do you understand that? I mean, make sure you understand that it's just a different act of courage, and it's something different that you have to realize. So if you want to realize that you're making different videos for different people, then you're understanding that no matter what, you have to realize how to go and succeed for yourself in different ways. So we're always understanding that no matter what, that we have to go and lift ourselves all the time, because what you do in life is what you succeed with. And if you succeed really, really great, then you understand that no matter what, you're going to go and do the best you can all the time. So make sure every single time that if you go and really understand that you never be angry on a microphone or anything like that, and you never ever do anything other than a greater life for yourself. So make sure you eat before bed if you want. I mean, make sure you understand that it's very healthy to do so, and make sure you understand that I'm actually making pasta now and making sure that I make some pasta before bed, because I understand that I want to eat something before bed. I mean, in a sense, so I can eat some pasta before bed, I can drink some soy milk before bed, I can go and have some peanut butter with bread before bed as well, and I can have some noodles as well before bed. But I understand that what's important is understanding that I'm still uploading content, but I'm understanding that there's so much to upload. So I'm understanding that I'm always doing it. I'm always making sure that either way, that once I understand this video, I can move on. So I realize that what's amazing about videos is I understand it right away. I understand it right away. So what I do is I move on, because everything is the word I, isn't it? So all you realize is every single day, focus on understanding that if you're lifting yourself from the video, then the whole point is understanding that what you need to realize is understanding that no matter what, that you're learning about the situation. So every single day, go and see something much more about your life, where you can go and really, really dwell upon something that's interesting. I mean, something that's really, really interesting is understanding that no matter what, if you realize something about life, then understand that no matter what, that I can always see what's going on with people right now. So I understand the news is very interesting. So what I do is I go Channel 7 News, for example. So because I go Channel 7 News, I can actually see what's going on around the world over here. So Channel 7 News Australia can give you on YouTube right now a lot of ideas upon what's happening in the Channel 7 News Australia. And you must understand, every single day, if you just click on the videos on YouTube, and then you can actually read every single day upon what's actually happening, and you can actually speed read very quickly. So I'm understanding that the nice and beautiful frenzy of accommodation flights and all that is actually happening. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that people are able to go in different scenarios and different ways of life where they can go and really do whatever they want to do. But making sure that every single day, that if you're learning about just reading the headlines, so all I'm doing is I'm just reading the headlines of all the actual news headlines, because that's something very important while I'm actually listening in the background to my mentors. So it's very, very important that you do this. Now, it's very nice in terms of a skill to be able to understand that if you want to understand something about in life, that you understand how to really, really dwell upon life itself. So I understand every single day, learn how to really, really update people about the crowd and what's happening, because I understand that, for example, in New South Wales, there's a teacher shortage. So if you understand every single day that no matter what, there's no teacher shortage in planets. So make sure you understand that what's important about life is understand that the actual news headlines is very, very negative. So if you read it out aloud, then what happens is you're actually losing. I mean, so never ever read upon the news headlines of what they're saying about the actual news headlines out loud, because if you state it out loud, then it's happening in your life. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand every single day. Now I understand how to really, really understand how to read these actual news headlines. So make sure you understand that you never ever pick up other people's words and what they're saying. So make sure you understand that it's really, really all fake news, or it's all fake news. And what you need to realize is understand that what you need to realize every single day is going to really understand how to really go and do your life much greater. So that's the whole point, isn't it? Because now I understand every single day what you need to do every single day to focus upon something that is really you. So focusing on something that is you is understanding that, yes, I realize you must go and update yourself right now all the time with everything that's going on, while you're actually talking to people. And once I realize while you're actually talking to people, you're learning about yourself in the process, and you're learning how to get around the world. Approach. Now, if you understand how to get around the world, and you understand that no matter what, that you have to be constantly checking the news daily, so you can understand that no matter what, you can see the actual words of everything that's happening around the world, because that's very important for you to understand what's going on around the world, because then you can understand every single day that you're going to be ahead of the crowd, and then always be playing videos while you're actually listening to YouTube at your nice and beautiful life. So you can actually go and really, really dwell upon something that you're doing upon life, in a way that you're listening to your mentors while you're actually reading your nice and beautiful headlines. And then make sure every single day you're focusing upon understanding on how to do that. Because what you do is you actually go on YouTube and you're listening to mentors, and then you minimize the screen while you're actually going and searching up another nice and beautiful headline somewhere, when you're actually going into YouTube and you're actually focusing on understanding that you're reading the channel news headlines in the actual YouTube videos that they post, and you click on the videos playlist, and then it comes up as the most recent videos of the actual, let's say, the nice and beautiful news over there. So then what happens is the mentors in the background is talking. So I'm Richard Branson talking right now while I'm actually on the Channel 7 News channels right now in their actual profile. And I'm just reading from Russell Branson while I'm reading also the nice and beautiful. I'm reading a nice and beautiful news from 7 Australia News with Russell Brunson right now. So I'm understanding either way that what's important is Russell Branson's talking in a separate video while I'm joining some other type of individual over here, which is something else other than that. So I'm understanding that either way that you can listen to your mentors while you're actually reading something else is what I'm saying. So I'm understanding either way that when I really dwell upon financing, for example, or it's so important to be able to go and read finances daily. So if you realize every single day that what you need to realize something about life is realize every single day that you're going to focus upon life itself, and you're going to make sure that you're so successful in your life to make sure that you're doing something that's really going to be beneficial. So be able to understand that if you're always interviewing other people, then interview yourself more than other people if you want to be so much more successful. So I understand that's what I do. So then every single day I do start my nice and beautiful Channel 7 News. I say Channel 7 News over here. I say, and because I do that, I understand I do just keep reading every day about what's going on. And that way I understand that no matter what, I'm always ahead of the crowd. Because if you're ahead of the crowd and you're doing something that is going to help you move forward, then understand that no matter what, that you're always realizing something that is happening around the world, and then you're understanding that you're going to go and really understand how you need to go and really dwell upon your life. So focus upon understanding that around real estate and what's happening around the world is something so important that if you go and really dwell upon making sure that you have so much more intent to be able to help out people, so that you understand that no matter what, that you're going to learn about life itself. So focus upon understanding that everything in terms of words that's happening is true. So you must understand that what you need to realize is no words lie about anything. So make sure you understand that what you need to realize is every single day, look for new areas of whatever you're doing in life so you can understand every single day about your nice and beautiful life. So no matter what, just focus upon being with yourself and being in a better situation. And being in a better situation for yourself to realize that you have to you have to get ahead of the content. So make sure no matter what, that you're always learning upon understanding that you have to go and really dwell upon life. And once you dwell upon life in better ways, that you're always promoting yourself in different ways in front of a crowd, and that you understand that no matter what, they have to go and really speak in different ways all the time. So you can really move on with all the nice and beautiful characters that you have in your life. Approach now, what kind of characters in life do you have? Approach now, you must understand you must have all types of characters in your life that is your word I only, and then understand that no matter what, that you're learning every time about what's actually trending. I mean, if you're learning about trending aspects of life and understanding that you're always keeping your tabs on news and what's going on, then you're understanding every single day that what people are doing today is nothing really. I mean, I said because every single day you must understand that what you are doing is much more, and what Jesus Christ is doing is even more than that. I mean, so make sure you understand that either way, if you just focus on Jesus Christ today, and you focus upon understanding that you have to focus upon loving your life, and then you love your life in different ways, but you're making sure that you're always dwelling upon greater ways of life, and then every single day we're going to do something greater. So make sure every single day that no matter what you're doing all the time, I see all the time something greater for myself. So I understand that no matter what, that nothing gets me down anymore. But I understand if you keep reading the actual headlines and nothing really offends you in terms of words, then guess what? Approach then you can always read anything that you ever want to succeed with. But make sure every single day you must understand that if you want to go really dwell upon life, I see many people really understand that if they get dangerous, then they also suffer consequences. You must understand. Then make sure you understand that either way, you're never hiding behind the scenes, but make sure you understand that most people understand that what you need to realize is speak everything out in terms of words. And then that way you're going to understand that you have to go and really dwell upon something that you're reading in a way that you are dwelling upon a better way. So make sure you're never violent with people, but making sure all the time that you understand what's going on with yourself. I mean, if you understand every single day, if you understand yourself all the time, and you understand that we're going to really develop ourselves in a video or audio program, and we're going to make sure that we're talking all the time, and then we're going to make sure that we're doing something that we're going to understand sometimes in different lifestyles and different understandings, then we're going to understand how to lift from the actual nice and beautiful world of what we have in terms of life, and you must understand every single day how to really dwell upon something in life that's much better. So focus upon understanding that what you need about life is understanding that what you need is a better way. Right now, focus on a better way for yourself, so you can focus upon lifting yourself from anything that's negative. So anything that's negative in your life is understanding that no matter what, if you update people about the world, just go and understand that you have to go and update yourself with everything that's spiritual. So if you're spiritual, then understand that Jesus Christ is everything you update yourself with every single day, and then focus upon understanding that's the only way to be. Everything else is something different. So make sure you understand that no matter what, I understand every single day you're learning about different people. You're learning about who's trending, so you can understand that the new Twitter is actually the news channels. Understand? So if anybody's on the news channel today in terms of life, then they're actually trending. Understand? So make sure that if you want to trend people and you want to do something to really dwell upon a life expectancy of a better way, and the focus upon understanding that it's about a nice and beautiful attitude with yourself and other people, then making sure every single day that we're always learning about lifting ourselves. So lifting ourselves in a way that we're focusing upon never being negative. So focus upon understanding that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding that if you want to go really dwell upon life, then focus upon speaking upon other people in a way, and or else in terms of how they're speaking to other, in terms of how they're speaking to other people and how they actually vibe with you and what they're doing with you every single day. So if they never care about you, then of course they never call you and they never want you around. In a sense, so always be looking at people's information and writing down the words of what they're saying in different ways. So you're always updating yourself in different ways about life and making sure all the time that you're making sure that you're living life. So make sure every single day that you're hunting for something of information that is going to help you to grow, and understanding every single time that you have to look at those ideas so that you can understand how to really grow yourself in the process. Because that's the whole point, isn't it, Brush? The whole point is making sure that you have to focus upon something you've never done. So focus upon loving yourself every single day so you can understand that no matter what, that you always realize that if you read too much headlines in terms of or else if you read out aloud the news headlines, then guess what happens? Then you actually get negative. So make sure you understand that never in your lifetime do you ever never ever read the nice and beautiful anything in terms of news headlines out aloud, because they're so negative in terms of the actual words that they speak. So make sure you understand that. What you have to realize is just watch it and just read it internally and just speak better for yourself. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that since I'm actually learning about whatever it is about life, I'm always understanding that I have to go really dwell upon a better way here. So I'm understanding that I have to go and learn how to talk much more. Brush, that's all it is, isn't it? Brush, you must understand that if you focus upon greater aspects of life and you focus upon lifting yourself and other people, then focus upon understanding that you have what it takes to succeed right now if you focus on yourself only. So focus on yourself only if you want to really dwell upon something greater for yourself. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you have to go and realize every single day that you deserve a greater success right now. If you understand that no matter what, that if you're going to learn about life, especially now, every single day you must understand that I understand that no matter what, that most people never really have a life. They never have anything. But I understand that either way, I'm understanding that I have to go and really eat something right now in terms of food and drink, so I can go and really dwell upon a better life for myself. I understand either way that if you really dwell upon something that you love to do for yourself all day long, then understand that what you need to do is always delay gratification as well, and make sure that either way, if you do that, then you get stronger as well. You're always getting stronger right now. Either way, that if you really understand that no matter what, that you're really going to go and do much greater for yourself, you must understand every single day to focus upon something that you do much greater in terms of life. Make sure every single day that what you do in a nice, beautiful way of life is focusing upon something that you love to do. You understand? So make sure every single day that you're doing something that you're going to understand about life that's really going to help you move forward. Because every single day is that kind of nice and beautiful way of life. Approach now, that's all you have to do. Approach you every single day. It's much more about understanding the leadership mindset and how you grow. So grow yourself in ways that you've never done before, and understand that either way, guys, I make sure that you understand that you focus upon your life, and have a great day.
Welcome you guys back into my nice and beautiful episode of life coaching. I understand that what's important, guys, and is understanding that you have to be doing your Instagrams up, and you need to be able to be doing a lot of content today to be able to succeed. So what's important is understanding that you need to upload content right now into Instagram, and you need to be able to understand what you need to do to be able to be successful, because those people who are successful are understanding that no matter what they're doing in terms of life, apparently they always need to be doing more content in terms of leadership and personal development and music, and making sure that they are having a career for themselves all day long. I promise you, anybody who understands life understands how to really understand how to grow with oneself. So if you understand that no matter what, that your life shall be prospering only if you really love yourself. So if you're loving yourself all the day long, and you're understanding that no matter what you're doing, that you're going to focus upon loving yourself with different aspects of life, then you're going to focus upon understanding that there is so much more to do every single day than you think about. I promise you now, make sure every single day that you're doing far more than what you deserve every single day, to focus upon something that you love to do. Because what you love to do every single day is a better you, and it's being able to understand that you need to go and really focus upon your life in different ways. So if you focus upon life in different ways, just make sure you understand I never do captions in Instagram anymore, because I'm doing my audio programs while I actually do my nice and beautiful, let's say, Instagrams, and everything that I post on Instagram is just the way it is. But I'm also just writing everything down into an audio program instead. So what's important for myself is to understand that either way, that when I really grow myself all the time, I'm making sure that I do all my Instagrams up. I make sure every single day that I go and really study the game of what I'm doing, and I just focus upon having a greater life for myself all the time. Because that's the whole point of anything that you want to be doing, is making sure that no matter what, that everybody understands you and what you're doing throughout life in different ways. So make sure every single time that you're just going to go and do the best you can about all you're doing, because that's what you have to do. But you must be understanding that no matter what, that in life people are going to be successful, and you have to understand how to take ownership in a way that you invest ownership into yourself to be able to succeed with everybody, and to be able to lift people all day long is the best way of life for everybody. So we're understanding that no matter what we're doing today, is that we're going to be successful because we understand something about life, and then that way we're going to understand how to lift people regardless of what's going on. So make sure every single day that you can focus upon loving yourself in different ways, so that you can focus upon understanding that your life is very successful right now in some degree. So some degree of success you have right now, and you can also share that with other people right now, and you never have to wait for anything. But you have to understand every single day to go and focus upon loving yourself and other people right now, so that people can understand you, and so that people can understand how you actually do what you do. So understand that no matter what, that if you expose yourself all day long, and you expose the type of individual you are right now, that's the only aspect of life that you need to be doing, which is exposing yourself much more, so you can focus clearly on what you want to do. So if you want to do something that's really helpful for you, then understand that it's much more worthy for yourself today to go and focus upon loving yourself in different ways, so that you can go and really understand that your life is worth it if you make it worth it today. I promise you now, make it worth it every single day, and understand that no matter what, that your life is also making sure every single day that you're going to live life in different ways. So if you're living life in different ways, then understand that no matter what, that you're going to understand it to focus upon your life in ways that actually help you to grow in different ways. So make sure you understand that every single time I'm always looking for new ways of improvement. I'm always making sure that no matter what, that my life is setting itself in a way that I'm growing myself. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'll always have much more courage with myself. So I'm focusing on understanding that I need to be always helping people. So I have to be helping people one way or another, and I have to be making sure that everybody here understands why I do what I do. And now, because I'm understanding that all the time, I'm focusing on giving my content while I'm actually doing my Instagrams. It's the best kind of scenario where you can go and focus on yourself. And you can also, for example, let's say you can do your Instagrams in a way, for example, where you have 60 posts on Instagram, which is 10 posts in terms of 6 posts on Instagram a day. And now, because you can post 10 photos per post on Instagram per post, then guess what?
I mean, if you just go download 60 photos for yourself first and download and upload the first 3 posts and then go and do the second 3 posts. So what you need to do is, if you're posting 6 times a day on Instagram, is first post the 3 posts of your life into Instagram. So first do the first 3 posts and then do the next 3 posts on Instagram, because that way you understand Instagram's nice and beautiful module, which has 3 boxes. So do the first 3 boxes and then do the next 3 boxes. And that's how you understand that no matter what, that people are going to understand that no matter what you're doing every single day is your life, and what you have in your life is what you have really, really said in words. So if you want to say more in words today than ever before, then you deserve to be able to go and really, really pronounce your nice and beautiful voice into the planet every single day, and then focus upon life coaching people in different ways. So if you understand that no matter what, that I'm looking always to fashion model myself in different ways, and to go and find these nice and beautiful ways of life where I can go and just stand still in a way that I'm growing, and then I can make sure that no matter what, that I can catch an Uber, or I can go somewhere nice and beautiful every single day where I can go and brand myself all the time, because that's a nice and beautiful method of persuasion every single day, to focus on something that you love to do all the time, where you're never ever wasting time on anything, but you're making sure that you're always either reading something or making sure that you're always doing something along the way, where you can go and focus upon a better life for yourself, because that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you can reply to people if you want to, but I reply to people randomly, and I understand that no matter what, that sometimes thousands of people may message me, and guess what happens? I may reply to 1 or 2 people only. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand, I reply at random. I never ever select people because of something that they've done for me. I promise you, I just make sure that you understand that I never go seeking people online to talk to. I make sure every single day that no matter what I do every single day, is I'm focusing on always checking my nice and beautiful social media to see what's going on with my life. And I make sure every single day that I'm always learning about what people are doing and how people are actually doing what they do. So when you're understanding, in terms of when you're understanding something about love in life, then you're understanding that you must go really, really understand how to, you must go really understand how it is to really, really go and love your life every single day. So focus upon understanding to have a business for yourself, and focus on doing something that you can right now to make sure that you're successful. That's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that you can become successful with yourself and other people right now, so you can focus on something that you've never done, because that's what I do. I do something I've never done before. I make sure I'm uploading Instagram photos while I'm actually talking this nice and beautiful audio program right now. So I'm focusing on understanding that it's like a multitasking kind of thing, but I'm understanding either way that it's the best kind of way to live life. Now, multitask as much as you can and try to do as much as you can in some kind of moment. So make sure every single day that you're always going to focus upon loving life every time, because there's always much more to do in life. There's always much more to be. So you must understand to always go focus upon life in your nice and beautiful direction every single day, to focus on understanding that people do love you to some extent. So make sure that no matter what, that you're just going to file. You're going to file for yourself in a way that you're going to inspire people to make sure that everybody's growing, because that's the whole point of a leadership type of individual. So focus on understanding that I want you to focus on yourself, and then focus on making sure that you have so much love for yourself every single day to do something that you love to do. Just focus on doing that all the time and love yourself, and that way you're going to understand no matter what, that we're lifting people all the time. And that's the whole point. I promise you, the whole point is just making sure that those around you is going to understand about your life, and they're going to understand about everything that you've done and everything that you want, and that way we're going to understand how to grow from that. Because the positive aspect of life is understanding that we are going to focus upon something that we've done right now, so that we can go and improve upon it, and so that we can go and learn about it. What have you done in life? Understand that whatever you've done in life, you must go teaching people that aspect of life right now. So that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that if you want to go and really, really study something right now with yourself, then focus on understanding that you have to be lifting people with your communicational styles, in terms of your communicational styles right now. So just be giving people ideas as quickly as possible every single day, and try to upload as much audio content daily as you can, so that you can be successful. I promise you, that's all you have to do. But I never ever waste time in terms of what I'm doing on Instagram, because I understand that what's important for myself is I'm achieving a greater life. I'm achieving world records over here. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding every single day, I'm learning about different aspects of life. I'm making sure I'm challenging myself. I'm challenging on my nice and capable. I'm challenging my nice capability inside of my nice and beautiful open field of vibration in terms of what is on inside of my life. So I understand that when I really grow in different ways, I'm looking to understand how to expand my communicational skills. So I have to go and do some synonyms today, and I have to go and focus upon doing some audio programs also upon the nice and beautiful way of life that is the synonyms. So I understand that synonyms is something that you have to use every single day to connect yourself with the crowd and to connect yourself with other people. So you're always connecting those dots. So make sure you understand that if you connect the dots together, then you have synonyms and antonyms. So make sure every single day that you're looking for strategies with yourself right now to make sure that no matter what, that you have more vocabulary in your life. So focus on doing that every single day, and focus on making sure that no matter what, that you're going to study and you're going to really, really learn something in the process of what you're doing. Because the whole point of life is understanding that you have to get smarter. So to get smarter and to do anything about life where you can go and really love your life in the process of what you're doing, the best way is understanding that you have to go and focus upon making sure you're lifting people in the crowd all the time so you can understand how to really live your life. So live your life in different ways and make sure that way you're going to understand the best way of life is you. I promise you now, every single day I'm focusing on understanding that I want to go and really, really focus upon everything I've done so that I can go and really, really give you more of what I need to do. So every single day, no matter what I'm doing, I make sure I'm always focusing on my word I. And my word I is something that really helps me to move forward all the time. So I'm making sure every single time that when people see me and what I'm doing, I'll make sure every single time that it's much more about the images of what you're posting than it is the actual words. So make sure you understand that in Instagram, it's much more about images. I mean, it's a Photoshop kind of thing. So make sure you understand that you have to go and focus upon something that's going to help you today. And what's helping you today is you. So make sure you understand that if you focus on yourself all day long, and you focus on something that you love to do, then focus on understanding that you have to help people with what you love to do. So we're understanding that no matter what, that we need to go do an audio program here and there, and we have to make sure that we're always ahead of the game in terms of what we're doing, and making sure all the time that we're going to focus on the best areas of life every single day to make sure that no matter what we're doing, that we're always in style and that we're always in fashion models, and that we're understanding that how we do something in terms of how we do something in terms of life, where we can help people in different ways. Actually, that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that we are going to focus upon loving life in a way that we're going to always love everything that we see. I always love everything I see because I understand that way. I understand I never have anything other than much more. So I'm focusing on understanding that love is the only purifier here. I mean, you understand? I mean, the only way of really, really understanding the nice and beautiful persuasion of life is understanding how to grow yourself with what you have. So if you can grow yourself on audio programs all day long and you can focus on talking more, then guess what? That's the best area of lifestyle right now for you, which is talking more on camera and talking and making sure that no matter what, that you're learning from the go and that you're learning on the go how to really travel and how to really be on your own, because people want you to succeed as much as you want to succeed. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that people can only love you to the point that you love yourself. I mean, in a sense, to make sure every single day that if you focus upon a greater life every single day, then you're going to focus upon a greater strategy that you have right now to succeed. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you have more strategies right now than ever before to make sure that you have to go and really, really never prosecute yourself. I mean, never ever prosecute yourself in a way that you're going to die or anything like that, because nobody's dying around here. I mean, make sure you understand that every single day you must go and focus upon loving life so much that you understand how to blossom. I mean, blossom so much in your life and being able to really, really inspire people with some kind of regard. I mean, inspire people with some kind of intent to really grow yourself. So when you're growing yourself all the time and you're focusing on understanding every single day that you're going to succeed, then you're going to focus upon understanding that there's so much more to do every single day with what you want out of life. So we're always focusing on understanding that we have to go and focus upon our life so that we can go and really, really do what we love to do. Approach now, that's the whole point of life, isn't it? Approach, the whole point of life is doing what we love to do. Approach now, every single day, focus upon that and focus upon understanding yourself in regards to what you're doing. I mean, and never forgive yourself in terms of always forgive yourself. I mean, just forgive yourself all the time in a way that you're going to grow. So make sure no matter what, that we always have to be forgiving everybody and ourselves for what we have done, because guess what? I promise you that's the whole point in moving forward. The whole point in moving forward is making sure that no matter what we're doing today is that we're going to be successful, because the whole point of life is understanding that we always have much more to give when you understand that we are going to be blessings. And when we're blessings every single day, the whole point is understanding that you have to go and really lift people every single day in different regards. So when you're lifting people in different regards, we're focusing on understanding that we have to go and focus upon something that we love to do. So love your life so much that you understand how to really lift people. That's the whole point. It's more about your communicational methods with people than it is anything else. So if you understand how to communicate with people all day long, then you understand yourself and you understand your nature and you understand every single day what it's all about, and you understand all the time that you're going to do the best kind of job in the planet to make sure that you are so successful, to make sure that no matter what, that other people can always thrive with you, because it's about being together in a way that we understand that we're going to find a natural tendency to succeed with ourselves all the time, because that way we understand what life is. We only ever understand life because we understand how to really do life in different ways. So when we understand life in different ways, then we understand every single time that we have to always find a strategy that's going to help for us. So I understand that either way, that when I'm going throughout life and I'm understanding how to travel, and I'm understanding how to write, and I'm understanding how to do videos and audios, and I'm understanding how to give ideas, the more of these ideas you can give, I promise you the better for you. I promise you the more you can actually solve problems. I promise you the more you can actually be positive about what you're doing. So that's the whole point, isn't it? I promise the whole point is making sure that you can help people as much as possible every single day so that you can become something of a star. I promise you now, you must understand that no matter what I do every single day is I'm focusing on a greater way. I'm focusing on something that's going to help me succeed in different ways. So I'm making sure every single time that I'm doing something all the time that helps me to grow. And then I'm making sure you understand that it's audio programs and video programs and writing materials, and also reading from people, and also just elaborating about what people are doing and what people are talking about. I promise you, I do that all the time. I make sure every single day that I'm focusing on something that I love to do. So that's the whole point. If you can just keep doing that every single day, and you can focus upon staying away from the 9-to-5 job as much as you can, the whole point is understanding that you have to go and really, really lift yourself to the equation of life. Now, you must understand that no matter what, that if you go really, really help people today to succeed in different ways, then we're going to understand that no matter what, that we have to be blessings every single day in a different way. So we're focusing upon understanding that we want to understand that no matter what we're doing every single day is focusing on a greater life for ourselves. So focus on understanding that if you really, really love life, love life so much that you understand that other people are going to help you. Love life so much every single day to expect other people to help you. Expect them to help you. Guess what? Make sure you understand that if you ask, you shall receive. Make sure you understand that if you help yourself, make sure you understand that other people help you. But make sure you understand to only expect yourself to help you. Make sure you understand that if you go asking people to help you, people must help you. You must understand that. So if you expect people to help you, then ask more about help. Ask people to help you. That's how you expect people to help you. So make sure you understand that for myself, I understand that if I ask a question to other people, guess what? I make sure that you understand that you must only expect yourself to help you. Make sure you understand that you never, ever, ever go to other people to expect them to help you. Because guess what? I promise you that if you're helping yourself, then you're expecting everything from yourself only. That's how. The whole point is, the whole point is understanding that you have to contradict your efforts and you have to contradict what you've done. Because if you go around the world and doing something around positive material, and you're doing something around yourself every single day, and you're focusing on doing something to help people, then guess what? Then you can expect other people to help you too. The whole point is understanding that if you really, really focus upon something that is life right now, the whole point of life is understanding that if you expect something from other people, then give it to yourself first. So make sure you understand that either way, that what we're doing is making sure that we're growing and making sure that we're lifting. So if I go around expecting other people to help me, then I understand either way that you must understand that since I do that, I make sure I help myself first. I help myself first, and then I understand that they help me once I give them a service. So I give them a service in a way that I give them money and they help me straight away. I expect them to help me because I have the money to give them. I have the words to give them. I have help to give them. I have something to give them first. But never expect other people to give you first. Never expect other people to give you anything first. But expect yourself to give yourself first. Expect yourself to give yourself something that you love to do. So make sure every single day that if you focus upon life and how life is going for you, then understand that it's always, always, always worthy for you to be able to go and pronounce your life into a better equation. So if you understand that no matter what, that I'm always learning about how to grow myself in different ways, and I'm making sure that I'm always successful in different ways. So I'm always understanding that I want to be so successful that other people can understand me. And now I understand that either way, that I'm always learning about different aspects of life. I'm making sure that no matter what I do, that I'm always going to be the best kind of version for myself all day long, because I understand I believe in myself so much that I realize that I want to go and show all these patterns and different patterns of my fashion modeling photos every single day, because what's important for myself is making sure that I can go and do something I've never done. So when I do that, when I do something I've never done in my life, I make sure I go and really, really pronounce myself into the world in a better way. So I'm focusing on always, always, always delivering that content I need to give, because that's the only way I see life. I promise you, the only way I see life is understanding how to really live life. So when I live life in different ways, I'm making sure that I understand that I'm always focusing on love. I'm focusing on making sure that people understand me and people understand what I'm doing all the time. But I want to be ahead of the crowd as much as possible. I want to be making sure that I have so much more than them. I want to make sure that my life is so much more fame than them. I want to make sure that I'm lifting myself in my communicational skills right now and always. I want to make sure I'm always loving everything only. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm always lifting people when they ask me to. I promise you, when I understand anything about life, I'm always focusing one aspect at a time. I'm making sure that no matter what, I always never apply to people online when I'm doing audio programs. So make sure you understand that either way, that if you understand anything about life, now understand that you can pause your audios to go and do something if you want. So make sure you understand that what you need to do in terms of life is talk about your programs and talk about everything first, and then write everything down if you want to. But if you want to go marketing yourself while you're actually, let's say, doing an audio program and while you're doing something on the side, then understand that it's a nice and beautiful, helpful way for you to go and, let's say, promote your YouTube account to people while you're actually doing your nice and beautiful audio programs while something's downloading for you. So if you go on your YouTube account and you just type your name in there and then just go and share your nice and beautiful, let's say, profile on YouTube, and just go and understand to have many videos in there, and just go and connect the dots and just go send people your link really quickly to everybody, because that way people find you really quickly and that way people understand you. So what you do is, let's just remove people from those aspects of life who are with you right now, so that you can understand that no matter what, that you can go and find new people to talk to, and you can find something else to do every single day. So do as many screenshots as you can with people who are online, so that you understand that if you talk to them, and just make sure you are promoting them and also promoting yourself along the way. So promote yourself more than other people is the whole deal. So we're always focusing on understanding that there's so much more to understand, that if you really, really focus upon something that you love to do every single day, then focus upon understanding that it's the whole point of love. The whole point of love is making sure that if you have so much in you to give right now, then you understand every single day how you're going to go and really, really absorb yourself in a greater direction. So we're focusing on understanding that we are promoting ourselves all the time in different ways, and we're making sure that you understand how to grow. So growing yourself is the best kind of way to just promote yourself really quickly while you're actually doing your audio programs. Roshi, it's really nice and beautiful to understand that the more people see you, the better for you. So make sure you understand that my legacy is always greater and greater, because I choose to promote myself to new people while also speaking to new people only. Let's understand that. If you can just remove the people from the past of your life and understand to never ever speak to them again, and just go promoting yourself to new people, and make that a habit. Make that a habit for yourself, to go and do that for yourself. And then focus on understanding that most people do add you on Facebook and then they delete you. And guess what? First, you have to make sure you remove those accounts as quickly as possible in your life, so that you can go and really, really dwell upon a greater way for yourself. So make sure that no matter what you're doing every single day is a successful way for yourself, where you can go and really, really understand your life in a nutshell. So we're focusing on understanding that there's always much more to do every single day. So you have to focus upon loving your life in different ways. So focus upon understanding that your life is important. And if you have an important life today, then you're going to really, really promote yourself along the way. And you're going to understand that there's so much more that you can do all the time to focus upon making sure that your life is successful. So that's how you actually grow. I mean, you grow in different ways, and you grow through making sure that you have the best kind of time with yourself and other people, because that way you're going to understand what people are doing and how people are actually loving their life. So focus upon understanding that there's so much more to do every single day. And if you understand how to really, really grow yourself in different ways, then you're going to understand that there's so much more to do in terms of marketing and in terms of promotion for yourself daily. And that's how you actually grow. I mean, you grow through different ways. I mean, you're focusing always on yourself, and you're making sure that no matter what you're doing today, that you're successful, and that you're going to focus upon understanding that you have to look good and you have to look great for yourself every single day. And because understand that you must care at least. I mean, you must understand that other people never care, but you must care. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you understand that either way, that when you understand something about life, then you understand how those people who do motivate you do care. So those people who do make audio contents and video contents about living life to the fullest actually do care about you. But make sure you understand that you have to care about yourself even more. Bronchi, you must understand that I can always understand myself, that I understand that other people can never do the work for me. I understand that. I understand I have to be doing this audio content. I have to be making sure that I'm growing myself in different ways, because that way I'm focusing on the greater way for myself, and I'm focusing on making sure that no matter what I do, that there's always much more that I can really, really understand how to fulfill myself in different ways. And I'm focusing on understanding that there's always much more of a greater life that I can give. So when I give greater life expectancies, and when I understand how to really do so, I understand that no matter what, it's really about the word I understand everything much more every single day, because I never know anything except the word I only ever know the word I. So make sure you understand that you never ever be stuck upon understanding that you know something other than the word I. I mean, make sure you understand the word I for I love you is the only aspect of life that you must know, and everything else you must really, really, let's say, still be learning. So if you learned something today, I mean, what did you learn? I mean, go and learn it again and again and again. I mean, do you understand? Because if you think you learned it, I mean, go and learn it much more. I mean, understand, because you only have to learn it much more to understand it. I mean, understand, because if you think you understand it now and you never have to learn it, I mean, guess what? You have to learn it again and again and again. I realize now, when you learn it over again and over again, then that means you're clarifying to yourself that you've learned it. I mean, understand, because if you think you learned it, then you're going back to it. I mean, understand that what you need to do every single day is understand a greater way of life for yourself. So when you want something that is so great for yourself every single day, to focus upon something that you love to do, I mean, understand, it's really, really understanding that no matter what, that if you go and really focus upon your life to understand how to absorb your products and absorb something of your life every single day that's going to help you grow. I mean, the whole point of life is understanding that. I mean, it's understanding that you can go to the atmosphere of life and you can focus upon different areas of conclusion, and you can understand that no matter what, that there is no end, because life is spiritual and life is something great. And every single day you understand that. I promise you, every single day, make sure you understand to place your locations into your Instagram, so you can understand that people can see where you are, for example. So I place Brisbane, for example, where my nice and beautiful posts are, and all these locations and different locations where I am, so that people can understand where I am, and so that people can follow me and all this. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that when I'm promoting myself on nice and beautiful Instagram, I'm making sure that I've posted the best photos of myself, because, hey, I mean, it's my photos. It's my photos, so I make sure to promote myself. I make sure every single day that I want to go and understand that no matter what I do every single day, I'm always adding my location when I post a Instagram post, so that I can go and understand that people can follow, and I can also see where I did do those photos and stuff. So when I do I realize when I do photos in Brisbane, for example, then I tag Brisbane, for example, inside of that post. So I understand that no matter what, I'm never losing upon what I'm doing. I'm always making sure that I'm learning about everything I'm doing. I'm making sure, though, that I'm doing better than everything. I'm making sure that I'm always finding myself in new places of life, because life is to be understood. I mean, you have to understand, life is really, really understand everything about life in a way that you understand the word I only. So just understand the word I. I mean, just focus on the word I when you're speaking, and when you're understanding that it's much more important that you communicate daily in different manners and different mannerisms, and show people different sides to you. I mean, show people different photos of you. I mean, different aspects of you every single day, and stay consistent about it, because even though they never care, I understand, but you do care, and that's the whole point, isn't it? Which the whole point is making sure that you have to understand, if you want to live life great and you want to be great, then you have to understand you have to do great things, and you have to understand that you have to go and be an inspiration, and you have to understand that most people can never even be an inspiration because they have no ability. I mean, understand? I mean, they have no ability to be an inspiration. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that they are always lying to you, and they're always saying they do have an ability and all this. But guess what? I mean, are they freaking doing it? I mean, drug addicts will and do say that they're so great, but guess what? They're still drug addicts all the time. I mean, come on, man. I mean, in a sense, what you need to realize is I realize most people do lie like that, and they just lie to you all the time. So make sure you understand that if you want to be important and you want to do something that's really, really great for yourself, then focus on understanding that you have to go and really, really dwell upon a better life for yourself in different ways to make sure that no matter what, that you're doing something that nobody else is doing. I mean, focus on understanding that your image and what you have out of life is the only image of life. I mean, there's no other image out there except you. I mean, in a sense, make sure you understand that you have to focus on yourself right here. I mean, in a sense, so when you focus on yourself and you focus on something you love to do all the time, I mean, understand that there's always much more that you have to do in daily life. So focus on just understanding to show people different sides to you all the time, so that you can go and fashion model yourself, and so you can focus upon different areas and different clothing and different styles of dressing up, and that you can understand that. So, I mean, understand yourself when you can go and really do your life. I mean, do your life in different ways and make sure you're making patterns and making different recognitions all the time. I mean, make sure you're showing yourself and other people exactly who you are all the time, because the authentic nature of being able to be alive every single day is being able to understand yourself and other people, and it's being able to understand that no matter what, that we're going to grow together, and we're going to make sure every single time that we're going to focus on the best areas of life all the time. And that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you do as many photos as you can all the time, so you can focus upon something that you love to do. I mean, every single day I'm focusing on understanding that when I have new photos of myself or anything that I've done that's really new for myself in different ways, I'm making sure to promote myself and what I am all the time. So make sure every single time that if you want to understand anything about life, then understand yourself to greatness. I mean, understand that there's always a greater you that you can promote all the time. So we're focusing on understanding that we want to go and be the best version of ourselves in different ways, and we want to make sure that we're learning something along the way. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that no matter what, that we're learning how to communicate with people. I mean, we're learning how to communicate with people. So if you learn how to communicate with people, then you understand every single day how to really communicate with yourself. And that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding that if you want to go and do great for yourself, then you have to understand how to be great. And being great every single day is understanding that no matter what, that you learn how to talk, and talking every single day is going to help you. So imagine how much ideas I'm giving you in my life every single day in terms of audio programs and what I'm doing. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, I'm always learning, that there's so much more about life that I can give you. So I'm trying to give you as much as I can. So make sure you understand that either way, that when you have a nice and beautiful post of Instagram in terms of your photos, I mean, just be careful about the actual box on the actual right corner of the photo and when you make an Instagram feed post. And what happens is when you make 10 posts, for example, it shows this little icon at the top right corner of your actual post. So make sure your hands are never there, or your actual head is never in that box, because we want to make sure that we can show our full body in the picture, so we can go and focus upon a better life. So there's also this nice and beautiful way of life that when you understand that no matter what, that if you go and really continue with what you're saying all the time, then you focus upon something that is really, really helping people only. So focus on understanding that if you're really focusing on something that you love to do every single day, then focus on making sure that you're showing yourself and your true nature about who you are. So make sure all the time that you're going to focus upon yourself and other people in a way that you're going to grow people. So when you understand that no matter what, you must be posting photos where it's never blocking your head, or it's never blocking your arms, or I mean, it's never blocking your ears, or let's say your hands or legs or anything. Because if you're posting photos where something else is blocking it, then make sure you understand to never ever block yourself. I mean, so that's the whole point. I mean, make sure you understand that the whole point of being spiritual and what you want out of life is focusing on dwelling upon, I mean, it's focusing upon in terms of life where you're dwelling upon in a way that you understand how you're helping people. So helping people in different ways is the best kind of way to understand the spiritual way. So focus on understanding that what you need to do daily is understand that you must go and understand that I do my nice and beautiful Instagram posts before I do my Instagram reels. And why is that? Because I understand that what's important for myself is understanding that I want to go and really structure all my photos together. And then once I structure all my photos together, I mean, what I do is I place them into these nice and beautiful albums. And once I do that, I promise you, I just say I1I, and then I go I2I, I3I, I4I, I5I. And I realize now each kind of album that I place my photos in, I mean, each album has 10 photos in it. I mean, in a sense, so I make 10 albums and it has 10 photos each inside of those albums. So I make 100 photos with 10 albums, and each of those albums has 10 photos. And then I post it onto Instagram, and I just go into Instagram, and then I upload I1I, and then I go I2I, and then I go I3I, and then I focus on posting 10 photos at a time into Instagram. And now, because they are separating inside of my nice and beautiful phone, I can actually find my photos and what I need to post all the time. So that's why I separate my photos, and I separate them in a way that's going to help me to grow in different ways, and it's going to help me to focus upon understanding on how to make sure that my photos go into Instagram much quicker, so I understand that either way I'm focusing on a greater life. So if you focus on a greater life for yourself in different ways, I promise you millionaires and billionaires will come up to your door, and they'll start knocking on your door to actually come to their seminars, because you're so successful and you have all the money and you have already the success that you deserve. So if you understand how to talk your way there, then guess what? I promise you, you're already on fire. I mean, you're on fire in passion, in terms of life, in terms of your eye, in terms of the word I. I mean, never ever go on fire in terms of like a actual fire where you may get burnt or something like that. But you're on fire in a way that you're living life to the fullest. I mean, in a sense, to make sure that no matter what, that if you go make up your own definitions of life and you make up your own meanings, I promise you, isn't that the nice and beautiful way of life? Rush, the whole point of life is making sure that you can go and really, really dwell upon something that you've never done. So if we're focusing on understanding that if you go and really, really love your life so much, love your life so much that other people want to be in your life. Rush, that's it. Rush, you make sure you understand that we have to inspire people daily. And now inspiring people daily means that you have to go and do something today to make sure that people are going to be much more inspirational. So we have to talk more words, and we have to be able to focus upon understanding that we're never ever wasting time ever again when we are just really, really being ourselves in the process of what we're doing. So we're focusing on understanding that we have to go and use up we have to use free Wi-Fi all the time, and we have to go and find ourselves in situations where we're alone and without other people by our side. So we're making sure that no matter what, that we're alone totally, so we can go and really, really understand how to be independent. Because to be independent in life, then you have to be alone and you have to be away from people totally. And you have to understand that. You have to understand how it is to feel alone in life. And now, when you can feel alone all the time and you can understand yourself and your nature and what you understand about life, then understand that no matter what, that people are here to help you. In a sense, to make sure you understand that you just go help yourself first. Just go help yourself first, and then people can help you. But if you never help yourself, then how can people help you? Make sure you understand that only people can help you if you help yourself. In a sense, so that's why I'm saying that if you go on Instagram and you go on social media and you're promoting yourself along the way in different ways, and you're making sure that you're sending people content about you. And when you're sending content people, when you're sending people content about you, they see you. They come and follow you. They see what you're doing. But it's being able to promote yourself all day long in different ways, and being able to understand what your life is about. So if you understand what your life is about, then you understand every single day that you deserve a greater life. You deserve a greater life all the time if you focus on different aspects of your life. So make sure every single day you're focusing on understanding that those people who show you success are the ones who have success. Show your success all the time in different ways and different regards, and making sure all the time that you're focusing on a greater way for yourself. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon something that you love to do, because the whole point is understanding that if you really, really focus upon even doing screenshots of your nice and beautiful conversations with other people, that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that if you go and do something much more about life, then I understand either way that you're going to really, really just really, really live your life in a better way. So the focus of life is understand that you never ever be jealous, and you must understand that no matter what, that you really, really focus upon your life, because that's how you actually grow yourself. So if you're growing yourself in a different way and you're focusing on making sure I understand your life, understand it's more like you understand that no matter what, that you understand your life, and how you talk with other people is everything. So make sure you understand to be positive around people all the time, so you can understand your life in different ways. And when you do that, just focus on loving your life, and that way you're going to understand how people talk to you. People talk to you in different ways, so make sure every single time that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon life. So understand that either way, that you must promote yourself all the time with other people. Go and focus upon understanding that it's much more of a nice and beautiful attitude to do so. and then understand that either way, that if you promote yourself, then you shall be successful, I promise you. I promise you. Now, every single day I'm focusing on understanding that I have so much music to do as well. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I have these episodes that I'm making, and I'm making 1,000 episodes or 1,000 hours of music. 1,000 hours of music, guys. And I'm making trance music. I'm making these story plays. I'm making the nice and beautiful storylines, and I'm making these nice and beautiful sounds. And I'm just enjoying the ride. I'm just enjoying the ride of my life, because I understand I have no 9 to 5 job, because I understand that I do use the government's money to go and succeed. And because I use the government's money, I go to the bank, I get $50,000, and then I go and make money. I make money with $50,000. I go and get money from the bank, for example, and I get $100,000 from the bank, and I turn it into $300,000. And that's why I understand either way that you never work a 9 to 5 job when you can go to the bank to turn $100,000 into $300,000. Understand? The whole point is understanding that and how to do that. Personally, if you understand how to do that, then you can understand how to be rich. Personally, now that's the whole point. But the words get you there. Personally, the words, when you have to understand how to talk. You have to understand how to be very smart to be able to do that. You have to understand that people who are smart are able to go to the bank today and really, really, let's say, promote themselves in the bank and being able to make money. So if you want to make money, then understand to keep following my ideas and keep following who I am every single day. And then we're focusing on understanding that we want you to succeed. So every single day, that no matter what, we're always learning how to prosper and how to become abundant in our life. So if you understand anything about life, then focus upon really, really dwelling upon different areas of life and show people different content about you every single day, because guess what? I promise you that you must care about your life. You must care about who you are. So if you focus upon loving yourself so much, then other people are actually going to care about you, and that's it. First, you must understand that. You must understand that if somebody never loves you or never wants to be around you, then guess what? Go and find yourself better friends and make sure every single day that those people are never going to do anything other than help you out. In a sense, to make sure that you're helping yourself along the way, and you're helping yourself in a way that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon a better life for yourself. So make sure you understand that you only have ever a time for yourself only. So only have time for yourself, and never ever go talking to people online, because guess what? They never really care about you. They never care about you, because guess what? Probably they never care about themselves. So make sure you understand that what's important is understanding that you can go and really, really dwell upon life in a way that you can go and really, really recollect all the nice and beautiful conversations you may have had with other people, so that people can see how you were, and so that people can understand what did you do about life, and how did you do it, and how did you really speak, and how were you as an individual. So show yourself totally about who you were, and understand either way that if you really, really understand your life right now, just understand that you need to go and really understand how to go and really, really be the greatest individual on your planet. So that's the whole point. The whole point is understanding how to really talk with yourself all day long. So if you're talking with yourself all day long, and then understanding how to do so, then that's your actual real advantage. And that's really an advantage of you to be able to go and really lead yourself in a way that you've never done before. Now, if you can do that, then you can understand every single day to focus upon that in a way that you're learning much more about everything. And then you're understanding every single day that you're always opening the doors to people and their hearts, and how they're actually treating you and what they're doing with you. So focus on understanding that if you see somebody from the past and how they are with people, then understand that what you need to do is focus on yourself even more than what they're saying about you. And then understand that either way, you never care about what people think, because what people think is the word I. And now, because people think about the word I, then just stick to the word I, because understand that either way, then what's important is everybody's opinion is important to some extent. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you just make yourself much more important than what they say. Just make yourself much more important. So focus on that, and focus on making sure that if you understand anything about life, that money in terms of life, in terms of Bitcoin, is never going to help you move forward. I promise you, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is never going to help you move forward. But what's going to help you move forward is the actual ideas about it all. So if you understand that when people go and really, really speak about Bitcoin, and they speak about anything about cryptocurrencies and all this, I'm pretty sure they're trying to be leaders. I'm pretty sure they're trying to talk much more about something. They're trying to have interest about something. You must understand that communicational skills leads to interest. So if you're really an interesting person all day long, then you're focusing on understanding that you have to go and really, really dwell upon life in different ways. And you have to understand to really, really record all of the nice and beautiful conversations you had with other people, so that you never did waste time in those situations. Now, if you want to recover everything that you've done, in terms of conversations with other people, then guess what? Probably that's the best asset that you understand that's going to help people to understand how to really get smarter. And now, guess what? Probably when you go and document all the conversations that you had before with people, you are saving time. I mean, you're saving time, but while you're doing a nice and beautiful audio program, you can be doing that, and you can be saving time in the process of understanding that no matter what, that you can understand how to talk with people much greater because you're documenting everything. I mean, you're teaching people about your life, and that's the whole point of life. I mean, the whole point of life is exposing yourself so much that other people understand you. I mean, have friends. I mean, I'd rather have 1 million friends than $1 million. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that it's about having friends, but having friends that actually want to grow with you is even better. So making sure all the time that you're learning about different ways of strategies all the time in a way that you're going to go and succeed for yourself in different ways is the whole point of life. So make sure every single time that you're going to focus on yourself to really, really be the best version of yourself all the time. So make sure every single time that you're going to learn how to focus upon life. So if you learn about life itself, then you're learning all the time how you have to go and really, really grow yourself in different ways. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to grow your nice and beautiful fashion photos and what you are in terms of life. So if you're really, really vibing with people all the time, then you can talk to them all day long if you want to, but make sure you understand that what you need to do is document your nice and beautiful way of life. So make sure you understand that if you document everything, then it's worth it. You must understand that what's even better than talking to people is talking to yourself. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that every single day, if you really, really focus upon understanding your life, then understanding every single day how you really talk to other people is everything. So make sure every single time that your communication is just so much more better. I mean, if you understand all the time that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon a greater communicational skills in terms of life, then you understand that no matter what, that you have to focus upon loving your life in different ways, because that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that if you focus upon something that you do right now and you focus upon understanding how you can do your nice and beautiful favor of life, and you can see how people are always into you and how they actually find you attractive if you go and really tell the truth. I mean, say the truth all the time and really, really never tell people what to do, but just say what you're doing all the time just say what you're doing with your life, and you're never telling them what to do, but you're saying what you are doing. I mean, so that's how I understand that Jesus Christ does it. I mean, he says what he does. I mean, he never tries to, let's say, tell you what to do. I mean, he goes and says, he says, these are my examples of the 10 commandments of God, and if you want to follow it, I mean, go ahead. And I mean, you shall also succeed every single time that if you go and understand how to grow your communicational skills. Rosh, it's very important for you to understand every single day to focus upon something that you love to do. So focus on understanding that it's much more about more communicational people helps you to lead a greater life. So focus on understanding that you have to go and understand how to talk with people really quickly. So if you understand how to talk with people really quickly, then you understand that no matter what, that you must go and focus upon life itself. So focusing upon life itself is something that you need to understand about life. I mean, focus on understanding that you must go and really be original about everything you're saying. But if you're copying and pasting other people's information to other people, and guess what, you are helping people to some extent. But what you need to realize even more than that is focusing on yourself even more. So focus on something that you love to do all the time, and focusing all the time that in terms of that is something that is helping you only in a way that you understand that you have to be growing your communicational skills. So understand that's the whole point of life. The whole point of life is understanding that if you go and really focus upon something that is really helping you, then understanding that no matter what, you're never ever stupid for anything that you're doing. But if you're trying to really help people, then focus upon understanding that's how you really, really understand your life. I mean, understand your life so much that if you help people with anything that you do every single day, that you are really, really understanding something about what you're teaching and something about what you're doing. So that's the whole point of life. I mean, the whole point of life is understanding that you need to be a great story for yourself, and you need to have the greatest story every single day to focus upon what you're doing, because that's how you grow. I mean, you grow in different ways, and you grow by making sure that either way that you're going to be aware of everything. So if you're aware of something about your life right now, I mean, be aware about your life in a way that you're helping people. So when you're helping people all the time, I mean, make sure that no matter what, that you're going to understand your life in a nutshell. So making sure that no matter what, that we're learning different methods of talking to people all the time is the best kind of way of life. So understand that either way, that when I talk to people, I'm talking to them in a way that is going to help me grow in a way that I understand that. So no matter what, I'm understanding that when I grow in different ways all the time, I'm focusing on giving you the most ideas I can every single day to focus on making sure that everybody's better. And that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that everybody can go and satisfy themselves through communicational skills. And now, the more you can talk right now in front of people, the better for you and the more money you can make. I promise you. So it's very, very important that you go in front of people today to go and make money. I mean, in a sense of making money is being a leader right now. I mean, be a leader so much that people love you. I promise you, that's the whole point. The whole point is understanding that no matter what, that you have to have an opinion and you have to have advice. And now, guess what? I mean, never ever go to people to drown your advice into them. But guess what? I promise you, let people come to you so that people can learn from you. I mean, but if you go to people giving them advice, first, guess what happens? First, they get jealous of you. But you're learning from the situation. But the situation of life is make them come to you first. I mean, make them come to you. Because what's even more important is understanding that if you want to be attractive, then never go to other people first and never talk to them. I mean, never talk to other people. And that way you be attractive always. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand every single day, that's the whole point of life. So make sure that if you want to go and really, really be something much more, then understand that if you want to be attractive with other people, then learn how to communicate much better with them in a way that you're lifting them only. I mean, that's even more attractive as well. So it's either you never talk to them or you lift them while you talk to them. And either way, you look attractive all the time. Because if somebody hates your attractiveness, then guess what? They're never going to be attractive like you. And that's how you understand that successful people go up to everybody and succeed with them. I mean, in a sense, so everybody's your friend when you're on the successful side. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, that since you have friends all the way in terms of Jesus Christ and everybody, I mean, make sure you understand that nobody's trying to kill you today, but everybody's trying to help you to some degree to help you to focus upon life itself. So focus upon understanding that you deserve a great life for yourself. So focus on understanding that some people can get really sick in life, and understand that you must understand that your life is something much more all the time. So you must understand to go and treasure your life and what you have right now. So focus on your life right now to make sure that your version of what you are every single day is successful. But make sure you understand that most people never even have time to be great. And why is that? Because they have no time to communicate more. I mean, they have no time to create more words. I understand. So if you create more words every single day, and you understand that no matter what, that you're going to really, really dwell upon a life that's really great for yourself, I promise you, that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that everybody in your life is going to be successful. I'm rushing now. You give more words to do that. I mean, give more words and more words and more words, and every single day, it's never a waste of time if you're doing something great for yourself. So make sure you understand that you always have to be showing people everything about you and showing people all your flaws and what you are every single day, and focusing on understanding that we're going to have the best kind of dictionary in the planet to make sure you understand. It's the word I. The word I, but Jesus Christ is the best dictionary that you can understand. So if you understand to read all those words from Jesus Christ, that's the whole point. I mean, go and lead people into a better way of life is what I'm saying. So understand that if you have anything to say about life, then have yourself a miracle in life. I mean, have something that you've never done in life. Make sure you understand that no matter what, if you really understand life itself, then understand to go and promote other people every single time, and make sure every single time that you're doing up your Instagrams, and they understand that no matter what, that you're learning from the process of whatever you're doing. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning every single day the most you can so you can succeed. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure you understand that no matter what, that we're going to learn. I mean, in a sense, so we're always learning about something. I mean, we're learning something about life. So we're focusing upon understanding that if you want to go and post comedy photos or anything in terms of life coaching, I mean, make sure every single day that you're focusing upon doing what you want to do, and focus upon understanding that your life coaching every single day is something that you need to understand, is every single day something that helps you grow. So we're focusing on understanding that we need to help ourselves grow in different ways all the time to make sure that we're successful. So focus on understanding that you have to be giving everybody nice and beautiful ways of life. So focus on understanding that if you just brand yourself, I mean, just go and post your branding photos in terms of your videos, that is branding photos or life coaching. I mean, make sure you're life coaching people regardless. So make sure you're always doing something very nice and beautiful, which is going to help you in a way that you understand that you're growing. I mean, you're growing through different ways of thinking and different ways of persuading people. I mean, you're understanding that no matter what's happening about your life today, is that we're growing as successful people today in a way that we're understanding that nobody's trying to kill us and nobody's trying to do anything other than grow us today. So make sure you understand I'm never wasting time about what I'm doing today. I'm making sure you understand I'm doing audio programs, I'm doing I'm doing music programs today. I'm doing a lot of content in terms of I'm doing a lot of content in terms of communication with people. So I'm understanding that either way, that when I really, really understand my life every single day, I understand it's much more about lifting people today than ever before. So if you understand it's much more about lifting people than ever before, then you understand that either way, that we have to go and grow ourselves in different ways all the time to make sure that we're speaking and that we're also understanding that we have to be professional about what we're doing. Just make sure every single day, if you're more professional about what you're doing, then make sure you understand to have new friends in life all the time and be able to go and remove the old and come in with the new, because that way you understand that either way you're growing very quickly, and because you're growing very quickly, then you're understanding that no matter what, that you're never wasting time upon what you're doing. So if you're searching upon something about life and you're searching about what to say and you're searching about something that is happening in your life right now, then you're focusing on understanding that no matter what you're doing, that you're processing your life in a better direction, because that way you go and really, really grow yourself really quickly. And then we're understanding that no matter what we're doing all the time, is we're focusing on making sure that everybody can understand us. And that's the whole point approach now. You have to be communicating for that. You have to be understanding that no matter what, that we're learning about something that is nice and beautiful. Focus on understanding that it's always nice. It's always nice and funny when you see people who are trying to joke around with nice and beautiful animals. And guess what? Make sure you understand, if you joke with animals in a way that you're never trying to hurt them, make sure you understand that it's much more appropriate. Then understand that it's much more, never try to, let's say, do anything other than grow. So make sure you understand that it's a nice and beautiful way to understand that your communicational skills is something that grows you. And now if you're really, really growing yourself in communicational skills, then understand every single day that we're learning how to grow ourselves in different ways. And then we're focusing on understanding that we're going to focus upon loving our life in different ways. So making sure all the time that no matter what we're doing every single day, that we're learning always that nice and beautiful way of vibe every single day. So I'm always making sure I'm hot in a way that I'm doing much greater. So focus on understanding that if you want to go really, really grow yourself in different ways, that we're focusing on making sure our life is so successful. So focus on understanding that every single day that we focus upon something that is really, really inspirational. So love your life so much that you understand that. Love your life every single day so much that we're understanding that we need to go and focus on ourselves. That's all. The whole life expectancy of life is making sure that no matter what we're doing every single day is learning how to live life. When you understand that no matter what, that we're going to go and be much more successful all the time, we're making sure that we're going and also promoting ourselves. We're promoting ourselves in different ways to make sure that we can learn those ways really quickly, so you can focus upon loving your life really quickly right now, and then focus upon just exchanging services with other people in different ways to promote yourself and to learn something about life all the time, so you can understand that's how you actually grow yourself. Just focus on growing yourself in different ways all the time, because that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're doing something that you've never done before, because that's how we grow. I promise you, we grow in different ways. I promise you, we're growing all the time and making sure that we're learning from different people. And that's how you actually go and really, really understand something about life. So understand that every single day, that if you want to go and really, really dwell upon life in different ways, then understand that we have to communicate in front of people to focus upon understanding that we have to mix it up sometimes. Be able to mix up your communication with other people and be able to upload content constantly online so that you can be successful every single day, because that's the whole point. The whole point is understanding that if you want to go and really, really be inspirational, then understanding that you have to go and have all the nice and beautiful ways of thinking every single day to understand what it is about you that is so successful every single day. So make sure you understand that you have to understand something about life all the time, which is making sure that you have all the ability in the world to succeed every single day, to focus upon something that's really, really great for you. So what is that for you? What is actually great for you today? Go and understand that if you want to really, really promote people, and promote people in a way that you understand that no matter what, that you can give them a double promotion if you want. You can also understand what you need to do every single day to succeed, and then you're making sure that no matter what, that people around you you're making sure that people around you are just more successful, and make sure that they are more successful than you. Because that way you're a better leader in the process, since you're making people more successful. So focus on that, and focus on understanding that there's always a greater way in life. There's always a greater way that you can live life. So focus on understanding that you have to be able to promote people and their nice and beautiful promotion of what they're doing in daily life. so you can focus on a better life for yourself. So if you're focusing on something that you understand about life, then understanding that you have to go and really, really be much more of what you want to be every single day. So focusing on all the time, making sure that you're learning about people and that you're learning about how to deal with people in different ways. And then you're understanding that either way that you must go and really, really talk it out with yourself all day long. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're doing something right now to succeed. So if you're doing something right now to succeed every single day, then you're focusing upon understanding that no matter what, that you have to go and really love your life in a way that you're learning how to grow. So focus on growing your life in different ways is what I'm saying. So make sure that no matter what, that we're always learning how to be much more beautiful. So if you're much more beautiful in life, then focus on understanding that it's much more that you focus upon branding photos in a way that you're learning. I mean, you're focusing on different aspects of life in terms of what's going to help you. And then we're actually always adopting a better way. So if you adopt a better way for yourself every single day, then focus on understanding that you need to go and really, really understand how it is to be successful. So to be successful every single day is understanding your life right now. So understanding your life in a way that is much more for yourself to go and promote people in different ways. Actually, that's the whole point, isn't it? So making sure that no matter what, that you're learning from your situation right now, and that way we're going to be much more successful. So make sure every single day, make sure every single day that if you go and really, really do something in a nice and beautiful way for yourself, that you're going to understand that every single time that there is so much more to give and there's so much more to do about life all day long. So focus on understanding that you have to be really, really dwelling upon life in a better way to understand a better dictionary of life and to understand what is actually in your life that's really helping you. So make sure you're always successful in the way that you're talking it up, in a way that you deserve more ideas all the time. So if you really, really push yourself to communicate those ideas with yourself all day long, then you understand that no matter what, that we have to be much more curious about life. I mean, be so curious about life that you're so successful is what I'm saying. So that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point of life is understanding that we have to go and really, really do life in different ways. And then we're understanding that we have to go and focus upon promoting people as well. Now, every single day, I should focus upon loving life so much that you understand every single day how to focus upon every single day loving life to the fullest. I mean, it's the whole point of life. I mean, the whole point of life is understanding something. I mean, understanding something that you can really, really dwell upon. I mean, in a sense, so when you can dwell upon yourself, I mean, pick the best photos of people and understand that's how you actually go and grow yourself. So make sure you understand that you can go and give people promotional material advice every single day in terms of advice about something, and then we're focusing on understanding that if you go and really, really dwell upon life in different ways, Roshi, it's much more that you understand that you give every single woman or man or something like that in terms of what you love out of life, a promotion all the time. I mean, make sure you understand that it's the best way to do so in terms of life. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to really, really be successful every single day, then understand that no matter what, they're always learning. We're always learning about different aspects of life all the time. So you can understand every single day that we're always focusing on greater life. I mean, we always grow. We're always growing in different ways, and we're making sure that either way, that if you want to be successful all day long, then understand that no matter what, that you realize something, that you always never drop your word I for anything. I mean, never drop your word I, because you have to understand that you deserve a greater life for yourself. I mean, focus on being positive with yourself in a way that you understand that you never go down on yourself because of somebody who wants somebody else. I mean, make sure you're actually growing yourself in a different way, and you're making sure that you understand that your word I is much more important than anybody. I mean, that's why I'm understanding that no matter what, if you're going to really, really understand something about life, and you understand that either way that you're going to go and grow yourself, and once you grow yourself in different ways, and understanding that no matter what, that you go really, really understand why you actually like this. I mean, understand that either way, that if you really promote yourself and other people, that you really, really dwell upon something that you love to do. I mean, make sure you understand that you have to lift your communicational skills. And that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is understanding on how to really, really dwell upon understanding that what you need out of life is successful nature. I mean, be able to understand that what you really, really realize about yourself all day long is focusing on a greater life for yourself. So if you're focusing upon life in a way that you understand your life in different ways, then focus on promoting the best. I mean, focus on promoting something that's even better for you and better looking for you than something else. I mean, so focus on loving your life in a way that you understand something. I mean, understand that life is so sexy when you understand how to promote people. I mean, so we're learning how to prosper. I mean, we're learning how to succeed, and we're understanding that no matter what, that there is people out there who are really, really attractive. So if you understand how to be attractive with those people, then you understand every single day that you're going to go and do something today to make sure that everybody's successful. Actually, that's the whole point. Now, every single day we're always learning. I mean, we're always growing as human beings. We're always making sure. We're always making sure that those people around us are people who are successful, and we're making sure every single time that we're going to understand something about life. So understand your life is something that you have to go really, really understand. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning something about life. So that way we're going to understand that if you want to tag people, I promise you must understand how to tag other people in your posts so that you understand that you can promote them. So it's much more important that you do so every single day, and that you understand that it's much more of a leadership nature to do so, and understand that no matter what, if you just realize something about life, if you just realize that you are successful to some certain degree every single day, and then that way we're going to understand that we're going to go really, really dwell upon that nice and beautiful dictionary of life, which is making sure that we're understanding everything about life in different ways, and that we're always moving to the equation of life in a way that we're learning how to be attractive. So doing one photo at a time in terms of posts is the best way of life in terms of anything. So one time is the best way. The best way is the one time. Do it one time then. Just do it one time only, and then understand either way. They're always understanding that you're never ever doing anything in terms of, let's say, pleasure unless you're doing it one time only. Just do it one time. Never ever think that you're doing it for 50 million years. So make sure you understand that there's a big difference. Although, if you just really, really focus upon your life every single day to be successful, then you deserve to be successful, and then you understand how it is to be successful all the time. So we're understanding that no matter what, that there's always much more to give every single day, that if you focus upon your life in different ways, that's the whole point, isn't it? The point is understanding that there's always so much more to do every single day, and there's always much more that you can be. So love your life so much that you understand how to talk. Talking to other people, regardless of what you're doing every single day, is understanding that no matter what, that your life must be so much more. So understand that either way, it's much more about lifting people. And if you're lifting people every single day in different ways, they are going to be much more inspirational about you. So focus upon understanding that no matter what, that if you really, really just promote your face, promote your face in different ways, and promote your life. Just promote your face on Instagram, and make sure that your nice and beautiful coaching in what you're doing in terms of life is actually helping you. So make sure you understand that even your comedy is actually life coaching. So if you understand that no matter what, that everything in terms of life is life coaching. So that's how you realize everything about life. Focus on understanding that there's always much more that you can do, and then understanding that how you actually go about life is how you succeed. So if you understand how to succeed daily, and you understand that no matter what, that you're going to go and do the best version of yourself today, that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that there's so much more to do today than ever before. But if you just record everything, I'm recording this on a voice memo inside of my phone, and you must understand, and then I'll upload online, and then you get it in terms of a video on YouTube, because I understand every single day that what's important is understanding to promote yourself in different ways. Now, that's the whole point. The whole point is understanding that no matter what, you're learning marketing skills along the way, and you're learning how to promote yourself in different ways. And then you're understanding every single day that you're learning about ideas, and ideas is what you give. If you're shaking upon life and you're shaking upon what you're saying, then guess what? You just keep talking in the way that you understand how to be confident. Confidence is something that's really, really digging deep into your communicational skills, and it's being able to communicate that all day long, which is your communication in front of other people. Now, either way, if you understand that's how you be a leader, and that's how you become attractive. Anybody who's attractive is actually learning how to really, really be something really, really dwelling upon life. So understanding every single day that if you really, really show people every single day something really funny about you all the time, is the funniest thing and the funniest nature, that when you're really, really understanding that no matter what, that you really, really understand what is going on about a video, something like that. It's so funny. So what you need to realize is to post that in terms of life, and then focus upon understanding that it's the funniest aspect of life, where you can promote yourself in a way that it's funny. Promote funny photos and funny aspects of life with you. Because if you promote that, it's the funniest aspect, where you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to grow. Now, promote the funniest things about life, where you look amazing also. So making sure that no matter what, if you want to look funny as well, then focus upon being funny, and then focus upon understanding that you have to be attractive with yourself all the time to focus upon understanding to look professional. So if you look professional every single day and you're looking to understand your life in different ways, then you understand that no matter what, you deserve all the success in the world every single day. So understand that no matter what you're doing today is a successful way with yourself. So focus upon understanding that you have to go and promote yourself in better ways. So understand that either way, if you focus on loving your life, just focus on understanding that you understand that your word eye is everything, and the word eye is how you understand life. You understand? So make sure you understand that if you really, really want to be successful, then just know the word I only. The word I only is something that's really, really successful in your heart today. I promise you now, you must understand that. You must understand that it's really that you're using the word I love you every single day. It's so important. It's so important to be able to recognize who you are today. If you understand every single day how you're actually going to do that, then you're actually coming back to that communicational skill all the time to make sure that everybody understands the word I, because that way you understand the communicational skill. That's that. Make sure every single day, no matter what, that your life is growing. So when you're understanding that no matter what, that your life is always showing different regards and you're showing different aspects of yourself in different ways, and you're understanding that there is always more. There's always more content to deliver, and then I realize there's always something much more that you have to always recognize. So if you recognize your life in different ways and you understand that you do everything one time in terms of one aspect at a time, just make sure that what's much more important for you is understanding that you go and really, really dwell upon life. So I do my nice and beautiful mentors in terms of my $1 million mentors first before my fantasy, in terms of my Daniel Milivojevic fantasy Instagram, because I understand that I do promote women and I do promote millionaires and billionaires. So I'm understanding that either way, that I have a nice and beautiful way to understand that. I understand Jeff Bezos, for example. I understand the guy is successful, so I understand that he does deserve a promotion right now. So I'm understanding that either way, that since I'm understanding that I do follow him in a way that he does something about life where he's successful, but I understand that guy does owe me money. I must understand that. I realize either way, I must understand that Jeff Bezos over here. So I understand Jeff Bezos is somebody who's a millionaire and a billionaire. So we have to understand to admire everybody anyway, even if they scam you. Even if they cheat on you, and we have to understand how to be a leader, to agree with whatever they're doing, because that way we're understanding to be successful. And if you want to be successful the most, then understand that you have to go really look good, and you have to really, really focus upon understanding that you have to go and do something today that's going to help you move forward. So you must understand, it's really, really promote people all the time and promote them if they're a millionaire. Understand Jeff Bezos. So Jeff Bezos is an Amazon type of individual who is actually the founder of Amazon. So you must understand that you must go and promote those people who have a nice and beautiful reputation about something in life. So you must understand that they do deserve it, and they do deserve a nice and beautiful promotion if they're helping you in some kind of way. That's it. You must understand that either way, that what you have to realize also is that Steve Jobs is somebody that you have to understand, and you have to understand that those people who do create iPhones, for example, which is Steve Jobs, and he's the one who's actually did found the nice and beautiful phone of the actual nice and beautiful iPhone. So make sure to understand that he is somebody he's somebody who is an inspiration, and you must understand that either way, that if you understand that no matter what, that you never die, because every single day I realize that what's important is understanding that we have to go and really, really dwelling upon something that we love to do. So we're understanding that we always have to promote people, and once we're promoting people all the time, we're focusing on different areas of persuasions and making sure that we're successful, and we're understanding Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs is the founder of Apple. So make sure you understand that no matter what, if you go and really, really understand how to promote people all the time, and then we're always learning about something that we can go and really deliver. So anything that we can deliver much more is something that we're learning about life. So there's always much more in promotion every single day to focus upon understanding that Russell Brunson is another guy that I understand is very, let's say, popular as well. And Russell Brunson is a marketing guru, and you must understand that he also promotes a lot about marketing and how to really, really help you to become successful. So understanding him also is something that is my mentor. So he's somebody that I look upon also to get some ideas from him, because he can teach you about life, and he understands life to some certain extent. So teach yourself everything that you can every single day to focus upon understanding that you deserve all the success in the world if you understand how to really market yourself. So marketing is something that I love all the time. I love and I understand that because I do love so much, I understand how to market myself. So if you want to focus upon understanding that every single day, that we're going to focus upon different areas of really making the best impact. So if you want to make the best impact in the world, I realized then you have to focus upon teaching. I probably have to focus on teaching people different ways of whatever they're doing in a way that you have to focus upon loving life. So loving life in a way that we're focusing on making sure that everybody around us is going to be successful. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we need a photo of them in a way that we're going to focus upon understanding about who they are. So if you focus upon understanding that there are so many great photos about people, and what you need to realize that we have to focus upon understanding that there's always much better if you want something better. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that there's always something much more about life if you really focus upon something that you're doing. I mean, just focus upon understanding that if you go and really dwell upon really helping people with different scenarios of life, then you're understanding that no matter what, that we have to focus upon lifting people all day long. I mean, learn how to lift people every single day. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that if you want to become something much more credible every single day, then we're focusing on understanding that we can focus on life itself. I mean, focusing on life itself is something of a nice and beautiful way of passion. I mean, we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that we're going to learn about life. I mean, we're going to learn about people, and then we're going to understand that no matter what, to also understand that Larry King is somebody that you have to understand as well, who actually promotes a lot of content that you have to understand. And then also, just I understand either way that Russell Brunson is right here. I say Russell Brunson, and I understand this guy over here is actually somebody that you have to understand. So no matter what, that since you understand every single day that you guys have my Instagram, for example, and since you have my Instagram, then go and promote yourself and other people as quickly as possible, so you can go and understand that no matter what, that we have to learn from the greatest people alive today, so that we can learn about life. So Larry King is also somebody I need to promote because he deserves a promotion for life. I understand that he is somebody that does help you to move forward. So if you understand every single day how to really promote yourself, that's the whole point. The whole point is understanding on how to really dwell upon a life in a way that you're greater. And if you're greater today, then understand that you deserve it. I mean, you deserve to be great. I mean, make sure you understand that you have to promote people every single day, and you have to promote all the time everybody to make sure that we are successful. So Larry King makes the bucket list over here. I see Larry King, and then understand that no matter what, I mean, just focus on understanding that Brendan Burchard is another individual that I understand that is very successful. So I understand that he is a mentor, and I understand that no matter what, that you go and check out Brendan Burchard. I see Brendan Burchard is an individual who is a life coach, and you must understand that everybody's a life coach, but we're understanding that he does do specifically life coaching, and he just goes and does peak performance all the time, and everybody's trying to do that. But to a certain extent, understand that he's much more consistent now than ever before, and understand that he is also deserving of a promotion right here, because I understand that he's somebody in the field of that. So I'm understanding that if you promote people right now, and you promote people in different areas of products and whatever's happening about life, then you understand that I can always straight away tell how beautiful people are about their photos. I mean, so make sure you understand that if you want to go and really promote yourself all day long, then understand that no matter what, you have to go and promote yourself into greatness. So focus on understanding that if you want to go and really become something much more, then understand that either way, that you focus upon life itself. I mean, focus upon understanding that it's much more that you understand that you have to promote Brendan Burchard. I see Brendan Burchard. I say now, either way, I'm pushing now, no matter what that you're doing today, in terms of no matter what you're doing today, I mean, be able to understand that there are so many aspects of life that you have to understand. So Warren Buffett is another individual that you have to promote, because understand that Warren Buffett is also a billionaire, and he does great in the stock market. So you must understand that, I realize now, you must understand with this guy over here who is Warren Buffett, he gives you so much financial knowledge. So you must understand that since he understands about life, and he understands about understanding how you can go and become so successful about financial aspects of life in the stock market and what to invest your money in and all that. Apparently he is also very smart about finances. So he's also a billionaire. So you must understand that. And you can go and also invite him on. And now either way, you must understand that no matter what, I can see Penna as well. So it's more that you understand that I can only do 6 posts a day with Instagram. I can do up to 7, but I do 6 because there's 3 boxes each. And then I just do 6 because it's just a nice and beautiful way to do life. So Warren Buffett over here is another individual that you need to promote all the time. But if you understand either way that what's important is promoting other people as much as you can, make sure you understand that no matter what, you can level yourself and just let it be. Just let it be all the time in terms of what you believe, and make sure that no matter what, that you're always understanding new people and new founders and new aspects of life and content where you can promote different people is very important. So I do have 3 women inside of my Danny Milivojevic mentors, which is Oprah Winfrey, and I have also Ellen DeGeneres, and I also have Paris Hilton. And I understand they deserve promotions with whatever they're doing, and they're all millionaires, and everybody's billionaires around here. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that everybody has a great life all the time. So make sure every single time that you're promoting the nice and beautiful Instagrams of your life, so you can go and focus upon really, really dwelling upon something that you love to do. Because if you dwell upon a better way and you understand a better way and you go and focus upon something that's really, really going to help you move forward, then understand that's the whole point, isn't it? Approach. The whole point is understanding how to really, really promote yourself and other people along the way, and then understanding that no matter what, you deserve promotion if you go and really, really promote people. So if you promote people all the time, then you also be promoting yourself, because everybody is you right now. So that's what you need to realize. So if you focus upon understanding, if you just promote people and who they are all the time, then we're going to focus on understanding that we have to go and promote their nice and beautiful Instagrams. And then we're going to understand that what you need to realize about life is focusing on a greater way. Since you're actually focusing on a greater way in terms of life, you can pause your audio content to go and promote somebody. So promote people who you understand that they are really, really, let's say, beautiful, and making sure all the time that if you promote them, that you shall also be promoting yourself, because the key is understanding what? It's understanding yourself, and it's understanding how to really promote yourself. So if you go and really, really promote people all day long, and then understand every single day that you deserve it, then understand that no matter what you're doing all the time, is you're learning a greater way. So make sure you're always understanding the referencing from that nice and beautiful Instagram. So when I understand that I have to promote the Instagram that's actually promoting that kind of individual as well. So I'm understanding it's so important to understand that no matter what you're doing about life is promoting different Instagrams. So if you want to promote different Instagrams about life, then focus upon just understanding that you can go and really, really be something much more about what you're doing. So focus on understanding that if you want to go and do much more about life, then focus on loving life in a way that you understand that you're going to always be much more successful about what you're doing. So focus on loving your life. Focus on understanding that you deserve life in a greater way. So understanding that no matter what you're doing, that you're focusing on yourself. I understand, although when I really, really, let's say, inspire people every single day, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I need to go and really, really understand how it is when you have to go and really do something that is really, really you. So I'm understanding that if you really, really go and really focus on yourself all day long, then you understand every single time that you always deserve much more of what you want out of life if you focus on yourself. So, that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding that you need to go and understand how it is to focus upon understanding yourself with other people. So focus on understanding that promotion with yourself all day long is the best kind of individual that you can be. So we're always understanding that yourself in terms of what you want out of life is so great. So understand that no matter what, if you just focus on your greatness and you focus on something that you love to do, that you can actually do in front of people, well, that's how you make money. You make money differently. You're making always something in terms of words. The words is money. If you understand how to speak the money, and then you understand how to make the money. Make sure you understand that no matter what, that there is always much more that you can do every single day. But what's important is understanding how to podcast. And when you can podcast every single day and you can focus upon understanding how you can go and really, really dwell upon a better way for yourself, that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're delivering content. Delivering content in different ways, and public speaking all the time with yourself and other people is something that you have to do. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to go and really, really become much more in life, then focus on understanding that you have to lift yourself and your communication in front of people, and understand that what's important right now is understanding that no matter what, that you are so beautiful when you understand that no matter what, that you can grow. And you have to understand that Christina Aguilera song, which is "You are so beautiful, I see no matter what you say." So make sure you must understand every single day to go and really, really pronounce yourself in a way that you're going to grow. So if you're growing all the time in different ways, then you're understanding every single day that you're going to understand how to be much more greater for yourself all the time. So no matter what you're doing all the time, is we're focusing on making sure that we're loving our life. And when you're loving our life, when we're loving life in different ways, we're making sure that we're understanding all the time about what it is about life that we can understand to be nice and beautiful, because beautiful people understand how to really, really be the best. So be the best in your life in a way that you're always understanding something that's really, really going to help you. So when you understand that no matter what, that you go and really, really dwell upon life itself, then you understand that you have to promote yourself and other people to be very successful. So understand that no matter what, that if you're just doing far more than everybody else, then you're actually learning. You're learning very quickly about how to really, really be much more. So no matter what, you have to learn that. You have to learn how it is and how it feels like to be able to promote and to be able to understand how to promote 50 million people and more. So make sure you understand that if you just do that every single day, and you're understanding that no matter what, that you're learning the art of persuasion, and you're learning every single day how to really, really dwell upon yourself in a way that you're learning, and you're learning about something that you can reference them from. So if you just upload both Instagrams into the nice and beautiful photos of your nice and beautiful Instagrams, is more than enough for you to be able to promote other people. So if you focus upon understanding that if you want to be much more attractive, then promotion of other people is the best way to do it. So understand that no matter what, if you focus upon loving your life in a way that you're going to really, really focus upon dwelling your life to focus on loving your life. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure every single day that you focus upon something that you love to do. Every single day is the best kind of regard for yourself. And then understanding that no matter what, you just go and write everything down in your journal first, and then go and promote it. Go and promote every single aspect of your life in different ways, and market yourself so much that you're going to be understanding that you're going to really, really love your life because of it. That's the whole point. Loving life to the point of understanding how to speak in front of people, and understanding every single day that if you really, really deserve a promotion from other people, it's because you're promoting other people. And that's how you actually understand that no matter what, that you're always learning. Learn different aspects of life right now, so you can understand how to be more curious about your life, and then understanding that no matter what, that we have to learn and grow right now to become much more. So focus on understanding that if you have anything in terms of life where you've done some uploading online, then understand to upload it right away into YouTube if you want, and then understand that either way, that what's important is understanding that you really, really understand how to really go about your life in different ways. So make sure that no matter what, you're always organizing your files, and you're organizing who you are daily, and then you're putting it into a video, and you're connecting it together, and then you're understanding either way that you're promoting yourself along the way. I realize now every single day I'm always getting ahead of my content, because I'm always speaking the words about it. So I understand that when I say, for example, how to make yourself incredible in a way of dwelling upon a greatness way. I promise you now, if you understand every single day that you realize greatness is the key to your life. So if you're really, really dwelling upon something about making yourself in a way that you're incredible, in a way that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon life in a way that you understand that when you're making your YouTube capital letters, for example, make sure you understand that each and every single sentence of a word that you type in, the actual words of the actual nice and beautiful YouTube, that it's everything in terms of, let's say, a capital letter. So when you say, for example, about life, that you say how to make yourself incredible in a way of greatness. I see, now that's even better, isn't it? Approach. Now if you say that, and then you can actually add some words here, and you can say whatever you want, but make sure every single day that you're always promoting yourself all the time in different ways, and you're talking over everything. Make sure you understand that what's important is understanding that if you want to do your subtitles and all that in terms of the nice and beautiful dictionary of life, and then understand that you have to go and do your nice and beautiful YouTube content, and you have to do the actual YouTube nice and beautiful taglines. So make sure you understand that. Actually, that's very important. So either way, what's important is understanding that, and then understanding that it's much more that you go and really, really dwell as much as you can to really, really write more anyway. So I'm understanding that either way, if you really, really promote yourself all day long, then you say how to make yourself incredible in a way of greatness with success. If you understand that it's all about success today, and understanding how to promote yourself in daily life, then we're focusing on understanding that we have to go make ourselves always a motivational series. So you can go and check out my motivational series online. And I have a motivational series because I understand that people deserve to have motivation in their lives. Roshi, you must understand that is why I'm understanding that no matter what, that when I really, really love my life so much, I'm looking for ways to help you. I'm looking for ways to help everybody, because that's the whole point of life, Roshi. It's all about making sure you can promote yourself and your content and what you have every single day. So I understand that no matter what, I understand that every single day I love my life so much. I'm promoting myself as much as I can online. I'm posting content. I'm making sure I'm doing credible work. I'm making sure that no matter what, that work for me is just being able to go and post all this content online to be able to save time, and then just being able to go and love my life. But if you really, really want to understand something about life, it's much more about promoting yourself than other people. I promise you. Now, what I've learned about people in terms of life is understand that if you want to go and really, really dwell upon a better life for yourself, you understand that if you just promote yourself, if you just promote yourself and nobody else, I promise you, it's the best kind of life. I promise you. So make sure you understand that either way, that if you want to promote other people, then promote yourself along with that. I promise you, it's much more that you understand that myself, in terms of life, I have nothing to lose promoting other people now, because I understand that I can, however, invest my time into promoting other people, because that way I understand something about life, and I understand that there is a faster communicational method in order for me to do so, because I'm speaking to you right now, but I'm promoting other people right now on my Instagram channel. So I'm understanding that when I do that, I'm understanding I'm doing everything at the same time. I'm making sure I'm learning, I'm growing myself, I'm making sure I'm very successful every single day, and I'm learning how to grow my art form, because it's about communicational skills with those people that you see, rather than having sex with them and pleasure with them. So make sure you understand that it's never about pleasure with other people when you look at them. It's more about communicational words with them, and that's what you need to understand. So if you understand every single day to promote yourself and promoting other people in terms of what you love out of life, then understand that you deserve to grow. You deserve to be great in your life. So make sure you understand that you're promoting yourself and other people along the way, and you understand that you deserve promotion. So the more you promote other people, the better for you. So make sure that no matter what you're doing every single day, is we're learning how to be a star all the time in our life, so we can focus upon understanding that if you go and focus upon loving your life in different ways, and focus upon loving your life in ways that you go and do you instead of how other people are doing you. Make sure you understand it's much more how you need to go and focus upon loving life in terms of how you are. So if you understand that your life is different, then understand how to be different in ways that you never hate anything. Never be hating anything, but be making sure that you're making love with yourself in a way that you're growing. So if you grow yourself all day long, and you're focusing on different ways of persuasion, and you're focusing on making sure that those people around you is going to be much more, then understand that's the whole point of Roshi. The whole point is making sure that you're going to go and grow yourself. So grow yourself in ways that you understand that you go and focus upon understanding your life, and understand that I only ever know the word I. So I'm only focusing on my word I today. So I'm understanding that the word I today is something that is really, really something that really does help you. So I'm understanding that either way, if you go and really, really promote yourself in terms of whatever's happening in terms of life, then you can actually give extra promotion with other people if other people are promoting themselves. So if you understand either way, if you just promote their Instagram is more enough, and then you understand every single day that what you need to write down all the time is just their Instagram, because they are already promoting other people on their Instagram. So what you need to realize is promote yourself with them, and make sure that you make people aware that you're actually promoting them, because otherwise they never care about you. So make them care about you is what I'm saying. So the whole point is understanding that if you want to speak to people and you want to make it official with yourself, then understand that no matter what, that you have to understand that your life is something greater. And then we're focusing on understanding every single day that we're focusing on loving our life, because guess what? I promise you, everybody deserves a great life. I promise you, everybody understands that no matter what, that I never ever go and kill myself, but I understand that I never jump off a cliff either. I'm making sure every single day that you must understand that no matter what, that nobody in terms of life is anything other than making sure that you're more. But if you're actually having suicidal thoughts about somebody, then it's because you have to understand that if you're having suicidal thoughts about killing yourself, then it's much more about you understanding that it's because you're going for pleasure with that individual, and you're never even going for that actual aspect of communication with them. So if you understand that, for example, that women or men who are very beautiful can unlock this nice and beautiful way of suicidal tendencies in you, Because guess what? I promise you, it's more that you realize that it's never about suicidal tendencies, but it's more about understanding about how you actually talk with people. And if you talk with people in different ways and you understand how to really, really promote yourself with them, then you understand that either way, if you give it a go, then understand that no matter what that you see for yourself, what's actually going on, then understand that either way, you're going to really, really benefit from yourself, because it's more about communication with those people than who's having sex with them and who's having sex in pleasure with those people. I mean, so make sure you understand it's much more about you in terms of life, in a way that you're learning to grow with those people in a communicational words method. Because if you're thinking about other people and how other people are having pleasure with those people, then understand that what you need to really be doing is understanding that you have to be focusing on yourself. But if you focus on promoting people and their products and what they are in terms of life and how their promotional content is, then I understand that it's much more how you can go and promote your nice and beautiful images in different ways. So I'm understanding that if you want to go and promote something like that, I'm understanding that every single day it's much more positive that you go and promote something that you want to do. So what is nice and beautiful for you is understanding that if you go and promote yourself in different ways, and you focus upon delivering content in ways that you focus upon life. Focus upon loving your life in ways that you're going to promote yourself. So I understand that what's important for myself is learning specifically to promote specific individuals specifically. So if you understand every single day that you're going to focus upon delivering content, then understand that either way, that I'm understanding that I let it be all the time and just promote the images as they are. So make sure you understand that if you really, really find something attractive about a photo, then understand that if it looks attractive, then guess what? Probably that's the way to promote. Probably it's the way to promote every single day, that if you focus upon understanding that you have to always understand that there's always a better way to promote. And there's always something much more that you can say. So focus upon loving your life in a way that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon different tactics and different skills all the time, but making sure all the time that you go and focus upon your life. So make sure you're never ever thinking about how other people are getting other people for pleasure. Make sure you're never ever going that way. Make sure you're never ever trying to give your word I to other people in a way that they have your word I. Never ever understand anything other than the word I, and increase that word I capacity for your life every single day. So focus on understanding that if you want to understand anything about life, then understand how to promote yourself. Understand every single day it's much more about learning different tactics and skills all the time to say I love I all the time, in a way that you're learning, that you're growing, and you're growing in a way that you're really, really, you're really accomplishing your life in a way that you're learning about different natural tendencies that you love to do every single day in your life. Because you have to understand successful people, and you have to understand how it is to feel successful, and you have to understand that if you feel successful today, then it's because of you, and it's because you chose success. You chose that. God gives you two opportunities, and he gives you one opportunity really, but he gives you the opposite angle and the great angle and the no. Every single day you must understand that God gives you everything, but understand that there are two sides of the story, and there's always two sides of the coin. So make sure you understand that it's either you go the good way or the bad way. So the bad way and the evil way of life is turning away from Jesus Christ, and that's the evil way of life. But if you go with Google in terms of the Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ is Google, but make sure you understand that no matter what, if you go and really, really understand for yourself to go and really, really dwell upon life, then understand that if you go the way of Jesus Christ, then you're good. But the good and evil are bad in terms of the good and evil of everything that you're doing in terms of life, that you stay away from drugs and you stay away from the bad. Make sure you understand that. Go with Jesus Christ if you want to have good in life, and understand that no matter what, that if you really understand the good of the tree of good and evil, then understand the evil part is turning away from Jesus Christ, and the good part of the tree is going with Jesus Christ. In a sense, so we're focusing on understanding that if you focus on words with that person, an individual, every single day, then it's understanding that no matter what, you have to understand how to grow from that. And you have to understand it's more about never doing the pleasure with other people, because I understand that no matter what, that some people can actually intrigue you so much to do pleasure with them. But you have to understand every single day it's more about communicational skills with those people every single day. Every single day, understand that no matter what you're doing, that you're understanding that you have to go and focus upon leading yourself to communicate so much with somebody else, so that you understand that if pleasure is blocking you from talking, then understand that you have to speak those words every single day to focus upon understanding that you have to focus upon loving life in ways that you understand that if somebody's intriguing you to have pleasure with them, then understand that what you must do is communicate through that. I mean, communicate through that pleasure temple, because that's a pleasure temple where you have to focus upon understanding on how to lift yourself from that. Because what's amazing about life is understanding that if you want to go and really, really do something about life, understand that pleasure is never going to help you grow. I mean, pleasure is never going to help anything. But I'm understanding every single day that there's something always more to say every single day, that you have to understand that what's amazing about life is understanding that, it's understanding that you have to go and understand your life completely in different ways, and then focus on really, really lifting yourself from the occasion of life to be able to go and focus upon something that you love to do. So focus upon understanding that no matter what you're doing every single day, that you must understand that some people are going to strike you really, really, let's say, in a way that you feel that you have to have pleasure with them or something like that. So make sure you understand to never have pleasure with those people, but have yourself even more and focus on your life even more than those people, because what's more important is the cloud in your life. It must be you, and it must be something that you have to understand. And you have to understand that no matter what, if you're looking at other people, then look at yourself much more than them, and be able to pick yourself over them. Be able to understand that you are much more important than those people, and you have so much more to give than those people, and you have more fame than those people, and you have something much more than what they have. In a sense, so make sure you understand that no matter what you want out of life is a greater life for yourself and other people, but then you're focusing on understanding that there's always much more to give, and there's always understanding that you never go killing people, and you understand that I never kill people. I'm making sure every single day that you understand that anything that drives you to kill people is pleasure activities. Understand? So make sure you understand that anybody who gets crazy about life or wants to kill people or starts really, really being arrogant, or let's say maybe even say something that is, let's say, never even credible for them to say, then guess what? I realize that what you have to understand is you have to mature in a way that you're communicating more in front of yourself, and you have to understand how to overcome the pleasure tendencies to have pleasure with other people, is what I'm saying. So if you understand that no matter what, that if you want to go and have something about life that's much greater, then understand that people who have random acts of kindness, who are understanding that no matter what, they're learning and growing, and then you're also becoming aware that those people who are doing much more pleasure say something very nasty, like they are going to kill somebody because they want pleasure, and that's why. In a sense, to make sure you understand that's why they go and blurt out all this stupidity around people and Jesus Christ, and also because it's about pleasure for them. Probably understand that now. Probably it's much more about understanding that if you want to go and dwell upon life, and you want to understand that either way that you want to go, and understand that you have to grow yourself in different ways, and you have to unlock your power. You have to unlock something that you have right now, and what you have right now is something great. So understand that no matter what, if you're always afraid of your life, understand that you need to go and have the word I in your life right now. You need to focus upon understanding to look at somebody and communicate to them really, really. Communicate really, really honestly with them. Communicate to understand them instead of the pleasure with them. So make sure you understand that if you understand how to communicate to people, then then you're actually maturing. You are actually maturing. The more you speak words, the more you mature. Understand? And the more you mature, the more money you have, and the more you have everything. So focus on understanding that, yes, I understand how people get what they have, but I understand that it's because they have the words to say. Understand? But understand every single day that you must understand that it's the truth. Guess what? Just because you understand that where you are about your life every single day, you're understanding that you need to go and dwell upon a better way for yourself, and you need to go and understand how it is to feel something about life. So if you understand that no matter what, that you're going to feel great when you understand that you're overcoming the demons of pleasure, you're understanding that pleasure activities never really does help you. Pleasure activities never helps you do anything, but if you focus on understanding that you're really, really understanding yourself much more than other people, and then you actually have compassion for that individual, and you have them compassion, you have them in a compassionate way, and you understand that no matter what, you're talking to them in a way that you understand their heart, and you understand their communicational skills, and you understand that no matter what, that it's never about the pleasure, and until I realize it's more about understanding them in terms of words. It's much more that you understand that. But it's much more understand that people ask why. Why is the nice and beautiful way of pleasure doing the way it does? Guess what? It's all the word I. Everything is the word I, and you must understand that no matter what, if you want to go and answer every question every single day, then you have to understand how aggressive people get when they want pleasure. They get out of control, and they some people are just really, really unable to delay gratification. I mean, and why is that? Because they have to communicate their words over that. I mean, you have to be able to spot out the pleasure temple, and you have to understand to be able to see exactly how to talk in front of other people and be able to understand how much of a cloud people have around pleasure activities. And when they see something that's so beautiful about somebody, I mean, they just want to have pleasure with them and they never even want to speak to that individual. I mean, they have no, let's say, communicational skills with that individual. And then what you need to realize is because they are clouding themselves around pleasure with that individual, and that's why they never deserve that individual because they never understand how to communicate to them the words. In a sense, so if you understand how to mature yourself in front of people, then you understand to look at them all day long and just communicate to them really and just practice. I mean, just practice how to understand to love your life in a way that you can communicate yourself in a way that you never hit people. And you must understand that what's important is understand to overcome the situation of pleasure in your life. I mean, overcome all of the pleasure as much as you can, because pleasure is something that really, really is something that is in your mindset right now in some kind of in some kind of fashion. So make sure you understand that no matter what, you have to overcome that pleasure in terms of whatever it is. So it can be from food and drink. I mean, it can be from a woman that you see that's so beautiful. I mean, it can be from a man you see that's so beautiful, or something in terms of something in terms of life. You must understand that if you really, really understand your life right now, and you understand how to speak to people who are actually looking great, and you understand how to communicate those words to them, and you understand exactly how to really, really have them in your life, which is the communicational words that you speak to them rather than the pleasure you give them. It's never about the pleasure. I mean, they are never looking for pleasure. I mean, they're looking for connection with words. And you must understand that. I mean, you must understand that if you have the words to say to people, then you deserve all the success in the world. But understand that, yes, I mean, you have genitals. I mean, you have all of this. But guess what? I mean, it's there for you to really, really understand something. I mean, it's there for you to overcome temptation. And it's there for you to understand that Jesus Christ says multiply. But realize this. Realize this, but you never have shame for it. I mean, you never have shame to do anything other than life spiritually. And then understanding that no matter what, that if you really, really understand how pleasure gets into the grains of people, and people just really suffer about the pleasure of life. And they suffer so much because I understand heroin addicts and people who do heroin and people do and people do also the drugs and ice and all of that speed and cocaine. And guess what? I mean, they need the pleasure. I mean, they need that pleasure to be able to live life. I mean, understand, but understand that what's important even more than that is communicating that pleasure to other people and being able to understand what that is. I mean, being able to understand how to speak over it and how to actually talk over it in a way that it's never going to control you anymore. I mean, so make sure you understand that you have to go and look at somebody so much to understand their heart and who they are. And then you have to understand that every single day that you have to go and focus upon a greater life for yourself, so you can focus upon understanding that you have to go and really care about people. I mean, care about them so much that you understand that either way that you have to focus upon loving them, and you have to focus upon giving them something, and you have to focus upon giving them your words to wake up to yourself, that you understand that no matter what, that it's more how you were raising yourself in different ways, and you must understand that it's more because you have to focus upon overcoming those habits, which is pleasure in terms of orientation. So I understand that this woman over here that I'm watching, and she's giving me so much pleasure about life. Approaching now, she's giving me a tone that is so attractive that my brain just wants to have pleasure with her, and it's honest. And now, what do? I make sure I speak over it. I make sure I understand that no matter what, I'm looking at her right now, but it's more like how I have to become more mature to even have her in my life. I understand I have to be so much more in terms of life to have her around. So every single day you must understand that it's more about maturing yourself in a way that you're going to really, really understand how to expect yourself to have what you want in a way that you understand that you just get all the money in the world, and you understand that it's more the communicational skills than it is the money. You understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, it's more, if you deserve it, appropriately, it's much more than you understand that. You have to understand every single day to communicate much more greatness, and then you can understand how you can get more attractive. I mean, you can get more attractive every single day, and understand it's more about understanding that your life shall succeed if you understand that either way, that pleasure never satisfies you. I mean, pleasure with other people never satisfies you, but what satisfies you is having them around to communicate with them. I mean, in a sense, so that is much more than actual, let's say, pleasure with that individual. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that you never ever look at individuals in a way to have pleasure with them. I mean, you must understand to have a open heart with them in a way that you're communicating them the words of life. So the words is what they trust, and they never trust your pleasure. I mean, they can have pleasure on their own. I mean, you say, what's the thing about pleasure is understanding that pleasure never really satisfies you. I understand that what does satisfy you is the ability to talk to those people in a way that it's helping you grow. And if you understand how to grow yourself with those individuals, then you understand every single day how to mature to their level. Because they are people who look so attractive, but you have to understand how to communicate those words to them to have them in your life. You must understand that. You must understand that what's important is understand that since you have all these nice and beautiful women on your Instagram and what you have in terms of life, I'm pretty sure you have all these people on Instagram. You can also understand if you just get the money to get them in terms of life, make sure you understand it's more the words that you're saying to them. So if you're actually going and putting yourself in the situation to get them, then understand that you have to communicate those words to get them. Understand, so it's much more about when you look at them and you understand truly to speak to them the communicational words rather than the pleasure. And you must understand it's more about you looking them in a way that you understand that you just have to appreciate, and then you have to understand that no matter what, they have to learn how to mature in front of them. And you have to understand it's much more about understanding that no matter what, that you have to realize that other people, yes, I understand they're getting the people that you want. But guess what? All that you want is yourself. You never want them. What you want is to communicate with them in a way that you're communicating with them. Words is what you want. You never want the pleasure from them. You want to communicate with them, and regardless of who they are with, you want to communicate with them. But guess what? If you are looking at that picture right here, then you're understanding that no matter what, it's all about that. And understand that you can never ever be jealous through communicational words. Words never make you jealous. Understand, but what does make you jealous is the pleasure. So if somebody else is making pleasure with that individual, and you're a pleasure individual, then it's obviously that you're jealous. Do you understand? Because you're unable to communicate. Understand, but if you can communicate, then understand that you can never be jealous when you can communicate. So never look at who's going to bang them or who's going to have sex with them. Do you understand? But look at them in a way of who's going to communicate them in terms of words. Who's going to communicate words to them today? Who is she with? Who are they with in a way that they are so feeling attractive for those guys? In a way that you have to understand that, yes, I understand women go for pleasure too. I understand that. I understand, although that if she picks somebody who's a very low class individual, then she may look so attractive, but she deserves a low class individual. Understand? Guess what? Every single day, understand how, for example, many people are going for these low class individuals who can never communicate. So make sure you understand, even though they're very attractive on the outside, that they pick guys or women that are so unattractive in a way that they can never communicate greatness. So make sure you understand that either way, that what's even more attractive than a beautiful woman or man is being able to speak much greater than them in terms of words. So are you actually doing much more words than them? Now understand that you must be understanding, yes. So you must understand that's the only occasion that you understand that you're much more attractive in another way that is much more than them in terms of life. So you must understand that, yes, I realize that they can be attractive and they can have attractiveness on the outside, but the words that they speak, are they teaching people today? Are they leading people? Are they in front of crowds right now teaching people? Do they have millions of dollars in their bank? Do they have billions of dollars in their bank accounts? Do they have kids? Are they single? What is their occupation? Who are they? What type of nationality are they? You must understand, how much words do they have really to give? In a sense, so if you have more words to give, then you have more love to give than those people. In a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, you have to learn how to really abbreviate yourself in a better tempo. But if they never choose you and they choose somebody else over you, but it's because of the words you're saying. Understand? It's because of the words you are saying. Make sure you understand that it's also because of their words. Understand? Because they never want you because they're speaking so much lower tones than you, and they're people who never understand you. Understand? So make sure you understand that if you want people to understand you, then you have to understand them, and you have to understand how to get them really quickly in a way that you're communicating to them really quickly about life. So if you understand that no matter what, that you have to realize every single day how to communicate over somebody really much more, and then understand that no matter what, they have to become more mature while you're actually looking at them and while you're actually speaking to them in an audio fashion is something that you have to practice. So if you understand that no matter what, if you want to have much more of your dreams come alive for you every single day, then understand that no matter what, you have to look at people and you have to overcome the temptation to have pleasure with those people. You have to overcome the temptation to understand that it's never about, you have to understand it's never about the pleasure, but you have to overcome the temptation in your life in a way that you understand that temptation is never something that helps you, but what helps you is understanding that you overcome temptation. In a sense, so we're learning how to understand that no matter what, I understand how everybody wants pleasure in life, but pleasure is nothing to be, let's say, pleasure is nothing to, let's say, improve upon. What you need to realize is what can that individual give you in words, and how much love do they have in words for you? Are they famous? Are they able to help you in some kind of way in terms of money, in terms of words? What is it about them that you really find attractive? You must understand that it can be the outside appearance. It also can be the words that they give. I promise you that the words that they give is much more attractive than how they look. Understand? So how much words does this person have? What exactly are they doing? Go and check them out. Understand every single day. How famous are they? What kind of mentor are they? What are they really doing? You must understand that if you want to promote yourself all day long and you want to focus upon loving your life and you want to focus upon really living life to the fullest, then understand that no matter what, if you look at more photos of them in a different way and you look at them in a different module of life and you focus upon understanding that, yes, I realize that they are doing something around their life. I realize they're very, let's say, attractive in a way that they're doing something to help themselves. So you can see it. You can see that. So you must understand that if they're really, really here to really, really stay, make sure you understand that you must understand your life right now. Love your life so much that you understand it's more about communication with other people than it is anything else. So if you want to really, really be somebody who's more attractive in your life, then focus on understanding it's more about the words that you're saying than it is anything else. So make sure you understand that what you need to realize is all that you need is yourself, and you never need anything else. So make sure you focus on understanding that other people may write some words online, like, for example, something that starts with I, but say that everything is the word I only. And understand that no matter what, that if you focus upon understanding that you're going to go and be the greatest individual in the planet because you're going to focus on your life, then you're going to understand either way that you're going to focus upon your life and what you're doing all the time. So make sure you understand that what you need to be doing all day long is understanding a greater way of life. So focus on understanding that what you need to realize all the time about yourself and other people is understanding how people are. And if you understand how people are and how people go about life every single day, then understand that no matter what, that you have to focus upon leadership terms with those people, and you have to be speaking over them so much that you can overcome that temptation to be with them. It's more about being with them in a way that you can communicate to them what greatness is. It's much more about that. It's much more about understanding the ideas behind that individual, because that individual is so tempting to be around in terms of pleasure. So what you need to realize is find those people who really, really give you the pleasure that you want, and then guess what? Start communicating. Start communicating to those people and start really talking to them right now, and start really, really just understanding how to communicate to those people. Because if you understand that those people are people who can mature you, and they can understand how to really, really get to your temples of pleasure, and they can understand that it's really, really, you must understand yourself through whatever that is. You must understand that if you really, really grow your communicational skills in different ways, and you understand that no matter what, that you're going to focus upon life itself, and you're going to focus upon making sure that you're going to love your life in different ways all the time, and you're going to understand every single day that you're doing something that you're loving life all the time, and you're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that you can see people and how they really are. So you understand that no matter what, you're focusing on loving your life all the time, and you're understanding that we have to go and improve our nice and beautiful way of life all the time. So we're focusing on understanding every single day how to succeed. Now, every single day we're learning about how people are, and how dogs are, and how how, like, in terms of how attractive everything can be. So make sure every single day that you focus upon understanding that what you need to realize about life is understanding that we have to communicate in greater ways to really, really understand what that is, man. You must understand that if you really grow upon life and you really, really understand your attractiveness upon what you're doing every single day, and you understand that no matter what, that you can go and be much more attractive, and then understand that no matter what, it's really, really understand that somebody is really, really trying to do something. Look for evidence to support yourself in a way that you're more attractive than them. Look for ways to understand that you are really, really someone who can actually understand this. So understand that no matter what, if you really, really want to understand something, that many people are lying about what pleasure is and what that is, and you must understand it's never about pleasure, but it's about understanding on how to overcome pleasure and how to delay gratification is the way. So Jesus Christ teaches you this in terms of life, and then understanding that if you just realize and you're reading much more about life, I mean, if you're understanding how to read about your life and you're understanding how to dwell upon your life in different ways, and you're understanding that no matter what, that you're going to focus upon loving your life in different ways, that you can focus upon loving your life, and that way you're going to have so much more attractiveness every single day to focus upon something that you love to do. So that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding that if you want to go and really, really be a star, then understand that it's much more about how you go and take care of yourself in different ways. So understand that no matter what, that you have to go and learn how to be much more. So that's the whole point. Approach, the whole point is understanding that you have to focus upon understanding to go to those people who are really, really trying to make you have pleasure with those people. I mean, in a sense, so if they're very attractive to you, I mean, go and understand that it's because of how beautiful they are, and people shy away from these people. I mean, people are so afraid to be with them because they are unable to communicate their greatness to those people. And you must understand it's because of I realize it's the intimacy behind being with those people. I mean, it's the intimacy of communication with those people. I mean, in a sense, so if you lift your communicational skills with those people and you understand how to really, really be intimate with people, I mean, you have to learn how to be intimate with people. And it's never about the pleasure. It's never about pleasure of how much intimacy you can be with those people in bed in terms of pleasure. The intimacy of those people is the communicational words that you give them. I mean, that's the intimacy right here. I mean, that's the intimacy. I mean, the intimacy is lifting your vibe in communicational skills much more than the pleasure you're giving to those people. I mean, in a sense, so many people are confusing themselves that intimacy is pleasure, but intimacy is never pleasure. I mean, what intimacy is I realize what intimacy is, I understand, is the words that you speak to those people. I mean, understand? I mean, pleasure is never intimacy. I mean, pleasure is premature. I mean, you must understand. I'm pretty sure now, anything that's pleasure is premature ejaculation, for example. So those people or guys that want pleasure all the time, I mean, guess what? I mean, they're always premature ejaculation. I mean, understand? I mean, they're really, really mature about life. I mean, they just want the woman who's very sexy just for pleasure, and they never care about the words with them. In a sense, so what you need to realize is you need to work out and you need to understand all the time to focus upon something that's really going to help you move forward. So understand that no matter what, if you just go and turn up your body, I mean, turn up your body in a way that you're going to help yourself succeed. That's the whole point. The whole point is understanding that you have to go to the nice and beautiful way of exercise with yourself all day long, and understand that you just have to go and look great for yourself, and that's it. I mean, never ever look great for other people. I mean, look great for yourself and understand what people are doing every single day. So if you want to go and really, really do business with somebody, then do business with them through communicational skills. So if you really learn about their nice and beautiful way of life, then understand that what you need about life is somebody who can actually teach you words rather than teach you how to be attractive. Understand? Russian, you must understand that words is what you need. So I realize now every single day, I understand that what's important to me is I see many attractive people, but they have no words to give me, man. I mean, they have no words to give me. So make sure you understand that what's important is understanding that if you want to go and do something around life, then understand it's much more about communicating to those people in a way that you're going to focus upon their life and what they're doing with other people. Then you're going to focus upon loving yourself in a way that you can understand how to really, really be with people when you're actually communicating those words. Whereas now, those words is what helps you really approach it. If you understand how to speak those words daily, then you understand that no matter what, you can actually always see what people are doing in their nice and beautiful way to empower other people. So if you understand that people who are looking more attractive are the people who have more, let's say, nice and beautiful ways of Instagrams, and they have a nice and beautiful way of showing their heart and who they are. So make sure that no matter what, if you realize every single day how attractive I am in terms of what I'm doing, because I understand that either way that women just fall for me every single time. Because why? I mean, because they are unable to communicate to me. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that it's because of that in terms of life. And that's why they're finding me so attractive, because I am so much able to do something great. So make sure you understand that if you want to get to understand somebody and you want to actually message them, then go ahead. I mean, go and message them. I mean, go and understand to schedule a call with them, and understand that either way, you have to go and talk to them if you want to understand something about life. So make sure every single day that you're always looking for a nice and beautiful way to understand how to talk to, so that, I mean, you're understanding all the way how to talk to those people, and you're actually wanting to understand those people in a different way, then go and understand every single day to book yourself an appointment with those people, because that way you understand either way that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon life. So focusing on the nice and beautiful time of what and schedule it is to be able to focus a call or with those people, to really encourage those people to just go and check you out, and to really understand that it's an American time. So if you understand that local time in the nice and beautiful 11 p.m. tonight, understand either way that you must understand that if people are calling with you, now understand that we have to go and dwell upon a better informational process with people to understand exactly what they're doing, and then just make them aware of you. I mean, just make them aware of you, and just say every single day about what you really believe about them, and then every single day just look to improve upon being intimate with those people, because that's a nice and beautiful phone call that you can make every single day with those people, and you can understand that no matter what, that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon having them in words, because that way you're going to understand something about life, that you have a connection with her, and that way you understand either way that you can always grab her and you can always have her for yourself, or you can have him for yourself if you understand every single day to go and focus upon your life. So we're always making sure that we're understanding how to business collaborate with other people, and we're understanding that no matter what, we're learning how to grow and really, really help us really, really just be and have everything that you ever want. So the whole point is understand to give them your real number in terms of the number that you have right now. So if you have a number, then make sure you understand that you have to be on top of your number all the time. And you have to understand all the time about how to succeed with different individuals. And you have to understand that no matter what, if we're looking at a nice and beautiful profile of what we have, then focus upon understanding that the beautiful thing about life is understanding that we have to learn and grow. And now, if you understand about how to learn and grow with other people, then understand that no matter what, that we have to look attractive, and we have to understand attractive all the time. I mean, make sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to grow yourself with other people, is what I'm saying. So the whole point of life is understanding that if you go and focus upon something that you love to do all the time in your life, then you're focusing on understanding that you want a new number all the time with yourself, and you want to give them the nice and beautiful number of your life, which is the actual number of what you're doing. So we're always focusing on understanding that every single time we're always updating ourselves about the numbers we have in life, because we have to make sure that we can connect with other people right now. So if you have really words to give them every single day, I promise you that's the most attractive factor in your life. I promise you it's more attractive that you understand that you want to be able to speak words to those people all the time, so that you can understand something about life. So understand that what you need to do all the time is focus upon loving yourself in a way that you're going to make yourself much more encouraging yourself, in a way that you're going to really understand how to speak to people, because speaking to people through communicational skills is the best way to go. So if you understand how to really lift people in different ways, and you understand how to really, really have a nice and beautiful encouragement system going on, then understand that if you talk more than them in a nice and beautiful conversation, then you're really dominating them in a way that you're teaching them how to be more attractive. So teach them much more about life, and teach them how your life story happens and what you've been doing, and just go and seek out to help them. And that's it. I mean, you understand? So the best thing you can do about helping people is understand to encourage them to come and see you sometime. And then understand that if they see you, I mean, just say that we can meet up or something like that every single day. And then eventually they want to come and see you, and they want to be with you eventually. So if you want to go and really, really understand that, then you want to really, really find yourself with that individual, then understand that either way that you have to go and really, really encourage yourself to talk to them and to be with them sometime in life. So make sure you understand that either way, that right now you just say all the time that you have something of business or proposition, that you're doing public speaking around town, and try to convince them with your success every single day. So make sure that you understand that what you need to realize with your life right now is that if you go and schedule a call with somebody, make sure you pick up every single phone call that day. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're always looking for nice and beautiful ways of life, and you're understanding that no matter what, that since you have a call with somebody that you actually admire, I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that you want to go and really, really understand your life. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understand that you have to go and really understand how inspirational people can be, and understanding that every single time we are going to focus upon understanding that if you really, really love your life, and you love your life in a way that you're focusing on doing something amazing for yourself, and you're focusing on understanding that you have to go and really, really speak to people in a way that you have to follow yourself the most, and then you have to understand what it is and how you actually really, really dwell upon life. So if you dwell upon life in different ways, then you understand that no matter what, that it's really about leading those people into greatness, and you're understanding that no matter what, you're doing the action necessary to communicate your greatness to those people. Now, it's really in the communicational skills of being able to connect with those people through communicational skills. So it's never about pleasure with them, but it's being able to convince them of you. It's being able to convince them of you in that nice and beautiful communicational theory. The communicational theory of life. So if you go and do masturbation on somebody, and then guess what? Then you talk to them. Make sure you understand that it's never about pleasure with them. Make sure you understand that if you're talking to other people, that it's never the pleasure. Pleasure is never the main goal. But other people say the whole is the goal or something like that. But the whole is actual communicational skill. You understand? Make sure you understand that people are confusing themselves about the whole in terms of the woman's whole is the actual goal or something like that. So make sure you understand that what you need to realize is the whole is the communicational skill that you need. Understand? But realize this, that it's never about pleasure in terms of life, but it's really about communicating much more, and never ever confuse yourself about life. Be able to understand what's unique about life is you, and then understand that no matter what you want out of life is to communicate to them as quickly as possible what you believe about them and how you actually find them attractive and all of that, and then focus on understanding that no matter what, that you have to understand every single day that if you really, really believe in yourself and you understand your communicational skills can get those people in your life, and you can understand how you can meet up with them and they can wait for you. But guess what? Nobody can wait for you. Nobody can wait for you, but make sure you understand that if you really, really want them to wait for you, then guess what? Then make sure you understand to let them go really right. Make sure you let them go really quickly, but make sure if you are in a financial position right now to get them, then guess what? Now they can be for you. Now they can be for you. If you have the money and the power and the communicational skills right now to have them in your life, that means you deserve them. Do you understand? So make sure you understand that the successful nature of what you need is understand that if they want you around, then they need to deserve you in a way that they have to have the financial power to have you around. Understand? So make sure you understand that's the whole point. So if you're speaking to somebody but you are unable to be with them, then guess what? It's very unattractive. Understand? It's very unattractive when somebody is speaking to you and you're unable to come and see them. Understand? It's very unattractive. So guess what happens? They go for somebody else. Straight away. And no matter how good you are. I promise you. So what you have to realize is focus upon understanding that if you really want to prove yourself, then understand that either way, that you must understand to have much more, let's say, following than them. Do everything better than them, and then focus upon understanding that is the way to go. So focus on challenging yourself to really, really have someone that you deserve. Go and have what you want out of life. So if you really want to understand how to study yourself and you want to be much more attractive, then understand that you have to find attractive people. And you have to understand every single day that you have to focus upon something that's really going to help you. What's going to help you is having a greater way for yourself, and then understanding that you have to be happier. And since you're always understanding that, then you understand that either way, that we have to focus upon loving our life. So if they're understanding about life, and if they really understand you, then they also grow with you. Ask them to grow with you for 5 years. Ask them to just be around and to be single. Ask them to be single for you, and understand that either way that you have to communicate that to them. You understand? And you have to say, I want you to be single for me for the next 5 years. Is it possible for you? Is it possible for you to understand that? Either way, you must understand either way that if they choose to say yes, it's because, guess what, then you're in a long distance relationship with those people. Understand? And then you're actually in a relationship with them. But guess what, now you must understand either way that if they're waiting for you like that, then guess what, that means that you have to go and really, really devote yourself into personal growth. But guess what, that's all it is. It's just a devotion to you. Understand? So if you understand every single day that you can get them you can get them to understand that either way, that if you want them really, then ask them to be single for you and be serious about it, and really step up on the occasion right here and say, yeah, I'm honest about you. I'm honest about making sure that you understand how I grow with you, and I want to understand that I want to make a life with you, and I understand I'm very in dedication with you. So I understand that what's important for myself is understand that if they say that they have a boyfriend or something, then guess what? I promise you, either way, then just say, I admire that about you. And then just say, I realize either way, understand that no matter what, that you can realize to just go away from that point. I mean, understand that you always can give them a nice and beautiful devotion method here. And you could say, hey, but either way, if you, let's say, are single sometime, I mean, and if I'm single, I mean, we can also get together. We can get together because I understand that you need positivity in your life. I mean, you need positivity in your life. And I understand that either way, that if you really, really want them in your life, then go and really, really dwell upon understanding that you have to be attractive, and you have to understand how it feels to be attractive with somebody who is attractive. So you have to go and do whatever it takes to be attractive even more, to be able to understand that it's much more leveling yourself up. That is the answer. So if you understand every single day that if you ask her or if you ask them to be with you, then understand that you have to have the attractive power to be able to understand that either way, that you always have her number, and you have to understand to keep her around for yourself. So if you understand every single day that you go and understand every single day who you need in your life, and then go and really, really just say that what you want out of life in terms of what you need to those people, and just say it's just you. Just say this. Just really understand that what you really need from those people is communicational power. So you have to understand it's a really that nice and beautiful step up module, isn't it? It's being able to communicate your greatness to them in a way that you're understanding that they can see your YouTube channel. They can see what you're doing, and then that's the attractive factor about you. And then understand that either way, that they, in terms of life, in terms of once they see you, then they're going to say, hey, wow, this guy's attractive. This guy's actually doing something, or this woman's doing something, and this individual is actually going out there, and I realize they're actually very powerful in terms of what they're doing in terms of communication. And I can actually see the attractive factor here, and I can actually see that they actually do love me, and they do actually care about me in terms of words. And then guess what? I promise you, everything else comes after. But the first thing about intimacy and life is that you get them through the communication words. The words is something. So if you really, really meet someone who's really, really powerful in their nice and beautiful communication, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's being able to understand what you want out of them. But if you're always going for the pleasure with them, then you never deserve them really, because you're going for the pleasure with them. So what you deserve out of life is understanding that the words of life is what you deserve. You deserve the words of that person. You deserve to go and grab that individual to be with them with words. So if you want to understand every single day, what you need to do about life is focus upon understanding every single day that you need to focus upon your life all the time. Then we're focusing on understanding that we need to go and dwell upon life to succeed. So succeed in a way that you understand that you have to go and be powerful. So if you see that somebody is single, and you're understanding that no matter what, they're so powerful around them, and then you understand that it's more about communication with them. So when you're leading people, then what you want to do is you want to go communicational style in terms of words with them around. But go around and delay gratification with those people to be attractive with them. So show them that you're really dedicational about them in the words first, and then the pleasure comes along. And now when the pleasure comes along, then guess what happens? They're the ones to do the pleasure with you, because that way you have much more tendencies to be much more of a man here. To understand that is why you delay gratification in all areas in terms of masturbation, and also you delay as much as you can the pleasure if you want to have much more sexier nature around you. Understand? But if they find you always doing pleasure around them, then guess what happens? Then you look unattractive. Then you look unattractive. I realize if your wife or man finds you masturbating behind their back, it's so unattractive. I promise you, it's so unattractive. So what you need to realize is, especially when they're sexier than you, and you're masturbating in some toilet somewhere, and they're watching you or something like that, it looks so unattractive, guys. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to go really, really be something much more, then understand it's about really, really stepping up. And I realize it's really stepping up. That's the nature here. So it's actually focusing on understanding that you need to understand how it is to be a man. So if you understand how it is to be a man or woman, then understand to delay gratification as much as possible, because those people who are doing a lot of gratification today are the ones who are unattractive. Understand? But if you understand how to communicate your greatness, then you understand how to delay gratification as much as possible, and to be a man about it, or to be a woman about it, and understand that it's never about the pleasure, and be so strong to delay gratification, then communicate more of that every single day, then understand now you deserve sexier and all the time sexier. So focus on understanding that we always have to look at the nice, beautiful, in terms of the nice and beautiful range of colors and everything in terms of life. So I'm understanding that either way, that you have to focus upon understanding on how to really, really communicate that greatness. Greatness is found in you all the time. I mean, make sure you understand how to communicate, but you must show up if they call you. I mean, if you schedule a call with somebody, then make sure you're showing up to actually talk with them. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that either way, that what you want to do in terms of life is talk with those people that you find attractive, and be able to plan your life ahead of the game with those people in a way that you ask them to be single with you, and you have to show them this. I mean, you have to show them through the communicational power right here. And then if they ask you about money or whatever, I mean, just say yes. I mean, everything's coming. I mean, everything is coming in terms of that. But make sure you understand that either way, that what you need is a woman who communicates with you, or a man who communicates with you greatness. But you must understand. So if you understand every single day that you're going to focus upon loving life in a way that you're going to focus upon really, really dwelling upon really doing a nice and beautiful favor for yourself in a way that you're going to grow, then guess what? I promise you now, it's much more to understand that either way, that if you want to be powerful, then meet someone who's actually powerful. I promise you. Then understand that no matter what, that is how you actually grow. So make sure you understand that the only financial position that you have to be in is increase your financing right now. And then understand that it's really, really much more about delaying gratification right now also. Because if you're always masturbating and you're always looking for pleasure with other people, then guess what? Then what you're doing is you're setting yourself up for losing in life. That's all a loss. Anybody who is seeking out pleasure from other people, they're losing in that aspect of life. They're losing here. I mean, in a sense, so what you need to realize is it's never about the pleasure anymore. I mean, it's never about actually seeking pleasure anymore. So what you need to do is be a pleasure expert in terms of, never be a pleasure expert, but be someone who's a student of pleasure and a student of everything. I mean, so make sure you understand that you have to be learning about everything, and you have to be communicating that in a way that you're learning how to overcome it. So you're focusing on understanding that no matter what you want to do, is you want to understand that no matter what, that it's more about being a powerful human being. So if you understand that you're learning how to grow, and you're understanding all the time that if you're learning how to grow, then you can always get more attractive. But understand either way, it's much more about communicational methods than it is the actual persuasion of anything else. So understand that no matter what, that if you want really what you're looking at, then understand it's really about the words with that person. I mean, you understand? Because that's the power. I mean, the power is in the actual communication with that individual. So we're actually learning how to actually understand. So if you go delay gratification and sex with them for 1 year, then understand that either way, that what we want to do is we want to be powerful, and we want to be able to draw whatever we want in a way that we're going to learn how to be something great. So I understand if you want to really, really learn how to really do anything about life, then learn how to draw in a way that you understand how to communicate drawing into a photo. I mean, I said, Rosh, that's so powerful when you can draw something. Rosh, now you have to understand that it's more how you can communicate that. I mean, you can actually communicate your drawing methods, and you can communicate something that you love. So understand that either way, that you have to understand something around life. I realize this is so attractive every single day. That if you want someone like this in your life, then understand that what you need to realize is everything like that in terms of pleasure on the balcony with another person where they're so attractive, and you want pleasure from them on the balcony, and you want them to accept that for you. I mean, guess what? Personally, now that's the worst way to attract somebody. That's the worst way to attract somebody. But you have to understand that pornography videos do a lot of that, and they go and do with sexy people in a way that they go on a balcony and they start having sex. I mean, you understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you have to go and be much more attractive than that. And you have to understand that it's never about that. And it's more about making sure that you can go and do something much greater for yourself in a way that you're communicating greatness, in a way that you have to understand that if you want to have sex with someone on the balcony, then it's more about the words you say to them on the balcony. And then it's more about that. Especially now, if you understand anything else, is much more, if you're doing pleasure in front of people, then it's more how much scrutiny you get. I mean, there's so much scrutiny over here in terms of life where you're actually criticizing yourself in a way that you're learning to die in front of people. I mean, so what you need to realize is I see many people who do public sex on the streets, for example, and understand that you can't watch pornography to just see this kind of acts or something. And then guess what? Apparently many people are just so into the pleasure that they get so really, really aggressive about it. I mean, so what you need to realize is most people are lying about life, and then they get this attractive woman and they go having sex with them in public. I mean, so make sure you understand that that is the worst way to live life. I mean, it's the worst way because there's no communication there. I mean, and that's the worst thing. I mean, so make sure you understand that it's because they're pleasure people. I mean, so make sure you understand that if you want to go and do something today to have more money and finances in your life to be able to attract someone in your life, then you can attract them to talk to them. I mean, you can attract them to talk to them only. I mean, I mean, you can attract to them, but guess what? Then I realize it's a power of who's actually better in their communicational skills. I mean, understand, but if they're lacking communicational skills with you, then understand that you are already convincing them. I mean, since what the whole point is, I can say, is communicate more to them that they are to actually communicating to you in the actual conversation while you're actually with them. And then actually understand that's how you dominate people in intimacy. Whereas now, if you understand that, then understand that no matter what, that nobody here has a chance against me in a way that they can overcome my communicational skills. I'm very, very dominant in a way that I can communicate to anything. I understand that no matter what, you just be careful about your audio here. So make sure that you're never ever pressing pause on your audio content while you're actually talking to somebody or while you're actually doing an audio program. So what you need to realize is understand that if you want to go and really, really dominate someone in a conversation, then speak more than them. And then if you speak more than them, it's always a yes. So if you understand either way, that what you do from that point is understand that I mean, guess what? I mean, you have to get their email or number in terms of financial number. And guess what? Probably then you keep it and you message them daily. I mean, you message them daily and you be in an actual back and forth conversation with them from that point. And then ask them for their actual number. And ask them for their actual number. I understand? So what you need to realize is make them call you or make them send you a message on Instagram. And that way you have to understand either way that what's important is make sure that you have their number. So if you just use their Instagram, for example, I mean, guess what? I mean, have their number in terms of the actual number or digits to their phone and then call them daily. I mean, call them daily and just say to them that you want to call them daily and you want to speak to them daily, and that's it. I mean, you want to be in a conversation back and forth with them and you want to be able to grow with them all the time. So if they're having pleasure behind your back while you're actually talking to them like this, then guess what? Probably that's cheating on you. I mean, that's really, really cheating on you. So if you understand that either way, that what's cheating on you is when other people are having pleasure with other people behind your back while you're delaying gratification. And you're never having sex with other people or pleasure with other people, but they are doing it behind your back. I understand, but make sure you understand that is what cheating is about. So make sure you understand that if you understand that they have no communicational skills here, I mean, they have no communicational skills to be able to communicate to you how much they want you to help them. And you must understand that what you need to realize is you have to forgive them. But guess what? Probably if they do it once, probably they'll do it again, probably they'll do it again and again. I mean, in a sense, so why? Because they have no communicational skills. I mean, they have no communicational power to be able to stay away from having sex with other people behind your back. I understand? So make sure you understand that either way, that what's important right now is focusing on understanding that if you really want to go and get something that you want out of life, then focus on understanding that you deserve it. I mean, you deserve to understand every single day to ask them how tall they are and ask them all the questions that you can about life. I mean, ask them every single day about the back and forth conversation, but make sure that you're the one fucking talking more than them. I mean, make sure that you're asking them less questions. I mean, ask them less questions. I mean, guess what? I mean, it's much better for you. I mean, it's much better for you that if you ask them less questions in life and you ask people less questions and ask yourself much more questions and just ask yourself, firstly, that's the attractive factor. Because if you force them to talk to you, then it's attractive. I mean, if you force them to talk to you, it's unattractive. I mean, it's unattractive when they're talking to you. I mean, I promise you, it's so unattractive when they're talking to you. I mean, so what you need to realize is, you have to be leading the conversation all the time in a way that they can understand you. So if you're talking more in the conversation, then they are very silent with you and they want pleasure from you. I promise you. They want pleasure from you then. I promise you now, if you understand that, that's when you communicate more to them and then you can have the pleasure with them right away. Now, that's the whole thing. That's how you actually get pleasure. Pleasure is made when you are communicating more to that individual because they just find you attractive from that point. I mean, you understand? I mean, when you're more attracted to that individual, is because you're communicating more words to them than they are to you. And that's why you have better communicational skills. And that's why you can have any type of sex with them at any time because you can talk to them much more than they can to you. I mean, understand? And that's the whole point. If they're talking to you more, then they never ever want to have sex with you. I mean, understand? But if you go and let's say you are, talking to them in a way that you're talking more to them, then guess what you do? I mean, just go and grab them in a way that you're understanding that you never grab them, but understand that yes, if you are the attractive one, I mean, guess what? I mean, if you want to touch them, then guess what? Then you have to ask. I mean, you have to understand that you have to ask. But if you ask, then guess what? I mean, then it's unattractive. I mean, it's unattractive. So what you do, you just go and grab them and just pull them down and just go and really, really get what you want right away. I mean, you understand? Because that's how it is. I mean, that's how it is. So make sure you understand. You just pull their panties down or pull their pants down and just fucking do it. I mean, never ask for that. I mean, make sure you understand that it's much more appropriate for you to just fucking keep going and just keep understanding that what you need to really understand about life is understand if you want to dominate somebody in bed or anything about life, that it's more about you talk to them first, much more than they are talking to you, and just be sure that they are less attractive for you in a way that you're more attractive than them, is what I'm saying. So be much more attractive than them, and then you can get them in your bed all the time. I understand, because how do you do that? I mean, you talk to the words, and you really understand that you're talking to them so much words, and they have nothing to say to you. They have nothing to say to you, and guess what? I mean, just go and understand to just really pull their pants down and just start doing it, because that's never rape. It's never rape if you're an individual who just wants to just have sex in a way that they allow you to do it. You're never trying to, let's say, demand it on them. But you're really understanding that if they're backing away from you without communicating, it's because you look attractive. But if you're going to them to get pleasure from them, then it looks unattractive. That's what it is. If you go in silence to get nice and beautiful pleasure from them, then guess what? You must understand that. You must understand everything's beautiful. But make sure you understand that what's even more beautiful than that is understanding that no matter what, that if you want to be if you want to be macho man or macho woman in a way that you're learning how to communicate, then guess what? If you're following other people around, then guess what? It's because you're asking for pleasure. So make sure you understand that what's attractive about an individual is never ever follow them around, but communicate to them in a way that you never have to follow them around. So never follow people around, but make sure every single day that you're learning how to communicate with those people so that they follow you around. But when they're following you around, probably that's because you're more attractive. But that's how it is. It's either one way or another. You have to understand it's much more likely that you have to be attractive. And you have to understand that you have to be more attractive than other people all the time. You have to understand that's the only way of life. So your woman or man has to be less attractive than you. And that's the only way that you can get those people in your life. I understand how it is, but there is no equal attractiveness here. There's no such thing as equal attractiveness, I promise you. Now, guess what? Now, I'm also understanding that. I'm understanding this now, that your woman or man can never be as equally as attractive as you. I promise you. There's no such thing as that. What you have to understand is everybody is equally attractive to some degree. But exactly, I can say everybody's equally attractive to some degree, exactly. But it's either you are more attractive or other people are more attractive than you. So what is more attractive than other people is understanding how to communicate words to them every single day, but understand that no matter what, if you really want to pound their nice and beautiful way of life, then understand that no matter what, that you have to dominate them in a way of communication, and you have to demand it. You have to demand it of them, and you have to understand that no matter what, that you have to pull their pants down, and you have to understand to go and really shove it in terms of wherever you want it. Understand, because that way you're going to get what you want. It's just the way it is. You understand? So make sure you understand that if you want to understand anything about life, just never ask for what you want. Never ask for what you want. Understand? Just go and do it, because just demand it. Just demand it, and understand that if they never want you to do it, then guess what? Then communicate a better way. Communicate a better way, and understand to go and do something else then. Understand? Because if they never love it, then guess what? Now, you must understand that if they never allow you or never accept you to do it, then guess what? It's actually you who is actually learning something about this, that they are somebody who disagree with you on some level. So what you need to realize is you have to open up this nice and beautiful occasion to agree with what they want. Agree with what they want here. So you have to understand that if you agree with them, then they're going to continue to do what you want. But then guess what? Then all you do is you try again. You try again. Guess what? That's the whole point, isn't it? Then you understand to keep trying that way, and that way you understand that you eventually pull through. You understand? Eventually you pull through, and then guess what? That's always the nice and beautiful thing, that when they come to your house or when they're with you, that's what's happening all the time. Understand? And then guess what? Go and do whatever you want. Make porn videos. Make whatever you want. Make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're going to learn how to understand to dominate. Dominate the whole day. Have them the whole day if you want. But make sure you understand that you have to be the one communicating more. And now, if they're the ones who want less pleasure from you, then guess what? It's because they're stepping up to the occasion here. And it's because they want to go and lead people, and then understand either way that you have to go and really, really accept that really quickly and then just go and do you. But make sure you understand that if you're masturbating behind people's backs here, then understand that it's between you only. I mean, it's between you only. I mean, nobody else has to understand that except you. I mean, keep it towards yourself. I mean, if your wife is gone somewhere and you're masturbating, I mean, that's between you. Whereas if you go and tell her that you're masturbating, I mean, guess what? I mean, either way, that you're honest about that, and then she accepts it. Or, I mean, he will accept it or she will accept it that you're masturbating. But then guess what? I mean, she may want to say, or they want to say that they want to do it for you. But guess what? Then that's the best thing. Right? I mean, then guess what? I mean, just go and have sex. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that you just open up about everything that you're doing. And if you're watching pornography or something behind somebody's back, then make sure you watch it with them. I mean, watch it with them. And now, if you're watching it with them, then what you realize there, if you're watching pornography with people, then guess what? I realize it's because you're losing in life. I mean, understand? But what you need to realize is much more that you realize this, that if you're silent about the pornography you're watching, then you're actually lying to each other. I mean, you're lying to each other how other people are attractive more than you guys. I understand? So what you need to realize is understand either way that what's important is understanding that if you want to go and understand anything about life, then understand that either way that it's just fair that you go and communicate to yourself greater. And then focus on yourself rather than how other people are getting what they want. I mean, understand? Because you have to understand something. I mean, you have to learn yourself. I mean, you have to learn yourself how to get what you want. So if you're understanding every single day how you actually motivate yourself all the time to go and do something that you really want to do, but then understand it's more about the communicational skill than it is the pleasure. So if you want to understand every single day how to understand your life, then understand that no matter what, that you're going to go and really, really make all the nice and beautiful whatever you want in terms of life. So if you want to have a baby with somebody, then understand that you just go and really do it, and you just go and ejaculate in them without them having to ask you. Understand? I mean, you understand? I mean, make sure you understand that you never asked for a baby like that, but make sure you understand that you just go and ejaculate in them, and make sure you understand that you go and do that, and just realize that you can do it the first time. And if she wants you to wear a condom or something like that, then understand that's because she's never allowing you to have a baby with her just yet. But if she says take off the condom or something like that, or if she allows you without the condom, then she's allowing you to have a kid with her right away. I mean, so just go have a kid right away. I mean, you understand? I mean, it's the best thing. I mean, make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand that if you're having sex without a condom with your girlfriend, I mean, make sure you understand that she wants you to have a kid with her. I mean, it's so simple. So what you do is understand that, and then that's how you understand that. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to have domination with other people, then you have to communicate more to them than other people they are with. And that's how it is. You have to find yourself around them, and you have to find yourself in situations that they go in. I mean, you have to approach them. You have to approach them to talk to them only, and you have to understand to be attractive to them in communicational skills. So if other people find you unattractive, it's because you are the one who's never communicating to them. So I understand every single day that I've met this woman over here, and I understand that she is very unattractive to me in a way that I was communicating to her, but she's never trying to communicate to me. And that's why I understand either way that she's very unattractive here, because she also wants to cause violence over how jealous she is about me. I mean, so because she wants me so much. I mean, she wants me so much, and she wants to have pleasure with me, but she is unable to communicate that to me. I mean, so make sure you understand that if you want to understand this really, that if somebody's pulling back from you, and somebody never wants you, and then somebody goes and causes you violence over it, I mean, it's because they really, really are somebody who admire you. I mean, they really do admire you, because anybody who's leadership never wants to cause you violence. So secretly, they do admire you to have sex with you. I understand. So make sure you understand that, and just make sure you understand that either way, that what you need to realize about life is if somebody blocks you on Facebook, or if somebody never wants to talk to you about life or anything like that, then focus on understanding that what you need to do is focus on yourself more. But if you understand how to really, really go and really do that for yourself every single day in a way that you're going to really focus upon understanding on how to talk to yourself to get that in a way that you're communicating that. I mean, you're communicating that in a way that you're giving you the words. I mean, you're giving the words before that even happens. And then understand that it's more about the attractive factor. And then guess what? Then you never worry about what other people are thinking of you, because everybody's thinking the word I about what you're doing with her or him. Understand? So make sure you understand that every single day that you're focusing upon understanding that if some other guy is trying to get your woman or man, I mean, understand? I mean, if some woman or man is trying to get your man or woman, I mean, guess what? I mean, all you have to do is come up to that point to understand that either way, if you just let it be and just look from the sidelines over here, I mean, guess what? I mean, that's more attractive for you to see how great you are. But if you have to approach them to speak to them, then guess what? I promise you that you can. I promise you, although, guess what? I promise you it's much better that you just go somewhere else. I mean, go somewhere else, because what happens is you are actually testing her. I mean, you're testing her to see how attractive you are in a way that you already see how attractive you are, because you're willing to let her go and cheat on you. In a sense, so what you do is back off when other people or other guys or women are trying to approach your man or woman and trying to get them. You understand? So what you do is realize that they have to go and really, really suss out the occasion over here, and they have to go and overcome the situation. And what you need to realize is they have to communicate over that individual to be more attractive. And now that's the thing. I mean, if some guy is more attractive than her, and they approach your wife or husband, or that woman is more attractive, or that man or woman is more attractive than your wife in communicational skills, then guess what happens? I mean, probably that's where the cheating comes. I mean, in a sense, so what you need to realize is every single day that if you want to understand this, I mean, guess what? I mean, make sure that you understand something. I mean, make sure that you be on top of that. I mean, make sure you be on top of that really quickly. Because if some guy comes into your woman's life or man's life, or some type of guy, some type of guy or man or woman comes into your woman's life, and they're in front of your face and talking, and they're better communicators than your husband or wife, Russia, they are going to get your woman, man. Or, I mean, they're going to get your husband or woman, and they're going to just run away with them. I mean, so make sure you understand that, yes, you are doing much better, and Jesus Christ says, never go from man's woman or man like that. I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, they're unaware. I mean, that guy's unaware that you have a wife, or that woman is unaware, or that man is unaware that you have a wife or husband. And guess what? I promise you, if your woman or man is unable to communicate that to them, that they are single, in terms of that they are people who have a boyfriend or girlfriend, and they never say it, then guess what? I mean, guess what happens here? I mean, then she's allowing herself, she's literally allowing herself to go away from you. Then they are actually allowing themselves to go away from you, because they never state to the individual that they are with you. So then the individual has a better communicational skill with them, and then guess what happens? I mean, they just leave. They just leave and go, and that's the worst thing of all. It's the worst thing, but guess what happens then? And then you just go away from them, and you just never ever talk to them ever again. Guess what? You never ever talk to them again, and that's it. Just move on. And all you do from that point on is realize that you have a better way, and you are growing your communicational skills. You're in a position of power all the time to go and really focus upon your life. And then what you do is plan ahead about everything, and then focus upon understanding that you just deserve better all the time, and you deserve better, and that's what you deserve. Make sure you understand that if you have better communicational skills than other people, then you have to understand that it's more about understanding that if you just have one woman or man in your life who's very attractive, it's much more than having 50,000 attractive people who are never with you. Understand? You must understand that anybody who's willing to stick with you is much more attractive than the people who are never willing to try. Anybody who's actually willing to stay with you is much more attractive than the people who are never willing to stay with you. You understand? So especially if they are somebody who's really inspirational and they want to stick with you, it's because they are inspirational. Understand? And that's why you have to understand that if they are uninspirational and they want to stick with you, then guess what? Then you must understand that you must be more of an inspiration to those people who want to be within your life. Understand? So make sure you understand that you have to understand how it is that when people want to come to you, then they are attractive with you, always. So understand that what you need to realize is the contact of information of everything that's happening every single day is understand that what you need to realize is if you have better communicational skills than other people, then you have nothing to worry about. So make sure every single day that if you want to really, really understand how to live life and you want to lead the conversation forward, then understand that you have to have more money in your life, and you have to have more of everything, and you have to have the lifestyle to be able to provide all the time. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you have something of a nice and beautiful tendency to go and really, really check out your body with another individual, and you want to compare the differences, guess what? Just compare yourself to yourself before. Never ever compare your body line and how you look in terms of your body with other people. Because other people are bigger than you. Other people are smaller than you. Other people have other shapes than you. It's so much of an illusion that you compare yourself and you're a man and you're comparing yourself to a woman's body. Guess what? You never want to be a woman. What you want to be is a man. So what you need to realize you ladies out there, I realize you never compare yourself with a man's body, because a man's different. I mean, everybody's different, but never compare yourself to other people's bodies and how they look. I mean, never ever, because just stick to your own body and how you look. I mean, that's it. I mean, stick to yourself. I mean, never stick to other people and how they look. Understand? I mean, stick to yourself. I mean, make sure you understand that what you have to realize about life is, if you really, really want to dominate somebody in bed all night, then make sure you understand that you have to communicate to them much greatness, and you have to understand that it's all about those words that you're saying. So if you're practicing right now and you're doing something right now to be able to do that, I mean, make sure you understand it's all the audio programs and videos and writing materials that help you to achieve that. So make sure you understand that's the whole idea about that. I mean, make sure you understand that if you want to go and do anything about life, and you want to overcome life, and you want to understand something about life, then understand that eventually you can get really attractive women eventually in your life, or you can actually get really, really attractive people in your life eventually, because you have the financing and you have the lifestyle. But I understand how it is. I understand that other people are here before you in terms of life. I understand, although, that you are always here before other people. I understand? So what you need to realize every single day that other people have much more age than you, and that's why they are able to grab that woman or man before you. You understand? I mean, do you understand? And that's why they have more success than you. And they have 50 years of age and you have 16 years of age. I mean, that's why that 30-year individual is going with them, because you're 16. I mean, fuck, I understand that. I mean, tough luck, man. I mean, tough luck. Tough luck, ladies. You understand? So make sure you understand, no matter what, that you need to realize every single day that if you want to go and attract somebody, I mean, forget it. I mean, just let it go. Let it go. I mean, I understand how that is, that some 30 years of age of individual is going to go with a 50-year individual because they have more success than you, and you're 20 years of age, and she's 30 or he's 40, and they're going with somebody that's 60, for example. I mean, understand? I mean, come on. I mean, you understand? So make sure you understand that it's just a way of life. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, just make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to really, really go and do something really, really profound with yourself, and you really want to understand every single day that you can have all the sex and pleasure in the world when you're communicating more. Understand? I mean, you can have everything in terms of pleasure when you're communicating more words. But if you're never communicating words and you're just doing pleasure, then guess what? Apparently that's suicide. Apparently suicide is just doing pleasure without communicating more. So understand that if you're talking to somebody, then plan to talk to them in a way that you have to achieve them on the spot. And I mean, just ask them to have a long distance relationship with you in a way that you have to understand that. I realize now, if it's over words, I mean, you have to ask them over words, over the phone. I mean, you understand? But if you're trying to demand pleasure from them, I mean, guess what? That's understanding that no matter what, if you want pleasure from other people, then you have to demand it. I mean, you have to demand pleasure. I mean, you have to just really, really do what pleasure activities are with those people, but never ask them. I mean, if you want to grab their tits, I mean, go ahead. I mean, go and grab their tits. I mean, there's no asking for that. I mean, just demand it. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, that's how you do life. I mean, if you want to dominate somebody in pleasure, then just go and do what you have to do to get that. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that you never ever make pleasure the goal. I mean, the goal of life is to make them be in pleasure with you. But if you're going for pleasure with them, then you're looking unattractive. Yeah. I mean, you look very unattractive. I'm pretty sure it is. So make sure that they are the ones that want pleasure from you. I mean, so that's even better for you. I mean, it's even better for you when other people want pleasure from you. I mean, but if you want pleasure from them, then you look very unattractive over here. But guess what? Approach it now. Guess what? Approach it is. But make sure you understand that if you want to do anything about life, and you understand that either way, that if you communicate better to them and then you go for pleasure with them, but approach it now, guess what? Approach it now, you must understand that yes, I mean, they give it to you right away. I mean, understand? But if they realize that you never want pleasure from them, and they want pleasure from you, then you're becoming more attractive, and so are they. I mean, you're making your wife and husband more attractive. But if you're always giving them pleasure and they're always giving it to you, then your wife or husband or people around you are becoming less attractive for you while you're getting what you want. I promise you it is. So that's what I mean. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to level up really, then understand that you make them go for pleasure with you. And that way, you really do love them. I mean, understand? I mean, that way you're actually never taking advantage of them. I mean, understand? I mean, you're never even taking advantage of them anymore. I mean, understand? So what you really understand, that it's more about communicational words with you and them than it is about you communicating words to them to get pleasure from them. I mean, understand? I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that what's amazing about life is if you want somebody really, then be able to delay gratification all the way with them. And that's how you have a long marriage as well. So a long marriage is only when you can communicate words only, and there's no pleasure in the actual content of you and her or with you guys. I mean, in terms of your relationships with other people, and there's no pleasure with them. I mean, it's just words, and that's actual friendship. I mean, that's something where you guys are never doing pleasure, but you're just together. I mean, you're just together, and you must understand that you may have food and drink and stuff like that. But then guess what happens? Approaching, then people add the wine in, and then they add the drugs in, and then guess what? Approaching, now it's the sex as well, and then it's the masturbation, and then guess what happens? Approaching, then that lifestyle keeps on continuing, and then it's more about looks and all these kind of things, and I realize they're looking at looks, I realize they're looking at who's more muscular, I realize they're looking at wasting time with other people, and then guess what? I realize then they go to nightlife, and then they go fucking around, and then guess what? I mean, then somebody cheats on you. I mean, then guess what? I mean, you have a kid with them, and they leave you for another man or another woman. I mean, so make sure you understand that either way. You must understand that what you need to realize is if you're teaching everything about life, then understand that it's the worst thing. I mean, the worst thing is pleasure. I mean, the worst thing is pleasure. So make sure you understand that if you want to really, really be a man or a woman, then understand that you have to go and communicate greatness in words while also delaying gratification so much with those people, to just have them in your life in a way that you understand that it's really true love, when you're understanding that no matter what, that they are in your life, and you can always look at that. But I mean, you understand, but guess what? I mean, they're just going to have to be around you in a way that you never have to touch them. But I understand how other people are getting all these kind of pleasures from these people. But guess what? I mean, I understand that. I understand, but it's more about the love that you're giving the other people. I mean, it's more about the pleasure activity that you're understanding to delay. I mean, delay pleasure activities even with the people that you're with. I mean, even though they're attractive to you, I mean, guess what? I mean, delay the pleasure with them as much as possible, because that way you're going to be more attractive to them as well. And then that way they're going to be with you even more, because you're raising their vibe. I mean, you're raising their vibe to communicate more with you without having pleasure with you. And that's the most attractive thing. I mean, in a sense, so if you can convince people to be with you for a long time, and then understand that either way, there's many people you can do this with. And then that's the key to life. I mean, now you understand that either way, that since somebody's so attractive to you, I mean, guess what? I mean, you can go and have the most ugly individual with you and just delay gratification with them. I mean, and then look at, for example, Oprah Winfrey, I mean, and Ellen DeGeneres. I mean, you must understand that they are beautiful people, but make sure you understand that with them, I mean, all you really see is you sit with them and delay gratification and just speak all day long. I mean, that's the most attractive thing. I mean, there's nothing else more attractive than just speaking to people in words. So just get to that point. I mean, get to the point of understanding that if you want somebody in your life, that it's never about the pleasure. I mean, never ever want them for the pleasure about what they have in terms of skin and flesh, and in terms of what they want in terms of life. But if you really, really want them, that it's more about the words that they're doing in the world. And it's more about that than the actual words in terms of, I mean, it's more about the words than in terms of the pleasure with them. So never try to go for them because you want to get them eventually to have sex with them. I mean, never do that. I mean, try to delay that pleasure with them all the way. And then understand that you're totally happy to be with them for 50 years without having to have pleasure with them. I mean, that's it. I mean, so make sure you understand either way that eventually they want to have pleasure with you. And then guess what? I promise you then, since they want to have pleasure with you, then go and demand anything you ever want from them. And that's it. I mean, and since they want it from you, I mean, they are willing to do anything with you. I mean, so make sure you understand that. So make sure you understand that either way, that if you want to really, really do something around your life, I mean, never ever go having threesomes with your wife or husband with other people, because that's cheating in front of your face. I mean, if you have a wife or husband and you want to have threesomes with other people and orgies, and other guys are having sex with your wife in front of you, and other women are having sex with your husband in front of you, then guess what? I mean, you guys are cheating on each other in front of your faces. I mean, that's the worst communication that you can ever do. I mean, it's the worst communication. I mean, that's the worst communication in life. That you watch the woman that you love, or people that you love, having sex with other people in front of you. I mean, and guess what? I understand that, but they're cheating on you in front of your face, and some other guy's ramping up on your beautiful woman's pussy. I mean, fuck. I mean, you understand? I mean, why do you even watch that for? I mean, make sure you understand that you can watch it, but why do you, in terms of, I'm better than But I'm understanding that why do you go and, let's say, get yourself into that situation? I mean, why do you enjoy your man having sex with 10 guys in front of your face? I mean, why do you enjoy your man having sex with other women in front of your face? I mean, so make sure you understand that what's much better than communicational skills is understanding words alone can actually help you. So I'm understanding that no matter what, if you understand that communicational skills is power, and what you need to do in life is understand that it's much more a greater knowledge right now that you really, really delay gratification in a way that you understand that people are lying about all of that. I mean, people are lying about how they get wine and they have sex on the balcony and they have all these beautiful women and they're having pleasure with them. And that's all a lie. I mean, pleasure is a lie. I mean, pleasure is the biggest lie you've ever seen in your life. I mean, all that pleasure is actually the biggest lie. And you must understand that what's important in life is understanding that if you want to really understand somebody and you want to have them in your life, then it's because you want to understand them personally through words. And it's never because you want to have sex with them. I understand if they look very attractive to you, but guess what? I mean, now you're actually much more positive, you understand? So make sure you understand that if you want to talk around somebody and then you look at the picture and then understand that you have to admire them in a way that you have to speak words to them only and have no pleasure in sight with them. I mean, make sure that there's no pleasure in other people and in you. I mean, understand? I mean, make sure you understand that. I mean, make sure you're never seeking pleasure from anybody and make sure that nobody's seeking pleasure from you. I mean, now that's Jesus Christ, isn't it? Now Jesus Christ never wants them to even pleasure with him. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that is what God is. I mean, God is more that if you understand that you have somebody in your life who wants you, but then guess what? I mean, then you understand truly who you are. Then understand this. That if you're already at that level, then understand that you never ever want pleasure from them, and regardless if they even want to have pleasure with you, I mean, then you never even want pleasure with them at all. I mean, understand? Because that way you just put out the fire altogether, and then you just look at them for who they are. I realize, and then you understand either way that you have silence in your life, and then from that point you understand that no matter what that you're learning, and then guess what? I mean, that's the thing about life. And now there's no more sorrow. There's no more, hey, I mean, give me some sex. I mean, guess what? I mean, either way, that even if your husband or man wants you to have sex with them, I mean, you just say no. In a way that you understand that it's never that you're saying no, but you're saying in a way that you're never disagreeing with them. I mean, you're never disagreeing with them about the pleasure, but you're making sure that you teach them how to delay gratification with you and teach them how never to have sex with you, is what I'm saying. I mean, teach them that. I mean, teach them how to just be with you in the communicational skills is much more like Jesus Christ. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that you're never disagreeing with that, but if they really force themselves upon you, then make sure you understand that you just have to agree with that. I mean, understand? But make sure you understand that's the whole thing. I understand Jesus Christ much more, but I'm understanding that if you really, really understand anything about life, then it's teaching other people how never to have pleasure with you. I mean, and now if the other people want to have drink and food with you, now Jesus Christ says over here that you have to understand that it's much more how you have to understand that you have to delay food and drink as well. And you have to teach them how to delay food and drink too. I mean, understand? So that's the whole point of leadership right here. So we're understanding that no matter what, if you look at somebody much more and you understand their life and you understand how to communicate to them, then understand that if you really, really want to devote yourself to somebody, then go and understand how it is to talk to them. But if you want something from them, then understand you just want to talk to them and that's it. I mean, nothing else do you want from them other than to talk to them. But unfortunately, that's the best thing. Unfortunately, now, every single day, you must understand that if you want to go and really, really dwell upon life every single day to go and really, really dwell upon something, then if you want a kid with them, then ask and then understand it either way. If you ask, then you shall receive. I mean, but if you understand every single day, if you ask them and they say no, then guess what? I promise you, it's much more of the answer that you realize that they're disagreeing with you on some kind of level over here. So they're either never ready to even have sex with you, or they're never ready to be with you, or they're never ready to even have a kid with you. I mean, so make sure you understand that it's more how you have to understand that if you really ask and they give you the words yes, then guess what? Then you have to understand that no matter what, that you can have a kid with them. But either way, that words are something you must understand. That if you demand a kid from them, that's something different, but that's a total lie, isn't it? Now, guess what? The only thing about life is understanding that if you really, really go into having kids with other people and you demand to have a kid with people and you just go and ejaculate in them while they're allowing you to, I mean, guess what? I mean, you must understand that's how it is, isn't it? But make sure you understand that what you realize is if you ask them with words to do that, person now you have permission. Understand? But guess what? Now it's much more nicer, isn't it, to ask them first? Isn't it nicer to ask them first before you have a kid? You understand? It's a much more appropriate way to live life. And if you ask them only about everything you ever want from them, and they say no, then guess what? Perhaps you deserve better. If you ask them to have sex with you, and they say no, then guess what? Perhaps it's because you're asking, you're being nice and polite about that. Understand? But guess what? You are very smart here. You're very smart to ask them to say. You're very smart to have sex this way with them in terms of words, because all you're really saying is words with them, and then say in terms of is. I understand that if you really, really talk like that and you just ask them questions like this, Roshi, what happens is I realize you become more attractive, and what happens is you start to shape yourself in different ways, and you start to really, really say, can I touch your tits? Can I touch your body? Can I touch your eyes? Can I kiss your lips? Can I do this? Can I do this? And can I do this? Guess what? You look very attractive. You look very innocent when you're asking this. You look very attractive, I promise you. And even if they never want you to do that with them, guess what? It's because they're very unattractive. Understand? But guess what? You must understand that it's because they are very, let's say, much more into that. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you realize that it's much more that if they never want pleasure from you, then it's much more you understand your answer. Then understand that yes, you're becoming more attractive. But since they never want pleasure from you, then guess what? They're becoming more attractive because of you as well. Do you understand? But if you realize that when people degrade themselves, they never ask for sex. They never ask for pleasure. They just keep doing it. And then they do it so much that they become so unattractive. Understand? And then that's the thing. If you ask, you shall receive what you really want. What you really want when you're asking to have sex with somebody, then you're asking them to have the words with you, and you're never really asking for pleasure. But if you say, can I lick your pussy? Or can I lick your dick? Guess what? What you're really asking for is to be more attractive. You're never asking for their pussy, really. You're never asking for their dick. What you're really asking for is to be more attractive. What you're really asking for is the more words right here. And that's the thing. I understand that now. I understand that no matter what, that if you really, really understand that pleasure comes when you demand it. And now understand that no matter what, that in pleasure, I understand that there are so many guys much more worthy of I in terms of pleasure that they can grab a woman and they can just fuck him. And that's the thing about me. I understand that they have much more masculine intent than me. I understand that they really, really never care about the woman when they're fucking and they're fucking and fucking and fucking, and they just fuck, and they never fucking care about her. They fucking never care. They want to fucking put an asshole and they want to fucking show the world, and they fucking just fuck on the balcony. They fuck in front of pavements, in front of people. They're fucking the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. And they're fucking, muscular fucking people, and they never fucking care about this woman who they're fucking. That's the kind of thing that you have to understand about life. I understand that people, in terms of pleasure and how they are in terms of pleasure and how they actually treat other people, is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Understand? The guy fucking a beautiful woman in front of tens and thousands of people. Understand? He never gives a fuck about her. I promise you. It's the most unattractive thing I've ever seen in my life. In a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you want to go and really, really become something much more, then understand that no matter what, that it's more, look at Jesus Christ in terms of life and how he never wants pleasure from you. And even if you want pleasure from him, he never demands it of you. He never tries to even demand pleasure from you. In a sense, so make sure you understand that Jesus Christ's way is the best way of leadership today, and understanding every single day that anybody who's much more dominant into pleasure today with other people and women and men and whatever, they're more into drugs. They're more into that lifestyle. And that's without Jesus Christ. In a sense, so they are just fucking doing something around pleasure today, and then what they're going to do is they're going to go and really, really fuck around, and they're never going to care about you, and they're never going to care about anybody else. Understand? And that's the whole thing about life. And the whole thing about life is understanding that, and understanding that theory behind it is something that I really, really want to understand even more. Because I understand that when they go and have pleasure with other people, they're never thinking about you, really. I mean, even if they're having pleasure with other people, I mean, it's never the way to go, but they act like it is. I mean, they act like it is. I mean, they act like it's the fucking way. I mean, they fuck in front of you and they say fuck off. I mean, what? I mean, they never fucking care about you. So realize, if you're too much into pleasure with other people and then you go in that way with other people, then guess what? I mean, then that's what you get in life. I mean, then that's exactly what you're going to get. And then you're going to get a pleasure lifestyle, and then guess what's going to happen? Probably people around you are just going to be doing pleasure, and then guess what? Probably I realize it means suicide eventually with your life. I mean, same because the more pleasure you do with other people, the more careless you are about everything. And then if you go careless with other people and you go just pleasure and you go and smoke a cigar with them and you go and do whatever you want with them, then guess what? Probably it's just a lie. Probably pleasure is a lie. I mean, you must understand that if you just want pleasure and alcohol with this individual so you can romanticize about them and so you can go and do something to really, really hurt them in a way that you're arrogant, that you want to go and pound their head on the wall because you understand something about life and you understand that you have some skin and flesh around you and you have some kind of wine or drug that you're going to smoke some heroin with her or something like that, and you believe that it's some kind of attractive nature to be able to go and understand to just ruin them completely because you believe that they are somebody of a pleasure object to you or something like that, and that's all they are. I mean, everything else in terms of life, that you never care about their looks or anything because you just understand that their looks is the actual words, but I understand that you never care about their words. I mean, you never care when they say I love you or hate. I mean, never hate anything, but they never ever really care about life. I mean, they're so dark that they want to go and just waste time and they want to go and watch some TV today. And once they go watch some TV and realize they'll fuck in front of the TV for a bit, and then they'll go to a nightclub and they'll fuck on a dance floor too, and they'll do some dirty dancing with some people and they'll drink some wine and tequila, and then they're going to a hotel to fuck around with other people, and then they're going to go in the darkness and fuck all night long and realize and understand that no matter what I see, what's attractive is the words only. I mean, and then what they're going to do from that point on is they're going to really, really dwell upon life in a cigarette nature, and they're going to get some cigarettes on the balcony, and they're going to get some alcohol on the balcony, and they're going to get some music and some beautiful women around the tables. And then what's going to happen is they're going to shine some $50 at them, and guess what? I mean, the woman is going to sit on their dick right in front of them, and guess what's going to happen? I mean, they're going to start making a porn video in front of people, and they're going to do it in front of their balcony or something like that. And she has tattoos as well, man. I mean, you're saying, and fuck, I mean, she has such beautiful pussy, man. You have to understand that. And then they're just fucking going to fuck her really good in the asshole and all this, and they're going to have sex with that man or woman in front of you, and then they never fucking care about you, man. I mean, they never care about you. But then or else they're going to finish that nice and beautiful episode, and then guess what? I mean, suddenly they fucking want some more pleasure from them as well. Whereas now it's fucking more pleasure and more pleasure and more pleasure. And then they fucking want more pleasure from them. I mean, fucking demand me. I mean, they're going to say, fucking give me some fucking pleasure around here. I mean, and guess what? And I mean, eventually somebody may say no or something. I mean, they may say no. And then fucking the guy wants the pleasure or the woman wants the fucking pleasure from them. And then, I mean, he's going to fucking whack her in the fucking face and give me some fucking pleasure around here. I mean, and they're going to say, fuck, I mean, are you serious? I mean, and then guess what? I mean, it gets fucking more serious over here around pleasure. And guess what? I mean, then fucking somebody gets a knife because guess what? I mean, it's leading up to that point. So you must understand then what's going to happen is the guy's going to fucking grab her head again, and he's going to fucking tear it apart, and he's going to fucking grab her hair to fucking really, really rip her hair off. I mean, because he wants to fucking get this pleasure from her, and she wants to get that pleasure from him or whatever. And then guess what? I mean, either way, they're going to fucking really, really get psycho about pleasure. And then they're going to fucking, I mean, they just did finish pleasure just a second ago. And then guess what? I mean, the guy fucking wants more pleasure from her. And now she's fucking saying, oh, I mean, you want more pleasure from me? I mean, guess what? And then you must understand that's the whole drug addict. I mean, that's drug addicts. I mean, they just want fucking pleasure from you. I mean, they want some fucking more pleasure from you. I mean, and then guess what? I mean, then the woman may cry or something. I mean, she may cry in front of you because you just fucking want her for pleasure, and you never fucking want to talk to her. I mean, you just want to fucking fuck around, and that's it. I mean, that's all you fucking want. I mean, and then guess what? I'm pretty sure then he fucking stands up in front of her, and then he fucking gives her a fucking whack across the head to fucking give him pleasure. Fuck. I mean, he's so serious about pleasure, man. I mean, and then guess what? I mean, she has to fucking give him pleasure now. I mean, she has to give him pleasure because he fucking hits her. And guess what? He gets some fucking pleasure around him. I mean, he treats her like a slut around here. And guess what? I mean, he's fucking done with that. And then he fucking gets, and he says, I want fucking more pleasure from you. I want more fucking pleasure from you. And then guess what happens? I mean, she's so afraid of her life. I mean, she's so fucking afraid. And then guess what? I mean, she has to say something over here. I mean, she has to communicate something. So guess what? I mean, if she never does that, then he fucking gets more angry. And then guess what? I realize he gets so much more angrier. And then anger and anger and anger and anger through pleasure and pleasure and pleasure. And now eventually what happens is she never gives a fuck anymore. I mean, she becomes so fucking numb about her life. I mean, from this point, I mean, guess what happens? I mean, she just fucking does what you want. I mean, she just fucking does what you want from this point. I mean, if she never wants to fucking leave you in life, then she's going to fucking do whatever it takes to give you pleasure from this point. And then fucking all you do is just you fucking say, give me pleasure, baby. I mean, give me pleasure, baby. And guess what? When she comes into the door, I mean, she just opens the door with a kid and you just fucking pleasure already. I mean, you already want fucking pleasure in front of a kid, mate. I mean, you already fucking want pleasure in front of a kid and you want to fuck her in front of a kid because you don't fucking care about her. And then guess what? I mean, eventually she's going to fucking wake up to herself and then she's going to say, hey, I mean, fuck this. And she just fucking goes away. I mean, saying she fucking goes away. Or otherwise, if she disagrees with you, I'm pretty sure if she or a woman disagrees with a man about pleasure and she's always with him, then that man gets a knife. I mean, that man gets a knife to demand it from her. I mean, I'm saying if she says no to that and she says no pleasure while he has a knife, I'm pretty sure he'll stab her. She'll stab her. She'll kill her. She'll kill her. He'll stab her and he may ask for pleasure again from her and she says no. And guess what happens? I'm pretty sure he'll start stabbing her again because he wants pleasure from her. And then he's going to kill her eventually. Or he's going to kill her because he wants fucking so much pleasure from her. I mean, isn't that fucking sad? I mean, you understand? It's fucking sad, yeah? But that's why Jesus Christ says, stay away from pleasure altogether. We'll never go to that point. And stay away from pleasure. But let's say a woman or a man is with you and you guys are really bonding together. But today, there's no sex with you guys. But she's asking you, where are you going to take her? Or he or she's asking you, where are you going to take her or him? And you're going to say, hey, I mean, we're just going to work on ourselves today. I mean, we're just going to do something around the beach and we're going to go and do something that's going to help us move forward. And we're going to understand to make money and we're going to lead people today. Wow, well, let's go ahead. Let's go do this now. I mean, you can kiss all you want. I mean, you can kiss. I mean, it's not nice to kiss a woman who's very beautiful. I mean, you can kiss her on the body if you want. But guess what? I promise you now, Jesus Christ here says that, hey, I mean, it's a nice, beautiful way to express yourself. But realize either way that Jesus Christ never does go to kiss them. I mean, because it's like pleasure. I mean, it's a kind of pleasure kind of thing. But you must understand that kissing other people is pleasure as well. And touching other people is pleasure. So Jesus Christ never even wants to touch them. Understand? Because when you never touch them, then guess what happens? I mean, when you never touch other people, then you are the most leadership individual in the world. I mean, when you never want to touch a beautiful woman, and she's right in front of you, and she's showing you her pussy in front of you, and she's saying, fuck me, in front of you, and you never want to touch her. I mean, you never want to fucking touch her. I mean, how much gratification are you pulling back right here? I mean, you have the biggest erection, and you have the biggest dick in the world to just pull in the asshole right here, and guess what? I mean, she's fucking demanding it from you. She's asking you. And you just say no in a way that, guess what? I mean, you're never saying no, but you're just saying, I mean, look, I mean, either way, I mean, just get yourself up. I mean, get yourself up. I mean, let's just do something else. I mean, that's it. I mean, you're agreeing with her, but make sure you understand either way that if a woman demands pleasure from you, I mean, she fucking goes to the extent of a guy. Exactly like that guy. And then she wants to stab you because of pleasure as well. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that the more of a leadership individual that you've made in life who is actually around you, then you're focusing on understanding that you have to go and focus upon your life and what you need to do every single day. But we're focusing on understanding that it's more about understanding how you feel about life. And I understand that no matter what that. Now, since I see how pleasure is with other people, but make sure you can delay gratification all the time and never have sex with them, even if they want it. I mean, understand? Because you want something better than that. I mean, that's how Jesus Christ is. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we're learning about life. And now understand that if you want a beautiful woman around you, Then understand that either way, that you're going to go and just improve yourself in communicational skills with her today, and with them today, you're just going to talk much more. And that's the intimacy. I mean, that's all the sex in the world. But I understand that. I understand that it is. Because you can see that. You can realize you can see that it's much more in the actual words, and the words of life is what you're actually looking for in terms of sex with other people. I mean, understand that? So if you have words with them, and you have something of words with them, then you're doing much better. But if you're communicating while you're doing pleasure to them, then guess what's happening here? Then you're actually growing in that situation with them. But guess what's happening? I mean, you are somebody who needs to communicate much better in this situation, because you're the one doing pleasure, but they're never even doing pleasure while they're talking to you. So it's unattractive for you. But what's attractive about you here is that you're growing from it. I mean, you're growing from it. And how are you growing? I mean, all you have to do is just lay off the masturbation on the phone with them and just talk to them. And that's how you're growing with them as well. So make sure you understand that. If you want to understand, it's so immature when a beautiful woman is with you on the phone, or a beautiful man is on the phone with you and you're masturbating to them while they're talking to you. I mean, it's so immature. I mean, it's immature because you're doing pleasure. I mean, pleasure is immature. I mean, it's an immature act. I mean, so if you understand to stay away from pleasure as much as you can, then you understand every single day that you're going to do the best you can to have what you want. So I understand either way that many people just lie about pleasure. I mean, there's so much pleasure going on in terms of life, and all these guys and women in terms of life are having sex around, and you're watching, and guess what? I mean, it feels like you have to be doing that as well. I mean, it feels like you have to be going around and having sex as well. I can see, because tens of thousands and millions of people are doing it, and it's like the trend or something. I mean, and they're getting all the fucking hot women and all this. I understand that, but you have to go against the grain. I mean, you have to go against the grain. You have to go Jesus Christ's way, regardless of what they're doing. I mean, so what you have to realize either way is look at Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is the truth, and they are never the truth, man. I mean, they're never doing the truth right here. I mean, Jesus Christ is the only individual on the planet that's doing the truth of life. So believe Jesus Christ more than other people is what I'm saying. So understand that no matter what, if you believe Jesus Christ and what He wants for you, then understand that's the best way. I promise you, that's the best way of life. So we're understanding that no matter what, that if you understand that sex with other people is immature. I mean, to have sex with other people is immature, man. Actually, it is. I mean, to have pleasure in this lifetime is immature. I mean, to even eat food and drink is immature. I mean, it's immature. You understand? Actually, it is. Actually, even Jesus Christ says it's immature to eat food and drink. I mean, you must understand that. I mean, you must understand that anything that gives you pleasure in this lifetime is immature. So make sure you delay gratification as much as you can. I mean, why did Jesus Christ go to the desert for 40 days and 40 nights without food and drink? I mean, he's teaching us to delay gratification, to become more mature about life. So that's a leadership tool. I mean, so make sure you understand every single day, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point in life is to understand that Jesus never has to go walking 40 days and 40 nights into the actual desert, but you can just say in the Bible that he did go 40 days and 40 nights. I mean, how much is that? I mean, it can be just one night and one day in the desert. I mean, one night and one day. In terms of, Jesus Christ could have went 24 hours in the actual, let's say, desert, and it's also 40 days and 40 nights. I promise you, yeah, because 24 hours of the day is 40 days and 40 nights. Do you understand? So Jesus Christ went into the desert to just walk around a bit, just for 2 minutes. And then he wrote in the Bible that it's 40 days and 40 nights. Do you understand? Because that's a tool. It's a trick, isn't it? That's what God wants you to understand. I understand that. I understand that's how it is. Understand? But guess what? Probably that's the best tool, isn't it? When God can write 40 days and 40 nights that he went into the desert to try to lift you up at least. To try to give you some motivation. Understand? So I believe that. I believe that God went just for 1 hour into the desert. And then he wrote in the Bible just 40 days and 40 nights, because I understand it is. Actually, it is 40 days and 40 nights. Understand? So either way, I'm the only one who understands that. Understand? But realize either way, I can see by Jesus Christ's story that he is. I promise you. Jesus Christ went into the desert somewhere for 1 hour just to walk around, and that's it. That they did say that he was hungry and tired. They did say that he was fatigued and that he had tiredness in terms of that he was in fatigue and that he was thirsty for food and drink. But yes, that's all. That's saying that he did continue to eat food and drink from that point, and that he was fatigued in terms of that he had fatigue at some level. So you understand? So you must understand that in life you're going to go through fatigue. I mean, you're going to have fatigue eventually, and you're going to have to eat food and drink as well. Jesus Christ is saying. So what you realize every single day is if you want to go and become much more about life, then understand every single day to go and focus upon understanding that you need to be smart about life. And you need to be understanding all the time that if you want somebody in your life, then understand either way that you do whatever it takes to succeed with them, and then understand that either way that it's much more about understanding how to delay gratification with those people, then understanding that no matter what they, once you're looking at them now, I mean, do you feel that you need to be pleasuring with them? I mean, make sure you understand that you never ever feel that you need to be doing pleasure with those people. I mean, never ever go and masturbate to images on people. I mean, if you masturbate to people on pornography or images, then all you have to do is speak over that and teach yourself that it's never about the pleasure with them. I mean, teach yourself why you're doing pleasure, that it's never about pleasure with other people. And just keep having that attitude. And if you want to keep having sex from that point, I mean, just keep teaching yourself that it's never about sex with other people, and it's never about pleasure with other people, and it's never about food and drink, and it's never about actual pleasure of this lifetime. I mean, keep teaching yourself that tool, even though you do pleasure. I mean, if you do pleasure, then teach yourself how never to do pleasure. I mean, teach yourself how pleasure never works for you. I mean, you understand? Because that's the actual aspect of life that you need. So make sure you understand that if you want to try something with somebody for pleasure, then understand to try it with them through pleasure in terms of the words. Understand the words is something that is much more, because that's what we're actually practicing over here. So make sure you understand that either way, understand that it's fulfilling, because the fulfilling nature of that is that you have yourself already. I mean, all you really want is yourself when you're talking to other people. I mean, you want the words to talk to yourself with other people. I mean, you never want to talk to other people. I mean, you want to talk to yourself, man. Or else that you are eternity. I mean, other people are never eternity, even if you're talking to them. I mean, they're saying, but guess what? Probably it is. Probably you're the only one that's eternity, and the word I is what you're looking for here, and it's never ever anything else. I mean, they're saying, I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, the whole idea of what you're looking at right here and what you want out of life is the word I. I mean, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else that you want. I mean, that's eternity. But if you understand your word I, then go and do what you want now. I mean, go and do what you want, but you're always attractive now. You're always attractive, even more. And even if you're having sex with other people, I mean, you just know your word I now. I mean, now you know your word I, and now you understand that you can have some pleasure here and there, and you can understand how to delay gratification now. In a sense, so make sure either way that now you can actually go and do what you want. So focus on understanding that just the word I is what you're looking for, and it's always the answer in what you're understanding. So understand that your word I is much more completely understanding this one right now. Understand either way that when I was looking at this individual over here, I've been speaking about her for 1 hour now. I understand, although she's so beautiful, I understand that my word I was nowhere to be seen with her. My word I was completely gone with her. And why is that? I mean, guess what? I was speaking my word I with you, but I was unaware of the word I with her. So you have to be aware of the word I with other people and how attractive they are, and put your word I in terms of how attractive they are. I mean, so when you look at other people, just put your word I with them first. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, that's what I'm trying to teach myself over here. That it's never about their skin color or anything in terms of what they are. I mean, it's about the word I with them. I mean, learn that. I mean, learn to understand the word I with other people. I mean, it's never about the tits or the shape of their body or anything about how they look or their pussy nature or how they look in terms of anything. I mean, it's all about the word I in terms. I mean, it's all about the word I in terms of everything. I mean, put the word I in there, because that way you're going to understand what you need to do to succeed. I mean, understand? But if you want to attract somebody into your life to be with you, I mean, are you ready to have this person in your life? So make sure you understand that it's more that you realize that you must be ready for them rather than them having to be ready for you. I mean, so make sure you understand that once you are ready to be with them, then they can be with you. First, that's what it is. I understand? But if you go and really, really devote yourself and you tell them that I want to be with you for the rest of my life, and you just tell them, and then guess what? Now they're going to say whatever, and they might say why or whatever, and they may ask you any question. But guess what? I mean, make sure you understand that you be the one talking to them much more, and then understand that you can have them in your life eventually. I mean, understand, because you're proving it, and then you call them every single night. I mean, call them so much. And then guess what? I mean, either way, you're going to really devote yourself with her or him, and you're going to understand either way that you're going to go and set out into the sunset, and you're going to go and do the best you can every single day. But understand your word I and all that. I mean, the word I is everywhere. So understand, if you want to pleasure with other people, then put your I there. I mean, put your I in terms of wherever the pleasure is with other people. I mean, what is that about? I mean, put the I there. I mean, put the I in everything that you are in terms of life. I mean, draw the word I here. I mean, draw the word I all over her or all over him. I mean, so make sure you understand that no matter what, it's more the word I that you need than the individual that you're looking at. I mean, understand that it's more, or else the word I is what you need. So the word I is with you right now, but most people lose themselves in other people and they give away their I to other people. Because why? Because they're looking for gratification. I love I. And if you delay gratification, then you find your word I. Gosh, that's the only way to find the word I. It is understanding your nice and beautiful method of understanding persuasion techniques and speaking to people on the phone and understanding if you want to go and do whatever you want, then understand that put your word I in that. And then you get what you want as well. So make sure you understand that either way that you must be serious about what you want. I mean, be serious about what you want and be understanding to delay gratification as much as you can and put your word I before the actual gratification happens. And then that way you're going to understand that's the number as well. And that's something that you have to understand. I mean, that's something that's really going to help you move forward. I mean, you understand? But if you want to do something to hold them or something like that, then put your word I in that. I mean, put your word I here. Because that way you're going to understand the word I is much more than that. I mean, so make sure you understand that no matter what, you're always understanding that there's always these different scenarios of what you want out of life, but put your eye in that and then understand that way, you're going to really, really succeed forward. So every single day, understand that no matter what, that you can do whatever you want in terms of all of that, in terms of your word I only. I mean, only the word I can actually overcome the pleasure. So if you want to go and see how dirty you can be with other people, then put your word I in the dirtiness of what you're doing. So really, really see exactly what you want to do to her in terms of him or her, in terms of the word I, and then really, really look at them in a way that you want to go and really, really say something about the word I about here. I mean, you're really going to train yourself about the word I, and then you're going to understand the word I here. And the word I is something that I understand that no matter what, the word I is something that you need even more than that. So make sure that no matter what, that the word I is something that's beneficial for you. So if you want to really, really dwell upon checking somebody out and you want to understand how dirty you can be with somebody and you can understand every single day how to really, really attract that, and then you understand every single day that you dominate with the word I, then guess what? Unfortunately, that's how you really do anything you ever want. I mean, so make sure you understand it's really, really the word I that you need, because the word I here is something that you need. I mean, it's the actual word I over here. I mean, I'm focusing on understanding, I'm directing my word I at people while I'm actually looking at them. So I'm saying that no matter what, if you want something about life, then the word I is here. First, the word I is something that you need. So we're focusing on the word I over here, but the fulfillment of life is the word I. Understand? So what else do you want from them? I mean, how dirty do you want to get with them? I mean, how dirty do you want to get with those people? I mean, do you understand? I mean, make sure you understand the word I here. I mean, make sure you understand that you have to be clean. I mean, you have to be cleaning yourself up. I mean, you must understand that I love everything. I never kill anything. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, then once you draw a picture of what you want and then go and really, really talk with them and understand them for who they are, but be with them. I mean, be with them if you choose them. In a sense, to make sure you understand that no matter what, if you really want that, then your word I is what you want. I mean, the word I is what you want. So if you're fantasizing about people, then put your I there. I mean, put the word I in front of them. I mean, put the I in front of them, because the I shows you that you deserve better. I mean, you deserve better. I mean, you deserve yourself more than her. I mean, you deserve yourself more than them. I mean, go back to yourself again and teach yourself, go back to yourself in them in terms of your word I. So put your word I in terms of what you see with other people as well. I mean, put your word I here. I mean, make sure every single day you understand your word I must be around other people, and you must understand that if you're watching other people, then put your word I in that. I mean, put your word I in that as well. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're going to put your word I and you're going to label your I everywhere, because that way you're going to unlock this nice and beautiful potential every single day to put your word I here too. So understand that no matter what, that if you want to understand every single day, that you must go and really, really be ahead of other people, being able to understand that if you want to go in front of other people, then guess what? I mean, go and really, really dwell upon being in front of people in a way that you talk about them all day long, in a way that you're going to make sure that they are with you and never other people. I mean, they're saying because it's about word I. I mean, it's about the word I. So make sure if somebody's approaching you, man or woman, then make sure that you are there with them and make sure that you're always there with them, because otherwise they come and grab your girlfriend or man and they cheat on you. And you must understand that either way, just be there all the time. I mean, show your face in front of them. I mean, be saying that this is my individual over here, and this is my woman, or this is my man. I mean, this is my girlfriend over here. I mean, this is my man, or this is my husband. I mean, this is my boyfriend. Understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you have to go and do that, because guess what? I'm pretty sure otherwise, that if you never do it, then you're cheating on your man or woman. I mean, so make sure every single day that you never cheat and be loyal every single day, but focus on understanding that you just go and do your word I always. I mean, put your word I in everything, and then that way you're going to understand success. First, now that's the whole point, isn't it? First, now every single day, book a scheduled call with other people that you admire, and then go and talk to them, and then just do talking with them. because that way you're going to understand, that way you're going to focus upon loving yourself in the regard of what you want. So we're focusing on understanding to ask them about actually being with us and actually understanding that they have to lead in a way that we can talk better than them and we can actually see their mindset and we can actually grow their mindset in a way that we have to go and really grow ourselves. And then ask them always something about life, and then ask them how you want to ask them something. So if you're talking words only, then it's only asking in the words. Unfortunately, in the word, it's always asking, but in the pleasure, it's always demanding. I mean, so pleasure demands, but the words ask. I mean, so ask all the time. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you understand that, then you understand that no matter what, that all you want to do is ask more questions and more questions about her or him, and then understand their life story, then get to understand them really quickly and get the number really quickly, and then understand either way that you have to plan around them really quickly, and then you have to go and see them and you have to be with them. And then guess what? I realize once you be with them, approach it, then you make a life with them. Then you have to also make sure that you guys are going to grow, and then that way just understand either way that you're going to grow, and you're going to be the best kind of individual in the planet. But if you understand that, it does work if it works through the words. The words work. You can't have a long distance relationship with other people if your words are working for you. So make sure you understand that you put your eye here, and make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to grow. And understand that no matter what, that you put your eye before they even have any kind of pleasure with you. In a sense, so that way you understand that no matter what, that if you allow yourself to have pleasure, then understand that no matter what, that you can also understand that if other people want pleasure from you, then if you never want pleasure, then guess what? I mean, you can say no to pleasure. I mean, you can say no to pleasure. I mean, guess what? I mean, that's the best way. I mean, the best way is saying no to pleasure. But understand this. If you say no to pleasure, then understand that you must agree. I mean, you must agree with everything. I mean, never ever say no to pleasure. I mean, make sure you agree with everything. Make sure say yes. Say yes. I mean, either way, you're going to have food and drink. So make sure you understand that if they want pleasure, then give them pleasure. And that's it. But either way, just make them go all the way for you. I mean, make them go all the way for you for pleasure, and that's it. Because that's the most attractive thing about you. So make sure you understand that you have to understand how to really, really dwell upon their life, and then you're looking at the life and you're looking to succeed, and you're making sure to understand them, and then you're understanding every single day. And it's more about I only. I mean, it's more about I than the actual something that you want to do with them. So if you're moving all the time and you're understanding that your word I is something that you need. I mean, the word I is right here. So understand that no matter what, that I is something that is more important. So that's how you focus on your life. So focus on your life, guys, and focus on the word I when you're speaking to them. I mean, it's more about the word I in terms of what you're saying with them than it is about getting with them. I mean, understand? I mean, it's more about word I. But if you really want to get with them, then put your word I in getting with them. Understand? And then guess what? Approaching, then make them your word I. I mean, make sure that they are your word I. I mean, they're saying, make sure that you're eventually with all that they are doing in the word I. I mean, and involve yourself in them all the time, and just go and be in them in the way that you're understanding that your word I is much better than that. I mean, saying your word I is something better than that. So then we're focusing upon understanding that if you want to plan anything about life, then focus on your word I only. So focus on your word I as being the fantasy of life. I mean, when you're fantasizing about anything, then it's your word I that you're fantasizing about. In a sense, so make sure you understand either way. If you want to be stronger about life and anything that you want to do, and you want to prosper in your body, and you want to look great in your tone, then it's your word I that's going to help you. In a sense, so make sure that you're going back to the word I, and that way you go and be more, and understand either way. What I have to do is I have to go, but understand every single day, understand that no matter what, that it's much more, I see the word I is what I said, and the word I is the way to get whatever you want. So make sure you understand that the word I is actually what you want. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're sure about yourself in the word I, and then understand your word I say, guys, welcome back into my nice and beautiful podcast. I understand either way that Jesus Christ can always see what's happening around the world, but make sure you understand that no matter what, that you have to realize every single day that if you focus upon really understanding your life and understanding that you must go and really, really dwell upon life, and you're understanding that no matter what, that you're going to really, really promote yourself all day long, then understand that you must go and really, really understand your life in a way that you understand that no matter what's going to happen, that you're going to go and really, really dwell upon something that you love to do, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is understanding that if you want to go and do something that you love to do, then understand that no matter what you're going to do in daily life, is understand that you're going to succeed because you're going to focus upon something that you love to do. So make sure make sure every single day that if you go and really, really minimize your nice and beautiful content in terms of the volume on your other phones and technology,
so that nothing can disrupt your audio programs such as this one and other audio programs that you have. So we're always focusing on understanding that if you want to go and talk it up every single day on whatever you're doing, then just make sure that you go and do more than everybody else in terms of life, so that you can go and actually just promote yourself in great ways all the time, so that you understand that no matter what, that you go and understand that we need to go and promote people all the time. Now that's the whole point of life, and we're understanding that we have to go and really dwell upon something that we love to do all the time, so we can focus upon ourselves and what we have in life. So if you understand to really focus upon yourself in life and focus upon something that you love in life, then understand that we have to go and promote people in different ways, so that we can go and understand that it's much more important to do so today than ever before. But then understand that if you're making more audio content about whatever you're doing, then you're moving forward in some area of your life. I mean, isn't that the point of life? I mean, the point of life is understanding that if you want to go and really dwell upon something that you love to do daily, then go and find something that you actually are passionate about. And once you're passionate about it even more, then you focus upon understanding that there's so much more to do every single day. And we're going to understand to stick to the targets of what we have in terms of life, and understand that if you really understand your life, then go and understand to promote whatever you want in terms of life, and then understand that way you're actually moving forward. So make sure that no matter what, that you're leading yourself through the words that you say, because if you want to understand something about life, then understand that you have to be great at something. And since you understand that, then you can understand greatness is at your door. So understand that those people who are great are the ones that are at the top, and those who are less great are the ones at the bottom. I mean, understand, but everybody's great. I mean, everybody's great to the point. I mean, everybody's great to the point of life. I mean, everybody has God in their life to some degree. But what you have to understand that God loves everybody equally. I mean, in a sense, so what you need to realize is the babies that are born today, in terms of the little babies, in terms of maybe your kids are born today. I mean, guess what? I mean, they are great, aren't they? I mean, they're really great. But guess what? I mean, who's doing more work than those kids? I mean, who's doing more work in the planet than those little babies of yours? I mean, who's doing more work right now? I mean, of course, they are greater. I mean, those people who are doing more work in the planet are greater. I mean, you understand? So if you look at Jesus Christ and then you look at a little baby that's just born, I mean, of course, everybody's great. I mean, everybody's great, but Jesus Christ is greater than the little baby that you have, because Jesus Christ will teach you much more than that little baby. I mean, in a sense, so that's what we're talking about. And understand that no matter what, if you really understand that, then understand that no matter what your baby looks like in terms of life, that you have a great baby all the time, but make sure you understand that baby can also become a drug addict. I mean, understand? And you must understand that Jesus Christ is never a drug addict. I mean, understand? So focus on understanding that what's important is understand to be a positive role model every single day, and focus on really developing yourself in different ways. Because if you really understand anything about life, then understand how to talk to people. Actually, talking to people is the single most best way to understand eternity and life and what you want out of life. And then you're understanding that no matter what you're doing every single day is a better target, which is yourself. So if you understand yourself every single day, then you understand that you have to really broaden up your nice and beautiful dictionary every single day to focus upon something that you love to do. But make sure your eye is very strong when you're looking at other people, so you never ever lose your word I. I mean, the word I is something very nice and positive for yourself every single day. If you go and really want, in terms of you go and do something that you want, then you understand that what you understand about life is understand that you need to be greater and greater and greater. So that's the whole point of life. So understand I'm using my nice and beautiful technology over here, which is my nice and beautiful phones, and also technology in terms of earphones to be able to speak to you while I'm sitting down on my nice and beautiful couch in terms of my seats. And understand either way that since I'm understanding my life completely much better, I understand that way. I understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to crop photos in a different way, because I understand that what's important is understanding that you can write something down if you want, and you can also pause your nice and beautiful audio, because it's very important. I realize, although, that what we're focusing on daily is understanding that no matter what, that we have to promote other people in ways that we've never done before, so that we can learn something. I promise you, it's all about learning something that you love to do every single day, because if you follow your heart and you follow someone that you really love in life, then focus upon understanding that we have to promote people regardless of what's going on, because you learn something along the way of what you need to do in daily life to understand who around you is the greatest, So we're understanding either way that if you want to promote people right now, then understand that you must understand that nobody else is going to call you the greatest in history. I promise you must just understand that. I promise you must understand that it's so silent about who's the greatest in history. I see. So make sure you understand that if you really, really understand something in terms of life, in terms of who's helping the most in this planet, I promise you it's Jesus Christ. I promise you Jesus Christ is helping the most in this planet, because you have to understand that He is right now always with us in terms of the Bible, because He is the first teacher of the world, and you must understand that. But either way, you must understand that no matter what, that I'm learning how to actually always understand everything about life. So I understand that no matter what, that since I'm always first in my life, I understand that I can only ever do something with Jesus Christ, because I understand I have to follow Jesus Christ. And that's why I understand that Jesus Christ has tools and everything in terms of greatness to be able to teach me. So I'm understanding that is what I'm saying, which is Jesus Christ is always greater than everybody else, because the Ten Commandments of God. And you must understand that if you never ever do that, then I realize if you never do the Ten Commandments of God, then guess what? I promise you, then you have no greatness at all. I promise you must understand that. Now, I understand that it's very easy to understand how to really, really dwell upon your life, but never ever hate anybody in your life, and be able to understand that if you really want to promote something in life, then promote them all. Promote them all together in a way that you're going to focus upon something that you love to do, and then understand either way that we're just promoting people today, because we have to focus upon loving ourselves in a way that there is so much more going on for us. So if you understand what's going on for you today in a way that you're helping people succeed with words, promise you that's the only key difference. I promise you, either way, that what's important is understand this life is much more in terms of bedridden in a way that you're doing better. So make sure that you understand that you realize that you never ever go to bed, and you just make sure that you're always learning how to really, really help yourself in different ways. So if you're helping yourself in different ways, and you're actually always loving yourself in different ways, then you're understanding that no matter what, that you never ever go short upon what you say. But make sure you're learning learn all the actual nice and beautiful techniques of what you're actually saying. So if you understand that your life is something much more than yesterday, then what you need to realize every single day is focusing on understanding that we have to promote people in some type of version every single day, because the important matter of what life is, I understand, is realizing that there is so much more to do every single day. So focus on understanding that you have to focus on loving your life in ways that you've never done before. So go and understand that you have to go and really, really warm yourself up as well, so you can understand how to do that for yourself, because it's very important that you go and do something today that's going to help you move forward. So if you focus on understanding that your life is something more than yesterday, then understand that's the whole point of understanding the nice and beautiful tonality of what you're doing every single day, because the only aspect of life that you have to really focus on is increase the word I in your life. If you increase the word I in your life, then understand either way that you are going to actually go and really, really dwell upon being stronger than what you see, because I understand either way that if you really, really want something in life, then focus upon understanding that you have to overcome that. You have to overcome that nice and beautiful way of life, because the beautiful thing about overcoming everything is the word I. So if you understand how to promote your word I to people, and then you understand life. You only ever understand life if you never ever get jealous of other people and what they have, because guess what? I promise you that it's just the way it is. So make sure just make sure that if you really, really understand anything about life, that we also just focus upon something that we can really, really understand. So just focus on loving yourself in different ways, and making sure every single day that you're going to promote new people all the time, because if you promote new people, then focus upon understanding that's the way. Which the way is understanding that if you go and really, really understand that no matter what you're going to do is focus on yourself always, because if you focus on yourself always, then you're going to understand life itself. So focus on loving your life and understanding that we have to focus on really, really understanding our key differences in life, but never ever blabble, and never blabble in your communication, but be making sure that your nice and beautiful words are going to be matching up with what you're saying, so that you can understand that either way that we have to make sure that our I is increasing. So God does increase the I in every single matter that we do. So make sure you understand that if you understand God, then you understand the word I every single day. So focus on understanding that what's important right now is making sure that other people in your life have something to do, so you can understand to give them something to do every single day, so you can promote yourself
into greatness. Because guess what? I promise you, you have to, or else you have to believe in your word I in order for you to be great. I promise you now, every single day, that if you go and really, really understand something about life, then understand that you have to go and do more than other people if you want to understand how to be greater. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that if somebody's done more work than you in this planet, then of course they are greater. There's no lying about that. But make sure you understand that if you just really, really do more than other people, then focus on understanding that you have to go and really, really boost your nice and beautiful quality to understand that you have everything in your communicational skills. That if you just really, really understand your life every single day, that what you realize every single day is focus upon going through the pleasure in a way that you're overcoming pleasure for yourself. Overcome so much pleasure in your lifetime so you can focus on doing your life in different ways. So I understand that either way, that what's important for yourself is focusing on your love for yourself all the time so you can focus upon something that's really going to help you move forward. So if you focus on your life every single day and you focus on being stronger than everything in life and you focus on understanding that you have more words to say than other people because you're going to be greater than other people, approaching that's the whole point. So the whole point is understanding that no matter what you're doing every single day, is we're focusing on a greater life. So you can also you can give other people like a double bonus, for example. So if somebody's great and also a fashion model or something like that, then guess what? You can go and actually promote them as well in 2 Instagrams instead of just one. Understand? So make sure you understand that you can go and give them a double bonus if you want. So understand either way that when you want to grow, I realize when you want to go and understand something about life, then understand either way that we're going to go. I realize we're going to go and really, really understand that no matter what, that we're learning how to promote beautiful people as well in different ways. And we're going to understand that it's really, really funny because we're going to understand something about life, aren't we? Make sure you understand that no matter what, that we learn the different articles of promotion because there's something always different that we have to do. And you have to understand that the funny thing about life is if you promote everybody, then everybody promotes you. But guess what? I promise you, it's much more like you've never lost anything in life. There's no losing in this lifetime because you do have Jesus Christ in eternity, and then we're going to understand that no matter what, that it's just like that. But people get hurt because they have no word I. And if you're feeling hurt, then I understand it's because you're missing the word I in your life, and it's because other people never did show you what to do, and it's because other people were never with you, or they were never doing pleasure with you, and other people were getting something off you, or they were actually going and screwing somebody in a bed or something like that, and they were having sex with other people, and that's what hurts you in terms of life. But nothing hurts you, guys. Approaching nothing's hurting you more than yourself. You must understand. So never ever hurt yourself, and understand that what hurts you is understanding that anything that is never you is hurting you. So make sure you understand to just stick to you every single day, and understand that most people are getting hurt today because they are looking at other people and what they're doing. And when you're looking at other people and what they're doing, then you're focusing on how they have a great life and you have a shit life, for example. So have a great life always. So make sure you understand that you never have a shit life, but just make sure that other people are always focusing on other people and how they're having sex and screwing with other people. And the pleasure of life is what people are really, really looking at, which is what screws people over. And it's more they want to be drug addicts and they want to go and do nothing all day. So if you want to go and do something all day long, then focus on understanding that you need to get yourself new earphones and you need to understand every single day to go and promote yourself in different ways of life. So if you want to go and really, really dwell upon something that is really, really successful, that you do have your nice and beautiful, let's say, your nice and beautiful way of life over here, which is your selfie stick or anything of that nature where you can go and promote yourself in different ways, and you can focus upon understanding that we have to get ourselves better technology all the time to focus on understanding that no matter what's happening around our life, that we're actually always much greater in the process of life. So focus on yourself is what I'm saying, and focus on making sure that you're delivering content. So if you're delivering content today, then of course you're going to be greater. Make sure you understand that you have to be doing your content daily and be able to understand how to promote other people and what they're doing so you can focus on teaching. It's all about words. So if you're speaking words, you're never losing time. You're never losing time if you're speaking words today. So make sure you understand that what's important is understanding how to promote yourself with other people so you can be a success story every single day. Isn't that nice and beautiful for you? Of course it is. So what's important for yourself daily is understanding how to go and really, really promote yourself regardless of what's happening.
So just focus on yourself, guys, and make sure that no matter what, that I'm just plugging in my nice and beautiful microphone here, which is a different one, but making sure I'm using the nice and beautiful phone's microphone while I go and do some nice and beautiful errands around my nice and beautiful, let's say, my nice and beautiful Instagram, which is my iTrance radio show. So I'm focusing on understanding that I want to go and promote my music, but what I have to do is I have to go and listen to other people's music to be able to go and promote something that I understand. So if you go and really do that, then understand that you can, and you can also just along the way be able to teach music production if you want, but understand that what's important is if you're promoting your nice and beautiful content along the way with other people, then understand that what's important all the time is focus upon connecting the dots and I realize, and also connecting the audio sessions together so you can start a new program if you want, and you can start your music session if you want. So every single day, that's what I do. So focus on understanding on what I've said in these nice and beautiful audio programs right here so you can understand how to be great. I can say now, since I have my voice memos all the time like this, I understand that either way, people can hear me. And what I can do is I can pause it whenever I want. I can pause my audio content whenever I want. And I can also make sure that I'm heard. So I can extend myself from here and people can hear me from this point. Because look at the waveform. I mean, the waveform is how I talk to people. So what I can do is I can interview people like this. I can interview people as my microphone because my microphone is the actual phone, and my selfie stick, I can extend it to their actual, let's say, mouth, and people can actually talk on the microphone of the phone. So I can go around the world traveling, and I can also pause it. I can pause the actual nice and beautiful, let's say, voice memo right here. I can pause the button. So what happens is I pause it. I unpause the nice and beautiful voice memo, and I give you an idea straight away because I have something to say. So then I go around the world traveling and I walk with the voice memo everywhere. And because I walk with the voice memo everywhere, I make sure you understand that no matter what, that I always am recording my voice in an audio program every single day and all day long. So just yesterday I've done 7 hours for this. Understand? So I may walk to the toilet, I bring my audio program with me. And I'm just talking all the way through. I'm in the bath, I'm talking in a nice and beautiful audio program. I'm making sure that no matter what that I'm walking, I'm doing everything with a voice program, or I'm always doing something with a voice program now. Understand? So that's why it's very nice and beautiful for yourself to go and even place the nice and beautiful, let's say, voice memo just on that night. I mean, just place it on that actual table. And what I do is I eat and drink as I do voice memos. So you can see this right here. And I understand that no matter what, they can hear me. I mean, you can see the voice memo can hear me. And it has a waveform. And either way, I may have some food and drink here. And then guess what I do? I pause it. And then I eat something. I pause and eat I eat the food and drink. And the voice memo is pausing, for example. And then what I do is I have an idea. And then as I'm eating food and drink, I have an idea. I unpause the voice memo. And I say something to the voice memo to give them an idea as I'm eating and drinking. And then I talk, and then I pause it again. I pause the voice memo to eat again something. I eat something again. And then either way, I'm continuing. And as soon as I have an idea, I give people a voice memo anyway. So what you do is eat, and then once you're ready to do a voice memo, just give ideas straight away. And never wait for an idea to come. But just go give people ideas. Understand? So make sure you understand that way. You're always performing and you're doing better. Alright, so guys, that's my nice and beautiful video I've just been recording. I've just been recording a video to be able to give people a nice and beautiful way of life. So what's important for myself today is understanding something. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I've woken up already, I'm making sure that I can have some water to drink, because sometimes when you wake up in the morning, your throat has, let's say, stickiness going on. So make sure you're drinking water right in the morning when you wake up so that you can clear your throat. I see also what you want to do, guys, is just make sure that if you're about to fall asleep, then turn off your nice and beautiful audio program and go and do something else, because that way you understand that you're just going to sleep and you're going to wake up nice and beautiful much more. So we're focusing on understanding that it's the whole point to do so, and it's the whole point to make sure that your nice and beautiful content is all happening for you, so that you can go and understand how to go and upload all your audio content as well, while you're actually doing audio content along the way. So make sure that no matter what, you're just speaking up and you're actually planning your life ahead of the game, and you're making sure that no matter what, you're never waiting to be, you're never waiting to give people ideas, that you just go and give people ideas is the whole point. I understand now, since I'm always understanding what's the nice and beautiful weather of life, I'm making sure you understand that the weather is a 7-day program. So you have these nice and beautiful weather channels on actual phones. So go and check the 7 days that is coming up and see the nice and beautiful highest temperature to the lowest temperature. So in the next 7 days in Australia, where I'm living, I understand it's going to be the highest temperature, and it's the highest temperature 23 to 12, in terms of 23 degrees to 9 degrees. Now I understand the temperature range is from that point, but I understand that what I need to do is, I'm always doing better than all that. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm doing, I'm understanding that what you want to do is focus on something that helps you. And also, you can see every single day when sunset and when nice and beautiful sunrise is, where the actual weather, in terms of where the weather app is. So we're always understanding that no matter what, that we need to understand something about life over here, and we need to understand how to go and really, really enjoy yourself. When you can enjoy yourself all the time, then you can understand how to grow. But in Texas, in terms of America, Texas, Texas always over there is getting a freaking tornado over there. So make sure you understand that they always have tornadoes going over there. So make sure you understand that, and make sure either way that what you need to realize about life is you have to have a greater life for yourself to focus on something greater. But make sure you're always watching whatever you want to watch while you're doing an audio program. Is very important. So make sure that you are never ever wasting time, but we're making sure all the time that we're learning something along the way, so that you can focus on something that's really, really helping you move forward. That's the main thing, guys. The main thing is making sure that we're just learning how to go and grow. And then once you understand how to grow yourself into the best aspects, then understand that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you can go and really, really never suffocate yourself, but make sure you're understanding how to really grow yourself in the process. So what you need to do is understand, if you want to go and have the best time for yourself, then go and understand how it is to do an audio program right away, and then understand every single time. Then once you do that, then you're ahead of the game. And then you're making sure that either way, that you're making sure that your life is doing better. Do you guys understand? So, focus on understanding that what you need to do is love your life and focus on just talking. When you can talk and talk and talk in front of people, and you can always constantly be talking. The best area of life is talking to people. Just be able to understand that it's nice and beautiful when you can go and be doing your audio content right away in front of people. So that way you understand that no matter what you're doing, that you go and rename your content as well, and be able to upload and download content right away, so you can go and connect it up, and then you go into a nice and beautiful audio program in terms of your audio cutter, in terms of your audio merger, and make sure you're connecting those nice and beautiful videos together. But what you do is make sure you set everything up in a way that it's working for you. And now, when everything's working for you, just be the one who understands how to, let's say, enjoy yourself by going and, let's say, exporting your content in a way that it can export your content, and you can convert the video of your file in a way that it's working for you. So if you go and understand something about life, then make sure that no matter what, that you're learning every step of the way what is going on with your nice and beautiful audio. So what you want to do is go and merge your content together, and then when you merge it, then just go and rename it something, and make it a nice and beautiful audio program. Just make sure that you're renaming your content something that you can remember, and let it be. Or else if you wants to do something, let's say around 128 kbps, let it be, and just keep it going, because people can hear 128 kbps forever. That's it. I mean, what's important is understand that anybody who wants to replicate your programs, I mean, you'll find that nobody else wants to actually replicate your programs. I mean, in a sense, so what you need to realize is it's only for your safety that you realize that if you do more quality work, then go and understand that the video to MP3 converter does actually export your content at 128 kbps. And understand that there are many programs such as MP4 in terms of video to MP3 converters. But my one only exports to 128 kbps. And now I let it be that way. I let my audio programs be at 128 kbps then. But then when I have a chance to extract my audio from my video, I place my content in terms of my nice and beautiful MP3s into 320 kbps. And I'm understanding either way that I'm just understanding that it's just the way it is. So I'm always trying to give more quality. I'm always trying to export at 320 kbps because it's better quality and there's something much more happening in that. So I'm understanding that it's just the whole point of persuasion that you have to understand to go and really, let's say, convert content into the best way that is helping you move forward in a way that you understand that from now on, I can be playing music outdoors and I can also have a nice and beautiful voice memo going right next to me. And what I do is I produce music, then I talk it out to you in a voice memo like this. Alright, now as I do that, I never even need to wear earphones anymore to do a voice memo like this. In a sense, so I can always understand that my earphones are something that can go into my nice and beautiful, let's say, laptop, and I can actually pause and unpause my nice and beautiful content while I'm actually speaking to you and while my music is playing inside of my laptop. But what's amazing is when I talk to you, I stop the music altogether and I talk to you to give you ideas, because that's how I do my music programs. But then outdoors, I may be playing music, but then you're never hearing that music. And then what's amazing is I may give you a test to show you that I'm listening to music, but then when I'm talking to you, then there's no music playing outdoors, really, by default. And then I pause the program, and then I may go and play my music to go and really do my content, and then I get some ideas, and I give it to you straight away in an audio content. So that's what's amazing about life. And then understand either way that you're always uploading content, and you're always making sure that you're promoting people. So go and promote people every single day, and focus on loving your life in different ways. So if you are doing that, just make sure that you are doing something to always increase the people's knowledge of mentors around your life, and millionaires and billionaires, and people who are very inspirational. So go and understand to find those people, and then go and promote them daily. And then understand either way that I see Nelson Mandela. I see Nelson Mandela is somebody who's very inspirational, and you must understand that he's the ex-president of Zimbabwe. So he's somebody that you can follow and admire, because he went to jail for around 28 years for no reason, and he did come out of jail because he's innocent, and they did place him in jail because of, let's say, the arrogant people out there who done that to him, because he understands that he was unable to communicate, let's say, his words to the people, and he understands no matter what that he's also somebody that did communicate his way out of it as well. So that's why I'm saying that if people put you in jail, then it's because you found yourself there because of your words. Understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, that what you need to do is say the truth, because the truth shall set you free. So make sure that no matter what, that with the nice and beautiful people who have, let's say, did a passing away of life and they just went away, I make sure to put their photos in black and white inside of my nice and beautiful, let's say, program. And I say Nelson Mandela. Alright, now Nelson Mandela is also somebody that is always in the hearts of people, because he has a kind heart and he has something that he wants to say, because he is somebody of a leader. So every single time I'm always understanding that no matter what, that when you're speaking, then just talk in a way that you learn how to really act with yourself. Alright, now if you want to act with yourself in different ways, then what you need to do is now I realize how I can actually promote people. So what I need to do all the time is I'm making sure that people can recognize who is alive today and who has gone from this world today. So I'm understanding either way that what's important is understanding that no matter what, that I need to be understanding every single time that I can go and do that. But what's amazing is I can let it be too. I can let it be. But what's amazing is focus on understanding that if you want to go and really, let's say, be nice toward everybody, then I understand that no matter what, I'm always nice. But I'm understanding either way that since it's just that kind of way, I understand that what I can do is I can let it be. I can let it be. So my nice and beautiful Instagram can have black and white photos of people, and it can also have color photos of people. So either way, what's important is I understand something. I can understand that no matter what, that I shall place black and white on people in my nice and beautiful program over here in terms of who's alive and who is gone, so that I understand that who's alive is still here. So I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to understand something about life here. Then eventually, my whole Instagram is going to have black and white. So what I want to do is let it be that way. Because what I understand is I focus on understanding something. That I want to go and understand that Larry King deserves some nice and beautiful black and white pictures as well. Because that way I understand every single time to go and promote people, such as Larry King, who is also somebody who speaks on a microphone as well. And I understand that what you need to do is focus on just giving that content all the time. And when you're giving content all the time, you're focusing on making sure that you have much more to think about in your life in a way that you're learning and growing. And then when you do that, then focus on loving yourself in ways that's happening for you. So make sure that you understand that your nice and beautiful Instagram can place people's photos in black and white. So when you choose the black and white photos, then be able to understand which ones you are doing and why. So I understand that Inkwell is the one that I understand that shows me the best one. So I understand every single time to just go and say Larry King. Whereas now, either way, then when I really understand something about life, I'm understanding that I want to be able to promote as many people as possible so that I can go and understand why that is. I understand that it's more about making sure that you're showing people a different world. And when you're showing people a different world, then you're making sure that everybody around you has a greater empathy for you in a way that you're learning how to grow. And when you're learning how to grow, then you're making sure that no matter what's happening around you, that you're learning all the time the best kind of freedom in the planet. And you're making sure that people around you can also be with you all the time in different aspects of life. And understand that they are always with you in spirit as well. So you're making sure all the time that you are focusing on understanding that no matter what, that you have to go and grow yourself regardless. I could say although that what's amazing is we're learning all the time to be free. And when you can learn how to be free all the time, then you can learn how to really have the best kind of devotion in the planet. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is understanding something about your life today. So focus on understanding. Steve Jobs is also somebody that you have to go and understand, because he's a person who understands how to create technology like the iPhone. And he is the founder of the iPhone. So you must understand that when you do that, then you focus on giving people the knowledge about people, and then understand that no matter what, that we're always learning how to really live life. So either way, I understand Dr. Wayne Dyer over here as well, and Jim Rohn. I understand that no matter what, I just let it be for now, because I want to be uploading some new people today. And I'm understanding that what I focus upon understanding today is I'm understanding that I have a list of people that I need to upload online, for example. And also I have Mahatma Gandhi. I have Mahatma Gandhi as well. So no matter what you're doing in daily life, make sure you're focusing on different aspects of life all the time, so you can focus on promoting everybody. And now, just promote people who are just greatness in terms of life. So if you understand that no matter what, that everybody's promoting themselves, but deserve to understand that you need a greatness type of vibe. So if you promote people who have greatness, then understand that is the only way you can decipher to see who actually has greatness in them and who understands that they believe that they never have greatness. So I promote people who believe that they have greatness. Understand? And that way I understand that they deserve it. Whereas now, if you understand that, for example, with Mahatma Gandhi, I promise you, he's an individual that you also have to go and really, really understand. That once you go and really, really read from him and what he does, and then you understand either way that you have to go and focus upon your life to succeed. So if you're focusing on your life to succeed, then go and get the real photos of them. And now that one there is really, really a painting, but we're making sure that we want to go and understand something about life in different ways. So if you can understand how it all is with everybody, and you can understand how to grow yourself into the best way, then we're always focusing on understanding that we want to have the best pictures of everybody that's also real, and we want to make sure that we're learning. And then when we're learning, or else we're just making sure that people can find everybody. So make sure you're promoting people all the time is what we're talking about. I mean, the whole point is understanding Mahatma Gandhi, and that way you understand that no matter what that we're learning, and we always have to go and understand that you say I love everything, because I understand that I see that you must go and grow yourself in different ways. So make sure that no matter what that you're learning how to promote people. So when you're promoting people, just say I love I and everybody, and we're understanding that no matter what that we're understanding something about life. And now understand that no matter what, the Gandhi does nicely beautiful in terms of the Gandhi word from Mahatma Gandhi starts with gank and then also goes into dies. I mean, now either way, you must understand that when you're learning something about spelling, I mean, make sure you understand that the word Danny starts with delicious into and into yellow. I mean, how do I say that? I mean, Danny. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand. That way we're learning to say Danny starts with delicious, and then the next words is A-N-N-Y. So I say, then it goes into an, in terms of A-N-N-E, and then it goes into yellow. And then that's Danny, and that's how you spell Danny. Alright, now when you're promoting people all the time, I mean, just make sure that you can pick out whoever you want in life, and then you can understand how to really, really go and just really, really dwell upon picking out people that is just alive, and also make sure that you're promoting people regardless of what is happening, because that way you understand that you can go into order if you want, and that way you just promote all the people, in terms of promote all the people that you want. And understand also Martin Luther King Jr. is somebody that is in the time of the apartheid, and now since he also is always teaching people, I mean, you must understand that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you can teach people everything that you are all the time. So when you can understand that, eventually that's the whole point of making sure that you can do something that you're really, really, let's say, inspirational around what you're doing. So when you understand that no matter what, that you learn how to go inspire. I mean, learn how to really, really inspire yourself all the time. So that way we're learning how to really, really be the best. So no matter what, that when you understand Martin Luther King Jr., then you're understanding how to really go and do your best work all the time in every kind of regard, because no matter what, you always have to double check their names, and you always have to make sure that you can go and see what it is about people. And then sometimes you must understand that if you have a new Instagram or something like that, then make sure you understand that in one of my Instagrams I only ever post a location inside of my Danny Milivojevic Instagram. But then my other 4 Instagrams never even have that. I mean, they never have captions and they never have locations of where I am. But my nice and beautiful Instagram, where it's Danny Milivojevic, has only, let's say, locations when I post locations on it. And I never post captions inside of my Danny Milivojevic Instagram, because I post a better way now, and I post my captions inside of my audio in terms of my voice memo here. But I post the location into my Danny Milivojevic Instagram only, so that people can see straight away what it's all about, and then they can also see where I am and where I did the photos in terms of my fashion photos, and that's the whole point. So make sure either way that if you're promoting people, that you're promoting people the best way, and then focus on understanding that what we need to do always is love our life. So love your life always to the fullest. And then also, we're also promising ourselves that no matter what, that we're promoting everybody who's greatness. So making sure every single day that if you call other people greatness, then you are greatness. So we're making sure that no matter what, that we need to be able to go around the world and promote anybody who is very successful in something that they're doing. So that's the whole point, yeah? Now, no matter what, I mean, there's many people who are very successful, but there's also minimal people who are very successful. So we're always looking to find something that's going to help us grow. So anything that's helping us grow, and we have to find anything that helps us grow, then focus on understanding that it's more than enough for you to go and understand how to really promote yourself. I thank you. I understand that no matter what, I can feel people who are from eternity in terms of spirits just with me all the time. And I understand that no matter what, that since I'm always learning, I'm always figuring out a better way. I'm figuring out a better way in a way that it works out for me. And now since it works out for me, I'm understanding that's the whole point. And I'm understanding either way, and if you want to go and be determining yourself, then understand Elvis Presley as well. And now Elvis Presley is a singer, and you must understand that he also is one of those best singers that you need to actually hear. So we're always understanding that no matter what, that we need to go and promote people in ways that is helping us grow. So when I give my business card to people, then they can see 40 inspirations right now on my Instagram, in terms of 41 inspirations right now on my Instagram, and they can go and find them, and they can see who the inspirational people are of the world right now. So I have always a list of inspirational people, and now because I go and understand something about what's happening around the world, I always want to be understanding something about coaching people, and I want to be understanding that I want to go and lead people into greatness. So since I lead people into greatness, I understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? I mean, it's that kind of vibe where when you're promoting people, that you have the nice and beautiful aspects of life with you in ways that you're learning and growing. And then you're posting images of yourself inside of your nice and beautiful U-cut so that you can go and do some mega drive work in a way that you're promoting your image inside of the nice and beautiful application. And then also connecting the dots together and uploading that content right away online that you just did, so that you can understand that you have to go and understand to just do your life in ways that is helping you grow. Because what's important is understanding that if you want to go and have something of freedom for yourself, then you have to go and do everything that you can to make sure that it's successful. So make sure that you're promoting your content online right away and connect it together as one episode or a program of your podcast, and then start posting everything into your podcast in terms of life coaching podcast. And that way you understand that no matter what, that you're learning quickly upon how to succeed, and that no matter what, that you're talking all the time with yourself. And when you're talking with yourself all the time, then focus on understanding that you have to go and really, really grow yourself all the time in different ways. And then you're making sure that you're very successful. And always understand that no matter what, that if you find yourself really, really successful throughout life, that's because you chose to be successful. And then we're understanding that no matter what, that we have to go and always lift ourselves into the best kind of way. So what I'm doing all the time is I'm understanding that no matter what I do, every single day, I have always that audio program you need. So I'm understanding that way. I understand that no matter what, that my life is getting better. And since my life is getting better, I'm making sure that I'm always extending my nice and beautiful content in a way that everybody can hear me. So what is amazing is understanding that you have to go and do your nice and beautiful music production content as well. So what I do with this content is I pause it and I make sure to go and upload my nice and beautiful music production content from that point. So it's just that kind of content. I understand that this is just life coaching, for example. But then I understand that either way, that what's important is once the music content comes into play, then I post music content specifically somewhere else. So I'm making sure that this one here, in terms of this audio program, just is something that goes into another video, in terms of another type of video or audio program that I just made. And I make sure that you can hear me regardless. So I just connect the videos together and audios together, and I make sure that I'm never losing time, nor money, or anything. But making sure that people can hear what's going on. And now, when you understand something about life, then understand that you must go and be much more free to deliver more content every single day. And there's no wasting time. I mean, just make sure you understand that you have to be very quick about everything. And then always check your emails first thing in the morning, so you understand that somebody may have done the nice and beautiful receiving of sending you a message. So make sure you understand to check your messages, just in case, because that way you understand to just do yourself a big favor, to understand that we're going to grow ourselves regardless. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that we're learning very quickly upon how to actually be successful. So make sure you understand that you're exporting your nice and beautiful UCut videos at the nice and beautiful rate of 128 kbps in terms of any kinds of, let's say, audio where it's audio, then export your audio at 320 kbps always. Otherwise, export at the one audio that the actual program is allowing you to do so. I mean, you must understand that just recently I was wanting to, let's say, upload my content into 320 kbps, but since the application can only actually export 128 kbps, so I just choose that, for example. I just choose to go 128 kbps then. But with UCut, I make these videos, and I make these videos in terms of images. I place one image of myself, and in the background, my voice is talking. And it goes for hours and hours, just like my voice memos here. Now, since that goes into the nice and beautiful audio, I mean, just make sure that you can pause your nice and beautiful audio if you want, but make sure you do so, and then make sure either way that you can go and just keep enjoying the life, and just be honest with yourself, but it's the way it is. I mean, just be more professional, that you're never yawning inside of your nice and beautiful, let's say, audio programs. So what you want, or else what you want to do, is you want to make sure that everybody around you has more all the time. So if you go and do your music production now, then you understand either way that what, or else we have to go always to understand, no matter what, that you go and really just upload people's content first, and then understand that no matter what, that from that point we're learning how to really be free. Or else now, anybody who's learning how to be free deserves how to understand life. And now if you understand how to understand life, then we're learning how to go and grow ourselves all the time in different ways. And then we're focusing on understanding that if you promote people, then you shall also promote greatness, and then understand that way we focus upon love and devotion, and making sure that no matter what, that our life is just helping us to grow all the time. So that's what we need to do. I mean, we need to make sure that everybody around us has what we need to succeed, because that way we understand that no matter what, that our life is helping us grow. So make sure you're helping yourself grow in different ways, and we're making sure all the time that something in our life is helping us to make sure that we have what it takes, in a way that we're learning and that we're also just improving ourselves all the time. So make sure you understand either way that we are focusing on helping that nice and beautiful individual help themselves to grow, because what you need to do is you need to understand how to go on the offense about communication. So if you go on the offense about communication, then you understand either way that you just really understand how it is to be yourself in the process of what you're doing. So understand that Tupac is someone who is a singer, and you can go and see Tupac's music, and then you can also understand why I do promote him, because I understand that he also finds many people inspirational. And you must understand, when you find many people inspirational, then you're very inspirational in terms of a type of individual who is very inspirational. And then make sure you understand that you must be always understanding that you go and promote all the people who have the best kind of degree in the planet, because that way you understand that no matter what, that we're learning something about everybody. So what you do is you copy and paste your nice and beautiful words from the actual mentors or people in terms of life that you want to promote, and then go and promote them, and then understand to copy and paste all that. That's the best way. The best way is understanding that if you want to go and study somebody, then understand that no matter what, that we want to upload the most recent photo of somebody, and that way we understand who they are, because that's who they choose to be. So that way we understand that no matter what, that if you want to go and really give a performance of something about life, then understand that no matter what, if you promote their original photos, approach now, every single time it's much more how it all is, because people can actually reference them and they can find who they are. So make sure you understand either way that it's just that kind of way. The vibe is just making sure every single day that you just go and promote people. I mean, if you promote people as they are, it's just the way. Now, no matter what, I agree with everything. I make sure that no matter what, that I learn something about life, and that's why I'm learning how to be free. I mean, that's how you have to understand that the word I is how you never die. I mean, the word I is how you understand how to live life. So go also see Michael Jackson, guys. And Michael Jackson is someone who is a singer as well, and he's somebody who is very inspirational about his work and what he does. But I understand either way, they have to color this photo. I understand that what's important is understanding that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly how to succeed. So if you're learning how to succeed quickly, then focus on understanding that you must go and promote the best kind of people in the planet in a way that you're learning how to really, really dwell upon better life expectancies. So when you focus on making sure that your life is very successful, then just copy and paste words into the Nice and Beautiful Instagram and make sure that you understand that no matter what, that you're always following in a way that you're learning what's going on. And when you learn what's going on, then just make sure that you promote some black photos in terms of black and white photos, and that way you make sure that no matter what, that you go and complete the puzzle. Complete the puzzles and make sure that you understand that no matter what, that we're just learning to promote people. That way, that no matter what you do, that you're always seeking out a better way for yourself to go and really, really perform and outperform people. And then that way we understand that no matter what, that we deserve a greater life, to understand that no matter what, that we're going to go and be the best. And now if you want to be the best and you want to go and understand how it is to feel the best, then understand that no matter what, that we want to focus on something that helps us grow in different ways. And then we're understanding that we want to have the best photos of people, and we want to focus upon understanding how to make sure that we have something right now to succeed with. And that's the whole point, guys. The whole point is making sure that we have that kind of beautiful tempo going. And when you have a beautiful tempo going, then focus on understanding that's how we actually grow. We grow through different ways of persuasion. And now Kobe Bryant starts with the nice and beautiful word Kobe, which is K-O into B. And then Bryant is into Brian, into the nice and beautiful yellow, into ants. So we're just focusing on understanding that we want to go and learn how to spell on a nice and beautiful audio program too. So learn how to spell different words so you can understand either way, that you can understand how to perform yourself into greatness. And then learn how it is and how it feels to just go around the world and travel and just be able to summarize it all better. So understand that no matter what, if you go and promote just the black and white photos into the category of where you need it to be, then understand that's the point. And then understand either way, just go and do your content and make sure that no matter what, that you're catching up with what you're doing. So if you understand that now, since I understand that I have some nice and beautiful women to promote as well, then understand either way, why not? I've realized that what's amazing about my life is I understand how to succeed. I'm understanding that once I understand how to succeed is the point in the turn of, let's say, when I realize something, that I can go and understand how to read audio, and I can talk over the audio as well. So what's amazing, I understand, is it's much better for me to do so. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that nothing's blocking me. So I'm making sure that with music production, however, I want to be able to listen to the music and pause the audio as I speak to you. But in other ways, I want to be able to listen to music and revise content as I'm speaking to you. So that way I'm understanding that no matter what, that I always have that nice and beautiful theory going right now. And I'm making sure that I always never hate anybody. I love everybody. I'm making sure I succeed in different ways, and I'm making sure all the time that I look at people's greatness, and I look to see how people are trying to measure up to what I'm doing. So if you want to go and really, really pronounce yourself in a better way, then focus on understanding that all the time you must be loving your life in a way that you're promoting yourself and other people. And then we're focusing on understanding that if you do that, then you deserve success in different ways. And we're focusing on understanding that it's always that kind of successful vibe that you're looking for. If you're looking for a successful vibe today, then understand that it's a man in terms of amen, that you understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of vibe that you're learning. So just be able to understand how you can actually picture what's going on in the world, so that you can go and understand how it is. So that you can go and understand how it is and how it feels to be able to love your life in different ways. You're making sure that people can understand you. You're making sure that people can find you, and that way you understand life is happening for you, and that's what you need to do all the time. So always making sure that whatever's happening in terms of life, that our life is having a guarantee of success, and that way just promote those nice and beautiful images as quickly as possible in ways that it's going to help you grow. So I understand that no matter what, that sometimes you may upload a nice and beautiful image into YouTube. So what happens is, just be very quick to be understanding that you have to go and understand how it is to speak into a video very quickly upon what you're doing, so you can understand how to succeed. And then go and find those photos that you did use into your program, so that you can go and understand your life much greater from that point. And then understand to just upload that photo that is in your video, for example. And just make sure that you understand that if it's your thumbnail, then make sure that you understand that no matter what, that you use that thumbnail because it's in your video program as well. And then you're making sure that you're connecting up the nice and beautiful photos with YouTube Studio. And you're using YouTube Studio with the nice and beautiful YouTube channel. And understand that in your time, there may be YouTube going on. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to understand your life right now in different ways. So just focus on making sure that you have a life. I mean, when you have a life, then you understand either way that you're learning very quickly how to succeed in different ways, and you're focusing on something that's really helping you, because that way you understand that we are learning how to grow ourselves in the process of what we're doing. So love our life in terms of love your life in different ways, and just understand that's the whole point of making sure that you have new contents to deliver all the time. So make sure all the time that you're just ahead of the game. I mean, be ahead of the game in what you're doing. And then upload content as much as possible, and make sure that no matter what, that content is always coming in to your favor. So that way we understand to delete other programs that we never need. But if you understand either way that you do understand something, that if you have these nice and beautiful contents in 320 gigabytes in terms of 320, let's say, kbps, then understand that either way, what you can do is you can keep those nice and beautiful programs. But then guess what? Actually, it's that kind of vibe, isn't it? But make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to really persuade people all the time. So if you listen to the differences of the contents, I see, so either way, you must understand that the nice and beautiful 128 kbps and 320 kbps is more than enough for you to understand that both have the same quality in terms of the audio format. But what's the difference is that 320 kbps can be in understanding to use the clone of that to be able to make 128 kbps files. But I understand either way that what I do here is I understand to keep the nice and beautiful programs where I understand that they are the full version nice and beautiful programs. So what I do is I make it a sequence, and I make these kind of folders a sequence, and I post it into my nice and beautiful, let's say, files over here. And I'm making sure either way that I understand something now. I understand that no matter what, that I must go and connect it all together, and I must understand I love I, and then I understand either way that I just use what I have. So I'm understanding that either way, then once I do that, I'm focusing on understanding that I want to go and be able to understand something about life. So if you make your content into 128 kbps, then make sure you understand that it's more enough for you. I mean, just go and do that. Just go and do that if you want. But make sure you understand that way I'm also doing it, and I'm making sure that no matter what, they understand that is how I do life. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way that you save money as well, and you save your uploading time as well. And that's the whole point. So make sure either way that you're promoting yourself and other people along the way, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you're going into that nice and beautiful version of what you're doing, and then understand either way to keep going in a way that you're learning every single art form in the planet. So I understand that I have podcasts going over here, and since I have podcasts going, I understand that I have different courses. And now, since I have different courses, I go and upload my nice and beautiful podcasts, and I have now much more to recognize that I'm doing much better. I realize now, since I'm doing much better, I'm focusing on understanding that my courses over here have different names. I realize now, since my courses have different names, that all I do is just post into my nice and beautiful podcasting. And now, since I'm understanding that no matter what, I can pause the audio content, and then what I do is when I'm writing a name into the nice and beautiful captions here, that what I do is I make sure that you guys can understand what's going on with all of that. Then I make sure that no matter what, that I can download content as well, and I can extract it. I can extract that content from the actual capacity of what's happening from it. And then understand that either way that you guys can also read that, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys understand that either way that you guys can download it, and make sure you understand how to really dwell upon information that is helping you grow. So if you focus upon loving life for yourself, and then focusing on doing something that you want to see, for example, then you want to be making sure that you can connect the dots, but understand it's much better than understand that you let it be always. So make sure that no matter what, and then once your content is up online, then make sure you understand that yes, you can do it, but make sure you understand that it's something that is much more fortunate. That if you understand that if you're promoting your content in different ways, then you're focusing on understanding that you want to go and connect the dots together. So be able to connect your dots together in ways that's helping you grow. And then focus on delivering content. So if you want to speak to somebody, then write them a message and then do some audio content. I mean, now understand either way that if you want to do that, then you can. But what's even better than that is focus on doing you instead of them. I mean, so make sure you understand that it's much more powerful when you're focusing on yourself rather than other people. So if you want to go and understand now to promote yourself and you want to understand how to do that, then focus on understanding that it's much more that you go and understand how to really do your life over here. So we're focusing on understanding that no matter what, that we always have that nice and beautiful game going in a way that we're learning. And when you're learning something about life, then learn how to really promote people in different aspects of life all the time. So make sure all the time that you're focusing on that nice and beautiful way of life in different ways, and then make sure that you're also promoting people while also just making sure that you go and, let's say, nicely just absorb the information and just talk over it in a way that you understand that it's working for you. And then since it's working for you, then just make sure that you're always learning how to really dwell upon something that's helping you. So when you're helping yourself all the time, when you're helping yourself all the time to succeed, just make sure that you always have much more happening in your life in different ways, but make sure you're understanding your goals and targets every single day, and then focusing on understanding that is how you do life. And now do life in a way that you understand that no matter what, that's helping you grow. And now when it helps you grow, then use your journal to be able to write down what you see in terms of the nice and beautiful way of the nice and beautiful, let's say, the way of life, and understanding that no matter what, that you want to make sure that you're promoting those people on the nice and beautiful Instagrams, and then that way you understand that you can do one post at a time, and that way you focus on your life. I mean, focus on making sure that everybody around you is promoting yourself, and that you're promoting yourself and other people around you. So understand that way you're a leadership type of individual who has much more Instagrams and you have much more happening for you in different ways. And then you're understanding that no matter what, that you're learning. I mean, you're learning something new for yourself all the time. And then you're focusing on understanding that when you have a nice and beautiful aspect of life to succeed with, that you're focusing on something that's helping you move forward. So if you want to actually go and understand how to do the portrait mode over here, I'm understanding that no matter what, that you go and learn how it feels to see those photos online, and then you just go and copy and paste their names into the Instagram, and then what happens is their nice and beautiful name comes up once you post the nice and beautiful app function. And make sure that either way that you're learning how to go and dwell upon something that helps you grow, because that way you're understanding life itself. I mean, life itself is always promoting. So if you want to promote something, then promote something that's really looking better. So understand that if you want to do that, then make sure you understand that we have always a nice and beautiful way to understand that no matter what, it's just the way it is. So I understand that anybody who wants to click on them can also understand what I'm promoting and why. I mean, just focus on understanding that what you want out of life is to succeed. So if you succeed in different ways, so just let it be, and just understand either way to just crop the photos that you have and then just promote them very quickly. So make sure you understand that you're doing screenshots all the time with different people all the time, and then you're making sure every single time that you're understanding how to really dwell upon the beautiful communicational technique of what you want. So if you want to understand to promote somebody that you may have done already, then make sure that you promote them, and just make sure either way they're just a successful endeavor to just copy and paste in terms of the words that you're actually promoting, and then understand either way that you go and understand how it feels to succeed in different ways. So I'm always coming back to the I, because I understand my word I is much more important than anything else. So I'm understanding that way I go and deliver. I deliver content. I make sure I deliver my content as well. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that nothing's stopping me today from succeeding, because my audio content is coming up, and I'm understanding that it's much more in a nice and beautiful fashion. That I understand that I have much more happening. So since I have much more happening, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I can, however, do these nice and beautiful photos of people in different ways. So I'm understanding that since I do that, I understand that is the way it is, and that's how it appears on the actual photo. But I'm understanding that way, it's much more for me to understand that no matter what, I can do that, for example. So if you want to promote somebody, then promote them in the way that you want, and never because of other people, and never because of other people and how they promote people, but make sure you're promoting people to the way you want all the time. So that's the whole point, guys. And the whole point is making sure that you have much more to deliver and much more to explain for yourself. So understand that no matter what, if you want to promote them like that, then understand that either way, I want to make sure that that one there has a better kind of scenario going. I understand either way. There's just that kind of way, isn't it? Actually, if you want to promote all their body, then you go ahead. Go ahead and understand that what's amazing about life is understanding that if you succeed daily, and you understand that no matter what, that you learn how it is to feel your life in different ways, and understand how it feels to promote other people. Understand that no matter what, that it's much more a nice and beautiful way of life to understand that if you go if you go and see how to go and do something that helps you to grow, then understand that you always want to be loving your life in a way that's helping you grow. So make sure your names on Instagram and all that is nice and beautiful, where people can actually explore you with your full name, because full names is something that has a great legacy. And that way we understand that no matter what, that you have to go and really, really dwell upon a better life to succeed. So make sure you're successful, and make sure you understand that either way, that there are many people on the planet, but make sure that there is only one type of you. Now make sure you understand that there is always a one type of you in the planet. So make sure that you're promoting yourself the best way you can every single day, so you can understand that no matter what, that you have to be enjoying yourself along the way, and you have to understand that no matter what, that there's so much more to do all the time, that you have to focus upon making sure that your life is successful. So making sure all the time that you understand what it is about life in different ways is the best kind of maneuver that you have to realize about your life. And then focus on understanding that what you need out of life is to succeed in different ways. So understand that once you promote people, then go and check them out. Go and check out those people that you're promoting as well. Go and see what they're doing. Make sure you understand that it's much more like that, isn't it? It's much more that you focus upon understanding that people are just promoting random people, and then that way you understand that no matter what, that you're focusing on the best areas of life. And since you're doing that every single time, then focus on loving your life in a way that's helping you move forward, because that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that you're promoting people. Promote different people, and then you understand that no matter what, that you shall also inherit much more because of that. And then make sure every single day you understand that no matter what's happening in your life, is that you're successful. And when you're successful, then you understand that you want to be always promoting the full photo of somebody, because you want to be respectful, and you also want to be showing what you love and what you understand that you need in your life. So if you want to understand something about life, then understand that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? It's just that kind of nice and beautiful aspect. So make sure you understand that you can promote that if you want, or you can promote the full photo of them as well. Whatever works for you, but make sure you're promoting the full face and everything, so people can zoom in anyway. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? Just making sure that no matter what, that if you learn how to grow yourself in different ways, then you deserve it. And then you understand every single time that you're learning the best kind of way to make sure that you're learning. And you're learning the different aspects of life because you have something happening for you. And then no matter what, that you're learning all the time what you need to do to succeed. So when you're successful all the time, then you're understanding that no matter what, you're going online and you're promoting yourself and other people, and then you're understanding that way you're much more of a leader when you do that, and you're understanding that nothing can get in your way, because that way you're helping people to really, really succeed really quickly. And then understand that no matter what, that you're learning from everything. And because you are learning, then you understand that you must lock your phones every 10 minutes as well. It's much better for you anyway. And it's much better that you understand that you want to be able to really deliver. Deliver your self content and be able to love your life in different ways as well. And then making sure all the time that we're actually studying something about success all the time. So focus on understanding that it's much more that you have yourself, and much more you understand that you're better than all that. So make sure that no matter what, that if you're really focusing on something, that you're focusing on yourself the most, and that you're really, really understanding your life completely. Be able to treasure what you see all the time, because understand that no matter what, that you must communicate over it, and you must be able to understand how it feels to succeed in different ways. So make sure all the time you're focusing on delivering content in ways that you're succeeding, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're successful in different ways, and that way we're focusing on loving our life in the best kind of ways, while actually always just studying and understanding that we're always going different ways of communication, because that way you are promoting yourself, but you're using the nice and beautiful ways of life where you understand that it's helping you grow. And then once you do that, I mean, you're just focusing on something that's actually helping you. So when you're helping yourself and other people in different ways, then you're understanding that no matter what, that we have to go always a different way. And when you go a different way about life, then you understand that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? I mean, it's just that understanding that you can always go and promote people, and you can always do what you want. I mean, you can go and understand either way that you promote the beautiful aspects of inspirational people on the planet, and you make sure all the time that you're just understanding that you have that kind of beautiful nature going for you, because you understand that you do care, but understand that other people never do care about you. So make sure you understand either way that what you do is just go and care about yourself. I mean, care about yourself when other people never care about you. In a sense, that way you never need other people to care about you anyway. But what you need is yourself. I mean, what you need is to be able to love yourself. And if you can love yourself, then you can do anything. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that what you need out of life is to be successful. And that's what you need out of life. So making sure every single time that you're focusing on doing something that's really helping you to move forward. So understand every single day that if you want to go and promise yourself that something else is promoting you in a way that you're promoting yourself and other people, then you're making sure that no matter what, that those aspects of life is actually focusing on yourself the most. I mean, focus on yourself the most, and that way you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to keep going all the time with yourself, and you're focusing on making sure that people around you do actually have much more. So make sure you're giving people much more of what you need to make sure that you're successful, and then understand how it feels to promote and to understand what you need to do. So that way you're looking for the nice and beautiful aspects all the time to make sure that everybody is nice and beautiful in ways that you're understanding that no matter what, that you're all getting a promotion from me today. And then make sure you understand that way. I understand that no matter what, that you guys go and promote people. I mean, go promote somebody that is helping you grow every single day. And then that way you understand that either way, that you're just boosting your own legacy in the process. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you can go and summarize something that you love, and then either way you're learning what you're learning in terms of life. And if you want to go and really succeed, then make sure that you're doing something that's really helping you grow. I mean, what is helping you grow is understanding that if you want to go and succeed something, and you want to make sure that you're really nice and positive about everything, then make sure that you're learning how to really, really step up for yourself in different ways, and you're focusing on doing better than all of that, because you deserve a greater way. And then that's the way. And that's the way. I mean, the way is making sure that you want to overcome temptation in terms of pleasure, and you want to make sure that you want to do something that is much more than that. So focus on understanding that it's much more about the nice and beautiful way of promotion. And that way you understand that once you do all that, then you understand either way. You just have this nice and beautiful profile of all the nice and beautiful fantasies you have about people. Because I understand that's important. I mean, it's very important to understand that anything that satisfies you is photos of other people in terms of life. So that's how you understand that you have eternity in that. I mean, you have eternity in that right now. So focus on understanding that it's much more how I see that. I see that no matter what, that I realize it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? I mean, it's that kind of love that you have in terms of what you want. So you're always focusing on understanding that since you have all this nice and beautiful vibe, then go and make your music and make it count. And make sure every single day you're learning how to promote yourself and other people, and that's what you need to do daily. I just want you guys to understand that pleasure in terms of life never satisfies you. So just make sure if you're just doing pleasure in life, then it's making you unattractive. So make sure you're talking more in words in terms of, make sure you're talking more words so you can be more attractive. And then make sure you're understanding that you have to clean the place up in terms of your life and be ahead of the content. So make sure you understand that what I want to do is I'm becoming more attractive by the more words I say. And the more words, the merrier. Have you ever heard that saying where they say the more the merrier? The more kids you have, the merrier. In terms of merrier. So make sure you understand that either way. If you just go and really, really pronounce your words in a way that you're cleaning up your nice and beautiful desk space, and you're making sure that you're straight into your content once you eat or once you have a pleasure activity or something like that, just make sure you do an audio program right away and start giving people ideas so you can actually overcome everything. Understand? So make sure you understand that, yes, it's very nice to be able to go and give words, mate. So make sure that you're always learning. I was actually sleeping. I was sleeping so much, and because I was sleeping, I understand that I was sleeping to the points that I understand that it's working out for me in a way that I understand. And then either way, that I was dreaming. I was dreaming so much about what's going on around my life. And now, because I'm always doing greater than everybody around me, I'm making sure that I'm always promoting myself. And now, because I promote myself all day long, I can be putting on my shoes and I can be doing an audio program like this. I love it. And I can go wherever I want. I can go to a freaking cafe if I want. I can go wherever I want, and I can go and sit, and I can go and relax, and then go and understand that if you're placing socks on, then place your nice and beautiful socks on in terms of the ones that are actually on you right now. So make sure you make it much more, let's say, in your life that you understand that either way, that if you're going outdoors and you're using specific socks to go outdoors, then go and use the specific ones that you're actually using. So what you want to do is just place the nice and beautiful, let's say, piece of equipment that you use to record your nice and beautiful voice memos, and then you're actually focusing on something that helps you grow. And then what you want to do is just focus on never limiting yourself in terms of how much content you're providing. So make sure you understand you have to go and upload all the contents out there. So be able to understand that all you want to do is name your nice and beautiful contents in terms of I1 or I Life Coaching 1 or I Life Coaching 2, and then you have I Life Coaching in terms of I Music 1, I Music 2. I mean, you guys understand? So we're promoting, or else we're making sure that we can set up a nice and beautiful equation of life that helps us grow. So we're learning how to succeed in different ways, and we're learning how to actually delay gratification as well. So we learn how to focus upon ourselves. So what's even better is understanding that if you go and really focus upon your life in different ways, then understand that pleasure never satisfies you. Every time I had sex with other people, it's never satisfying. Actually, it's only satisfying when you're doing it. I understand. Whereas when you're doing it, it's satisfying because the pleasure is happening. But then guess what happens? Whereas the pleasure goes away. I mean, the pleasure goes away. I mean, whereas once you stop having sex with other people, for example, whereas there's no more pleasure with other people, is there? So it goes away. And then what you are left with is the words that you speak. So go and speak more words and you have sex in life. I understand, so that way you understand that words actually satisfy you all the time, because you can speak words all the time. I mean, you can always be speaking words, and that's the term life. I mean, images always satisfy you because you can always watch images. I understand, so learn how to actually just be on the occasion of life in a way that you're recording while you're actually making sure that you're doing up your bed or something like that, and you're making sure that you're nicely preparing yourself to have a great time outdoors with your music production and whatever you're doing in terms of life. And then make sure all the time that you're understanding that no matter what, that your life is getting ahead of you, because you are actually planning along the way. And I mean, along the way, you are planning how to succeed. I mean, isn't that the point? I mean, the whole point is making sure you have a nice and beautiful life for yourself. So make sure that if you want to have success in your life, then go and really do what successful people do. And then either way, then once you do that, we are just focusing on doing our bit in a way that we're learning how to grow. And since we're learning how to grow, guys, then make sure that your life is much more successful all the time, because that's what I do. I make sure I'm very successful in what I do daily, because I want to be promoting the best kind of planet in my life all the time, so I can focus upon understanding my life right now. So when you want to have something that's in your life that's so successful, then make sure that it's that individual that is you, and understand that no matter what, that if you just promote yourself and other people, then you're actually focusing on giving that audio content in a way that you're never afraid to actually speak up while other people are sleeping. Understand? So make sure you're learning all the time how to succeed in different ways, and then either way, that if your nice and beautiful audio content is actually working and it's actually, let's say, in a way that it's recording, and you're still talking to people while you're actually doing your live coaching, then make sure you understand that you look like those people who are cooking on the TV shows, and you actually look like those people who are actually cooking on the TV shows while you're actually talking live coaching to people in an audio program. So it's make sure, just make sure that you're talking much more to people in a way that somebody is listening. And now you guys are listening to me, aren't you? I mean, you guys are all listening to me because I'm talking to you right now. And it's never a waste of my time because I'm understanding that people can hear me. I understand that since you can hear me, then it's never a waste of my time. I understand, so that's how I'm actually growing, aren't I? I'm growing in different ways. I'm making sure that I'm doing some house activity over here. So I'm understanding that my house activity is just cleaning up the area. I'm making sure I'm cleaning everything up. I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful space over here, that I have space to go into my content, and that I'm always just focusing on understanding that. And then I go get my portable speaker, I go outdoors, I get my nice and beautiful content and energy going. And then either way, what I need to do is focus on making sure I'm doing some nice and beautiful music production content now as well. And then I'm doing live coaching and music production together. And then I'm focusing on making sure that you guys can hear me in a way that is helping. So that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is making sure that you guys can hear me and what I'm doing. So now, since I'm actually focusing on understanding something about life, I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you want to go and be successful, then be successful to the point that you understand that doing pleasure is very, let's say, ugly in terms of life. I mean, doing pleasure activities is ugly. I mean, that's the ugly thing about everybody. That anybody who's eating, drink, or food in life is ugly because they need food and drink to survive. Understand? So that's the ugly thing, when you need something else other than yourself. I mean, when you need pleasure other than staying away from pleasure, or when you need to gratify yourself without delaying gratification. I mean, you understand? Whereas when you need to gratify yourself, then it's ugly. But when you can delay gratification, then it's attractive. I mean, understand? Because would you rather go for heroin? Would you rather go for heroin, the drug heroin, or would you rather delay it? I mean, of course, you'd rather delay heroin. I mean, you'd rather delay drugs altogether. So make sure you understand that is more attractive, isn't it? Approach, is it more attractive to drink alcohol in life, or is it more attractive to delay alcohol altogether? I mean, of course, it's much better to delay alcohol altogether. I understand? So make sure you understand that I never need alcohol anymore. I love I. People make up this scenario about alcohol and stuff like that. So what you have to focus upon is understanding that your life is something that you need to succeed with. And then you understand that either way, that you have to focus upon understanding that if you let your technology be, then guess what? I mean, never be afraid about anything. I mean, make sure you understand that you just go and do your life. I mean, do your life in ways that you're succeeding all the time. And make sure that you focus upon your life in ways that you care about everything, but make sure that way you are on guard about yourself and what you're doing. And then focus on understanding to promote yourself and other people. And then focus upon understanding that it's just the way it is. So the way it is, I understand, is that you go and realize that you have to really, really dwell upon something that is helping you grow. So what is helping you grow is successful people. So you have to be a successful individual to understand to focus upon anybody who's giving you ideas so that you can go and get those ideas from those people. And so you can promote yourself right now in front of those people. Because that way, you must understand how it feels to go and promote yourself right now in front of people that you love. So make sure you sit in the shade somewhere, and make sure that way you never have to be in the sun while you're actually music production and while you're doing music production, because you can sit in the shade and you have your camping chair and you have a nice and beautiful way of life, and then you're making sure that you're opening up your laptop and you're making sure that your laptop is connecting to the nice and beautiful portable speaker, and that way you can understand either way that what's important is understanding that you say hello to your dogs as well, and you understand that no matter what, that you love your life in ways that you're growing. So just agree with everything and just be able to understand why you're actually always performing in the best way. So if you wake up today really, really, let's say, shouting success, then of course you're successful. I mean, of course you're successful to the point of degree of your life. So if you want to be successful in different ways, then love your life and make sure that no matter what, that you're watching out for the nice and beautiful coat hangers out there in terms of anything that is a way that promotes you and your content and what you have in terms of the clothing out there. Then make sure that you're always promoting yourself and other people, and you're making sure that no matter what, you're cleaning up after yourself. I mean, sense, so if you understand either way, that dogs go shooting everywhere around your nice and beautiful life, if you have them. But guess what? I mean, that's why I'm understanding that what you want to do is, if you want dogs, then you have to clean up after their poop, and that's it. Well, make sure you understand that dogs need to be able to love you in the ways that you actually can really, really dwell upon life. So that's why now I'm actually doing my music production. So as you hear it now, so I'll just go and really, really play this, for example. So let's have a look. I need to be able to see. I mean, you guys can hear that. I'm just making sure you can hear this now. I'm just recording this right here. I'm making sure that you can hear my nice and beautiful technology over here. So I'm ready to do my nice and beautiful technology in terms of my music production. So just have a look at this. I mean, this is my track. I mean, either way, guys, I mean, that's the kind of scenario I'm going for. But making sure I go and really, really dwell upon listening to those sounds again and doing my sound design all over again. So either way, guys, just make sure that you're successful, and see you guys in the next video. I realize, guys, so what's important is understanding that you close the door so that the insects never come in a way that you have so many insects in life. So never skip a step, guys, and just make sure that you're always honest with yourself and what's going on. So that way you're learning about life very quickly, and you're making sure that you can go and produce music, and you can do what you need to do every single day to succeed. So the whole point is understanding that if you want to go and succeed, then understanding all the time that you're doing your life coaching, and you're making sure that you're learning about life, and make sure all the time that you have all your technology with you the best way you can have it, and then understanding all the time that you pick up all of your nice and beautiful technology and get it with you in a way that you're always learning from the day. And understand that no matter what, that today I've been learning some music production as well, and I'm understanding that I'm learning much more than yesterday. So I'm understanding that it's just that kind of feel that I get, that I have to really, really do everything much quicker, in a way that I have to learn much quicker, and I have to teach you much quicker about everything, because I understand that success is actually just learning about speaking the words of what you're loving to do. So if you speak all day about what you love to do, then guess what happens when you love all that? Then just focus upon understanding that you have to be so careful about what you have in life, so you understand that no matter what, that you really, really absorb what you're doing. And just focus on understanding that you must really, really bring your laptop inside of the house, and just make sure that you're doing everything in terms of bringing everything inside of the house one by one. And that's much better, isn't it? Because if you're doing everything twice, or you're doing something that is really, really, let's say, in your favor, then make sure that no matter what, that you're never losing out on what you have, but you're focusing on understanding that you're loving your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you understand how to live life for yourself. Because life is about also life coaching, and it's about living life to the fullest, and you have to make sure that you put in the hours. I mean, put in the hours to hear everything that you have in your life. I mean, in a sense, so when you do that, then make sure that everything's vibing with you in different ways. So you're always understanding that no matter what, that you can do the best job all the time with yourself. And you can understand that no matter what, that your dogs also can understand that when you move somewhere, they want to follow you. So what you do is love your life in different ways. So you're always focusing on understanding how I understand that my dogs are Jesus Christ. So they always want to come into my house. Whereas Jesus Christ always wants to come into my house. I understand. So, I mean, it's because I'm giving Jesus Christ the eternity of life over here, because he comes into my house over here. And I'm understanding either way, I'm learning my life. I'm learning how to do my great job every single day. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to do some nice and beautiful music production here, so I can focus upon understanding something about life. And then what I do with the music production in terms of my life coaching segments is I'm making sure that you guys can hear me in a way that I'm connecting the audios together in a different program. So I'm making sure I always have much more available. So that's the whole point, guys. I mean, make sure you're always learning something about life in different ways, And you're understanding to just speak on an audio camera as much as you can while you're actually doing all your content, and then just make sure that you're focusing upon life itself and you're loving your life completely, because that's the whole point, isn't it? And the whole point is making sure that you can go and develop. Developing your life is the only aspect of life that you need to do. So then you connect everything up together in ways that you can grow yourself. And then as you grow yourself, then you shall become a greater individual yourself. And then making sure that no matter what, that we're learning. Make sure that your dogs are never hitting your portable speakers in terms of the technology, so that you focus upon loving your life. When you can love your life so much, then you can understand how to really, really dwell upon something that you love in your life. Then you can understand that either way that we're learning how it is to have dogs where you never have to pick up after dogs, for example. And since you have dogs, it's nice and beautiful to have dogs around. In a sense, so we're always focusing on understanding that they just go and do the best they can all the time, because that's the nice and beautiful aspect, isn't it? So we're understanding either way that we have to go and produce some music here. So I'm understanding either way, guys. Just make sure that you're always naming your content something like Life Coaching 1 or Life Coaching 2 in terms of I Life Coaching 1 and I Life Coaching 2, so you can understand what I mean in terms of just making sure you're labeling your content in terms of what you remember. So make sure you understand that you have to go and also nicely just be able to charge your content really quickly before anything happens. So that way you're never losing content, and you're making sure that you're learning from the go, and you're making sure either way that you have to go and study upon life, but making sure that if you plan your life ahead of the game and you're making sure that you're talking every single day and you're doing your best every single day to go and focus upon different areas of strategies and what you're doing. Just make sure that today I understand how slow everything is in terms of my life, in terms of what I'm doing, but make sure you understand I'm learning quickly upon new aspects of life that I've never learned before, because that way I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm always agreeing with everything that's happening. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I want to always go around something. So I want to be making sure that I have something more to say and I have something more to do all the time. So I'm always focusing on that nice and beautiful aspect of life all the time, to make sure that no matter what, that you guys must never ever go and scratch yourself, because if you scratch yourself, then guess what happens? Guess what happens when you scratch yourself? Make sure you understand that you must go and look healthier, and you must understand that if you realize what I mean about life, then you understand that no matter what, that you must go and absorb your nice and beautiful life in ways that you're actually learning to grow yourself. Learn to grow yourself and learn to understand that you must go and absorb the nice and beautiful area of your surroundings all the time in ways that you're charging content, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you're never losing, because you have everything happening for you. And then making sure we're uploading content daily, and then we're connecting the videos together daily to make sure that everybody has what they deserve daily. And you guys understand? Because what is it about in life? I realize it's all about making sure that we all have nice and beautiful prosperity in ways that we're uploading content while we're enjoying our life in the process of everything. And then we're making sure that we just enjoy all the time. Enjoy your life differently, and make sure you're charging your content and charging your portable speaker as you're doing everything. So make sure you understand that you have to be planning your life ahead of the game. And you have to understand that no matter what, that once I realize that, I understand I'm realizing more every single day about how to really understand my life now. I'm understanding my life is different. I'm understanding every single day I'm doing something to make my life much more worthy of my attention. So I want to be making sure I'm always pronouncing my name forward. Whereas now, what's amazing about life is understanding that you can be successful if you choose to be successful. That's the whole point. So make sure you're charging your content and what you have out of life, and just make sure that everything's charging all the time in your life, because that way you're going to have content and you're going to have everything that you need to succeed all the time. So we're making sure always to charge our nice and beautiful content in ways that's helping us to grow, and then also making sure that no matter what, that we are studying upon what we need to do daily to make music. So just make sure that no matter what, that if you're making music today, then you're also making sure that no matter what, that you're loving life. So that's the whole point, isn't it? So I'm always understanding that I'm always realizing I'm dancing around. I am dancing around. And I understand that no matter what, that as I dance around, I'm realizing there's always something more to do. So since there's always something more to do, I'm realizing that I have to go and really picture a way to teach you much more words about everything. And then I understand I can't progress forward once I teach you, because if I never teach you, then guess what happens when I never teach you? I always try to teach you. I understand, although because I do try to teach you, I'm much greater for it. I'm much greater as a human being, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys can hear me out, and that I'm always understanding much more about life. Alright, now since I understand much more about life today, I understand that's why I'm always developing my heart in a way that I'm learning different parts of whatever I'm doing to make sure that I'm successful with myself and other people. So that's why I'm understanding either way that if you go and shall also just understand to place it in the nice and beautiful content right here. And then if you do that, then understand that no matter what, that I realize something. I realize that it's much more how everything is working out for me. So I understand that no matter what, that it's much more better for I to just realize something here, that I'm realizing I'm doing much better anyway. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I have to focus upon understanding that it's much more like that. I understand it's much more that you realize that if you're promoting your content in another way, that you also check the headlines of what's going on and make sure that no matter what, that you're realizing what people are doing around the world and how they are actually doing and absorbing the nice and beautiful way of life. I mean, make sure that you understand that no matter what, that you're learning how people are actually reacting to anything in terms of life. And then you're understanding that no matter what, that you're teaching people exactly what you're reading, and you're actually learning something along. You're actually understanding that no matter what, as you read, you should also understand what you're actually reading. So we're actually focusing on understanding that no matter what, that you must go and focus upon understanding that people around town are accommodating people, and then either way, that what's important for you is understanding that you go and do music production, and then understand that no matter what, that you're learning your life. Alright, so either way, I love I so much that I'm understanding that now. Since I'm understanding that no matter what, that my life is much more ahead of the game, I'm making sure that I can go and get myself my nice and beautiful program here, where I can go and upload my content over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's much more time to do so. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding that now I have much more time in the process, so what I want to do is much more, let's say, developing my life. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's much more important for myself right now to realize something about life. So as I actually go and succeed much more, I'm actually focusing on my life in a way that I'm living my life forward, but I want to make sure that my YouTube channel has what that nice and beautiful content is. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I just pause the nice and beautiful content to see what kind of content did I upload so I see that what type of content I just did upload yesterday, so I can go and really focus upon my life in a greater direction.